A common broken sword accidentally gained consciousness during a time travel event, only to be abandoned in public by its mother, a proud blacksmith. The blacksmith coldly declared, "You are too useless to be my sword." This sentence was like a death sentence, causing the sword's spirit to fade into nothingness. In this moment of despair, a girl named Su Xiaorou appeared. She made a living by scavenging, with weak spiritual power but a kind heart. Su Xiaorou warmed the broken sword with her feeble, spiritual energy, giving it a new lease on life. Just then, a mysterious system prompt sounded, ding, detected a strong desire to protect, triggering the unique mission, protect Su Xiaorou. This mission has three main lines. First, help Su Xiaorou pass the harsh academy assessment and change her despised status. Second, uncover the truth behind her parents' disappearance and reveal the conspiracy behind it. Third, ultimately make her the strongest weapons master in the world, controlling her own destiny. Thus, the broken sword and the girl formed an inseparable bond, facing the Academy's discrimination, external threats, and inner fears together. Chapter 1. Struck by lightning at the start? I became an ultimate scrap. In the Magic City, Lin family's forge room. The flames of the earth fire furnace soared, painting the entire secret chamber red. In front of the forging table stood a girl dressed in tight-fitting attire. She was tall and curvy, with shiny black hair neatly tied back, exposing her smooth forehead and a flawlessly delicate face. At this moment, she was fully focused on a weapon taking shape on the forging table, fine beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead, sliding down her cheeks without her noticing. She was Lin Xiaorou, the pride of the Lin family. Outside the forge, young members of the Lin family crowded around, stretching their necks to nervously watch every movement inside through the specially made crystal walls. Look, Sister Xiaorou is using starlight iron and deep-sea secret silver as the main materials this time, right? I can't be mistaken? Wow, these two materials are worth their weight in gold, top-tier materials for forging sea-grade soul weapons. Not just that. Look at that core. The energy fluctuations are definitely from a void core. Using this as an energy source, Sister Xiaorou is aiming straight for sea-grade soul weapon. Too strong. Sister Xiaorou is only 18 this year, and she's already targeting a sea-grade soul weapon. If this succeeds, won't our Lin family have a master-level blacksmith? What do you mean have? Sister Xiaorou is already at the peak of master craftsman. Looking at the entire Magic City, no, the whole Dragon Xia, how many 18-year-olds are master craftsmen? I bet this will definitely succeed. Their discussions were filled with unabashed envy and admiration, eye in their eyes. The girl at the forging table was the future hope of the Lin family, someone they needed to look up to. Inside the forge, Lin Xiaorou was oblivious to the commotion outside. Her eyes were only on the weapon that was about to take shape, buzz. She raised the forging hammer in her hand, her arms' muscles taut, an immense spiritual energy surged into the hammer. Concentrate. With a clear shout, the forging hammer fell with immense force. Clang! The clear sound of the hammer echoed throughout the forge, golden sparks flying everywhere. The weapon on the forging table emitted a violent hum, brilliant light shooting into the sky, and a beautifully designed soul weapon was on the verge of being fully formed. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to that burst of light, eagerly anticipating the birth of a divine weapon. Lin Xiaorou's mouth also rarely curved into a smile. For this sword, she had poured countless efforts and rare materials. At last, it was about to bear fruit. However, at that critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. Crack! A sudden purple lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, tearing through the forge's ceiling and striking precisely on that brilliant light at lightning speed. Boom! After a deafening explosion, everything in the forge fell silent. That dazzling light extinguished. The overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuations vanished. On the forging table, only a charred, broken piece of iron lay quietly. The entire Lin family was in dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene behind the crystal wall, their minds blank. What? What was that just now? Lightning? Where did the lightning come from? My God. The sea-grade soul weapon. Just like that. Gone. Heavenly jealousy of talent. This is definitely heaven's jealousy of talent. The heavens couldn't bear to see it. Inside the forge, Lin Xiaorou stood frozen, utterly confused. Where's my stuff? Where's my magnificent soul weapon? A servant cautiously pushed the door open, lowering his head, not daring to breathe. Mississippi Lynn Schwer's gaze slowly moved away from the broken blade, her expression instantly returning to her usual cold and proud demeanor, as if the lost soul from moments ago wasn't her. "I'm fine, just take this thing." Her voice carried a slight tremor that she herself was unaware of. "Dispose of it. Miss this. It still contains starlight iron and deep-sea secret silver. Maybe we should reforge it." I said dispose of it. Lynn Schwer's gaze turned completely cold. "In my works, there are no failures, and certainly no scrap. It doesn't deserve to exist." "Why, yes." The servant trembled under her icy stare, not daring to say another word, hastily stepping forward to pick up the still-warm broken blade with iron pliers, quickly walking out. He wouldn't dare to take it for reworking. If Miss saw it and thought he was trying to recover her failure, he would be in serious trouble. The safest way was to throw it far away, to a place where no one would notice. Thus, this broken blade, which carried the hopes of a talented girl but was struck down by a heavenly thunder, was ruthlessly thrown into a recycling cart filled with various discarded weapons. Clang! As the back door of the cart closed, it fell into darkness. Ouch! My head hurts. Where am I? Did I have a hangover? Who did I drink with last night? Su Ming's consciousness slowly awakened amidst the bumps and noise. He felt like he had been stuffed into a washing machine, one on high power and spin cycle, every part of him aching. Wait, did he quickly realize the problem, that he couldn't feel his body. Where are my hands? Where are my feet? He tried to move, but found he had no limbs to move at all. What the hell? What's going on? Did someone chop me off below the neck? The latest human pig experience card. Su Ming's consciousness was engulfed in panic and confusion. He struggled to open his eyes, or rather, to focus his attention and sense everything around him. Darkness, coldness, and the sound of metal clashing that IT felt like he was buried under a pile of scrap metal, constantly rolling and colliding as something moved. What happened to me? Just then, the cart jolted violently and came to a stop. A ray of light shone through a gap, illuminating a smooth piece of scrap metal right in front of Su Ming. That piece of scrap metal reflected his current appearance like a broken blade, completely charred, with a grotesque crack in the middle, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. Su Ming's consciousness froze. That IT took over 10 seconds for his consciousness to start functioning again. I time traveled, and I turned into a broken blade, and it's broken. This realization was even more devastating than being turned into a living corpse. Others who traverse worlds either become overpowered characters or useless ones who make a comeback. At the very least, they remain normal beings with hands and feet. But how come he ended up with such a poor treatment? Was he expelled from the human species directly? God damn it. What the hell? Su Ming roared wildly in his consciousness, exhausting all the beautiful Chinese phrases he had learned throughout his life. However, it was of no use. He remained a broken blade, lying in a garbage truck, unable to move. After venting, an endless despair surged in his heart. Transforming into a blade was one thing, but it was a broken blade on the verge of being discarded. This starting point could barely be described as hellish difficulty. It was practically the rhythm of restarting from scratch. Now he was packed inside a garbage truck, and he could guess with his little toe that the next stop would definitely be the recycling plant's furnace. It's over. Su Ming's consciousness was shrouded in darkness, being melted into molten iron. It shouldn't hurt too much, right? After all, I don't even have nerves now. Chapter 2 Countdown. 3 hours to survive. He had already given up thinking, preparing to welcome the end of his brief and absurd journey of crossing over. At that moment, a crisp, electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Ding. Detected that the host's soul fluctuations meet the standards. Binding in progress. Soul binding successful. Wanjia Weapon Atlas System officially activated. What the heck? Su Ming's consciousness jolted awake from a lethargic state of waiting for death. System? My golden finger has arrived? I knew it. A must-have benefit for traversers. How could I miss out on mine? However, before he could be happy for more than 3 seconds, the next system notification felt like a bucket of ice water, drenching him from head to toe. System startup energy insufficient. About to enter hibernation. Detected that the host's current state is masterless soul weapon, extremely unstable, with a risk of collapse. Emergency mission issued. Path to survival. Mission objective. Please find a contract master within 3 hours and complete a soul contract. Mission success. The system will officially activate and grant a beginner's gift package. Mission failure. The system will collapse along with the host, turning into cosmic dust. Countdown begins. 02:59:59. The bright red countdown numbers floated in Su Ming's consciousness like a death warrant. The flickering flame of hope he had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. No way, sir. Su Ming wailed in his mind. Does this system have a delay? Why wait until I'm thrown into a garbage truck to show up? Find a contract master within 3 hours? What a joke. He was buried under a pile of scrap metal. Let alone moving, he couldn't even emit a light. All around him was just cold metal and even colder metal. Where was he supposed to find a living contract master to pick him up? Was he expected to hope for some passing contract master to whimsically decide to browse through a garbage heap? The odds of that were lower than winning the lottery. System. Hey, brother, can you hear me? Su Ming called out frantically. Can we negotiate a different task? Or at least give me some hints, like a contract master radar within a 500-meter radius or something. The system remained unresponsive, with only that blood-red countdown ticking away steadily. 2 hours 49 minutes and 13 seconds. 2 hours 49 minutes and 12 seconds. Su Ming's mindset was starting to crumble. What is this? Giving hope only to snuff it out? This feeling was worse than being sent back to the furnace right from the start. Calm down. I need to stay calm. Su Ming forced himself to think. I'm a broken blade, thrown in a recycling truck. The destination of this truck is 99, likely the furnace. I must find a buyer before the truck arrives. But the question was, how to find one? He tried to concentrate, attempting to control his body to see if he could make any noise. For instance, a little vibration, or emit a faint wave of spiritual energy. After struggling for a long time, aside from making his consciousness more fatigued, there was no effect at all. He felt like a soul trapped in an iron box, able to sense the outside world but unable to interact. Time passed by second. 02:15:47. The truck continued to jolt, and the sound of metal clashing surrounded him. Su Ming's awareness, which had begun in urgency, slowly turned numb. An hour has passed, and there's been no movement. It's over. I'm finished. He began to think wildly. If I were picked up by an old man collecting scrap right now, would that count as a contract? The old man probably isn't a contract master, right? Would the system consider it a failure? Or will I be picked up by some scavenger and then sold to a low-tier forging apprentice as practice material to be melted down? That would be such a pathetic way to die. Countdown. 1 hour and 30 minutes. Half the time left. Su Ming had already lost hope. He began to recall the scant knowledge he had from the novels he had read in his previous life. In those stories, the protagonists either started as useless but at least had hands and feet to cultivate, or they were geniuses pushing through effortlessly. At the very least, they would reincarnate into a villain's body and utilize information gaps to thrive. And what about him? He turned into a broken blade about to be tossed into a furnace. His golden finger awakened, but it came with a deadly countdown mission. This script was something even the starting orphanage wouldn't dare to write. God damn it, are you playing with me? Su Ming weakly cursed in his mind. Countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Only 1 hour left. The recycling truck seemed to have hit a bumpier stretch of road, and the clattering in the truck became louder. Su Ming was crushed beneath a heavy broken shield, feeling like his consciousness was about to scatter. He didn't even have the energy left to complain. Forget it. Let all be destroyed. Hurry up. He closed his eyes, preparing to accept reality. This life, oh no, these 2 lives had been quite a failure. In his previous life, he was just an unnoticed worker. In this life, he wasn't even human. Countdown. 00:30:00. Su Ming's consciousness began to blur, and the red numbers were starting to double in his eyes. However, just as he was about to completely give up, a faint sound of footsteps approached from afar, stopping in front of the pile of scrap metal where he lay. The footsteps were light and cautious, as if afraid of stepping on something sharp that might cut. Then, a crisp yet timid girl's voice rang out. Uncle Juan, I'm here again. Oh, it's Little Ro. The previously rough voice was now much gentler. You came so early today. Just in time, the Lin family just sent over a batch of good stuff. Although they're all failed forging scraps, the materials are top-notch. You can go over there and see if you can find something valuable. Thank you, Uncle Wong. The girl's voice was filled with joy and gratitude. The footsteps sounded again, this time moving towards Su Ming's direction. Su Ming's fading consciousness suddenly brightened. Lin family? Could it be the family that forged me and then abandoned me? And Little Ro, a contract master? His consciousness instantly became clearer than ever before. Hope. This is the last hope. He could feel that the girl named Little Ro was rummaging through the scrap pile, getting closer and closer to him. Please, I beg you, choose me. Choose me. I'm super sweet. Su Ming shouted frantically in his heart. He used the last bit of his strength to try to transmit his faint, nearly non-existent spiritual energy fluctuations towards the girl, even if it was just to make her look at him one more time. Countdown, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Time was running out. Chapter 3. The Sorrow of Frost in the Garbage Heap. Magic City, the 7th public recycling station. The pungent smell of machine oil mixed with the scent of rusted metal filled the air in the distance. A massive mechanical arm was grabbing piles of discarded metal and throwing them into a roaring furnace. For most people, this was the end, the resting place of waste. But for Su Xiaorou, this was one of the few places where she could see hope. She wore a set of faded old clothes, patched with several tightly sewn stitches. Her figure was frail, and her complexion was somewhat pale due to long-term malnutrition, but her eyes were large and bright, like the cleanest stars in the night sky. Uncle Wang, I'm here again. She approached a sturdy man directing the work, somewhat shyly handing over a water bottle wrapped in cloth. The man referred to as Uncle Wang was the foreman of the recycling station, Wang Jun. He glanced at Su Xiaorou, smiled, and took the water bottle. Oh, it's Little Ro. You came so early today? Just in time. The Lin family just sent over a batch of good stuff. Although they're all failed forging scraps, the materials are top-notch. You can go over there and see if you can find something valuable. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Su Xiaorou's eyes instantly brightened, nodding vigorously. She knew that Uncle Wang was letting her try her luck in this scrap area because he felt sorry for her. The entrance exam for the Magic City Spirit Energy Technology University was next week. Becoming a contract master was her only way out as an orphan living in the lower city. However, even the most ordinary F-grade standard spirit weapon cost tens of thousands of alliance coins in the store. That was an astronomical figure she couldn't even dare to imagine. Her only hope was to find a weapon here, among the garbage discarded by others, that, although flawed, still had a spirit soul that wasn't completely dead. This was her 10th visit since awakening her weak contract master talent. In the previous 9 visits, she had come up empty-handed. The discarded weapons felt like cold stones, lifeless, to her perception as a beginner awakener. The Lin family scraps. Su Xiaorou thought as she quickly walked towards the newly piled metal hill that Uncle Wang pointed out. The Lin family was a renowned forging family in the entire Magic City. The scraps they produced were probably much better than the ordinary goods circulating in the market. Su Xiaorou's heart raced. She carefully climbed up the scrap pile, closed her eyes, and released her weak spiritual energy like a net, carefully sensing everything around her. Cold, lifeless. Another stretch of cold. Another stretch of lifelessness. She touched a broken axe, with a trace of residual spiritual energy on the blade, but the core of the weapon's soul was completely shattered, like a shell without a soul. She picked up a curved longsword, and, similarly, it was lifeless. Time passed bit by bit, and beads of sweat appeared on Su Xiaorou's forehead as her heart sank a little more. Was she going to return empty-handed again today? The exam was next week, and if she couldn't find a suitable spirit weapon, she wouldn't even qualify to take the exam. Just as she was about to despair, a faint but exceptionally resilient spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly touched her perception. That feeling was like seeing a blade of grass swaying in the wind on a desolate plain. Weak, yet full of vitality. Su Xiaorou's spirit jolted. She immediately followed the direction of the fluctuation and began to rummage through the scrap pile. Clatter, clang. She pushed aside a rusted piece of armor and moved a broken gun barrel. The fluctuation became clearer. Finally, deep within the scrap pile, she saw a pitch black, broken blade. That thing looked miserable, not only broken in the middle, but also covered in hideous cracks, as if it would shatter into pieces with the slightest touch. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed more waste than the scraps she had touched before. But oddly enough, this seemingly about to be discarded broken blade stubbornly emitted that faint, elusive spiritual energy fluctuation. Su Xiaorou extended her trembling hand and carefully took it out from the scrap pile. When her fingertips touched the cold surface of the broken blade, that spiritual energy fluctuation seemed to find an outlet, instantly becoming more active. "This is it," a voice in Su Xiaorou's heart shouted. Although it was broken and looked miserable, it was alive. As long as the weapon's soul was still there, even if it was damaged, it was better than those completely lifeless scraps. She had no choice now. This might be her last chance. Take a gamble. Su Xiaorou tightly gripped the broken blade as if she was holding her entire future. She took a deep breath and said to the broken blade in a voice only she could hear, "This is it." Su Ming's consciousness had almost sunk into the dark abyss. The countdown had less than a minute left. He could feel that the girl was right beside him, but she seemed to be hesitating. "Hurry, big sister. Aunt, if you don't choose me soon, I'm done for." Su Ming let out his final wail in his heart. Just when he thought everything was about to end, a pair of warm, yet somewhat rough, small hands gently grasped him. A weak but incredibly pure spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body through those hands. It felt like a long drought land welcoming a refreshing rain. Su Ming's consciousness jolted. Then he heard a voice like heavenly music. Please make it successful. In the name of Su Xiaorou, I bind a soul contract with you, condense." Ding! The cold prompt sound from the system sounded incredibly pleasant at that moment. Contract request detected. Contractee, Su Xiaorou, performing compatibility check. Compatibility rate, 99, perfect fit. Do you accept the contract and bind as the soul weapon master? In Su Ming's consciousness space, a huge option of yes and no popped up. Yes, 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 I choose it. Hurry up. Su Ming roared with all his might in his consciousness and selected yes. Contract established. Soul Weapon Master binding successful. World Weapon Atlas System officially activated. Distributing Beginner's Gift Pack to the Weapon Master. Beginner's Gift Pack. Open successfully. Congratulations, Weapon Master. You have received a chance for the first random weapon form draw. In Su Ming's consciousness, a gigantic and magnificent roulette wheel appeared out of thin air. The wheel was densely engraved with numerous names, both familiar and unfamiliar to him: the Sword of Victory of the Oath, Star of Heaven and Earth Divergence, Spear of Piercing Death, Zampicudo, Flowing Blade Like Fire, Interpreter. Each name represented a legend. Wow, Su Ming was astonished. This beginner's reward is too awesome. The roulette began to spin rapidly, with countless names of divine weapons turning into streams of light. Come on, let it be something amazing. It has to be something amazing. Su, gambling dog. Ming prayed wildly in his heart. Eventually, the speed of the wheel slowly slowed down, and the pointer stopped on a name that exuded an ominous and cold aura. Frostmourne. Weapon form unlocked successfully. Current form, Frostmourne. Almost at the same time, a tremendous change occurred in Su Xiaorou's world. She poured the little bit of pitiful spiritual energy in her body into the broken blade in her hand without reservation. This was a very basic contract ritual with a very low success rate, especially since the other party was a broken soul weapon. She was prepared for failure. However, at the moment her spiritual energy was injected, the broken blade in her hand suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura that made her soul tremble, buzz. The bone-chilling cold spread rapidly from the broken blade. Su Xiaorou felt as if her blood was about to freeze. She looked in horror at the change in her hand. The completely charred broken blade. The cracked surface began to melt like snow, replaced by mysterious runes flickering with a ghostly blue light. The broken part was connected and reshaped by a stream of black energy. Clang! With a light sound, a fierce and domineering two-handed greatsword appeared completely in her hand. The sword was wide, covered with strange runes, emitting a faint blue light. At the guard of the sword, there was a fierce demon skull, seemingly roaring silently. A chill that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld emanated from the sword, causing the surrounding air to solidify. This is that. Su Xiaorou was completely dumbfounded. Her little head could not comprehend everything happening in front of her. What just happened? Where did that broken thing in my hand go? Where did this terrifying greatsword come from? Hey, that little girl over there. What is that thing you have? Such a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Not far away, Uncle Wong the foreman and several other workers were startled by the commotion and looked over in shock. Su Xiaorou jolted, instantly coming to her senses. Oh no! The noise was too loud. Her mind was in chaos, but her survival instinct led her to make the right choice. She hurriedly took off her patched coat, wanting to wrap the huge sword in it. But the sword was just too big. Her coat covering it looked like a handkerchief draped over an elephant, comical and conspicuous. There was no time to worry about that. Su Xiaorou, treasure hunter, hugged this hot potato, which was taller than her, and, without greeting Uncle Wong, turned and ran, dashing out of the recycling station and disappearing around the corner, leaving a group of stunned workers, looking at each other in disbelief. What? What was that just now? Am I seeing things? That sword seems to have the aura of a C grade. No, B grade soul weapon? Uncle Wong stared blankly at the direction Su Xiaorou disappeared, murmuring to himself. That girl. Found a treasure? Chapter 4. Hello, I am your Grandpa Bang. Su Xiaorou slammed her back against the door, shutting the thin wooden door tightly behind her, and fumbled to bolt it. She leaned against the door, her chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Her heart was pounding as if it were about to leap out of her throat. This was a small room she rented in the lower city, cramped and dim, with only a wooden bed and a rickety table as furniture. But at this moment, this shabby little room gave her a rare sense of security. After a while, she slowly straightened up and looked at the spoil she had placed on the bed. The enormous rune sword lay quietly on the small wooden bed, contrasting sharply with the surrounding dilapidated environment. Its eerie blue light illuminated the entire room in a strange glow. Su Xiaorou swallowed hard and cautiously walked over. She reached out her finger, wanting to touch the sword's body, but as soon as her fingertip approached, a bone-chilling cold made her shiver and retract her hand like lightning. You, what exactly are you? She whispered to the sword, full of confusion, awe, and a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Did she find a treasure? A windfall, pulling a peerless divine weapon out of a garbage heap? Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly and clearly echoed in her mind. It was the voice of a young man, sounding somewhat lazy and with a hint of teasing. Finally home, girl. If you keep holding on to me while running, my old bones will fall apart. Who? Su Xiaorou jumped in fright, her whole body shuddering as she looked around her small, open room in panic. Who was speaking? The room was empty, apart from herself. There wasn't even a mouse. Could it be an illusion? Stop searching, look down. The voice echoed again, with a hint of helplessness. Look at this handsome, suave, powerful, peerless divine weapon in front of you. Su Xiaorou's gaze stiffly, little by little, fell on the big sword on the bed. Her eyes slowly widened. Her mouth slowly opened. Is it you speaking? Her voice trembled. The sword. The sword can talk? This completely overturned her understanding of the world after 16 years. What a surprise. The voice in her mind sounded somewhat dismissive. Isn't it normal for weapons to talk? Haven't you ever seen a talking weapon before? Su Xiaorou instinctively shook her head. I've never used a soul weapon before. Oh, a newbie, no wonder. The voice seemed to understand. All right then. Let me introduce myself. Hello, my first and only contract master. You can call me your personal grandpa. Su Xiaorou was stunned. Grandpa? But this voice sounded like it belonged to someone barely in their 20s. Grandpa? She tentatively asked in her mind, how old are you? Ahem. Age is a man's secret. The voice coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Don't mind the details. The point is, you, Su Xiaorou, from today on, are mine. I will protect you from now on, got it? Su Xiaorou still felt her mind was a bit muddled. Her life had undergone too many surreal events in just this short hour. First, she picked up a broken sword. Then the broken sword turned into a super big sword. Now, this big sword was talking in her mind, calling itself her grandpa. She pinched herself. Ouch, that hurts. Not dreaming. All right, stop standing there dumbfounded. The voice in her mind echoed again. First, answer me a question, girl. Where is this place? Su Xiaorou spent a full 10 minutes stammering to introduce the basic situation of this world to the spirit that claimed to be her grandpa. From the shattered sky to the broken era, from fortress cities to void monsters, and then to contract masters and soul weapons. She poured out all the knowledge she had learned in her preparatory class at school. After she finished, the voice in her mind was silent for a long time. Su Xiaorou felt a bit nervous, not knowing if she had said something wrong. Magic City, Contract masters, soul weapons. Su Ming's consciousness was rapidly digesting this information. The situation was more complicated than he thought. This was not an ancient or fairy tale world, but a post-apocalyptic, wasteland-style sci-fi world. Humanity was kept in massive cities, while outside were man-eating monsters. The core of the power system was soul weapons like him. Interesting, more and more interesting. A strong desire for exploration surged in Su Ming's heart. Grandpa? Su Xiaorou timidly asked in her mind, "Are you still there?" "I'm here." Su Ming came back to his senses and said in a tone of someone who had been through it, "I roughly understand what you said. However, it seems that your soul weapon system is a bit low-end." "Low-end?" Su Xiaorou was stunned. "Right?" Su Ming said matter-of-factly, "Look, not a single one can talk. Those with intelligence are actually only rated as S-class. That's too inferior." Su Xiaorou felt her worldview shaken again. She stammered in rebuttal. But the books say so. The soul weapon's weapon soul is essentially a special psychic imprint, possessing combat instincts. Only a very small number of high-level soul weapon souls might develop vague self-awareness over long ages. But that is just intelligence, not wisdom, let alone thinking and communicating like you, like a human. This is already content from the authoritative textbooks jointly issued by the Blacksmiths Guild and the Human Alliance. How did it become low-end goods in the mouth of his grandpa? They just lack insight. Su Ming's voice was filled with arrogance. He decided to give his newly appointed little master a good lesson to establish his glorious and majestic image. "Girl, you must remember, weapons cannot be generalized. Those ordinary iron ones, their core is imprint. They are tools that passively accept psychic energy. And my core is soul, a partner who fights alongside you. The difference between us is like heaven and earth, understand? Don't compare me to those mass-produced industrial trash. That is an insult to me." Su Xiaorou was left stunned by this long speech. Soul? Partner? These words she had only seen in stories about ancient legends. She looked at the giant sword in front of her, which radiated an ominous aura, feeling it became increasingly mysterious and powerful in her eyes. "Then, what is your name?" Su Xiaorou cautiously asked, using honorifics. "Good question." Su Ming's tone instantly became passionate, as if he were an actor waiting for the spotlight. He cleared his non-existent throat and declared solemnly in Su Xiaorou's mind, "Listen well, my contract master. I am the harsh winter of the north, the king of the dead. I am the commander of the plague army, the final chapter of Aruns. I am the wailing that tears flesh, the sorrow that freezes souls. My name resounds through the clouds, striking fear in the living and commanding submission from the dead. Remember my name, Frost, of Sorrow." A series of over-the-top, yet imposing titles, like thunder, exploded in Su Xiaorou's mind. Her little head buzzed, leaving her in a blank state. The Undead King? Commander of natural disasters? What do these even mean? Although she didn't understand a single word, it felt incredibly powerful. Her breathing became rapid, and her gaze towards Frost of Sorrow shifted from awe to fervent admiration. Trembling, she asked in a near dreamlike voice the question that made her heart nearly stop. "So, could you possibly be the legendary SSS-level soul weapon that only exists in myths? Chapter 5 Worship that ends before it begins SSS level?" Su Ming pondered this term in his mind. It sounded more impressive than S-level, even more than SS level. It should be the highest rank in this world. Although his system panel did not clearly indicate a rank for Frostmourne, at such a moment he absolutely could not lose momentum. He emitted a mysterious monosyllable from his nose, even though he didn't have one. "Girl, your vision is still too limited." Su Ming spoke slowly in a tone that suggested he was a teachable person. "Well then, defining me with your world as shallow ranks ISNT entirely unacceptable. Just consider me as such." Saying this made it sound as though he was acknowledging himself as SSS level, which was somewhat of an injustice to him. After receiving a positive response, Su Xiaorou felt her head spinning, nearly fainting from happiness. SSS level soul weapon. What does that even mean? The strongest soul weapons in the entire Longxiao Alliance, on the surface, are merely the SS level national treasures, and there are only a few of them, each controlled by the top powers and wielded by star-level masters. An SSS level, that only existed in the myths and legends of the old era before the sky shattered. It is said that each one possesses the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. And now, such a legendary weapon exists in her hands. Moreover, it has formed a contract with her. Su Xiaorou felt as if her life had suddenly switched from hell mode to heaven mode. Like she was on the fastest psychic rail car. What entrance exams, what poverty, what bullying in the lower city. In front of an SSS-level soul weapon master. These are all nothing. Her back straightened unconsciously. Her eyes became brighter than ever before. All right, since you're already aware of my greatness. Su Ming's voice interrupted her fantasies again. Then, as my contractor, some necessary etiquette is indispensable. Etiquette? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. That's right. Su Ming spoke earnestly. Like a great being such as myself. Every time I bind with a new contractor, a solemn and sacred ceremony is required to declare our unbreakable covenant. So, what I need to do? Su Xiaorou asked nervously. Su Ming suppressed his laughter and said in the most solemn tone possible, very simple. You just need to sincerely, before my true form, perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows, and shout 3 times, Lord Frostmourne is invincible under heaven. Su Xiaorou was a bit dazed. 3 bows and 9 kowtows? This ceremony sounds a bit strange. What? You don't want to? Su Ming's tone turned cold. This is supreme glory. Back in the day, how many kings knelt before me, begging for me to glance at them. I didn't even bother. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaorou, who was pure and innocent, immediately felt a sense of respect. Yes, this is the SSS-level soul weapon master. Don't mention 3 bows and 9 kowtows, even if it meant worshipping daily. That would be a great privilege for her. Her awareness had been too low. She immediately adjusted her mindset, her face filled with sincerity and solemnity. She took 2 steps back, tidied up her patched clothes, then took a deep breath, looked at the majestic giant sword on the bed, bent her knees, and prepared to solemnly bow down. Su Ming was nearly laughing himself crazy in his mind. Ha, this girl is too easy to fool. So interesting. However, just as Su Xiaorou's knees were about to touch the ground, bang! A loud noise. The already shaky wooden door was violently kicked open from the outside. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the entire door slammed heavily onto the ground. A brazen and frivolous young voice followed, breaking the solemn atmosphere in the room. Su Xiaorou, you owe me medical fees and rent, and it's already been 3 days. So, are you ready to pack up and get out? Or have you thought it through and are planning to come to my house to serve as a maid, using your body to pay off the debt? Ha. At the door stood a young man dressed extravagantly, handsome yet with a frivolous gaze, crossing his arms and looking at her mockingly. Behind him were 2 similarly dressed lackeys, clearly here to back him up. He was the local bully, a second-rate contractor family member, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng swaggered into the small, dilapidated room like a local emperor inspecting his territory. His gaze swept around the room, finally landing on the pale-faced Su Xiaorou, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain and possessiveness. What's wrong? Haven't seen you in days and you've gone mute. Su Xiaorou was startled by this sudden turn of events, instinctively taking 2 steps back, just blocking in front of the bed. Her body trembled slightly, both from fear and anger. Zhao Feng, I will have money soon. Please give me a few more days. She mustered her courage to speak. Soon? I'm getting calluses in my ears from hearing that. Zhao Feng scoffed, not taking her words to heart at all. His gaze crossed over Su Xiaorou's shoulder and landed on the giant rune sword on the bed. Oh, it was as if he had discovered some new toy, raising an eyebrow. What's this? He walked around Su Xiaorou, looking down at Frostmourne. Where did you pick up this new toy from some garbage heap? The design is quite unique. What a pity, it's just a piece of scrap metal. Not even a hint of psychic energy fluctuation. In Zhao Feng's perception as a black iron-level contractor, Frostmourne, which was not activated by its master-s psychic energy, indeed resembled an ordinary iron lump. Brother Feng, this sword looks so stupid, big and clumsy, with all those messy symbols carved on it. Exactly, look. There's even a skull on the hilt. So tacky. Su Xiaorou, you're not planning to use this thing to participate in the academy assessment, are you? Don't make the examiners laugh to death. The two lackeys behind him also began to laugh recklessly. Su Xiaorou's face flushed red. She rushed forward, spreading her arms as if protecting her own child, blocking Zhao Feng and Frostmourne. You're not allowed to touch it. It's not scrap metal. Oh, Zhao Feng was amused by her reaction. Not scrap metal. Could it be some divine weapon? Su Xiaorou, have you gone crazy from picking up garbage? He reached out to push Su Xiaorou aside. Get away. Let me take a good look at your precious lump. Just then, Su Ming's cold and steady voice echoed in Su Xiaorou's mind. Girl, don't be afraid. These four simple words felt like a warm current, instantly dispelling most of the fear in Su Xiaorou's heart. But I can't beat him. Su Xiaorou anxiously responded in her heart. He is a black iron level contractor, and he has a D-level soul weapon, Gale Sword. Black iron level is nothing. Su Ming's tone was filled with disdain. You now, immediately, pick me up. Pick you up? Yes, right now. Trust me. Su Ming's voice carried an undeniable power. As Su Xiaorou watched Zhao Feng's increasingly bold hand getting closer, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. She suddenly turned around, gripping the cold hilt of Frostmourne. It felt heavy in her hands, but it was not impossible to lift. A wonderful sense of power flowed from the hilt through her arms and spread throughout her body. She took a deep breath, using all her strength to lift the enormous runic sword, its tip angled toward Zhao Feng. Although her arms trembled continuously from nervousness and lack of strength, her gaze was more resolute than ever. Zhao Feng's movements came to a halt. He looked at the ridiculous scene before him, first stunned, then bursting into even louder laughter. Ha 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 ha. You really picked it up. What? Do you want to fight me? He looked at her like a foolish clown who didn't know their place. Su Xiaorou, you worthless awakener who can't even afford a soul weapon, pointing a piece of scrap metal at me. Do you want me to break both your legs? He completely dismissed Su Xiaorou's resistance and reached out to grab the blade of Frostmourne. Come on, let me see how. Chapter 6. Have you seen the President's Ice Sword? Girl, channel a thread of your spirit energy as thin as a hair into the sword hilt. Su Ming's voice was calm, as if he was directing a simple drill. Just as Zhao Feng's annoying hand was about to touch the sword body, Su Xiaorou instinctively followed the instructions in her mind. She mobilized the weak spirit energy within her body, cautiously splitting off a strand and injecting it into the sword hilt in her hand. In the next second, a change occurred. Buzz! The previously unremarkable rune sword suddenly lit up all its runes in an instant, emitting a ghostly blue glow. A visible wave of white, cold air erupted violently from the sword body. Whoosh! The temperature in the small room plummeted. It felt like stepping from scorching summer directly into a frozen winter. Ah! Zhao Feng let out a short, sharp scream, retracting his hand like lightning. His outstretched hand, from fingertips to wrist, was covered with a thin layer of white frost. A bone-chilling cold surged up his arm, madly drilling into his body. What? What the hell is this thing? The mocking and arrogant expression on Zhao Feng's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a deep shock and disbelief. He frantically shook his hand, trying to get rid of the frost, but the cold was like a parasite, impossible to shake off, numbing half of his body. Feng! Brother Feng, are you okay? It's so cold. The two lackeys behind him were also terrified, their teeth chattering as they shivered, and looked at Su Xiaorou and the ominous giant sword in her hand with fear. What kind of soul weapon is this? An F-class soul weapon shouldn't have elemental effects. Even an ordinary D-class soul weapon only adds a weak attribute to attacks. It's impossible for just activating it to drop the room's temperature so drastically. Could be a C-class? How could a garbage girl who scavenges get a C-class soul weapon? Zhao Feng's mind was in turmoil as he stared at the sword, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy, but more so with dread. Well done, girl. Su Ming's voice carried a hint of approval. Now, show your momentum and tell him to take his people and roll out smoothly. Otherwise, the next thing to freeze won't be his hand, but his brain. Su Xiaorou looked at Zhao Feng's terrified expression and felt the powerful energy emanating from the sword. Her fear gradually faded away, replaced by an unprecedented courage. Her hands gripping the sword hilt stopped trembling. She straightened her back, meeting Zhao Feng's uncertain gaze, and spoke in a cold and firm voice that felt strange even to herself. Get out. You. Zhao Feng was choked by those two words, his face alternating between green and white. Being scolded by a trash girl he had always looked down upon was a huge humiliation to him. But that sword was just too bizarre. The cold air was still surging through his veins. At a critical time for the Academy assessment, it would be a loss to fight a mad girl wielding a strange weapon just for some face. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Feng's rationality overcame his anger. He shot Su Xiaorou a resentful glare, greedily glanced at the ruined sword as if trying to imprint it in his mind. All right, very well. Su Xiaorou, just wait for me. He dropped a classic threat. We'll see. During the Academy assessment, I will make you pay for what you did today. After saying that, he no longer dared to linger, covering his nearly numb hand, and left the small room in a fluster, taking his two still trembling lackeys with him. As they left, the broken door creaked in the draft. After Zhao Feng and the others escaped, the room fell into silence. Su Xiaorou maintained her sword-holding posture, standing still like a statue. After several seconds, her tense body suddenly relaxed. A strong sense of exhaustion surged up, and her legs went weak, collapsing directly to the ground. Clang! The heavy rune sword fell onto the floor beside her. I drove him away, she gasped, murmuring to herself, still somewhat unable to believe what had just happened. The bully who had haunted her like a nightmare had been scared away by her. Not just scared away. I saw that kid's hand. It won't be healed in 10 days or half a month. Su Ming's voice sounded quite pleased. Good job, girl, for your first real battle. Achieving this is commendable. As his words fell, the huge rune sword flashed and transformed back into a plain, completely charred broken blade. Su Xiaorou stared in astonishment at this magical scene. You can change back? Basic operation, don't overthink it. Su Ming used a term that Su Xiaorou completely didn't understand, then explained in a way she could grasp. This is the least noticeable of my many abilities. Mainly, you are too weak. Maintaining that form consumes too much of your stamina and spirit energy. Su Xiaorou sensed her internal state and realized that the already sparse spirit energy had been completely drained. She suddenly felt a wave of fear. If Zhao Feng hadn't been scared just now and chose to confront her, she probably wouldn't have been able to activate the sword's power again. All right, now let's talk business. Su Ming's tone turned serious. That Zhao Feng kid mentioned the Academy assessment. Also, you were short on money, right? Su Xiaorou silente nodded. Head, gazet diming. Yes, the trouble hasn't been resolved. Zhao Feng will definitely retaliate against her during the assessment. Moreover, the rent issue and her meals were pressing concerns. She elaborated on her predicament and the details of the Academy assessment to Su Ming. The assessment was divided into 3 parts. The first 2 parts were the soul weapon affinity test and the spirit energy strength test, measuring how much power the contract master could unleash from a soul weapon. The second part was a practical simulation, fighting against simulated void beasts in a virtual scenario to evaluate practical combat ability. Both of these required a lot of practice. Moreover, accessing the Academy's training grounds required money. Training ground? That kind of place is meant for sheltered flowers. So Min scoffed. If we're going to play, let us play for real. Real? Real? Su Xiaorou was somewhat confused. That's right. Su Ming's voice carried a hint of temptation. Do you want to solve your money problem? Do you want to smash that Zhao Feng's face during the assessment so he doesn't recognize himself? Su Xiaorou's breath caught, and she instinctively asked, yes. But how do we do it? Very simple. Su Ming gave her an answer that sent chills down her spine. We go outside the city and hunt void beasts. What? Su Xiaorou jumped up from the ground in shock. Hunt void beasts? That's something only official contract masters can do. I can't do it. The shattered lands outside the city are a death zone for someone like her who has just awakened. With me here, you say you can't? Su Ming's tone became more serious. Girl, you know nothing about your current power. Moreover, I need energy to unlock more powerful forms. And the void cores left behind by the void beasts after they die are the best supplements. Let's hunt the weakest F-level ones. You handle the fighting, and I'll give the commands. After killing them, we'll extract the void cores and sell them in the city. You'll have money, and I can become stronger. It's a perfect win-win plan. Su Ming painted a path for her with clear logic, a path she had never dared to imagine. A path filled with danger, but also full of opportunities. Su Xiaorou looked at the plain broken blade in her hand, feeling the confident and powerful voice in her mind. Fear still existed, but an emotion called hope surged more fiercely in her heart. Perhaps she really could? Perhaps her destiny could truly change completely starting today? She tightly gripped the broken blade, her knuckles turning white from the effort. She raised her head, her gaze passing through the dilapidated window, looking towards the towering wall that separated the city from the wilderness in the distance. In her eyes, there was no longer any confusion. Good. She nodded vigorously. We are going outside the city. Chapter 7. Outside the city. First experience in the novice village early the next morning before the sky was fully bright. Su Xiaorou put on her sturdiest old clothes, carefully hid the transformed Su Ming in her bosom, and left her dilapidated little house. She walked along the desolate streets of the lower district, surrounded by hurried lower-class citizens, each face etched with the fatigue of life. But today, Su Xiaorou felt different from them. Her steps were firm and powerful. Hey girl, the city is quite big, huh? Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with curiosity like a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. That street vendor selling pancakes smells pretty good. How about we grab breakfast first? And no money. Su Xiaorou whispered back, her cheeks slightly flushed. Forget I said anything. Su Ming decisively shut up. After traversing most of the lower district, the magnificent outer wall of the city finally came into view. The towering alloy walls were covered with massive energy cannons and defensive runes, exuding a cold sense of technology and security. At the city gate, a squad of fully armed city guards was inspecting the incoming and outgoing personnel. Seeing the contract practitioners in uniform, wielding standard soul weapons, Su Xiaorou's eyes were filled with yearning. This setup is decent, but I wonder how strong they really are. Su Ming silently critiqued. Since Su Xiaorou was just an ordinary awakened one and looked like someone who had just come out to scavenge, the guards simply scanned her with their instruments, confirmed she wasn't carrying any contraband, and waved her through. The moment she stepped out of the city gate, a world completely different from that inside unfolded before her. Desolate, dilapidated, lifeless. On the gray land lay the ruins of an old civilization, collapsed skyscrapers, rusted car skeletons, and ubiquitous debris. A gust of wind swept by, stirring up dust, carrying a sense of desolation. Su Xiaorou instinctively tightened her grip on the broken blade in her bosom, her palms sweaty. This was her first time venturing outside the city alone. Don't be nervous, girl. Take a deep breath. Su Ming's voice timely emerged like a calming pill. Remember our plan. This is the white safety zone. The city guards regularly clear it, and high-level void beasts rarely appear. Our target is a lone F-rank ripper. Moon Mwasa Sununtai Xiaorou nodded, striving to calm herself. Good. Now head to your left. There's a collapsed building over there where those little creatures like to hang out. Guided by Su Ming, Su Xiaorou began her trek across the wilderness. She walked cautiously, observing her surroundings vigilantly. Su Ming seemed as if he had been here before, continuously explaining. See that dark patch of land? That's been eroded by void energy. Stay away from it. That pit ahead, don't step in it. There might be corrosive worms underneath. Keep your breathing steady and don't expose your position. After about half an hour of walking, Su Ming's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. Stop. Ahead, at 3 o'clock. 50 meters away, there's a half-collapsed building. The target is inside. Su Xiaorou immediately halted, holding her breath and looking in the direction Su Ming indicated. In the ruins, a creature resembling a wolf but covered in rough black armor was digging with its claws. It was the most common F-rank void beast, the Ripper. Su Xiaorou's heart raced, instantly feeling a lump in her throat, although she had seen countless pictures of it in books. Witnessing this creature that instinctively devoured life made her feel an overwhelming fear that left her limbs somewhat weak. Don't be afraid. It's just an ugly dog. Su Ming reassured her. Now, take me out. It's time to get to work. Following his instructions, Su Xiaorou pulled out the broken blade from her bosom. Are you ready? I'm about to transform. As Su Xiaorou responded, the broken blade in her hand glowed and instantly transformed back into the imposing and fierce runic greatsword, Frostmourne. A powerful chill surged forth. 50 meters away, the Ripper, sensing something, suddenly lifted its head, its crimson eyes locked onto Su Xiaorou's direction. It bared its teeth in a menacing grin and let out a low growl. "We've been spotted." "Good. Saves us the trouble of approaching." Su Ming's tone was calm. "Girl, follow my lead. It's coming for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ripper propelled itself forward with its limbs, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging straight at Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou's mind went blank. She wanted to run, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move. "Stay calm." Su Ming's voice thundered in her mind. "Don't look at its eyes. Focus on its shoulder. When it gets within 5 steps, sidestep to your left. Then use all your strength to chop down with the sword. Leave the rest to me." The Ripper was getting closer, its foul stench approaching. In Su Xiaorou's eyes, the creature's gaping maw grew larger. At this critical moment, Su Ming's command became her only lifeline. She nearly closed her eyes, relying on instinct, and when the Ripper lunged at her, she suddenly stepped to the left. Simultaneously, she poured all her strength into the massive runic sword and swung it down with all her might. She braced herself for the expected violent impact. However, the collision and resistance she anticipated never came. She felt as if the sword had sliced through tofu, gliding smoothly without obstruction. With a soft thud, the sound of sharp blade entering flesh echoed. Su Xiaorou blinked in shock. The fierce Ripper had already dashed past her, but its body was split in two mid-air. There was no blood. The two halves of the corpse turned to a cloud of black dust the moment they hit the ground, dispersing with the wind. All that remained was a gray crystal the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint glow. An F-rank void core. Su Xiaorou stood there in a daze, staring at her hands, then at the void core on the ground, completely stunned. Is this over? A void beast that could easily tear apart an ordinary person, just like that, was killed by me in one strike? I told you, it's like cutting tofu. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of pride and boastfulness. Chapter 8 Continuous Upgrades. I really am not a grind emperor. Su Xiaorou stood still, her heart still pounding. A Ripper just vanished like that? She looked down at her tightly clenched hands, the cold touch of the massive rune sword still lingering in her palms. "Girl, what are you dazed about? Hurry up and pick up the loot." Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, carrying a sense of urgency. "This thing is money. You understand? Pick it up and we'll be rich." Oh. Su Xiaorou finally reacted and quickly jogged over, carefully picking up the gray crystal the size of a fingernail from the pile of black ashes. It felt warm in her hand, and there seemed to be a faint energy flowing within it. This is an F-level void core. In the black market, a well-preserved F-level void core can sell for 500 alliance coins. 500. That's enough for her to pay a month's rent, and still have some left over for several hearty meals. Su Xiaorou's hands trembled slightly as she clutched the core tightly, feeling as if she was holding not a piece of stone, but a heavy hope. "How does it feel?" Su Ming asked. I still can't quite believe it," Su Xiaorou said softly. I just split open like that." "It wasn't you who split it open, it was me. You just helped me swing down." Su Ming corrected her. The sharpness of Frostmourne is not something these low-level creatures can withstand. What you need to do now is get used to this feeling. There will be more intense scenes than this in the future. Su Xiaorou nodded heavily. "All right, enough with the sentimentality. The tutorial stage in the novice village is over. We're officially starting to grind monsters now." Su Ming's tone became lighter. "While you still have the energy, let us grind a few more. Come on, let us head deeper into those ruins. I can sense there are a few stragglers over there." Under Su Ming's command, Su Xiaorou tucked the void core safely away, gripped the broken blade tightly again, and continued moving deeper into the ruins. With the success of her first experience, her confidence grew significantly, and her steps became much steadier. Stop. To the left front, about 70 meters behind an overturned bus skeleton. Su Xiaorou immediately halted and listened intently. Sure enough, she could hear a series of low scraping sounds coming from that direction. "This time, let us take the initiative," Su Ming said. "Sneak over and stop about 20 meters away from it. Wait for my command." Su Xiaorou nodded, crouched down, and lightened her footsteps, using the surrounding ruins as cover to inch closer. Her movements were somewhat awkward, but under Su Ming's real-time guidance, she was doing surprisingly well. "Step lighter, step on that stone, don't step on that pile of broken glass. Lower your body. Yes, just like that. Good. Stop behind this pillar. Don't move. Su Xiaorou held her breath, peeking out from behind the pillar, just in time to see the Ripper's back. Are you ready? Transform. With a flash of light, the broken blade transformed back into the ruined giant sword. Almost simultaneously, the Ripper sensed the energy fluctuations behind it and suddenly turned around. Roar. It let out a roar, its crimson eyes locking onto Su Xiaorou. Don't give a chance. Su Ming's voice rang out decisively. Charge in. After 3 steps, lean to the right and slash upwards with the sword. Quick. This time, Su Xiaorou did not hesitate at all. The only thought in her mind was to execute the command. She tightened her grip on the giant sword and charged towards the Ripper. 3 steps. Lean to the right. The giant sword drew a cold arc from bottom to top, striking fiercely. Thud. Another soft sound. The Ripper, which had just leaped into the air, was slashed in half mid-air, turning into black ash and leaving behind a void core. The entire process flowed smoothly, so quickly that Su Xiaorou herself barely registered it. Beautiful. Su Ming praised without reservation. Did you see that? As long as you follow my commands, these little monsters are just here to give you money. Continue, next one. For the next half a day, Su Xiaorou completely transformed into a relentless monster-grinding machine. Under the guidance of Su Ming, who acted as a human radar and top-tier tactical AI, she rampaged through the white safety zone as if she were cheating. There are 2 in that building ahead. Don't be afraid. I'll teach you how to deal with both. Thud. Thud. There's one hiding in that pit on the right. Wait for it to jump out and give it a head-on blow. Thud. There are 3 gathered together in that rubble over there, a bit troublesome. Forget it. It's not a problem. Do it this way, then like this, and then take them all down with 1 sword. Thud. 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 Su Xiaorou went from feeling weak at the start to expressionless later, and finally to somewhat numb. All she needed to do was follow the commands and swing her sword. Each swing of her sword represented the downfall of 1, or even several, Rippers, and a string of valuable void cores added to her account. The bag around her waist, which had been empty at the beginning, grew fuller and heavier. However, this efficient hunting took a huge toll on Su Xiaorou. She had long been malnourished and had limited stamina. Furthermore, each time she activated Frostmourne, it consumed the already thin spiritual energy within her. After continuously hunting nearly 20 Rippers, Su Xiaorou's complexion had turned pale, and her breathing became heavy like a worn-out bellows. Stop. Let us take a break. She leaned on her sword, kneeling on one knee on the ground, gasping for air, sweat mixing with dust trickling down her forehead. What's wrong, girl? Out of strength already? Su Ming asked. I can't run anymore. My arms. I can barely lift them. Su Xiaorou felt as if her legs were filled with lead, and her arms were extremely sore. With each breath, her lungs burned painfully. The spiritual energy within her was completely exhausted. TSK, your stamina is really too poor. Su Ming clicked his tongue. This is just the beginning, and you're already down. Back in the day, I followed my previous. Cough, cough. Anyway, I could fight for 3 days and nights without catching my breath. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Su Xiaorou's voice was filled with regret. I held you back. She felt very guilty. Su Ming was so powerful, yet she was so weak, unable to keep up with even the most basic stamina. All right. I was just joking with you. Look at your little face. Su Ming's tone softened. You've just awakened. It's normal for your physical quality to lag behind. Plus, this is your first real battle, and the mental strain is greater. Being able to hold on until now is already quite impressive. Su Ming calculated in his heart. This girl's physical foundation was too poor, and he had to find a way to supplement it. Otherwise, forget about unlocking any amazing weapons in the future. Just maintaining the state of Frostmourne could drain her dry. All right, let us call it a day for now, Su Ming said. Transform the sword back, and we'll pack up and go home. Su Xiaorou nodded, and with a thought, the heavy rune giant sword glimmered and transformed back into the ordinary broken blade. Her body suddenly felt much lighter, and a strong sense of exhaustion surged over her, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. Leaning against a nearby broken wall, she barely steadied herself, and then carefully tucked the broken blade back in her arms. Let us count today as harvest. Su Ming's voice sounded quite cheerful. Su Xiaorou unfastened the pouch at her waist and poured its contents onto the ground. Splash! One by one, gray crystals emitting a faint glow rolled out. Su Xiaorou widened her eyes and began to count them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 18, 19, 20, a full 20 pieces. 20 F-level void cores. According to the market price, that's a total of 10,000 alliance coins. 10,000. Su Xiaorou couldn't even dream that one day she could earn such a large sum of money on her own in just half a day. Not bad. The earnings on the first day in the novice village are barely passing, Su Ming said in a tone that suggested this was just a small matter. If your stamina were a bit better, we could wipe out all the rippers in this area today. Su Xiaorou ignored Su Ming's bragging. She carefully put each void core back in her bag and hugged it tightly, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Let's go, girl, home. Today, I'll treat you to a restaurant, Su Ming said grandly. Su Xiaorou nodded vigorously, and her steps home seemed to become much lighter. Chapter 9, The Dream of 10,000 Coins, and braised pork returning to the fortress of the Magic City. The sky was already approaching dusk. Su Xiaorou, holding the heavy cloth bag, walked along the streets of the lower district, feeling that everything around her seemed different from when she arrived in the morning. The hurried passers-by still wore tired expressions, and the dilapidated houses continued to emit a sense of decay. But Su Xiaorou's mood was as light as the clouds in the sky. She didn't go home directly. Instead, at Su Ming's urging, she headed straight to the busiest commercial street in the lower district. This was a place for the lower-class populace to shop, with various small restaurants, grocery stores, and cheap equipment repair shops lining the streets. The air was filled with the aroma of food and the smell of machine oil, mingling together, brimming with the essence of life. Girl, did you see that? The big sign for Wangji Hunter Restaurant on the left, that's the one. Su Ming's voice echoed in Su Xiaorou's mind, full of anticipation. Su Xiaorou looked up. It was a relatively clean two-story building, with a large meat character hanging at the entrance, making her mouth water just by looking at it. However, she hesitated a bit. Will it be very expensive here? What are you afraid of? You are now a little rich woman with 10,000 coins, Su Ming said impatiently. Today we are the bosses. Go in and order the most expensive dish on the menu. Although Su Ming without money couldn't eat, that didn't stop him from wanting to experience the feeling of calling the shots. After Su Ming's repeated encouragement, Su Xiaorou finally mustered the courage to walk into the restaurant she had passed by 1,000 times but never dared to look at. The restaurant was bustling with people, mostly freelance contractors just returning from outside the city, covered in dust and the smell of blood, devouring meat and drinking from big bowls. Su Xiaorou found a corner to sit down, and a waiter promptly approached with a menu. What would you like to eat, young lady? Su Xiaorou nervously took the menu, looking at the dish names and prices, her palms starting to sweat. A plate of the cheapest shredded pork fried noodles cost 30 alliance coins. Previously, her daily food expenses didn't even amount to 10 coins. Ahem. Su Ming's voice rang in her mind. Flip to the last page of the menu. Su Xiaorou did as instructed. On the last page, in the largest font, were a few dish names. Signature braised pork, beast meat version, 188 alliance coins. Iron plate void beef, 288 alliance coins. Su Xiaorou's eyes immediately fixated on the words signature braised pork. She couldn't remember the last time she ate meat. She swallowed hard and said softly, with a slight tremble, I want a portion of the signature braised pork and 3 bowls of rice. All right, 1 portion of braised pork, 3 bowls of rice. The waiter replied loudly and turned to place the order. Su Xiaorou's heart raced, both pained and excited. 188 coins were spent just like that. That's more like it. Su Ming praised. Money is meant to be spent. Your body is too depleted. You need to replenish it with good food. Don't worry, what we spend today, we'll earn back double tomorrow. Soon, a large plate of shiny, fragrant braised pork was brought to the table. The meat was stewed to tenderness, with the reddish sauce enveloping every piece. And just the smell made Su Xiaorou's stomach growl uncontrollably. She picked up her chopsticks, carefully grabbed the largest piece, and placed it in her mouth. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, the rich aroma of meat and sauce exploded on her taste buds. It was fatty, but not greasy, melting in her mouth. An indescribable sense of happiness spread from her tongue to her heart. Tears welled up in Su Xiaorou's eyes. She began to devour the food, one piece after another. Paired with rice, as if she were trying to make up for a lifetime of not eating meat. Watching this scene in her mind, Su Ming was almost drooling. Is it delicious? Girl, describe the taste to me. It's delicious. Su Xiaorou replied with her mouth full, her words muffled. How is it delicious? Is it salty with a hint of sweetness, or sweet with a hint of salt? Is the skin of the meat chewy? Is the lean meat flavorful? Su Ming was anxious. Damn, why am I just a sword? I want to eat braised pork too. Su Xiaorou polished off an entire plate of braised pork and 3 bowls of rice, her belly now round. She let out a satisfied burp, feeling full of energy, and her spirits lifted considerably. After settling the bill, Su Xiaorou left the restaurant. She first went to a materials shop and sold the 20 void cores she had in her possession. After the boss checked the goods, he readily gave her 9,500 alliance coins. The market price for an F-grade core was 500, but the store would lower the price a bit for buybacks. This price was already quite fair. Holding the magnetic card with 10,000 alliance coins, after deducting the meal cost, Su Xiaorou felt as if she were dreaming. All right, we have money, we've eaten. It's time to go home, Su Ming said. I need to digest the energy I absorbed today. You absorb energy too? Su Xiaorou asked curiously. Of course, Su Ming explained. The rippers you killed, when they turned to black ash, a part of the purest energy was absorbed by me. Although it's not much, it greatly helped me restore power and unlock new functions. Then, do you also need void cores? Su Xiaorou asked. Exactly. Void cores are like rice and braised pork for you humans. They're my staple food, Su Ming said. From now on, the cores we hunt. You sell for money to improve our lives and buy equipment. But you must keep some for me as rations, so I can become stronger and unlock more powerful weapon forms. It's a virtuous cycle, understand? Su Xiaorou nodded. She returned to her shabby little room and locked the door. She took out the broken blade from her pocket and placed it on the bed. Will this energy be enough for you to unlock a new form? She asked, filled with anticipation. Not nearly enough. Su Ming's voice sounded a bit lazy. The energy I absorbed today is just enough for a meager meal and to fix some of my internal injuries. To unlock new weapons, you need to feed me a few C-grade cores at least. C-grade, Su Xiaorou gasped. A C-grade core costs at least 100,000 alliance coins on the market, and they are hard to find. It seemed that the road to making Su Ming stronger was still long. Don't think too much. You can't get fat in one bite, Su Ming comforted her. What you need to do now is rest well. Tomorrow we'll continue to go outside the city and improve your physical fitness first. Once you can swing me for an hour without getting winded, we can challenge higher level areas. Okay. Su Xiaorou lay on the bed, feeling very tired, but her spirit was unusually high. She looked at the ceiling, planning her future. With money, she could buy better clothes, eat better food, and even go to the academy's training grounds for more professional training. Her life seemed to really start to change from today. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden urgent knocking on the door rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaorou, are you home? Open the door. It was a familiar voice. Chapter 10. Who wants your junk? Wang Hao. Su Xiaorou was a bit surprised and quickly got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a slightly chubby boy with black-framed glasses and a silly smile squeezed in. He was carefully holding a long rectangular box in his hands. Xiaorou, where have you been? I've come looking for you several times today, but you weren't home, Wang Hao said as soon as he entered, curiously glancing around the small room. Wang Hao was one of Su Xiaorou's few friends and also her neighbor in this lower district. They had grown up together as childhood friends. I went out for a bit, Su Xiaorou replied, feeling a little guilty. She didn't plan to tell anyone, including Wang Hao, about her and Su Ming hunting the void beasts outside the city. Out? You didn't go to the recycling station again, did you? Wang Hao frowned. I've told you so many times, it's too dangerous there. What if you get scratched by that scrap metal? Besides, finding a usable soul weapon there is harder than winning the lottery. Su Xiaorou didn't know how to explain. All right, stop dodging me. Wang Hao presented the box to her with a proud smile. Look what I brought you. Su Xiaorou took the box with confusion and opened it, her eyes widening instantly. Inside the box lay a beautifully crafted short sword. The blade was silver white, with a streamlined design that exuded a sense of speed. The hilt was embedded with a light blue crystal that emitted a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. This is a D-grade soul weapon. Wine spirit short sword? Su Xiaorou exclaimed. She recognized the sword. She had seen it in the Academy's soul weapon catalog. It was one of the most popular D-grade soul weapons, known for its lightweight and speed, valued at least over 50,000 Alliance coins. Hee, what do you think? Not bad, right? Wang Hao raised his eyebrows proudly. My dad pulled a lot of strings and spent all our family savings from the past few years to get this from a retired city guard. It was originally for me, but my talent is more suited for logistical support, so it would be a waste to use this. You're about to take the assessment, right? This is perfect for you. Su Xiaorou held the box, her hands trembling. 50,000 Alliance coins. This was practically all of Wang Hao's family's fortune. No, Wang Hao, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Su Xiaorou quickly pushed the box back. Hey, why are you being polite with me? Wang Hao pushed the box back again. Who are we to each other? Besides, this isn't a gift. When you become a great contract master and make a lot of money, you can pay me back tenfold or eightfold. Su Ming, Su Xiaorou consciousness. Listen with great interest to their conversation. Oh, this little fatty is not bad, quite loyal. But his taste is questionable. How can he have a nerve to gift a broken D-grade short sword? Su Xiaorou felt deeply moved, but still insisted. Really, I can't accept it, Wang Hao. I already have a soul weapon. You have a soul weapon? Wang Hao was taken aback, then laughed. Don't joke with me. Where did you get the money to buy a soul weapon? Did you really find it in the trash? As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room, finally landing on the broken blade that Su Xiaorou had casually placed on her bed. Wang Hao's smile froze on his face. He walked over and carefully picked up the completely charred and cracked broken blade, examining it for a long time. Xiaorou, you mean this thing is your soul weapon? His voice changed pitch. Su Xiaorou nodded shyly. Ridiculous. Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose. This thing isn't even F grade. It's just a piece of scrap. You actually contracted with it? Have you gone mad? He could hardly believe his eyes. This thing, let alone passing the assessment, would probably shatter into pieces if it even touched a ripper. It's not scrap. It's really powerful, Su Xiaorou defended quietly. Powerful? Where is it powerful? Wang Hao's face turned red with anger. It doesn't even have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Xiaorou, are you being deceived? Hurry, let's go to the Contract Master Guild. A newly formed contract can be forcibly terminated within 3 days. Get rid of this piece of junk and contract my wind spear short sword. Trust me, it's the right choice. I won't. Su Xiaorou's attitude was exceptionally firm. She took the broken blade back from Wang Hao's hands and hugged it tightly. I won't change it. It is my soul weapon. Su Ming was delighted in her consciousness. Ha ha ha. This little fatty is getting anxious. Girl, well done. That's the spirit. Show some backbone. At the same time, an unpleasant emotion rose in Su Ming's heart. You little fatty, how dare you call me junk? You want the girl to terminate our contract? It's time for you to see what a real divine weapon is. Su Ming urged in Su Xiaorou's mind. Let him see my power. Release that chill. Freeze him a bit, and let him know why the flowers are so red. Don't. Su Xiaorou quickly stopped Su Ming in her mind. Wang Hao is my friend. He means no harm. She looked at Wang Hao, who was filled with disappointment, and said seriously, Wang Hao, thank you for your kindness. But this sword is very important to me, and I won't change it. Don't just look at its appearance. It really is strong. Wang Hao looked at Su Xiaorou's determined expression, a breath caught in his chest, unable to rise or fall. He couldn't understand why Su Xiaorou was so attached to what everyone saw as garbage. All right, you won't change it, huh? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, coming up with an idea. Since you insist it's powerful, how about we go to the virtual battlefield for a match? Virtual battlefield? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. That's right. Wang Hao said, it's an official virtual combat platform developed by the Alliance, where we can engage in 100 realistic combat simulations without real injuries. Consider it early training for the Academy assessment. We'll have a match. If you and your precious broken sword can beat me, I'll admit it's not junk. And I won't bring up changing swords again. How about it? He thought that only by letting Su Xiaorou personally experience the difference between a real D-grade soul weapon and a piece of scrap would she wake up to reality. The virtual battlefield? What kind of place is that? It sounds interesting. Su Ming's voice rang in Su Xiaorou's mind. Su Xiaorou quickly explained it to him in her mind. The virtual battlefield was a virtual space built using spiritual energy technology, allowing contract masters to connect their consciousness through specialized virtual technology. Inside, Various scenarios and void beasts could be simulated for injury-free practical training and combat. Entering the virtual battlefield required payment, and it wasn't cheap. Oh, there's such a good place? Su Ming's interest was piqued. It's similar to a holographic online game. Great. Girl, agree to him. I also want to see what the combat level in this world is like. But it's very expensive to go there, Su Xiaorou reminded quietly. I'll cover the ticket. Wang Hao patted his chest, confidently saying, I have enough for this. It's settled then. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll meet at the entrance of the official virtual experience hall in the lower district. If you don't dare come, it means you're feeling guilty. With that, Wang Hao slammed the wind spirit short sword onto the table and angrily turned to leave. You can use it first, and whenever you come to a decision, you can sign the contract. The door slammed shut, and the room returned to silence. Su Xiaorou looked at the wind spirit short sword on the table, then glanced at the broken blade in her arms, feeling a mix of emotions. This little fatty is quite stubborn, Su Ming commented. Wang Hao is a really good person, Su Xiaorou defended her friend. All right, I know he means well. However, we can't hold back tomorrow. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of anticipation. He needed to lose convincingly, so he would understand that his D-grade little toothpick isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. Su Xiaorou nodded firmly. She also wanted to prove to Wang Hao that her choice was not wrong. Chapter 11 Virtual Battlefield. Here we come. Early the next morning, Su Xiaorou got up early. For the first time, she didn't rummage through the trash first, but instead spent 5 alliance coins to buy 2 warm meat pies from a street vendor. One for herself, and the other was for Su Ming. I said, Girl, are you trying to tempt me? Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with resentment. Su Xiaorou took small bites of the meat pie, secretly laughing to herself. After finishing breakfast, she arrived at the only official virtual experience center in the lower city at the agreed time. It was a 3-story building that looked very high-tech, completely out of place with the surrounding rundown neighborhoods. At the entrance, people were coming and going, most of them young people around her age, all with excited and expectant expressions. Wang Hao had been waiting at the door. When he saw Su Xiaorou, he immediately waved. Over here. Su Xiaorou jogged over. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Wang Hao's tone was still a bit harsh, clearly still upset from yesterday. I promised I would come. Su Xiaorou replied seriously. Wang Hao glanced at the bundle she was holding, the broken blade still wrapped in cloth, held carefully in her arms. He sighed helplessly and didn't say anything more. Let us go inside. I've already bought the tickets, 2 hours of the beginner experience package. Wang Hao led Su Xiaorou into the lobby of the experience center. The lobby was very spacious and bright, with rows of silver-white, sci-fi-style virtual pods neatly arranged. This is the virtual pod. We lie inside, put on the sensor helmet, and our consciousness can connect to the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao explained as they walked. When you log in for the first time, the system will let you create a virtual avatar. You can mold it however you like, since others won't recognize you anyway. Oh, by the way, inside, the appearance of the soul weapon can also be adjusted or disguised to avoid being recognized. He looked at Su Xiaorou pointedly and said, But yours probably doesn't need any disguise. Su Xiaorou didn't say anything, just silently followed behind him. Su Ming was marveling in her consciousness. Not bad. This level of technology is much better than back home. You can mold your face and disguise your weapons. The confidentiality work is well done. Girl, when you go in later, just mold an average face. Don't be too flashy. As for me, I'll keep the broken blade form and let them see what it means to play the pig to eat the tiger. The two arrived at the 2 reserved virtual pods. All right, lie down. I'll be in the newbie area, training ground number 07, room number 9527. It's password protected. The password is 123456. Wang Hao said quickly. Once you're in, the system will have a newbie guide. Just follow the instructions. Su Xiaorou nodded, took a deep breath, and lay down in the virtual pod like everyone else. The pod door slowly closed, isolating her from all external sounds. She put on the sensor helmet, and everything went dark before a series of gentle system prompts sounded in her ears. Welcome to the Shattered Era Virtual Combat Platform, performing iris scan. Identity confirmed. Contract Master Su Xiaorou, welcome to your first login. Please create your virtual avatar. A standard humanoid light shadow appeared in front of her. with a dense array of adjustment options beside it. Following Su Ming's instructions, Su Xiaorou randomly selected the most ordinary short-haired girl avatar, adjusting her height and body shape to the most common data. Avatar creation successful. Please enter your nickname. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiaorou entered 2 characters, Xiaoshu. Nickname Xiaoshu is available. Synchronizing soul weapon information. Detected that your contracted soul weapon is unnamed broken blade grade, cannot be assessed. Would you like to perform appearance disguise? No. Su Xiaorou sa identitat. Soul weapon information synchronized successfully. Newbie guide has been sent to your personal terminal. Enjoy your game. The light in front of her flashed, and Su Xiaorou felt as if she had passed through a colorful tunnel. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a vast white space. This was the newbie waiting hall of the virtual battlefield. Around her were virtual figures coming and going, each displaying their nicknames above their heads. Girl, how does it feel? Isn't it amazing? Su Ming's voice also carried a sense of novelty. It feels just like reality. Su Xiaorou moved her hands and feet. The touch and gravity were indistinguishable from the real world. She looked down at the weapon in her hand, still that unremarkable broken blade. Following the room number and password given by Wang Hao, she quickly found training ground no. 07. Entering the room, Wang Hao was already waiting inside. His virtual avatar was a tall and handsome blonde guy, with the nickname Windy Fatty above his head, forming a stark contrast with his real self. In his hand, he held the universal basic soul weapon in the virtual battlefield, also the Wind Spirit Short Sword. You're here, Wang Hao said when he saw Su Xiaorou, his voice processed to sound very magnetic. Are you ready? Su Xiaorou nodded. Then let us start. Wang Hao said, I want to go easy on you. I will show you the difference between a real soul weapon and a piece of scrap metal. As he spoke, he assumed a standard starting stance. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, gripping the broken blade tightly. Girl, don't be nervous. Su Ming's voice rang in her mind. Remember how we fought the Ripper yesterday? Just do as I say. Treat this little fatty as a human-shaped Ripper. Oh no, he is not as fast as the Ripper. Su Xiaorou, battle request has been sent. Opponent has accepted. Battle countdown 3, 2, 1. Start. As the countdown ended, Wang Hao moved. A gust of wind swept beneath his feet, and he transformed into a blue shadow, instantly rushing in front of Su Xiaorou. So fast. Su Xiaorou was startled. The speed boost of the D-grade soul weapon, Wind Spirit Short Sword, was indeed well-deserved. Wang Hao's short sword drew a tricky arc, aiming straight for Su Xiaorou's throat. Don't panic. Su Ming's voice was calm. Step back half a step. Turn your body left. Block with the sword. Su Xiaorou almost reflexively made the move, when a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Wang Hao's determined strike was steadily blocked by the seemingly fragile broken blade. A huge force transmitted from the sword, numbing Wang Hao's arm. How is that possible? Wang Hao was shocked. This power was completely unlike what a frail awakened girl could produce. Now, step forward, hit him in the chest with the sword handle. Su Ming's command followed closely. Su Xiaorou didn't hesitate, stepping forward, the broken blade thrusting forward, the heavy sword handle smashing hard against Wang Hao's chest. Bang! Wang Hao felt as if he had been struck by a bull in the chest, his whole body uncontrollably flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. The health bar above his head instantly dropped a small segment. What? Wang Hao lay on the ground, completely dazed. What just happened? How did I fly out? His speed seemed completely useless in front of the opponent. Meanwhile, the seemingly clumsy block and strike from the other side contained a power he couldn't resist at all. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Rush up and slap his face with the sword. Su Ming's voice carried a hint of malicious delight. Su Xiaorou's mouth twitched, but she still charged forward with a broken blade in hand. Wang Hao jumped up from the ground with a nimble motion, looking at Su Xiaorou rushing towards him, his eyes filled with seriousness. He dared not underestimate her any longer. Whirlwind slash. Wang Hao shouted. The Wind Spirit Short Sword, in his hand spinning rapidly, generating streams of blue sword energy that formed a small tornado, attacking Su Xiaorou. This was the skill attached to the Wind Spirit Short Sword. How flashy, Su Ming commented disdainfully. Girl, don't mind those sword energies. Aim for the center of the tornado and chop down with your sword. Vertically. Su Xiaorou gritted her teeth, facing the incoming sword energy tornado, raised a broken blade high with both hands, and exerted all her strength to chop down fiercely. There were no extravagant effects, nor any deafening sounds. The black broken blade sliced through the sword energy tornado effortlessly, like a red-hot knife cutting through butter, splitting it in two. The sword energy dissipated. The momentum of the broken blade did not decrease, stopping right in front of Wang Hao's forehead. Wang Hao stood there dazed, a drop of virtual cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had lost, completely and utterly, without any chance to fight back. Battle ended. Winner, Little Tree. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private training room not far from training ground number 07, a beautifully dressed girl with stunning looks held a radiant B-class longsword, effortlessly slaying a simulated D-class elite beast, the Howler. She was Lin Shuer. Boring. Lin Shuer sheathed her longsword, her expression neutral, and adjusted the difficulty to the maximum. Give me 10 of them. Yes, Miss Sue. A young attendant beside her quickly began operating. Just then, another attendant rushed over. Miss Shuer, young Master Zhao Feng. You two should come and see. In the public training ground next door, someone is fighting, and it looks quite interesting. Zhao Feng, the bully who had been scared off by Su Xiaorou earlier, was now following Lin Shuer like a lapdog. Hearing this, he disdainfully scoffed. Public training ground? What could be interesting about that? It's just a bunch of poor rookie losers pecking at each other. Don't bother Shuer with such trash. No, Brother Feng, that attendant hurriedly explained. The girl who won. She was using what seemed to be a broken piece of scrap metal. Chapter 12, That Broken Blade, is my failed product. In the luxurious private training room. Brother Feng, come quickly. It's really interesting. The lackey was shouting at the door, afraid that the people inside couldn't hear him. Zhao Feng was about to scold him again, telling him not to disturb Miss Shuer with such trivial matters from some poor fellow, when he noticed that Lin Shuer had already stopped her movements. She sheathed her colorful B-grade longsword, moon-tied, and her beautiful face showed no emotion, only a faint glance at the door. What is the matter? Why so noisy? Her voice was cold, like snow on a mountain peak, making the temperature in the room seem to drop a few degrees. The lackey who came to report shuddered and quickly lowered his head, saying, Miss Shuer, I'm sorry to disturb your training. It's in the public training ground next door. A girl nicknamed Little Tree won against someone using a D-grade wind spirit short sword with a broken sword and a victory. It was very decisive. Broken sword? Zhao Feng scoffed and moved closer to Lin Shuer, saying earnestly, Shuer, don't listen to his nonsense. It's probably some poor guy who got lucky and encountered someone worse. A broken sword? Can that thing even be called a soul weapon? If it doesn't shatter with a single touch, it would be a miracle. Lin Shuer didn't speak, but her brow furrowed slightly. The term broken sword made her heart skip a beat, reminding her of a very unpleasant incident. That purple lightning that fell from the sky. The sword that shattered in her hand, containing countless efforts and rare materials, ultimately turning into a piece of charred scrap iron. That was the only and most glaring blemish on her genius record. Bring up the battle footage, Lin Shuer said. Huh? Shuer, do you really want to watch? Watching those rookies peck at each other is just a waste of your time, Zhao Feng advised. Bring it up, Lin Shuer repeated, her tone not allowing for refusal. Yes, yes. The young man beside her did not dare to delay, and quickly operated the console. Soon, a huge light screen projected on the wall, displaying the battle replay from training ground number 07. On the screen, a blonde handsome guy nicknamed Wind faced off against an ordinary-looking girl with short hair nicknamed Little Tree. See, Shuer, I told you, just look at how poorly designed her character is. It's obvious she has no aesthetic sense. Zhao Feng commented incessantly from the side, tried to attract Lin Shuer's attention. Lin Shuer ignored him. Her gaze was fixed on the girl called Little Tree. In her hand was a broken blade. It was completely black, lacking any luster, looking like it had been dug out from a scrap metal pile. It was this unremarkable appearance that made Lin Shuer's pupils shrink sharply. It looked too similar, although weapons in the virtual battlefield could be fine-tuned. The form of this broken blade, that unique fracture, and that aura of scrap that made her feel disgusted from the depths of her heart were exactly the same as the failed product she had lost. Impossible lin suar motiv to herself. That thing should have had its core shattered by the lightning. How could it still be contracted? How could it be used for battle? Coincidence? Or, just as her thoughts surged, the battle began. In the footage, the wind-like fat guy moved extremely quickly, transforming into a blue shadow that thrust directly at Little Tree's throat. Zhao Feng commented, this thrust with the wind spirit short sword is quite standard with good speed. It's enough to deal with a rookie. That girl called Little Tree will definitely not be able to react and will be taken down in one move. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze. Little Tree simply took half a step back, sidestepped, and used the black broken blade to precisely block the tricky thrust. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out. Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised. She got lucky and managed to block it. But Lin Shuer's expression became serious. She was not like Zhao Feng, who was just a mediocre fighter. She could see that the timing, angle, and force of that block were all just right, with not a single superfluous motion. This was not luck. It was battle instinct honed through countless trials. Immediately afterward, Little Tree stepped forward, smashing the sword hilt fiercely against the wind-like fat guy's chest. Bang! The blonde handsome guy was sent flying. Zhao Feng's mouth slightly opened, the words stuck in his throat. This power is too exaggerated, right? The following battle situation left him speechless. Facing the wind spirit short sword, skill, the whirlwind slash. Little Tree did not dodge or evade. She raised that seemingly fragile broken blade and swung down. There was no spiritual energy glow, no skill fluctuations. Just the purest, most unadorned chop. The blue sword energy whirlwind was split in two as if made of paper and instantly dispersed. The momentum of the broken blade did not stop, steadily halting in front of the wind-like, fat guy's forehead. The battle ended. The entire process was clean and smooth, even described as a complete rout. In the private training room, there was silence. The two lackeys were already dumbfounded. Zhao Feng's face changed colors, feeling a bit of pain in his face. Just a moment ago, he had been saying it was a rookie pecking at each other, but the combat skills displayed were significantly better than his own. Interesting. Lin Shuer softly uttered those three words. Her gaze was fixed on the paused image of the black broken blade on the light screen. She was now about 80% certain that this was the failed product she had lost. But why? Why could a piece of scrap unleash such strong power? Although Little Tree's movements were simple, each strike hit the mark, almost textbook perfect. Was that girl herself a combat genius? Or was there more to this broken blade? A strong sense of curiosity, accompanied by an inexplicable irritation, rose in Lin Shuer's heart. Brother Feng, that girl is amazing. What the lackeys said quietly. What's so amazing about it? Zhao Feng exploded like a cat with its tail stepped on. She just beat a fat guy. That fat guy is obviously just for show. He's fast, but weak, and he gets dumbfounded when someone gets close. If I went up, I'd definitely take her down in 3 moves. He was trying to save face. Is that so? Lin Shuer's cold voice suddenly rang out. She turned her head to look at Zhao Feng and said, "Then you should try it." Huh? Zhao Feng was stunned. Shuer, you want me to go? You just said you could take her down in 3 moves, right? Lin Shuer countered. Go ahead, send her a challenge. I want to see for myself what's so special about this scrap iron. Her tone was very calm, but Zhao Feng could sense an unrefusable implication within it. He immediately felt a wave of despair. Although he spoke lightly, he knew that the girl called Little Tree was definitely a tough opponent. If he went up, his chances of winning were indeed slim. But now that Lin Shuer had spoken, could not go. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of her. If he won, Shuer would definitely see him in a new light. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng steeled his resolve, patted his chest, and said, Miss Shuer, don't worry. I'll go meet her right away. I guarantee I'll make her pick up her tea from the ground for you to enjoy. After saying that, he immediately ran towards the nearby virtual pod, preparing to log into his account. Lin Shuer watched his back and then turned her gaze back to the still image of the broken blade on the light screen. The failed product I forged with my own hands. I want to see what secrets you're hiding. Chapter 13, This Fatty is quite nice in training ground number 07. Wang Hao's virtual image, a wind-like fatty, got up from the ground, staring at the broken blade hovering in front of his forehead, still in a state of great shock. I lost. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat, but rather that it was so inexplicable. From start to finish, he couldn't understand how he had lost. The opponent's moves looked so simple: a block, a collision, a slash. Yet these three moves turned his speed and skills into a joke. How about it? Wang Hao, do you still think my sword is scrap metal? Su Xiaorou spoke, her voice processed by the system into a neutral tone, showing no emotion. Wang Hao forced a smile and shook his head. No, it's not scrap metal. It's very strong. I underestimated it. He was convinced. The immense power transmitted through the blade, along with that clean and decisive slash that directly countered his skills, proved the extraordinary nature of this broken blade. Xiaorou, I'm sorry. Wang Hao's tone became much more sincere. I was too impulsive yesterday. I shouldn't have forced you to change your sword. Your choice was right. It's okay. I know you meant well. Su Xiaorou retracted the broken blade, feeling relieved inside. Gaining a friend's recognition made her happier than winning. Girl, good job. This friend is quite nice, able to admit mistakes and correct them. That's great. Su Ming commented in her mind. Far better than some so-called geniuses who are blind to reality. The genius Su Ming referred to was, of course, Lin Shuer. By the way, Xiaorou, Wang Hao scratched his virtual blonde hair. What is the origin of this sword? Why is it so fierce? And those moves you just used, they were amazing. I've never seen anything like them in books. He was now filled with curiosity about this broken blade and Su Xiaorou's strength. This is a secret, Su Xiaorou replied, using the phrasing Su Ming had taught her. Oh, I see, I get it. Wang Hao nodded quickly. In the world of contractors, who doesn't have a few secrets? Instead of being angry, he became even more excited. Xiaorou, you're awesome now. With this sword, the academy assessment is definitely secure. Maybe you can even get a good ranking and enter the main campus. He was genuinely happy for Su Xiaorou. While they were chatting, suddenly, Su Xiaorou's personal terminal rang with a prompt sound. Player Zhao Ritian has sent you a private battle invitation. Do you accept? Zhao Ritian? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. Who is this with such an arrogant name? A private battle invitation? Wang Hao leaned over to take a look and immediately exclaimed, Wow, who is this? Xiaorou. Do you know him? Su Xiaorou shook her head. Don't accept. Wang Hao said immediately. There are all kinds of people in the virtual battlefield, and some like to use alternate accounts specifically to find novice players to bully for fun. There are also those who bet. Losing can result in losing experience points or even equipment. You just won a match against me with a 100 win rate. So you were probably recommended to some people by the system. Oh, is there such a thing? Su Ming's voice in Su Xiaorou's mind piqued with interest. Girl, ask this fatty what the private battle entails. Su Xiaorou then asked Wang Hao. Wang Hao immediately became like a gossip, explaining endlessly. Private battles are different from our scheduled room battles. They're usually randomly matched or challenge-specific. You can also bet, wagering alliance coins, equipment, anything can be gambled. However, our basic experience package doesn't have the betting feature. But for named challenges, the challengers are usually not good intentions. They either seek revenge or want to bully you for fun. Just ignore him and refuse. Zhao Ritian. Su Ming pondered this name in his consciousness, feeling a bit annoyed by this second-rate style. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me? I really haven't seen this for a long time. Girl, accept it, Su Ming decisively said. But, Su Xiaorou hesitated. What if the opponent is a master? What are you afraid of? I'm here. Su Ming's voice brimmed with confidence. It's just right for you to practice your skills and get familiar with the feeling of battle. Besides, I have a feeling that this Zhao Ritian might just be our old acquaintance. A free target, don't pass it up. Su Ming had another layer of thought. The recent battle with Wang Hao was just a warm-up. You want to see how long Su Xiaorou could maintain the true form of Frostmourne under her current physical condition and how powerful it would be. This Zhao Ritian was just a perfect test subject. But I'm a bit tired, Su Xiaorou quietly said in her heart. Although the recent battle was short, it had consumed quite a bit of her mental energy. It's fine, this round will be quick. Su Ming guaranteed. Just think of it as whack-a-mole, a one-hit deal. With Su Ming's assurance, Su Xiaorou's heart settled. She said to Wang Hao, I want to give it a try. You really want to accept? Wang Hao became anxious. What if the other party is a master? It's fine, just think of it as gaining experience. I won't really be hurt anyway. Su Xiaorou smiled. Wang Hao looked at her determined expression and could not persuade her any further. He could only say, "All right then, I'll watch your match. If anything seems off, just admit defeat quickly. Don't push yourself." Su Xiaorou took a deep breath and pressed the accept button on the holographic screen. Battle invitation accepted, transferring you to the private arena. The scene before her changed rapidly, and Su Xiaorou and Wang Hao instantly disappeared from the training ground. When she could see her surroundings again, she found herself in a much larger, circular arena. Opposite her, a virtual image dressed in flashy golden attire, bearing the nickname Zhao Riqian, appeared. Above the arena, several spectator seats floated. In one luxurious private box, Lin Shuer was quietly watching below with her cold eyes. "Miss Shuer, it has begun." Zhao Feng's voice came from a nearby virtual pod, full of eagerness to take credit. "Just watch how I dismantle her piece of junk." Lin Shuer did not respond. All her attention was focused on the girl named Xiaorou and that broken blade in her hand that troubled her. She wanted to see for herself what was so peculiar about this thing. Chapter 14, This sword, can it transform? In the private arena. "Little girl, you have some guts to accept my challenge," Zhao Feng's virtual image Zhao Riqian said, crossing his arms and adopting a condescending tone. His voice was also processed, becoming rough and arrogant. He looked at the ordinary short-haired girl across from him, filled with disdain. Someone like her, worthy of Xiaomei watching in person? It's just luck that she won against a noob fatty. "Let's talk, let us begin." Su Xiaorou's virtual character, Little Tree, replied coldly. This was what Su Ming taught her. She couldn't lose in momentum. Pretty cocky. Zhao Feng was taken aback, sneering. "All right, then I'll show you what real strength looks like." Battle countdown, 3, 2, 1, start. As the countdown ended, Zhao Feng didn't rush to charge like Wang Hao. With a flick of his wrist, a D-grade soul weapon, Storm Sword, appeared in his hand. The sword was crimson red, emitting a scorching aura. "You can make the first move, so you can't say I'm bullying you." Zhao Feng struck a pose he thought was cool. He wanted to crush his opponent in a spectacular fashion in front of Lin Xiaomei. "Girl, don't hold back." Su Ming's voice echoed in Su Xiaorou's mind. With a hint of teasing, "I can guarantee 100 that the opponent is our old acquaintance." Since it's an old acquaintance, let us give him a big surprise. "What should I do?" Su Xiaorou asked in her heart. "Remember that day at home when I asked you to do something?" Su Ming guided her, channeling a bit of energy into the sword hilt. "This time, don't hold back. Pour all your energy into it." "All of it?" Su Xiaorou was taken aback. Her internal energy was already limited, and if she used it all, she might immediately fall into a state of exhaustion. "Don't worry, this battle will end in a second." Su Ming's voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Su Xiaorou no longer hesitative. She had an almost blind trust in Su Ming. Taking a deep breath, she tightly gripped the unremarkable broken blade, mobilizing all her internal energy and pouring it in without reservation. Buzz! A terrifying aura, 10 times, 100 times stronger than that day in the small room, erupted explosively. A dark blue light surged from the broken blade like a tidal wave. A bone-chilling cold instantly swept across the entire arena. In the audience, Wang Hao felt a chill emanating from the screen, making him shiver involuntarily. What is this?" He widened his eyes. Meanwhile, in the luxury box, Lin Xiaomei suddenly stood up from her seat, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. An elemental release of this level. This is definitely not something a D-grade soul weapon can achieve. Could it be C-grade? Or even higher? In the arena, Zhao Feng was also startled by this sudden change. What the hell? He felt the air around him seemed to solidify. A soul-chilling tremor froze him in his tracks. However, what shocked him even more was still to come. Under everyone's gaze, the broken blade in Su Xiaorou's hand was undergoing a tremendous transformation. The charred surface peeled away bit by bit, revealing a sword body flickering with mysterious runes beneath. The broken part was connected and reshaped by a frenzied black energy. At the crossguard, a sinister demon skull emerged, and in its hollow eye sockets, 2 dark blue flames ignited. Clang! With a light sound, a menacing, imposing, dual-handed great sword, radiating endless cold and ominous aura, fully materialized in Su Xiaorou's hands. Frostmourne, arriving in its most primal, complete form on the virtual battlefield. This. In the audience, Wang Hao was already speechless. He pointed at the great sword on the screen, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The sword. It can transform. In a luxury box, Lin Xuemei's body swayed slightly. If she hadn't held onto the railing beside her, she would have almost fallen. Her mind was blank. Transform? How is that possible? The sword she forged didn't have such a function. What on earth is going on? Is that sword still the one she forged? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She murmured in disbelief. On the battlefield, the most confused and terrified was Zhao Feng. When he saw the complete form of the great sword, an unforgettable fear surged from the depths of his heart. This shape, this skull, this soul-chilling coal. It's you. Zhao Feng's virtual image, Zhao Ritian, let out a pitchy scream. He remembered, a few days ago, in that dilapidated little house, that crazy girl who froze his palm and made him escape in embarrassment. It was her. It was his strange sword. How could she be here? That little tree is her. Quick, attack. Su Ming's command exploded in Su Xiaorou's mind. Su Xiaorou felt dizzy due to the depletion of her internal energy. But relying on her last bit of willpower, she executed the command. Gripping Frostmourne with both hands, she swung it down fiercely at Zhao Feng, who was still recovering from shock. No fancy techniques, just the simplest heavy strike. Zhao Feng only saw a dark blue sword light rapidly enlarging in front of him, the cold aura of death completely enveloping him. He wanted to dodge, wanted to block, but his body felt as if it was frozen, unable to move at all. Thud! A light sound. Zhao Feng's virtual image was split in half from head to toe, not even having time to scream before dissipating into specks of light in the air. Battle ended. Winner. Little tree. The cold system notification echoed in the silent arena. From the start of the battle to the end, it took less than 3 seconds in total. Instant kill. A complete instant kill. In the audience, Wang Hao stared blankly at the victory message on the screen, unable to regain his senses for a long time. What just happened? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was hallucinating. That arrogant Zhao Ritian just disappeared, cut down by Xiaorou in one blow. And that sword, that weapon that transformed from a broken blade into a super great sword. Wang Hao felt his worldview being repeatedly overturned in just a few minutes today, then trampled down hard. This is way too fantastical. He couldn't help but curse. He finally understood why Su Xiaorou treasured that broken blade so much. This is no ordinary broken blade. This is clearly a super weapon disguised as a broken blade, a soul weapon that can transform. In his entire life, he hadn't just seen one. He hadn't even heard of such a thing. Xiaorou, did you not find a treasure but a divine artifact? Wang Hao muttered to himself. Chapter 15, she was called Su Xiaorou, living in a luxurious private room in the lower city. The atmosphere was deathly silent. The two lackeys didn't dare to breathe. Zhao Feng's virtual pod opened with a bang, and he rolled out with a pale face, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ghost, he muttered in a quivering voice. The shock of being killed in an instant, along with the fear of seeing that strange great sword again, nearly drove him to the brink of a mental breakdown. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone's gaze was focused on the girl who stood up from her seat, emanating a cold aura. Lin Xuer. Her face no longer held the usual pride and composure. Instead, it was filled with shock, confusion, irritation, and a hint of jealousy, an emotion she hadn't even realized herself. She stared intently at the light screen. In the screen, the girl named Xiao Shu, after winning, began to fade and quickly disappeared from the arena. She had clearly logged off. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Xuer repeated this phrase over and over again. She couldn't accept everything that was happening before her. She, the pride of the Lin family, an 18-year-old master-level blacksmith, hailed as a rare genius in decades. Every soul weapon she forged was a masterpiece, pursuing perfection without flaws. Yet now, a piece she had deemed a failure, scrap metal, trash, something she discarded like garbage, not only had been contracted by someone, but had also displayed power far beyond her imagination in the virtual battlefield. It could even transform, that fierce, domineering form, filled with the aura of death and winter, was completely the opposite of the elegant, light style she had originally designed. It was like a mother discovering that the child she had given birth to had been taken away by someone and suddenly transformed into another person after a few days. How could she accept this? This was not just questioning her work, but questioning her very self. Questioning her talent, her pride, her everything. Misuya. I. Zhao Feng crawled to Lin Shui's side, wanting to explain something, but he didn't know where to start. Lin Shui suddenly turned her head, her cold gaze falling on him like a knife. Shut up. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. Didn't you say you could make her fall within 3 moves? And yet, you couldn't even withstand one of her moves. Zhao Feng was drenched in sweat from the barrage of questioning, his legs weakened, nearly kneeling down. I didn't know she was that powerful. Mi Sue. That sword was too strange. Enough. Lin Shui interrupted him. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Her mind was in chaos. But one thought was crystal clear. She had to find that girl. She needed to figure out what had happened to that broken blade. You know her, right? Lin Shui stared at Zhao Feng, asking each word deliberately. You know that girl with the broken blade in reality. Zhao Feng trembled all over. He looked at Lin Shui's unquestionable gaze and dared not hide anything. Yes, Miss Shui. He nodded with difficulty. I know her. Who is she? Her name is Su Xiaorou. She is in our academy's preparatory class. An orphan living in the lower city, usually makes a living by scavenging. Zhao Feng's voice grew smaller. He felt like every word he spoke was a slap to his own face. He, the young master of the Zhao family, had been defeated in front of his crush by an orphan who scavenged for garbage with a broken sword she picked up from the trash. If this got out, he would be unable to show his face in the magic city ever again. Su Xiaorou. Lin Shui chewed on this name. An orphan living in the lower city, surviving by scavenging. Such a person had contracted her failure and staged an astonishing battle before her. The immense sense of disparity made Lin Shui's mood even more irritable. Where does she live? Lin Shui continued to press. In the lower city, Block 7, in a very run-down rental house. Zhao Feng quickly replied, I can take you there. He just wanted to make up for his mistakes. No need. Lin Shui coldly refused. She didn't want Zhao Feng, this useless person, to appear before her again. She turned around, picked up her coat and sword bag, and walked straight out. Miss Shui, where are you going? One of the lackeys asked cautiously. To the lower city. Lin Shui's answer was simple and cold. She wanted to personally meet that Su Xiaorou. She wanted to ask her in person. That sword, why? And she, why? Su Xiaorou felt like her head was empty. When she came out of the virtual pod, her legs were weak, and if she hadn't been holding onto the door, she would have almost fallen to the ground. Xiaorou, are you okay? Wang Hao also emerged from the nearby virtual pod. Seeing Su Xiaorou's pale face, he hurried over to support her. I am Mifine. Su Xiaorou shook her head, her voice a bit weak, just a little exhausted. Girl, I told you, that move consumes a lot. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, sounding a bit tired. Your current total spiritual energy is like a small puddle, and I drained it completely. You can't use that move lightly in the future. You need to wait until you upgrade to a river or sea. Su Xiaorou replied in her heart. Although her body was tired, her mood was exceptionally elated. She won. Not only did she win against Wang Hao, but she also defeated that arrogant Zhao Ritian. More importantly, she witnessed Su Ming's true power. The scene of transforming from the broken blade form into the fierce giant sword was deeply engraved in her mind. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen it, it was just too cool. Xiaorou, you honestly tell me. Wang Hao supported her, walking to the lounge area, his voice low and filled with mystery and excitement. What level is that sword of yours? Grade B or Grade A? In his view, being able to transform and take down a D-grade soul weapon holder in one move must at least be Grade B. I don't know either. Su Xiaorou shook her head. This was TLI. She only guessed it might be SSS grade. After all, Su Ming hadn't opposed it. You don't even know? Wang Hao was even more surprised. Then you really picked up a ghost. No, you picked up treasure. Xiaorou, your luck is simply against the heavens. Right now, he felt nothing but admiration and envy towards Su Xiaorou. All right, don't think too much. Su Ming said in Su Xiaorou's mind. Hurry home. You need to meditate immediately to recover your spiritual energy. Otherwise, continuously being in deficit isn't good for your body. Su Xiaorou said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, I'm a bit tired and want to go home to rest first. Oh, okay, I'll take you back. Wang Hao quickly said. No need. I can go by myself. Su Xiaorou stood up. That won't do. You're now the hope of our lower city, a future big shot. I must escort you home safely. Wang Hao patted his chest, looking determined. Su Xiaorou couldn't argue with him and had to let him accompany her back. Along the way, Wang Hao didn't stop talking, excitedly discussing the battle they just had. Xiaorou, that last sword strike of yours was too powerful. That guy Zhao Ritian, I bet he was stunned. And that chill when your sword transformed, I felt it even from the audience. It was so exaggerated. From now on, who would dare say you're using scrap metal? I, Wang Hao, will be the first to get angry at them. Su Xiaorou just smiled and listened, feeling warm inside. It's really nice to have a friend like this. Back in that shabby little room, after sending off the still excited Wang Hao, Su Xiaorou immediately closed the door and bolted it. She let out a long sigh, feeling as if all her bones were about to fall apart. She carefully placed the restored broken blade she held in her arms on the bed, then sat cross-legged on the floor herself. Su Ming, are you okay? She asked in her heart with some concern. She could sense that Su Ming's aura seemed a bit weaker than usual. What could possibly be wrong with me? I'm a divine weapon. Su Ming's voice still carried a hint of laziness, just a bit tired from playing extreme racing with you, the novice driver. Hurry up and meditate to recover. The more you recover, the more comfortable I'll be. Su Xiaorou closed her eyes and began to guide the thin spiritual energy particles in the air into her body, following the basic meditation method taught by the Academy. This was a very slow process. The concentration of spiritual energy in the lower district was already thin, and with her average talent, recovering took even more effort for less result. Time passed little by little, just as Su Xiaorou's mind gradually sank into a meditative state. Bang, bang, bang. A clear and rhythmic knocking sound suddenly rang out. This knocking was neither as hurried as Wang Hao's nor as rough as Zhao Feng's. It was steady, powerful, carrying an irresistible rhythm, knocking one beat after another on Su Xiaorou's heart. Chapter 16. I want to buy this sword back. Su Xiaorou woke up from her meditation, feeling a bit confused. Who could it be? Wang Hao had just left and shouldn't be coming back. Could be Zhao Feng again. That shouldn't be the case. Who is it? She asked cautiously. Outside the door, there was silence. After a few seconds, a cold and clear voice, like an icy spring, penetrated through the thin wooden door and came in clearly. Open the door. My name is Lin Shuer. Boom. Those 5 words exploded like a thunderclap in Su Xiaorou's mind. Lin Shuer, the pride of the Lin family in the Magic City, the genius that everyone in the Magic City Academy wanted to recruit. Why is she here? And specifically looking for me? Su Xiaorou was completely stunned. She even doubted if she was hearing things due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Girl, don't panic. Su Ming's voice rang out in time, carrying a hint of seriousness. It seemed trouble had come knocking. He hadn't expected the other party to act so quickly. Is it because of the virtual battlefield? Su Xiaorou asked nervously. That's about right. Su Ming said. She must have recognized me. After all, I look like this because of her handiwork. There was a touch of self-mockery in his tone. What should I do? Should I open the door? Su Xiaorou was at a loss. The other party was Lin Shuer, a presence that weighed heavily on her heart with both family background and strength. Open it. Su Ming's response was very straightforward. There was no escaping this. I want to see what this former owner who discarded me has come for. When the soldiers come, block them. When the water comes, cover it. With me here, what are you afraid of? Su Ming's words gave Su Xiaorou immense courage. Yes, with Su Ming around, what was there to fear? Taking a deep breath, she got off the bed, walked to the door, and with trembling hands, pulled open the door latch. Outside stood a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in exquisite attire, her tall figure quietly standing there. The afternoon sunlight cast a golden outline around her, making her look like someone not belonging to this dilapidated neighborhood. It was Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer's gaze passed over Su Xiaorou and directly landed in the room, on the old wooden bed. When she saw the familiar, entirely charred broken blade, Her expression instantly became incredibly complex. It really is it. She withdrew her gaze and returned to the frail, pale girl in front of her, wearing patched old clothes. This was Su Xiaorou. This was the new owner of her failed product. Where did you get that sword? Lin Shuai spoke, her voice devoid of any emotion. Su Xiaorou felt her heart race under Lin Shuai's oppressive gaze. She instinctively clenched her clothes and nervously replied, I found it at the recycling station. Found it? The corner of Lin Shuai's mouth curled up in a barely perceptible arc, a mix of self-mockery and coldness. The esteemed young lady of the Lin family, who had forged a soul weapon with the finest materials and countless efforts, had ended up being picked up from a garbage heap. It was simply a huge joke. It's not something you found. Lin Shuai looked at Su Xiaorou, enunciating each word clearly. It is forged by me, and it is something I discarded. Su Xiaorou's eyes widened instantly. Although Su Ming had warned her, hearing Lin Shuai admit it made her feel a tremendous shock. The broken blade that had given her hope and strength was really the work of this proud girl, and moreover, it was something she had discarded? Are you telling the truth? Su Xiaorou's voice was a bit dry. Lin Shuai, wouldn't stoop to lying about such matters. Lin Shuai's tone carried an innate pride. It is a failed product, a stain on my record. I thought it was completely useless, but I didn't expect you could form a contract with it. She paused, her gaze sharpening again. Now, I've changed my mind. Name your price. I want to buy this sword back. Buy it back? Su Xiaorou was stunned. She had never considered that things would develop this way. She instinctively turned to look at the quiet, broken blade on her bed. That was her sole weapon, her partner, her only support. To sell it. Girl, did you hear that? Su Ming's voice echoed in Su Xiaorou's mind, filled with teasing sarcasm. Oh, this young lady is quite direct, asking to buy me right away. What? Does she want to buy me back and reforge me again? Back then, she discarded me like garbage, and now that she sees I have some use, she wants to spend money to settle it? There is no such good deal in the world. Su Ming's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Being discarded as a failed product was already his biggest black history since he crossed over. Now this instigator actually wanted to buy him back with money? Dream on. Girl, show some spirit. Su Ming encouraged. Tell her that the you who ignored me back then now can't afford me. Let her know that I, Su Ming, also have a temper. Though the words sounded a bit childish, the emotion was clearly conveyed to Su Xiaorou. The tension and panic in her heart slowly transformed into a firm resolve. Yes, Su Ming was not an object. He was her partner. He had given her hope when she was at her most desperate. He had given her courage when she was bullied. How could she possibly sell him? Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaorou raised her head to meet Lin Shuai's gaze. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Her voice no longer trembled. It became exceptionally clear. He is now my sole weapon, my partner. No matter how much you offer, I will not sell him. Lin Shuai's brows furrowed instantly. She was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected to be rejected, especially so outright by someone she considered beneath her. In her past life, anything she wanted had never been out of reach. Is it a matter of money? She wondered. Yes, for someone living in a lower city, money was everything. 1 million alliance coins. Lin Shuai directly quoted a figure that could drive any resident of a lower city crazy. And I can write you a recommendation letter, allowing you to enter the main campus of the Magic City Spiritual Energy Technology University directly, instead of wasting time in the preparatory class. She believed this condition was one that no one could refuse. It's just about who ranks higher. 1 million, and a recommendation letter from the main campus. Su Xiaorou's heart thumped violently. This condition was too tempting for her. With 1 million, she could completely say goodbye to her current life of barely making ends meet, rent a better apartment, and eat real meat. The recommendation letter from the main campus was something she never even dared to dream of. It meant her life would be on a completely smooth road. Her breathing became a bit hurried. Girl, stay steady. Su Ming's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over her fiery heart. Don't be fooled by this little money. This is an insult to you with money. It's also an insult to me. Think about it. Following me, don't say 1 million in the future, 100 million, 1 billion. All are small goals. As for the main campus, with me around, do you still need someone else to recommend you? Let's be the top student and sweep through the entire academy. Su Ming's words were like a heavy hammer, waking Su Xiaorou up. Yes. If she sold Su Ming today for money and a future, how is she any different from those who looked down on her and measured everything with money? She would look down on herself for the rest of her life. The hint of hesitation in Su Xiaorou's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by unprecedented determination. She raised her head again, looked at Lin Shuer, and said word by word, "Miss Lin, I've said it before. It is not for sale. It is my family." This time, Lin Shuer was truly stunned. She looked at Su Xiaorou's clear and determined gaze. For the first time, doubting her ability to solve problems with money. Why? Why would she refuse? Family? A failed soul weapon, a blemish, and she actually calls it family? Lin Shuer couldn't understand. Her pride and worldview were hit harder than ever at that moment. Family? Lin Shuer repeated the word, her tone filled with absurdity and confusion. To her, a soul weapon was a tool. A powerful tool deserves respect, but a failed tool is just waste. To treat a piece of waste as family? Is this garbage-picking girl out of her mind? Are you sure you heard my conditions clearly? Lin Shuer's voice turned cold. 1 million alliance coins and the qualification to enter the main campus. What you're rejecting might be the only chance in your life to change your destiny. She felt that Su Xiaorou must not realize how precious this opportunity was. I heard very clearly. Su Xiaorou's answer remained calm and firm, but family is priceless. So, I refuse. You. Lin Shuer was choked and speechless. In her life, it was the first time she encountered someone who wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she tried, money couldn't sway her, and neither could the lure of a future. An unnamed anger rose from the bottom of her heart. All right, very well. Lin Shuer laughed in anger. Since you won't sell, then let's solve it in the way of a contract master. What way? Su Xiaorou asked warily. A duel. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Lin Shuer's eyes. You and I will fight. Right at the Academy's entrance assessment. She no longer wanted to solve the issue privately. She wanted to defeat Su Xiaorou openly, in front of everyone, in the most formal occasion. She wanted everyone to see that even if that broken sword could exert some strange power in her hands, it was still no match for her true strength. She wanted to wash away the shame brought by this failed item in this way. If I win, Lin Shuer stared at Su Xiaorou, speaking word by word. Then that sword must be returned to me. It is the rightful place for my creation. If I lose, she paused, proudly raising her chin. I can agree to 3 of your conditions, any conditions as long as I, Lin Shuer, can do it. This bet was not insignificant. Using a piece of scrap metal in her eyes to gamble for the 3 promises of the Lin family, as young lady. To anyone, this seemed like Su Xiaorou was taking a huge advantage. Su Xiaorou's heart raced again. A duel with Lin Shuer? At the Academy's assessment? This proposal made her feel a bit scared, but more than that, it was an inexplicable excitement. She wanted to know the gap between her and this true prodigy. With the help of Su Ming, she subconsciously wanted to nod in agreement. Wait, girl, don't be in a hurry to agree. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind again, this time with unprecedented seriousness. Fighting her, we don't have much chance of winning right now. Huh? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. Why? Didn't we just win 2 matches in a row? What do those 2 matches count for? Su Ming said irritably. One was a noob. The other was a panic-stricken bird, even worse than a noob. Lin Shuer is different. She is a master-level forger herself, and her understanding and control of spiritual energy far exceed that of a beginner like you. Moreover, the soul weapon in her hands is at least B grade. More importantly, Su Ming's tone grew solemn. Your physical quality is too poor. Your total amount of spiritual energy is too low. Just now, when I let you unleash my true form, it drained you completely. It's impossible to finish her off in 1 move. Once it turns into a protracted battle, in less than 10 moves, you'll be the first to collapse. At that time, no matter how powerful I am, if you can't wield me, what is the use? Su Ming's analysis was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Su Xiaorou up. Yes, her biggest shortcoming was herself. Her body simply couldn't support Su Ming in unleashing all his power. Then, what should we do? Su Xiaorou was a bit anxious. Should we refuse her? Refuse? Wouldn't that make it seem like we are afraid of her? Su Ming snorted. A duel is fine, but the rules must be set by us. We can't confront her head-on. We need to play some tactics. Tactics? Exactly, stall. Su Ming provided a single word. What we lack the most right now is time. As long as we have enough time for you to train your body, increase your spiritual energy, and let me absorb more energy to unlock 1 or 2 skills. By then, fighting her will be like playing. Girl, listen to me. Say this to her. Su Ming quickly organized the words in Su Xiaorou's mind. After hearing it, Su Xiaorou's eyes grew brighter. She raised her head, looking at Lin Shuer, who appeared confident of victory, and slowly spoke. A duel is fine, and I accept the bet. The corners of Lin Shuer's mouth curled into a victorious smile. She knew no one could refuse the glory of fighting her. However, Su Xiaorou's next words froze her smile on her face. But I won't fight you in a one-on-one. Su Xiaorou said. What do you mean? Lin Xue found it. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Su Xiaorou shook her head, following Su Ming's script, speaking calmly. I just think that it's too rash to determine the gap between us with a simple one-on-one. Since we're going to bet, let us bet bigger. Let us use this academy entrance assessment as our battlefield. What we are competing for is not who can defeat whom, but, in the final comprehensive ranking, who has the higher rank. If your rank is higher than mine, then I will hand over that sword with both hands. If my ranking is, by chance, higher than yours. Su Xiaorou looked into Lin Shuer's eyes and said word by word, your 3 promises are still valid. Do you dare to bet? Chapter 18. Don't underestimate a poor girl. The overall ranking. Lin Xue was stunned. She had imagined various demands that Su Xiaorou might propose, but she never expected the other party to suggest such a bet. Not a one-on-one duel, but a ranking competition? What kind of operation is this? She instinctively wanted to mock. Is this a way to take advantage because she is afraid to fight me head-on? But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. No, wait. Upon careful consideration, this bet seems more advantageous for her. The Academy's entrance assessment consists of 3 parts: the soul weapon compatibility test, the spiritual energy strength test, and the practical simulation, which comprehensively evaluates a contract master's potential. Who is Lin Shuer? The pride of the Lin family in Magic City. Her soul weapon is the carefully prepared B-grade Moontide. Her spiritual energy has long been honed to far exceed that of her peers. Although her practical experience is not as rich as those hunters who have been out in the field for years, she is still at the top level in the virtual battlefield. And what about Su Xiaorou, an orphan from the lower city? The soul weapon she uses is a discarded scrap. Her spiritual energy is weak, and her body is frail. Even if that broken sword has some peculiarities that allow her to unleash a bit of power in practical combat. What does she have to compare with herself in terms of compatibility and spiritual energy strength? Is she going to compare heads? This is not even a contest of the same magnitude. This bet is a sure win for her. Moreover, winning in such a comprehensive and crushing manner, defeating her in front of all the teachers and students and reclaiming that sword, seems even more capable of washing away the humiliation in her heart than a simple duel. It proves that she, Lin Shuer, is the absolute, unshakable genius. And this Su Xiaorou is just a clown who, by chance, picked up a bit of opportunity and attempted to challenge her. Thinking of this, the anger in Lin Shuer's heart gradually subsided, replaced by a calmness and confidence akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Good. She uttered a word, her mouth curling back into that proud arc. I accept your bet. She looked at Su Xiaorou as if she were a destined-to-fail opponent. I will wait for you at the top of the leaderboard. I hope you don't lose too badly by then. After saying this, she no longer glanced at Su Xiaorou and turned to leave the shabby little room that made her uncomfortable. With Lin Shuer's departure, the invisible pressure dissipated. Su Xiaorou's tense body suddenly relaxed. She leaned against the door frame, only to realize that her back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Who? She gasped heavily, her heart still racing. The confrontation with Lin Shuer just now had drained her more than any battle she had experienced before. Well done, girl. Su Ming's excited voice echoed in her mind. Did you see that? This is called strategy. This is called momentum, to conquer without fighting. Cough, cough, no. That's wrong. It's successfully postponing the decisive battle to our most favorable time. Can we really win? Su Xiaorou still felt a bit insecure. The pressure Lin Shuer put on her was too great. That confidence and strength radiating from her made her feel somewhat suffocated. Nonsense. We must win. Su Ming assured her. It's just an overall ranking, right? Soul, weapon compatibility? I'm bound to you with a soul bond, with a 99 compatibility rate. Who dares to say they are first if I say second? Spiritual energy strength? We're a bit lacking, but we can use drugs. No? I mean absorb the void core to compensate. Practical simulation? That's our strong suit. From today until the assessment day, we have one goal. Su Ming's voice grew passionate. Level up. Develop. Doesn't Tishi look down on you and me? Let us step on her in the place she is most proud of. Let her know what it means for the river to run east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Don't underestimate a poor girl. Su Ming's passionate declaration, mixed with various strange references, made Su Xiaorou unable to hold back a laugh. The tension and unease in her heart dissipated significantly. Yes, she is Su Ming. She is not fighting alone. She nodded vigorously. We will win for her to see. Meanwhile, Lin Shuer, leaving the lower city, sat in a luxurious spirit-powered flying car. Outside the window, the dilapidated streets rapidly receded, soon replaced by the dazzling neon lights of the upper city. However, Lin Shuer's mood did not improve in the slightest. She closed her eyes, replaying the scenes from that little room in her mind. Su Xiaorou's slender yet upright figure, that clear and stubborn gaze, and that sentence, "is my family." Family. Lin Shuer opened her eyes and looked at the prosperous night scene outside the window. A hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Why? She took out her personal terminal and dialed a number. "Hello, Grandpa." An old yet gentle voice came from the other end. "Shuer, it's so late. What's the matter?" "Grandpa." Lin Shuer's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and confusion for the first time. "I want to ask you a question. A failed soul weapon. A discarded scrap thrown away by the forger. Can it still become stronger than it was originally designed?" There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Then the old voice slowly spoke, carrying a hint of profound meaning. "Xuya, have you forgotten the true meaning of our Lin family's forging technique? Soul weapon. Soul weapon. The soul is before the weapon. What we forge is never just a tool, but a possibility. It seems you have encountered something interesting this time." Possibility? Lin Shuer hung up the call with her grandfather, repeatedly chewing on this term. She still didn't quite understand. In her view, forging is a precise science. What kind of materials are used, what kind of core is matched, what kind of procedures are followed, and what grade of soul weapon can ultimately be forged. All of this has traces to follow and can be calculated. Success is success. Failure is failure. Where does any possibility come from? Could it be that the change in that broken blade was really because the lightning that inadvertently bestowed it some possibility that even she herself was unaware of during forging? This thought made Lin Shuer feel a bit restless. She didn't like this feeling of being out of control. No matter what secrets you have, what possibilities. She looked at the swiftly passing street scenery outside the window, her gaze becoming cold and firm again. In the face of absolute strength, it all means nothing. "Su Xiaorou, during the academy assessment, I will make you thoroughly understand that the gap between us cannot be compensated for by any luck." Chapter 19. Yellow Alert Zone. Here we come. Inside the dilapidated cabin, Su Xiaorou had calmed down from her earlier anxiety and returned to a meditative state. Meanwhile, Su Ming was calculating the upcoming development plan in her consciousness space. "Girl, you take your time to recover. I'll check our belongings and plan our future investments." "No, I mean our path to becoming stronger." In Su Ming's mind, a light screen appeared that only he could see. Master, Su Xiaorou, level, Awakener, Beginner. Spiritual energy, 207, severely depleted, recovering. Constitution, weak, due to long-term malnutrition. Contracted soul weapon, Su Ming, current form. Broken blade sealed. Unlocked form, Frostmourne, Beginner. Unlock energy, 2100. Looking at this series of dismal data, Su Ming's face darkened. This panel is practically a hellish start. He couldn't help but complain. The spiritual energy limit is just over 100, and a single transformation emptied it completely. The Constitution was directly rated as weak. The energy to unlock new forms was a pathetic 2 points. It seemed that relying solely on killing F-class rippers was no longer enough. Su Ming stroked his non-existent chin and began to calculate. F-class cores have too little energy, barely enough to fill the gaps. To quickly increase energy and unlock new things, I need to obtain at least a D-class or even a C-class core. However, with Xiaorou's current small body, it would definitely not suffice to hunt D-class or C-class beasts. Therefore, the urgent task is to improve her physical quality and spiritual energy level. Improving physical quality requires good food to replenish nutrition, which costs money. Increasing spiritual energy level, besides meditation, the fastest method is to absorb void cores, which also requires money. After calculating, Su Ming came to a conclusion. Being poor is the original sin. We must find a way to acquire a large sum of money in a short time. He glanced at Su Xiaorou's personal terminal, which displayed a balance of 9,312 alliance coins. This was the remaining money from selling cores yesterday. Over 9,000 coins seemed like a lot, but if spent, it wouldn't last long at all. Su Ming began to search his mind for the price information in this world. A basic spirit gathering stone that assists in cultivation and improves spiritual energy recovery speed costs 10,000 alliance coins. A bottle of primary nutritional fluid that improves constitution and replenishes energy costs 5,000 coins. Money is always lacking when it's needed. So mean Saif, it seems we have to go out again tomorrow. However, we can't keep grinding rippers in the white safe zone. The efficiency is too low. We need to go to a more dangerous but more rewarding place, the yellow alert zone. A plan gradually formed in Su Ming's mind. The next morning, Su Xiaorou woke up from her meditation, feeling much better mentally, but her body was still somewhat weak. The aftereffects of being drained of spiritual energy couldn't be completely recovered overnight. "Girl, are you awake?" Su Ming's voice rang out. "Yes." Su Xiaorou rubbed her eyes, feeling much improved. "That's good. Get up, have breakfast, then we have serious business to attend to." Su Xiaorou obediently got up and, using the leftover money from yesterday, luxuriously bought a nutritious breakfast. While eating, she listened to Su Ming outline today's tasks. "Today, we're not going to the white safe zone," Su Ming said. "Huh? Where are we going then?" "To the yellow alert zone." "What?" Su Xiaorou nearly dropped her bread. "The yellow alert zone? But it's too dangerous there. The books say that D-class and even C-class elite beasts often appear there. Aren't we just asking for death?" "Death? With me here, how could that happen?" Su Ming's tone was very confident. "Don't worry, we won't go to the core area. We'll just wander around the edges. My perception range is enough for us to avoid those big guys we can't provoke. Our target is the E-class elite beast screamer." "Screamer?" Su Xiaorou searched for information about this beast in her mind. "It resembles a bat, is a flying unit, can emit sound waves that disrupt spiritual energy, and usually appears in groups." "That's right," Su Ming said. "These things have weak defenses and low health. The only trouble is that they can fly and scream. But for us, it's not a problem. As long as we find a lone one, I have a way to ensure you can kill it in one hit. Killing it will yield an E-class core, which can sell for at least 3,000 alliance coins. That's more than what you earn from struggling to kill rippers for half a day." Under Su Ming's description, although Su Xiaorou was still a bit scared, a spark of excitement ignited in her heart. To become stronger, to win the bet against Lin Shuer, she must take the risk. "All right." She nodded vigorously. "Let's go. That's the spirit. Sumin Prast. We seek fortune in danger. Let's go and deliver some warmth from another world to those little bats." On the way outside the city, Su Xiaorou's mood was completely different from the first time. If the last time was filled with fear of the unknown and confusion about the future, this time, her heart was filled with a clear goal and the courage to take risks. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to make money. She wanted to win against Lin Shuer. "Girl, don't be so tense, relax," Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind. "You're acting like we're heading to the gallows. We're just going to withdraw money, understand? Withdraw money." Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. After passing through the city gate, they stepped onto the desolate land outside the city again. This time, they didn't stop in the white safe zone, but headed straight into the deeper yellow alert zone. The further they went in, the more dilapidated and eerie the surroundings became. The air was thick with void energy, making Su Xiaorou feel slightly uncomfortable. The vegetation on the ground showed an abnormal black-purple color, and some building ruins even had black moss that wriggled as if alive. "Stop!" After walking for nearly an hour, Su Ming's voice suddenly sounded. Su Xiaorou immediately stopped and looked around warily. We have entered the edge of the yellow alert zone. Su Ming's tone became serious. From now on, all actions will follow my command. Do not make any unnecessary movements. Understood. Su Xiaorou nodded vigorously, subconsciously tightening her grip on the broken blade in her arms. Good. Now, retract your spiritual energy fluctuations to the minimum, like turning a faucet to just a drip. Su Ming instructed. This can maximize the chances of avoiding detection by those sensitive creatures. Su Xiaorou immediately complied, cautiously controlling the spiritual energy within her body. Continue moving forward. Our target is that collapsed overpass area ahead. The terrain there is complex, perfect for ambushing. The two moved forward, with Su Ming exploring this dangerous area in Su Xiaorou's consciousness. Along the way, Su Ming's radar function was at its peak. To the left, at the 9 o'clock position, about 120 meters away, there's a pit with 3D Class beasts sleeping. Let's avoid them. In that broken building ahead, there's an energy fluctuation, not low at all. At least C-Class. We'll go down the street on the right. Watch your step. Don't step in that black water. It's highly corrosive. Under the guidance of Su Ming, the top tactical AI, Su Xiaorou safely avoided one potential danger after another. This deepened her trust in Su Ming. Finally, they arrived at the area of the collapsed overpass. The broken bridge deck, twisted rebar, and abandoned vehicles hanging in midair created a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. All right, we're here, Su Ming said. Next, we'll need a bit of luck. The Screamer is a flying unit with unpredictable movements. We need to find a good spot to ambush it. He directed Su Xiaorou to climb to the top of a relatively intact bridge pillar. The view was wide open here, and there was enough cover, making it an excellent ambush point. Now, what we need to do is wait, Su Ming said. Patience is one of the most important qualities of a hunter. Su Xiaorou nodded, holding her breath and completely hiding her figure behind a large piece of concrete debris. Time passed second by second. The surrounding area was deathly silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the ruins. This kind of waiting was a great test of one's mental fortitude. Su Xiaorou was initially very nervous, but after waiting for more than half an hour without seeing a single shadow, she gradually began to relax. Su Ming, is there really a Screamer here? She quietly asked herself. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you, Su Ming replied. Just wait a bit longer. My perception indicates that there are clear flight patterns of void energy in this area. Something must frequently fly by here. Just then, a piercing sound like nails scratching glass suddenly came from the distant sky. It's here. Su Ming's spirit suddenly surged. Su Xiaorou also tensed up instantly, looking in the direction of the sound. In the distance, a black dot was rapidly approaching. As it got closer, its shape became clearer. It was a monster about 2 meters in size, resembling a gigantic bat. Its body was covered in dark purple skin, and its crimson eyes were filled with brutality and madness. It was their target, the E-level elite Screamer, and most importantly, it was all alone. Chapter 20. Hunting the Screamer. We are professionals at bird shooting. The opportunity has come, girl. Su Ming's voice suddenly rang in Su Xiaorou's mind. This is a delivery right at the door, and it's express. Are you ready to sign for it? Su Xiaorou's heart raced instantly. She crouched behind the concrete debris, not daring to breathe, just staring intently at the black dot in the sky that was getting closer. The Screamer, an E-level elite alien beast. A single core is worth 3,000 Alliance coins. This thought mixed a hint of uncontrollable excitement into her nervousness. It can fly. How do I hit it? Su Xiaorou quickly asked herself. She had no means of long-range attack, and the opponent was in the air, holding an absolute advantage. If it attacked her with sound waves in the air, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Good question. That shows you're thinking. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of approval. Don't worry. Birds in the sky always have to land at some point. Or we can make it land. Do you still remember the feeling when I transformed into Frostmourne? Su Ming suddenly asked. I remember. Su Xiaorou nodded. That heavy, cold feeling, as if she had grasped the entire winter she would never forget. Good to remember. Wait, you don't need to channel all your psychic energy into it. That would be a waste, and your little body can't handle it. You just need to mobilize a small part, about 1/10 of your psychic energy, and concentrate it on the sword hilt. Su Ming began to issue detailed instructions. Listen, the flight path of this Screamer is just about to pass overhead. If I'm not mistaken, all flying alien beasts that rely on sound wave attacks have a common habit. Before diving for an attack, they will have a brief hover to lock onto their target. That's our opportunity when it flies directly above us, preparing to launch its attack. I will make you jump up. Jump. Jump up? Su Xiaorou was stunned. Jumping from this bridge pier? Wouldn't that make her a live target? Yes. Just jump up. The closest distance from your current position to it is vertical distance. The higher you jump, the greater my chance to hit. Su Ming's tone was unquestionable. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just focus on jumping and swinging the sword. The rest is up to me. I will use the psychic energy you inject to instantly enhance the sword's weight and sharpness, giving it a hard hit. This is called I predicted your prediction. Su Xiaorou listened to Su Ming's tactical analysis filled with strange terms. Although there were some parts she didn't fully understand, she grasped the core idea. It was a gamble, betting on that moment of opportunity. I understand. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, gripping the broken blade in her hand tighter. The screamer in the sky was getting closer. Its piercing shriek became clearer. Its blood-red eyes had already spotted this area under the overpass, starting to circle around. Searching for possible prey, Su Xiaorou shrank her body even tighter, as if holding her breath. Don't rush, girl, be patient. It hasn't discovered us yet. Wait until it gets a little closer. Su Ming's voice was like an experienced old hunter, calmly directing. The screamer circled twice, seemingly not detecting any living creatures. Its vigilance slightly relaxed. It lowered its altitude, preparing to swoop over the ruins of the overpass. Now's the time. Get ready. Su Ming's voice suddenly rose. Su Xiaorou's muscles tensed instantly. She mobilized the psychic energy within her body, carefully guiding it to the broken blade in her hand. The huge figure of the screamer loomed like a dark cloud above the bridge pier. It seemed to sense a faint energy fluctuation below. Its blood-red eyes suddenly turned towards the place where Su Xiaorou was hiding. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Jump! Su Ming's roar exploded in Su Xiaorou's mind. Without thinking, Su Xiaorou propelled herself with all her strength, leaping like a spring from behind the concrete debris. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. In midair, Su Xiaorou's eyes reflected the screamer's face twisted in shock. She could clearly see its throat bulging, the piercing sound wave about to burst forth. Now, strike! Su Ming is consciousness thieves, vitu, yois. The psychic energy injected into the broken blade ignited in an instant. Buzz! The unremarkable broken blade briefly glimmered with a faint blue light in midair. The sword seemed to become as heavy as a mountain in an instant. Su Xiaorou exerted all her strength, gripping the sword with both hands, slicing upward in a simple yet swift arc. Slash! There was no earth-shattering collision, just the dull sound of the blade cutting through leather. Su Xiaorou felt as if the sword in her hand had sliced through a piece of fabric with no resistance. She landed, rolling to dissipate the force, and knelt on the ground, looking up. She saw that the huge screamer had frozen in midair. In the next second, a thin line of blood spread from its abdomen to the base of its wings. Then its body, along with the sound wave it was about to emit, was split in two. Black dust exploded, and a crystal emitting a faint blue glow fell from the sky, landing with a clang on the bridge surface not far away. E-level void core. Huh. Su Xiaorou knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. That jump and slash had nearly exhausted all her stamina. Well done. Su Ming's voice was filled with excitement. Did you see? 3,000 Alliance coins in hand. I ask you, who else is there? Su Xiaorou looked at the void core glowing enchantingly in the dull ruins, finally breaking into a radiant smile. She supported herself on her knees, unsteadily stood up, walked over, and carefully picked up the core, placing it in her pocket. How does it feel? Exciting, right? Su Ming asked. Exciting. Just, my legs feel a bit weak. Su Xiaorou patted her still trembling calves. It's normal. The first time doing a high-altitude assassination is like this. Do it a few more times, and you'll get used to it. Su Ming said nonchalantly. All right, we've made a good start. Our journey of withdrawals officially begins. But Su Ming's tone shifted. Girl, we need to talk about your stamina issue. Just from that one jump, you're already panting like this. That's not okay. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Your little body can't even paddle across a small pond. Starting today, In addition to hunting alien beasts, your physical training must also be on the agenda. Huh? Training too? Su Xiaorou let out a wail. Of course. Do you think the road to becoming strong is easy? Without blood and sweat, how can you get stronger? How can you make money? How can you step on Lin Shuer? Su Ming's series of rhetorical questions left Su Xiaorou unable to retort. Let's go find the next ATM. And by the way, run 5 kilometers around this overpass to warm up. Su Xiaorou's face instantly fell. Chapter 21. Su Ming's devilish muscle-building diet. The next 3 hours were nothing short of hellish training for Su Xiaorou. Under the scanning of Su Ming, this top-tier radar, the usually elusive lone shriekers seemed to present themselves as targets. At 11 o'clock, on the rooftop of that crooked building, there was one basking in the sun. Puff! Run! Don't stop! There's another one behind that billboard. Take it down and then rest. Puff! Stamina. Keep an eye on your stamina. Your breathing rhythm is off. 3 long, 1 short. Follow my rhythm. After continuously hunting down 3 shriekers, Su Xiaorou was finally allowed to take a break. She plopped down on the ground, feeling as if her bones were about to fall apart, her lungs burning as if hundreds of ants were crawling inside. She pulled out the 3 E-grade cores glowing faintly with a blue hue from her pocket, along with the previous one, totaling 4. Over 9,000 alliance coins. Just like that. In the past, she would have jumped for joy, but now, she didn't even have the strength to lift the corners of her mouth. No, this efficiency is still too low. Su Ming sighed in her mind. You're exhausted after taking down 4? If we encounter a group, we won't even be able to run away. Kid, your physical quality is seriously dragging our development down. Su Ming's tone became serious. Yes, I'm sorry. Su Xiaorou weakly apologized. Apologies won't help. We need to solve the problem, Su Ming said. Let's go back to the city. No more hunting today. Huh? No more hunting? Su Xiaorou was a bit surprised. If you can't keep going, why keep hunting? If you push yourself further, you might collapse. Su Ming retorted. Our main task today is to upgrade your hardware. Now that we have money, we need to spend it wisely, dragging her exhausted body back to the Magic City Fortress. The first thing Su Xiaorou did was rush to the material recycling shop. After the boss checked the 4 intact E-grade Shrieker cores, he happily gave her 12,000 alliance coins. Watching her personal terminal, the balance skyrocketed from over 9,000 to over 21,000. Su Xiaorou felt as if she were dreaming. In her entire life, she had never seen so much money. Let's go. Next stop, Hunter Supply Center. Su Ming Directive. The Hunter Supply Center is a comprehensive store specifically for contract masters, offering everything from weapons and equipment to potions and supplies, and of course, the prices are quite beautiful. Following Su Ming's guidance, Su Xiaorou entered the largest supply store. Looking at the shining, expensive-looking bottles and jars on the shelves, she instinctively tightened her grip on her pocket. Kid, don't act like a country bumpkin. Stand tall and proud. You are now a wealthy person. Su Ming cheered her on in her mind. He directed Su Xiaorou to stop at a counter. On the counter, there was a row of blue glass bottles filled with a thick liquid. Hello. I'd like a bottle of basic nutrient solution, Su Xiaorou said to the clerk as instructed by Su Ming. Sure, 1 bottle of basic nutrient solution, 5,000 alliance coins. The clerk smiled and quoted the price. F5,000. Su Xiaorou's heart skipped a beat. Just for this small bottle, it costs 5,000? This is outright robbery. Stop hesitating, pay up. Su Ming. This thing can quickly replenish the nutrients and vitality your body lacks. It's what you need most right now. The cost-performance ratio is already high. Su Xiaorou felt her heart ache, but she gritted her teeth and swiped her card to pay. Not done yet. Su Ming's voice rang out again. Go to the potion section next door and buy 10 spirit gathering pills. Spirit gathering pills? The lowest grade. They can speed up your spirit energy recovery. Your meditation efficiency is too low. You need external assistance. Each one costs about 300. 10 would be 3,000. Su Xiaorou's mouth twitched, feeling her heart bleed. Another 3,000 gone. And head over to the meat section. Buy 10 gene of C-grade exotic beast tenderloin. C-grade exotic beast meat? Su Xiaorou was already numb. Exactly. High protein, high energy. Normal food is just junk food compared to your current situation. Beef is the best quality. With moderate energy, perfect for a beginner like you to build a foundation. It's about 500 per gene. 10 gene would be 5,000. Su Xiaorou felt her legs go weak. 5,000, another 5,000. By the time she finished this round, her freshly acquired 12,000 had been spent completely, and she was even over 1,000 in debt. As she walked out of the supply center with heavy bags, she felt dazed. I'm bankrupt. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Bankrupt? This is called investment. Do you understand? Su Ming said assertively. You consume these things, turn them into strength. And tomorrow we can hunt more shriekers and earn more money. This is compound interest. But it's just too expensive. Su Xiaorou still felt heartache. Expensive? Kid, do you not want me anymore? Su Ming sujin li spoke in a mournful tone. Huh? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. Think about it. If your body is weak and your spirit energy can't keep up, I can't exert my strength. If I can't exert my strength, I won't absorb enough energy, and I won't be able to unlock new forms. How am I different from a piece of ordinary scrap metal then? Wouldn't you just look down on me? Thinking I'm worse than that D-grade toothpick Wang Hao gave you? I haven't. I never thought that. Su Xiaorou hurriedly defended herself. Then why are you hesitating over this little money? This investment is for our shared future. It's so I can become stronger and better protect you. If you can't even part with this little money, then you just don't love me. Su Ming's twisted logic completely stunned Su Xiaorou. She looked at the things in her hands, thought about Su Ming's words, and although she felt something was off, it seemed somewhat reasonable for Su Ming to become stronger. For our future. I understand. Su Xiaorou nodded firmly, her gaze becoming resolute again. I'll eat it all. That is more like it. Su Ming's tone instantly became cheerful again. Let us go home. I'll personally guide you on how to cook a perfect armored beef steak. Back in that shabby little house for the first time, Su Xiaorou processed such expensive ingredients in her simple kitchen. Under the guidance of Su Ming, the theoretical master, a fragrant pan-fried steak and a bowl of aromatic soup were served on the table. Su Xiaorou drank the bottle of nutrient solution worth 5,000 in one gulp, feeling a warm current surge through her body, dissipating much of her fatigue from the past few days. She picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of steak, and put it in her mouth. The texture, the taste, the immense energy contained within was incomparable to any food she had eaten before. In one meal, she consumed nearly 6,000 alliance coins. But after finishing, Su Xiaorou felt her entire body filled with strength. All right, now that you're full, don't just sit around. Su Ming's voice rang out again. Go to the open space by the door. Do 100 frog jumps, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. You're not allowed to come back to sleep until you finish. Su Xiaorou. Devil. Su Ming is definitely a devil. Chapter 22 Unlock. The Prelude of the Undead. Time flew swiftly in this devilish cycle, where Su Ming treated Su Xiaorou like livestock, practicing in the yellow alert zone during the day, returning at night to tearfully consume thousands of calories in muscle-building meals, only to be squeezed for more physical strength. A week later, yellow alert zone. The ruins of an overpass. Su Xiaorou lightly dropped from the roof of an abandoned truck, landing silently with steady breathing. Her figure was still thin, but her originally pale face now had a hint of healthy color. The exposed muscles on her arms subtly revealed a smooth definition. Her gaze was no longer filled with initial tension and fear, but rather a calm and sharpness akin to that of a hunter. Just moments ago, she had silently taken down a lone screamer. The entire process from stealth to approach and finally the lethal strike was seamless, without a trace of hesitation. Not bad. You're getting the hang of it. Su Ming affirmed in her mind. Now you can swing me 15 times in a row without tiring out. Your psychic energy limit has also increased from 107 to 152. That's a small improvement. Su Xiaorou felt the psychic energy in her body was much fuller than before, filling her heart with joy. The sensation of becoming stronger every day was truly intoxicating. Although the process was painful, leaving her exhausted like a dead dog every day, and the money spent made her feel like a knife was cutting through her heart, it was all worth it. Don't get too happy too soon. With your current level, you're still a rookie among true contract masters. Su Ming ruthlessly critiqued. Our goal is to take down that little vixen Lin Shuer, and you're still far from it. Su Xiaorou nodded vigorously. All right, warm-up is over. Today we're going to do something challenging. Su Ming's tone became excited. Do you see that half-collapsed mall up ahead? Su Xiaorou looked in the direction he pointed. My radar shows at least 3 screamers inside. They seem to have made that their nest. 3. 3? Su Xiaorou's heart tightened. She could handle one now. But facing 3 at the same time was a completely different concept. The sonic attacks of the screamers were manageable for one, but if 3 attacked simultaneously, the interference would increase geometrically, and she might not even be able to stand. Are you scared? Su Ming asked. A little. Su Xiaorou answered honestly. Good. Being scared means you still have your wits about you. Su Ming chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not sending you in to fight them head on. We play tactics. Never fighting battles we're not sure of. Follow my lead. First, circle around to the side of the mall. Do you see the entrance to that ventilation duct? Climb in from there. Remember, suppress all your psychic energy fluctuations and take it step by step. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, rewrapped the broken blade, and hid it in her bosom, then stealthily crept toward the side of the mall like a spirit cat. Her movements were much more practiced than a week ago. After successfully entering the ventilation duct, it was pitch dark inside, filled with the smell of rust and dust. Crawl forward for about 30 meters, and on your right, there will be a grating exit. From there, you can see the situation in the mall's first-floor hall clearly. Su Ming's voice guided her in the darkness. Su Xiaorou cautiously crawled through the narrow duct and soon found the grating. She leaned in, peering down through the gaps. In the spacious mall hall, 3 enormous screamers were hanging upside down from a broken beam, seemingly napping. Good, they're sleeping. This is our perfect opportunity. Su Ming said, now, I'm going to teach you a new technique. It's called psychic throw. Psychic throw? That S right. Treat me like a brick, wrap me in psychic energy, and smash me down hard. Su Xiaorou. Throwing Su Ming like a brick? What kind of strange tactic is this? Don't look at me like that. This is the most efficient tactic. Su Ming explained earnestly. Your current strength isn't enough to throw me far. But wrapping me in psychic energy will not only increase the throwing distance, but also keep me stable in flight, allowing for a silent approach. Your target is the pile of glass shards right below them. I want you to create a noise that's just right to separate the 3 of them. Once they're startled, they definitely split up to investigate. Then we can take them down one by one. Su Xiaorou understood Su Ming's plan. Lure them out and take them down separately. She took out the broken blade from her bosom, summoned a surge of psychic energy, and carefully wrapped it around the sword's body. Aim. All right now. Throw. Su Xiaorou raised her arm, and the broken blade transformed into a silent shadow, flying out from the grating and accurately landing on the pile of glass shards below. Crash! A crisp sound echoed sharply in the silent hall. The 3 screamers hanging from the beam were instantly startled awake. They opened their crimson eyes simultaneously, letting out a furious shriek and diving down toward the sound. 2 of them pounced toward the direction of the noise, which was the pile of glass shards. The third, however, cautiously raised its head, locking eyes with Su Xiaorou peering out from the ventilation duct. Oh no, I've been discovered. Su Ming shouted, the plan has changed. Girl, quickly transform. Take down that lone one. The screamer let out a sharp roar, its wings flapping, shooting toward the ventilation duct like a black arrow. Su Xiaorou's heart raced, but a week of grueling training had ingrained a reflexive combat instinct in her. Without any hesitation, she focused her mind, and the broken blade she had thrown instantly vanished, reappearing in her hand, transforming at the same time into a fierce runic greatsword. Roar! The screamer had reached the duct's opening its massive maw. Now is the time. Stab its throat. Su Xiaorou gripped the sword with both hands, aimed at that gaping mouth, and with all her strength, thrust it in. Thud! The tip of Frostmourne pierced through the screamer's nape. The screamer didn't even have time to scream before its body turned to ashes in midair. But the roar it let out before dying had already alerted the other 2 below. 2 sharp sonic waves, one from each side, simultaneously slammed towards Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou felt a buzzing in her head as if she had been struck by 2 heavy hammers, her vision darkening, nearly causing her to fall from the duct. Girl, steady yourself. Jump down. Su Ming's shout brought her back to some clarity. Su Xiaorou gritted her teeth, holding the great sword, and jumped directly down from the ventilation duct, landing heavily on the hall floor. As soon as she steadied herself, The two screamers lunged at her from two directions simultaneously. One of them slashed her right arm with its sharp claws, leaving a deep gash. Hiss! The intense pain made Su Xiaorou gasp. This was her first time truly getting injured and bleeding in a battle. Don't panic. Just a minor wound. Take down the one on the right first. Su Ming's voice was eerily calm. Su Xiaorou suppressed the pain, turned, and with a horizontal sweep of her sword, forced back the screamer on the right. But the one on the left had already pounced on her back again, surrounded from both sides. Just at that critical moment, the data on the light screen in Su Ming's consciousness suddenly began to flicker wildly. Killed the E-level Elite Beast Screamer. Unlocked Energy 5. Killed the E-level Elite Beast Screamer. Unlocked Energy 5. With the energy accumulated before, plus the few just killed, Su Ming's unlocked energy finally surpassed a critical number. Unlocked energy, 25,100. Reached the 1/4 stage. Received stage reward. Unlocked form, Frostmourne, beginner. Skill unlocked. Gain new skill. Rebirth of the Fallen Week. Ha ha. It's here. Finally here. Su Ming let out a wild laugh, girl. Stick the sword in the ground. Today, let me show you what the hell is the prelude of the undead. Chapter 23. Don't call me Greatsword, call me Necromancer. Stabbing the sword into the ground. Su Xiaorou's mind was in chaos. As the foul wind from the screamer behind her rushed toward her, leaving her no time to think about what Su Ming's words meant. However, the trust she had built over time made her instinctively follow the command. She used her last ounce of strength to thrust the heavy runic greatsword fiercely into the marble floor in front of her. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding rang out. At the moment the greatsword pierced the ground, a visible ghostly blue ripple spread out violently from the sword's body. The ripple was filled with an aura of death and cold silence. It swept over the place where the first screamer had turned to ashes. In the next second, an unbelievable scene occurred. The black ashes on the ground suddenly began to wriggle violently, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. Following that, a monster made entirely of pure shadows and bones, identical to the screamer, struggled out from the ashes. It had no flesh, and in its hollow eye sockets burned two balls of ghostly blue soul flames. Resurrection of the Fallen, weak, consumes a small amount of spiritual energy to resurrect the bones of a recently slain low-level beast to fight for you, lasting 3 minutes. Go, my warrior! Su Ming shouted excitedly. Go tear them apart. The skeletal screamer seemed to understand the command, letting out a silent roar and with a flap of its wings. It bravely charged at the screamer that was about to ambush Su Xiaorou. Bang! The two bats collided violently in midair. Although the skeletal screamer's strength was far weaker than when it was alive, its reckless fighting style instantly entangled the living screamer. The crisis behind Su Xiaorou was immediately lifted. She stared in shock at the scene before her, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. It resurrected? Su Ming, can summon monsters? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take action. Su Ming's shout brought her back to reality. That thing is just cannon fodder. It can only last a little while. Take this opportunity to take down the other one first. Su Xiaorou jolted, immediately reacting. She turned around, facing the last screamer that was equally stunned by the scene before it, and took the initiative to charge. Without any worries behind her, Su Xiaorou's offensive became incredibly fierce. The screamer had not yet recovered from the shock of its companion being resurrected when Su Xiaorou beheaded it with a single strike, turning it to ashes. On the other side, the skeletal screamer was also torn to pieces by its former companion, dissipating back into black energy. But it had successfully bought Su Xiaorou a precious few seconds. Now, in the entire hall, only the last screamer remained. One-on-one, the next battle was without suspense. A few minutes later, Su Xiaorou knelt on the ground, leaning on the great sword, breathing heavily. The wound on her arm still throbbed, but her face was filled with the excitement of surviving a disaster. We won. Of course, with me here, how could we lose? Su Ming's tone was filled with pride. So, how about my necromancy? Isn't it cool? Cool. Su Xiaorou genuinely admired, then worriedly asked Su Ming, what exactly are you? How do you have this? This ability? Resurrecting the dead. This ability had surpassed her understanding of soul weapons. Well, it's a long story. Su Ming spoke ambiguously. Just know that the me in your hands is one of a kind. There will be plenty more to shock you in the future. He wouldn't tell this girl that he was actually a necromancer disguised as a sword. Hurry, stop wasting time. Quickly pick up those 3 cores, then find a place to treat your wound. Su Xiaorou then remembered she was injured. She hurriedly picked up the 3 E-grade cores from the ground and tore off a corner of her clothing to hastily bandage the wound on her arm. This time it's a windfall, 3 more E-grade cores. Su Xiaorou looked at her bulging pocket, feeling delighted. What are you so happy about? It's all hard-earned money. Su Ming began to complain, girl. Do you finally understand now? Why I kept urging you to get stronger? Look, that was so dangerous. If I hadn't broken through at the last minute and unlocked a new skill, you would have been done for today. Su Ming's tone was full of heartache. Just look at me. I, the great Frostmourne, a magnificent Lich King. Cough, a magnificent runic sword. My core ability is to summon the undead, spread plagues, and control frost and death. And what happened? Every day, you treat me like a big sword, going melee with those little monsters. One slash after another. Do you know how much pain I'm in? It's simply an insult to my artistic existence. I am clearly a mage, yet you force me to be a warrior. If this gets out, my old buddies would laugh their heads off. Listening to Su Ming's passionate complaints, Su Xiaorou couldn't help but chuckle. She seemed to understand Su Ming's feelings. A mage being forced to chop people is indeed quite frustrating. I'm sorry, she quietly apologized. What good is just an apology? Su Ming huffed proudly. Remember, from now on, don't call me Great Sword, call me the Great Necromancer's Weapon. From today on, our tactics will undergo a complete upgrade. You will be responsible for the frontal assault, and I will summon minions to stab from behind. We need to fight with our brains, understand? Su Xiaorou nodded vigorously, feeling as if a door to a new world was opening for her. All right, this place isn't safe to linger. The smell of blood will attract other things. Su Ming said, turn the sword back, and let's withdraw. Today's harvest is good. We can go back and have a nice feast. Su Xiaorou thought for a moment, and the great sword transformed back into a broken blade. She looked at the plain broken blade in her arms, but her mood was completely different from before. Who would have thought that within this piece of scrap metal, there was a chatterbox capable of summoning the undead? Chapter 24, Pre-Exam Anxiety? Not a chance. With only 1 day left until the college assessment, Su Xiaorou sat cross-legged on her bed in a shabby little room, her eyes closed as she engaged in her daily meditation. After a period of intense training and luxurious nutritional supplementation, her total spiritual energy had surpassed the 200 mark, reaching 203 points. Although she still wasn't outstanding among her peers, it was nearly double the meager 107 she had at the beginning. Her body was no longer that weak girl who could be blown over by a gust of wind. Su Ming, on the other hand, was boredly flipping through his attribute panel in her consciousness space. Weapon Master, Su Xiaorou, Level, Awakener, Mid-Tier, Spiritual Energy, 203, Status, Good. Physique, Ordinary, Nutrition Improved, Slightly Enhanced, Contracted Soul Weapon, Su Ming, Current Form, Broken Blade. Unlocked Form, Frostmourne Beginner, Unlock Skill, Resurrection of the Dead, Weak. Unlock Energy, 45-100 Psi, Still Poor. Su Ming looked at the 45 points of Unlock Energy and sighed. Since unlocking Resurrection of the Dead, their efficiency in hunting exotic beasts had indeed increased quite a bit. But they had nearly exhausted the solitary exotic beasts at the edge of the yellow warning zone. To continue rapidly improving, they needed to hunt the grouped exotic beasts. But that was very time-consuming, and the results might not be very good. What they lacked the most was time. Tomorrow would be the moment that determined their fate. Su Ming muttered to himself. He wasn't too worried. With Su Xiaorou's current strength, along with his command and endless trump cards, achieving a good rank in the assessment wouldn't be a problem. What he was worried about was the girl's mindset. Sure enough, when Su Xiaorou woke from her meditation, Su Ming could clearly sense her unease and anxiety. She sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees, silently gazing at the night view of the lower city outside the window, her small figure appearing somewhat lonely. Girl, what are you thinking? Su Ming asked. Su Xiaorou's voice sounded a bit muffled. What if I lose tomorrow? What if my overall ranking is lower than Lin Shuer's? She might take you away. There was a hint of barely perceptible trembling in her voice. This question had weighed heavily on her heart for a long time. She was afraid of losing Su Ming. This fear even surpassed her fear of the assessment itself. Su Ming was the only light in her life, her entire reliance and hope. If she lost him, her life would revert to darkness. Lose? Su Ming's tone sounded very relaxed, even a bit teasing. So what if we lose? It's not a big deal. Su Xiaorou abruptly raised her head. Although Su Ming couldn't see it, her big eyes were filled with shock. The worst outcome would be that we cancel the contract, and I go with her. Su Ming continued in a joking tone. Don't get me wrong, being a sole weapon for the young lady of the Lin family would definitely come with good treatment. She would live in a temperature-controlled armory, probably eat B-grade and A-grade void cores, and have luxury cars picking her up when she goes out. Compared to your leaky little house, that is simply heaven. Moreover, as the saying goes, a good horse doesn't eat back grass. I'm such a thoroughbred. She threw me away back then, and now she wants me back? Not a chance. I'm just saying this to tease you. Su Ming thought his reverse motivation would make the girl feel invigorated or at least understand that he was joking. However, he severely underestimated the sensitivity and insecurity within a 16-year-old girl. In the darkness, Su Xiaorou's body began to tremble slightly. She didn't retort or speak, only wiping her face haphazardly with the back of her hand. Su Ming could feel a warm, salty emotion passing through the soul contract. Crying? Oh no, I messed up. Su Ming's heart sank, and he panicked instantly. Hey, girl, don't take it seriously. He hurriedly explained, I was joking. A huge joke. My fault. I spoke carelessly. How could I possibly want to leave you? You're my only master. We're family, partners in life and death. Everything I said just now was nonsense, meant to help you relax and not be so tense. Su Xiaorou still didn't speak, but the sense of grievance and sadness grew stronger. She was quietly sobbing, like a little cat abandoned by its owner. Do you think I'm useless? Poor and weak, not worthy of you at all. Who said that? Who dares to say you're useless? I'll be the first to confront them. Su Ming's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees, filled with sincerity and urgency. Girl, listen to me. You are the strongest and most hardworking girl I've ever seen. You've lived in the lower city for so many years, endured so much hardship, and never given up. You're 1,000 times stronger than those greenhouse flowers born with golden keys. You're not useless. You just lack an opportunity. And I am that opportunity for you. Together, we are the strongest combination. As for Lin Schwerer, she's nothing. She's blind, throwing away real treasure as if it were garbage. That's her biggest loss in life. What we're going to do tomorrow, isn't to prove to her how strong we are, but to reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. We're not going to show her how strong we are. We're going to tell everyone that we are already strong. Su Challenger Ming racked his brain, pulling out all the motivational quotes and passionate lines he had seen in his past life. He comforted and encouraged the silly girl who had cried from his words in the most sincere and passionate tone. Finally, Su Xiaorou's sobbing gradually stopped. Really? She asked with a thick nose. You want to leave me? I swear. Su Ming said firmly, unless you actively cancel the contract, I, Su Ming, will be your sword in life and your broken blade in death. No one can take me away. Su Xiaorou replied heavily. The big stone in her heart finally fell. She wiped her tears, lay back down, and although her eyes were still a bit red and swollen, her mood was unprecedentedly calm and determined. Su Ming. Thank you. Silly girl. Why are you being polite with me? Su Ming's tone softened. Go to sleep tomorrow. Watch how I lead you to victory. Su Xiaorou closed her eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, knock, 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 knock. A series of urgent and loud knocks on the door startled Su Xiaorou awake from her dream. Xiaorou, are you awake? Hurry up. You're going to be late. The assessment is about to start. It was Wang Hao's voice. Su Xiaorou jolted awake and quickly jumped out of bed. She hurriedly washed up, put on her cleanest set of old clothes, and carefully wrapped Su Ming, who had returned to the broken blade form, in cloth, holding him tightly in her arms. When she opened the door, Wang Hao was standing at the door, drenched in sweat. My goodness, you finally woke up. Hurry up. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the opening ceremony. Without waiting for a reply, Wang Hao grabbed Su Xiaorou and rushed out. The two of them ran wildly and finally arrived at the gate of Magic City Spiritual Energy Technology University just before the deadline. Chapter 25 out of place at the exam entrance magnificent. This was Su Xiaorou's first impression of the Magic City Energy Science and Technology University. The towering school gate, made of an unknown silver metal and enormous energy crystals, was filled with a sense of futuristic technology. Above the gate, the 8 large characters of Magic City Energy Science and Technology University shone brilliantly in the sunlight, emitting faint energy fluctuations. At this moment, the vast square in front of the school gate was already a sea of people. Luxurious energy flying cars smoothly landed in the designated docking area. The doors opened, and groups of well-dressed young people and their families stepped out. The young men were handsome, and the young women were beautiful, all wearing custom-made combat suits that were obviously worth a fortune, with various dazzling soul weapons hanging at their waists. They radiated confidence and pride, chatting and laughing in groups, as if they were about to attend not a brutal assessment, but a grand party. Wangge, don't worry, I've got the first place in this assessment lockdown. My dad spent a lot of money to get me a C-grade lava battle axe. What's so great about C-grade? My sister is a close friend of Miss Lin Shuer, and she helped me get a bottle of dragon blood body refining liquid. My physical fitness is way above the assessment standard now. Stop fighting over it. The real first place will definitely be Miss Lin Shuer. Competing with her is just insulting yourself. Various voices of boasting and flattery filled the air. Su Xiaorou and Wang Hao, panting, squeezed into the crowd, feeling out of place on this square filled with glitz and glamour. Wang Hao was okay. He was wearing a relatively decent casual outfit, but he looked a bit disheveled from running too fast. As for Su Xiaorou, her old clothes, which had faded and had several patches, stood out among the luxurious garments like a blot of ink on a piece of white paper, glaringly out of place. She tightly clutched a long object wrapped in gray cloth in her arms, lowering her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The surrounding gazes pierced her like needles, all focused on her. Hey, look at that girl. Who is she? Why did she come dressed like that? I don't know. She is probably from some remote little place. How pathetic. What is she holding? Is it her soul weapon? Wrapped in a rag? That's hilarious. My sword sheath is more expensive than her whole outfit. How did she qualify for the assessment? She must have come to the wrong place. This is a university, not a garbage dump. The harsh comments reached Su Xiaorou's ears without any concealment. Her face flushed red, her fingers clenched so tightly that her joints turned white. Ignore them. A bunch of lowly dogs looking down on others. Wang Hao stood protectively in front of Su Xiaorou, glaring angrily at the people around. What is so great about them? You'll be crying during the assessment later. His defense did not help at all. Instead, it attracted more ridicule. Wow, this poor girl has a knight in shining armor. You think you can make us cry? Just because of you? What a big joke. Girl, don't panic. Stay calm. Su Ming's voice echoed in Su Xiaorou's mind, filled with disdain. Just a bunch of peacocks who have never seen the world. Besides preening, what else can they do? Remember, we're here to get things done, not to argue with these kids. The louder they scream, the more swollen their faces will be later. What we need to do is swing our palms round and smack them hard. Su Ming's words were like a stream of clarity, dispelling Su Xiaorou's embarrassment and anger. She took a deep breath, lifted her head, and no longer paid attention to the gazes around her. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred, automatically parting to create a passage. At the end of the passage, Lin Shuer, surrounded by a group of people, was slowly walking towards them. Today, she was dressed in a form-fitting silver outfit that perfectly outlined her flawless figure. Her long black hair was tied up high, exuding a heroic demeanor. In her hand, she held a B-grade soul weapon, the Moon Tide, its blade shimmering and clearly extraordinary. She looked like a born queen, drawing everyone's attention the moment she appeared. All discussions and noise in the square quieted at that moment. Lin Shuer walked straight towards the assessment entrance, not glancing sideways. When she passed by Su Xiaorou, her footsteps suddenly halted. She turned her head, and her cold eyes swept over Su Xiaorou's tattered clothes with undisguised disdain, finally landing on the gray cloth bundle in her arms. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone held their breath, watching this dramatic scene unfold. Genius versus trash. Princess versus Cinderella. The stark contrast ignited everyone's curiosity. Lin Shuai finally spoke. Her voice was light, yet clearly audible throughout the square. I admire your courage for actually daring to come. Her tone was cold, devoid of any emotion, as if she were stating a fact unrelated to herself. I hope you've enjoyed having it. After the assessment, be ready to hand it over. It was as if the ownership of that sword was already predetermined and unchangeable. Wow! A suppressed gasp arose from the crowd. What does this mean? Did the young lady of the Lin family have some previous conflict with this garbage girl? Everyone's gaze turned to Su Xiaorou, eager to see her reaction. Would she tremble in fear, or would she plead for mercy? Su Xiaorou's body did tense up for a moment. The pressure brought by Lin Shuai was palpable. The overwhelming force stemming from family background, strength, and status made it hard for her to breathe. Girl, it's your turn to perform. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with excitement, as if you were watching a show. Remember our rehearsal last night? Show your momentum. Confront her. Use that line I taught you. Su Xiaorou's tense body slowly relaxed. She lifted her head to meet Lin Shuai's condescending gaze. In that moment, the inferiority and timidity in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a calmness that seemed unfazed, yet carried a hint of something elusive. Mockery? She opened her mouth and, with a similarly plain and even somewhat lazy tone, clearly uttered 4 words. What do you want? These 4 words exploded like a depth charge in the silent square. Silence. A full 3 seconds of silence. Everyone in the square was petrified, their mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out. Did they hear what? That garbage-picking girl just told the Lin family's proud daughter, the future master of forging in Magic City. What do you want? Is that something a carbon-based life form could say? Wang Hao, standing beside Su Xiaorou, was completely stunned. He stared at Su Xiaorou, feeling as if his brain had completely crashed. Xiaorou, when did you become so fierce? Is this still the same Su Xiaorou I know, who used to speak in a soft voice? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted. Wow, did I hear wrong? She said. What do you want? Crazy. This girl is definitely insane. Does she know who she is talking to? So explosive. This is definitely the biggest gossip of the year. A common girl fiercely confronting a wealthy heiress. Now there's going to be a good show. Lin Shuai is definitely going to be furious. As everyone expected, Lin Shuai's eternally icy face finally showed cracks. Her perfect expression management completely fell apart at that moment. First, there was shock, then disbelief, and finally, an overwhelming fury burned fiercely in her beautiful eyes. Throughout her life, not to mention someone daring to speak to her like that. Even those who dared to argue back with her were few and far between. How dare this ignorant commoner, who crawled out of a garbage heap, speak to her like that? W, what did you say? Lin Shuai's voice broke slightly due to extreme anger. I said, Su Xiaorou, or rather. The inner Su Ming dug in her ears, wearing an expression of annoyance. I can hear you just fine, and I believe you can too. Everyone's time is precious. There's no need to waste our lives over a piece of nonsense. After saying that, she pulled the still petrified Wang Hao and turned to leave. Let us go. Let us go. The assessment is about to start, and if we don't get in soon, we'll miss our moment of glory in taking first place. Her calm demeanor formed a stark contrast with Lin Shuai, who was trembling with rage, her face pale as a ghost. Uft. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and laughed first. Following that, waves of suppressed laughter spread like a plague. Although they didn't dare to laugh out loud, their shaking shoulders and flushed faces undoubtedly mocked Lin Shuai the most. Lin Shuai's nails dug deeply into her palms. She stared fiercely at Su Xiaorou's frail back, her gaze cold enough to freeze the air. Su Xiaorou, just you wait. In the assessment arena, I will make you pay the most painful price for your arrogance today. I will make you kneel before me, crying as you return that sword to me. At that moment, a dignified voice echoed through the plaza via a loudspeaker. Attention all candidates. Please proceed to the assessment hall immediately to prepare for the first test. Soul Weapon Compatibility Test. Chapter 26. 99 Compatibility. What a monster. In the vast examination hall, which could accommodate thousands of people. Hundreds of 3-meter-high transparent crystal columns were neatly arranged in the center, emitting a soft white light. All the candidates lined up in long queues, according to their numbers, the atmosphere solemn and tense. On the high platform sat a row of examiners. At the forefront was an elderly man with gray hair but a spirited demeanor. He was Zhou Zheng, the vice president of the Magic City Spirit Energy Technology University and the chief examiner for this assessment. Beside him sat several senior mentors from the academy, including the knowledgeable and beautiful mentor Qinya, who had served on the front lines. Qinya's gaze scanned the candidate queue below, and when it landed on Lin Shuer, she nodded in satisfaction. Lin Shuer, a B-grade soul weapon, possessed the talent of a master-level blacksmith, making her the undisputed leader of this cohort and one of her most favored students. Her gaze then shifted to another girl on the other side, Su Xiaorou, who was dressed in tattered clothes and seemed out of place. Qinya's brow furrowed slightly. She had reviewed Su Xiaorou's information, an orphan from the lower district, living off scavenging with mediocre spirit energy talent. Most importantly, her soul weapon rating was scrap. How did someone with such a background pass the preliminary review to qualify for the assessment? A hint of doubt flickered in Qinya's mind, but she brushed it off. Perhaps there was just a mistake in some procedure. Such students generally wouldn't qualify to participate in their Spirit Energy University's exams. Silence. Chief Examiner Zhou Zheng stood up, his authoritative voice echoing through the hall. The first test is the soul weapon compatibility. This test will directly reflect the depth of your bond with your partner. It is the foundation of becoming a powerful contract master. Place your hands on the crystal sensing column while holding your soul weapons. The crystal column will display your compatibility score and contract type. A compatibility score below 60 is unqualified. 60 to 69 is a temporary contract. 70 to 84 is a formal contract. Above 85 is a high-level contract. As for anything higher, in the 100 years since our school was established, there have only been a handful of instances with a compatibility score exceeding 95. We call such contracts soul contracts. Zhou Zheng's words stirred a commotion among the candidates below. Soul contracts. That was the legendary realm. It meant life and death with the soul weapon, achieving true unity between person and weapon. All right, enough of the talk. Let's begin the test. With Zhou Zheng's command, the candidates at the front began to step forward for their tests one by one. Zhang Wei, compatibility 73, formal contract, qualified. Li Li, compatibility 68, temporary contract, pending. Wang Meng, compatibility 81, formal contract, excellent. One name and score after another were announced, with most candidates scoring between 70 and 80. Soon, it was Zhao Feng's turn, who had been bragging earlier. He walked up confidently, placing his hand on the crystal column. The light flickered and finally settled on a number. Zhao Feng, compatibility 82, formal contract, excellent. This score ranked among the top among the candidates tested so far, drawing a small round of gasps. Zhao Feng glanced smugly in Lin Shuer's direction, as if to flaunt his achievement. However, Lin Shuer didn't even look at him. Before long, it was Lin Shuer's turn. As she stepped forward, she attracted everyone's attention. She walked elegantly to the crystal column and placed her delicate hand on it. Buzz! The crystal column instantly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, more radiant than anyone before her. Amidst the light, an astonishing number slowly emerged. 92. Lin Xuea, compatibility 92. High-level contract. Outstanding. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Oh my god, 92. It's actually 92. Truly the pride of the Lin family. So terrifying. This is already at the level of a quasi-soul contract. Our school's historical record is only about 96, right? The mentors on the high platform also revealed satisfied smiles. Zhou Zheng stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. Good. Very good. The bloodline of the Lin family truly lives up to its name. As Lin Shuer listened to the surrounding admiration and exclamations, her face remained cold, but a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. She withdrew her hand and casually glanced at Su Xiaorou not far away, her expression seemingly saying, "Did you see that? This is the gap between us. Like clouds and mud." Finally, it was Su Xiaorou's turn. As she stepped forward, The previously noisy hall fell silent once again. But this time the silence was filled with the anticipation of watching a show. Look, the garbage collector is here. Can her broken sword even have compatibility? Don't blow up the machine. I guess almost 60 points barely qualified. Su Xiaorou held the broken blade in her arms, took a deep breath, and walked to the crystal column. Girl, don't be nervous. Su Ming's voice echoed in her heart, filled with confidence. It's our time to shine now. Remember, we're not here to test. We're here to set a limit for this broken machine. We are soul-bound. If we can't get a 99, then there's something wrong with their machine, and they owe us money. Su Xiaorou was amused by Su Ming's words, and the slight tension in her heart dissipated. She extended her hand and gently placed it on the cold crystal column. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal column remained unresponsive. Ha ha ha, I told you. No response at all. Scrap is just scrap. It can't even produce spirit energy resonance. Zhao Feng laughed uncontrollably. The mentor Qinya on the high platform shook her head in disappointment, preparing to record the test as a failure. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The previously silent crystal column erupted like a waking ancient beast, releasing an indescribable, pure white light at its peak. The light didn't illuminate, it devoured. In an instant, the entire examination hall was engulfed by this white light. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, unable to see anything. Zhou Zheng and the mentors on the high platform jumped up from their seats, their faces filled with shock. What is happening? The light lasted a full 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. When everyone opened their eyes and looked at the crystal column again, they all gasped in disbelief. On the display screen of the crystal column, a number stood like an insurmountable mountain. 99. And beneath the number, 2 large characters radiating a sacred aura slowly appeared. Soul contract. The hall fell into complete silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's minds went blank at that moment. Zhao Feng's laughter froze on his face. Lin Schwenner's proud expression instantly solidified, replaced by sheer bewilderment and incomprehension. 99. Soul contract. How? How is this possible? Quick, check if the machine is malfunctioning. Zhou Zheng shouted in a somewhat flustered tone. He dashed down from the high platform and reached Su Xiaorou's side in a matter of breaths. Ignoring the girl who was still in a daze, he stared intently at the crystal column, still radiating residual energy, and at the ordinary broken blade in her hands, as if it were a rare treasure. His lips trembled as he extended a shaking hand, pointing at Su Xiaorou, his voice trembling. Child, what? What is your name? Chapter 27. Psychic ability test. Just like everyone else? My name is Su Xiaorou. Faced with the nearly frantic inquiry from Vice Principal Zhou Zheng, Su Xiaorou felt a bit at a loss and answered softly. Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou. Zhou Zheng repeated the name, then suddenly turned around and shouted at a few technicians who had rushed over. What are you waiting for? Immediately. Right now. Conduct a comprehensive check on Crystal Column No. 037. I want to know if this is real data or a machine malfunction. Yes. Principal. A few technicians immediately scrambled to take out various instruments and began testing the crystal column that had caused a huge stir. The entire assessment hall was momentarily interrupted due to this sudden change. All the candidates looked at the frail girl standing in the center of the arena with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Their minds were still echoing with the shocking scene from just moments ago. A compatibility of 99, the legendary soul contract. Either one of these would be enough to cause a sensation. And now, they appeared simultaneously on a girl who was obscure, dressed in rags, and holding a broken sword. It was simply more bizarre than a fictional story. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Schwerer stood among the crowd, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Yet she felt no pain. She stared intently at the broken blade in Su Xiaorou's arms, turmoil raging within her. It's that. It must be the broken sword's fault. How could a piece of scrap metal she personally deemed a failure, one that should have shattered at its core, possibly achieve a soul contract, and have such a terrifying compatibility of 99? This is unscientific. This is not forging. This completely subverts the worldview she had built over the past 18 years. On the other side, Zhao Feng's face turned pale and then dark, filled with jealousy and resentment as he looked at Su Xiaorou. He couldn't understand why. Why could this garbage picker have such incredible luck? Hee girl, do you see? This is called a royal flush. Su Ming gleefully said in Su Xiaorou's mind, throwing out 4 twos with 2 kings right from the start, leaving everyone stunned. Now, they look at you differently. Su Xiaorou could indeed feel it. The disdainful and mocking gazes she had received before had now turned into shock, curiosity, and inquiry. This feeling of being acknowledged made her somewhat uncomfortable, but there was also a hint of secret joy within her. Soon, the testing results from the technicians came out. A sweaty supervisor ran to Zhou Zheng, stammering as he reported, Principal, the instruments, everything is normal. The data, there's no problem. Boom. This statement once again caused an uproar in the hall. It's not a machine malfunction. That means the compatibility of 99 and the soul contract are both real. Zhou Zheng's breathing became heavy all of a sudden. The way he looked at Su Xiaorou changed completely. No longer did he see an ordinary student, but rather a raw gem that could shock the entire alliance. Good. He repeated the word good twice, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. Our Magic Capital Academy has actually produced a genius with a soul contract. Ha. He immediately announced. Su Xiaorou, for the first test, the score is evaluated as God level. This is a rating that has never appeared in an assessment before. This rating made Su Xiaorou's name instantly remembered by everyone. All right, everyone, silence. Zhou Zheng calmed himself and restored his authority. The assessment continues. Next, we will conduct the second test. Psychic energy intensity. Inject your psychic energy into the psychic sensing sphere in front of you. It will test your total amount and purity of psychic energy. This test assesses your hard power. It is the foundation of your cultivation. With the shocking reversal of the first test, everyone was now filled with anticipation for Su Xiaorou's second test. She has a soul contract, so her total psychic energy must also be extraordinary, right? I think she is at least a high-level awakened. Or maybe even on the threshold of black iron level. Exactly. Otherwise, how could she sustain the consumption of the soul contract? Even on the high platform, Qinya looked at Su Xiaorou with an expectant gaze. She was now filled with curiosity about this student she initially looked down upon. The test began again. The candidates took turns stepping forward. Lin Shui'er once again showcased her powerful strength, the psychic sensing sphere in her hand radiating a dazzling blue light. Total psychic energy, 358, rating, awakened, high level. This data once again drew gasps of astonishment. For an ordinary awakened, having a total psychic energy exceeding 200 is already considered excellent. Lin Shui'er, however, had nearly twice that of an ordinary person. No wonder, she is a young lady from a wealthy family, raised with all sorts of rare materials since childhood. Lin Shui'er was very satisfied with this result. She stepped down and once again cast a provocative gaze at Su Xiaorou. So what if the compatibility is high? Psychic energy is the foundation of everything. Without enough psychic energy, no matter how strong a soul weapon is, it is just a piece of scrap metal. She didn't believe that a girl who survives by picking up garbage could have high psychic energy. Finally, it was Su Xiaorou's turn. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she walked up to the psychic sensing sphere. She took a deep breath, placed her hand on it, and then mobilized all the psychic energy within her to inject it into the sphere. The sensing sphere lit up. It emitted a rather ordinary, even somewhat weak white light. Compared to Lin Shui'er's dazzling blue light, it was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for the astonishing number to appear. However, when the data on the screen finally stabilized, everyone was stunned. Total psychic energy, 203, rating, awakened mid-level. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence once again. But this time it was not shock, but confusion. 203, mid-level awakened? This data cannot be said to be poor, but it can only be described as ordinary, unremarkable. Among a large group of candidates, it is above average, but definitely does not come close to the word genius. Especially in light of the previous 99 soul contract God-level evaluation, this 203 mid-level appeared so ridiculous. What's going on? Thunderous applause, but little rain? I thought she was amazing, but it turns out her psychic energy is only this much? What is this? So specialized that it's gone to Grandma's house? All points in compatibility, and not a single blue bar added? I said there must be a problem. A person's energy is limited. With such an outrageous compatibility, other aspects must definitely be lacking. Lin Xiaorou saw this result, first stunned. Then her mouth couldn't help but curl up. I knew it. This little girl is just a pathetic waste with high compatibility but weak psychic energy. Such a person is simply not to be feared. Her physical quality definitely cannot support the consumption of that sort. When it comes to the actual combat phase, she is bound to lose. Of crooked ways. Lin Xiaorou coldly snorted in her heart, her eyes looking at Su Xiaorou once again filled with disdain and contempt. On the high platform, Zhou Zheng and Xinya and others also wore puzzled expressions. What? What is going on? How could someone with a soul contract have such ordinary psychic energy intensity? This completely defies logic. Girl, don't pay attention to their gazes. Su Ming's voice echoed softly. They don't understand. They only see the size of the pond, but they don't know that every drop of water in this pond carries the surname Su. Moreover, they're even unaware of how terrifying the expansion speed of this pond is. Just as the crowd was discussing and feeling disappointed in Su Xiaorou's performance, the chief examiner Zhou Zheng's voice rang out again. The second test has ended. All candidates, proceed to the teleportation array at the back of the hall. Prepare for the final and most important test, the practical simulation. Your destination is the white safety zone outside the city, Sector 7. Good luck. Chapter 28, Welcome to the real battlefield. Combat simulation. Going outside the city? Oh my god, I've never really fought with the void beasts. The words of Chief Examiner Zhou Zheng were like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves among the candidates. Most of the candidates, although they had undergone countless simulated training sessions in the virtual battlefield, were facing those bloodthirsty monsters for the first time in reality. In an instant, panic and excitement spread among the crowd. Some candidates from affluent backgrounds, with hunting experience, wore confident smiles. However, those like Su Xiaorou, from ordinary backgrounds, mostly looked pale and sweaty. Su Xiaorou stood among the crowd, feeling unusually calm. A white safety zone? Hunting F-grade rippers? To her, this was not an assessment. It was simply going home. TSK, going to the novice village to fight small monsters, and they call this an assessment? Su Ming scoffed in her mind. I thought it would be a big scene. Girl, don't be polite later. Show them what efficient clearing looks like. The candidates were guided to a more spacious area at the back of the hall. In the center of the space was a giant circular metal platform, engraved with dense and complex runes. At the nodes of the runes, large spiritual energy crystals were embedded, and the entire platform emitted powerful spatial fluctuations. This was the teleportation array capable of long-distance transport. Chief Examiner Zhou Zheng stood on a high platform in front of the teleportation array, his gaze sharp, scanning each of the candidates below with varied expressions. I know that many of you are feeling scared right now. His voice, amplified through a sound system, reached everyone's ears clearly. But I want to tell you, fear is normal, because from a moment you step out of the city walls, what you face is no longer virtual data, but living, breathing monsters that want to tear you apart and devour you. We humans have struggled to survive in this endless fear and slaughter, which has led to today as fortress cities. This is why you have the comfortable lives you do now. Zhou Zheng's gaze became extraordinarily sharp. Remember, you are contract masters, guardians of human civilization. Your soul weapons are not toys to show off. They are blades to slay enemies. This assessment will teleport you to the White Safety Zone S Sector 7. That area has been repeatedly cleared by the city guards, leaving only a few lone F-grade rippers. This is your most basic test. He paused, his tone turning even colder. The assessment time is 2 hours. The personal terminal on your wrist will automatically record the number and types of monsters you kill, which will be your combat results. At the same time, I must remind you, although the examiners will observe in secret to ensure there are no fatal dangers, in a real battlefield, injury, and even death can happen at any time. If anyone feels fear and wants to withdraw, now is the time. The hall fell silent. No one chose to withdraw. Those who could stand here were all young people with dreams and courage. Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded in satisfaction. It seems there are no cowards. Now, step onto the teleportation array. Prove your worth with the swords in your hands. Welcome to the real battlefield. As Zhou Zheng's last words fell, the spiritual energy crystals on the teleportation array burst into brilliant light. Buzz, blinding white light engulfed everything. Su Xiaorou felt a powerful pulling force, and the scenery before her instantly became blurry, transforming into countless flowing lines of color. This sensation lasted only a few seconds. When her vision cleared again, she found herself standing on familiar, desolate gray land. A breeze mixed with dust and decay brushed against her face. Surrounding her were the collapsed buildings of an ancient civilization. Rusted car skeletons, a scene of apocalypse. Not far away, several other candidates who had also been teleported were nervously looking around, with some even gagging due to the disorientation from the teleportation. A bunch of rookies. Sumin commenti disanfeli. Lin Shui's figure also appeared not far away. She clearly was not experiencing teleportation for the first time and seemed very calm. She merely shot a cold glance at the candidates who were struggling and then fixed her gaze on Su Xiaorou, her eyes full of contempt and pity. In her view, Su Xiaorou, with a total spiritual energy of just over 200, would probably not even have the courage to swing a sword on a real battlefield. Reality would soon crush all her hopes. Just then, a low and ferocious roar came from a half-collapsed abandoned building ahead. Following that, 1, 2, 3, as many as 5 rippers resembling wolves, covered in black shells, charged out from the shadows. Their crimson eyes locked onto this group of fresh prey that had just appeared. It's rippers. 5 of them. The nearest male candidate let out a terrified scream, his face pale, legs weak. The other candidates were also in a state of panic, frantically drawing their soul weapons but unsure how to respond. Stay calm. Form a defensive formation. A candidate who seemed to have some command experience shouted loudly, but his voice sounded so insignificant amidst the chaos and the roars of the rippers. The 5 rippers had already transformed into 5 black lightning bolts, rushing in from different directions. Chaos was about to erupt. Lin Shui frowned. She didn't want to be with these useless people. She moved to leave the chaotic area, preparing to hunt alone. However, just as everyone was caught in panic, preparing to fight for themselves or flee in fear, a frail figure made a move that surprised everyone. Su Xiaorou moved. Instead of retreating, she charged straight toward the 5 rippers. Has she gone mad? The male candidate who had screamed shouted in disbelief. Lin Shui also stopped, turning back to look, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Under everyone's gaze, the ragged cloth in Su Xiaorou's arms was instantly shattered by spiritual energy. An unremarkable broken blade appeared in her hand. Girl! Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with boundless ambition and fighting spirit. Let them see what it means to farm monsters. Chapter 29, is this also called monster farming? Su Xiaorou charged towards the 5 rippers, an action that seemed like a death wish in the eyes of the other candidates. Has she lost her mind? Charging alone at 5 rippers? Who does she think she is? A gold-level contract master? It's over, someone's going to die. Even Lin Shui, who had planned to act alone, paused. Frowning, she watched the frail figure, a series of questions bubbling up in her mind. What on earth is Su Xiaorou thinking? Even if her short blade is a bit unusual. Her total spiritual energy is only 203 points, which is a major flaw. Facing 5F grade at the same time, every block and every swing of her sword will consume spiritual energy. It won't be long before she is exhausted to death. This is the most foolish way to fight. However, Su Xiaorou's next move once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing a ripper that pounced from the left, she didn't choose to clash head-on. Instead, she slightly turned her body, and the short blade in her hand swept up at an extremely tricky angle. A faint sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The ripper didn't even have time to let out a howl before its momentum was halted. Its body neatly split in half, and then turned to a cloud of black ash. Kill F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1. A barely audible prompt sounded on Su Xiaorou's terminal. Beautiful. Su Ming cheered loudly in his mind. That's the feeling. Don't clash with them head-on. Your small frame can't match their strength. Use finesse. Remember what we trained. Every attack they make has flaws. After landing her first hit, Su Xiaorou didn't linger. She pushed off the ground with her toes, and her body moved like a weightless leaf, flashing to the side of another Ripper in an unbelievable trajectory. The Ripper had just opened its massive jaws and hadn't had time to bite down when Su Xiaorou's short blade struck like a snake, accurately piercing its soft neck. Again, there was a sound. The second Ripper followed in the footsteps of its companion. Kill F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1 this time. The previously panicked candidates around her were all stunned. I didn't see it wrong, did I? 2 hits? How did she do that? That movement. So fast. Her swordsmanship is so strange. It's not the basic sword techniques taught by the Academy at all. The remaining 3 Rippers seemed to sense that this prey was tricky. They abandoned the attack on other candidates and roared, surrounding Su Xiaorou in a formation from 3 directions. Girl, be careful, they're going to pincer you. Su Ming calmly reminded her, don't panic, use the footwork I taught you. Create distance first, and look for opportunities to take them out one by one. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, and her steps instantly became erratic. She seemed to transform into a phantom dancing on the edge of a blade, navigating through the assault of the 3 Rippers with incredible timing. Each of her dodges was perfectly timed, narrowly avoiding their lethal claws. Every sword swing was simple and effective, always taking a small piece of armor or leaving a shallow wound. She no longer pursued one-hit kills, because she understood very well that any greedy action under siege could lead her to an irretrievable situation. She was wearing down the Ripper's stamina while looking for openings revealed by their anger. This scene, observed from a distance by Lin Shuer, gradually transformed her contempt and pity into profound confusion. This is Su Xiaorou, that poor girl from the lower city? Why are her combat skills so proficient? The way she grasped timing and controlled distance didn't seem like a rookie on the battlefield for the first time, but rather like an old hunter who had struggled for years in a broken land. And her sole weapon, that short blade. Lin Shuer's gaze locked onto that unremarkable short blade. She noticed that each of Su Xiaorou's attacks consumed negligible spiritual energy. That short blade seemed to merge with Su Xiaorou's body, requiring no excessive spiritual energy to drive it, yet exhibiting astonishing sharpness. This is unreasonable. The operation of a soul weapon requires spiritual energy consumption. This is an ironclad rule of the contract master system. With her low total spiritual energy, logically speaking, such high-intensity combat should last no more than a minute before she runs out of energy. But now, she still seemed to be in control. Could it be that sword has the ability to reduce consumption? For the first time, Lin Shuer's judgment wavered. Just as she pondered, the situation on the battlefield changed again. One of the Rippers, having lost patience after a prolonged attack, let out a furious roar, abandoning its cooperation with the other 2, and lunged forward, trying to tear this slippery opponent apart in the most brutal way. Opportunity. Su Ming's voice exploded in Su Xiaorou's mind. This is the moment Su Xiaorou had been waiting for. She not only didn't retreat, but instead charged toward the pouncing Ripper, advancing instead of retreating. The short blade in her hand was instantly infused with several times more spiritual energy than before, and a flicker of bluish light flashed across the blade. Puffed. This time, it was no longer the muffled sound of cutting leather, but a crisp sound, as if cutting through metal. That Ripper, along with its hard shell, was cleanly split in half from head to tail by this strike. Kill F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1. The remaining 2 Rippers were momentarily stunned by this bloody scene. Yet Su Xiaorou wouldn't give them any chance to breathe. Her figure flickered like a ghost, and the short blade in her hand drew 2 deadly arcs. Puffed, puffed. The last 2 Rippers fell to the ground in response. Kill F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1. Kill F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1. From the appearance of the 5 Rippers to the end of the battle, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. When Su Xiaorou shook off the black ash from the blade and wrapped the short blade back in the torn cloth to hold it in her arms, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. The candidates who had just been flustered and even screamed in fear now stared at her with their mouths agape, looking at her as if she were a monster. Five of them. All killed? 30 seconds, no. It might be less than 30 seconds. Is she really one of us? The male candidate who had shouted if she was crazy earlier felt his face burning. Crazy? He was the one who was the uncultured lunatic. This was not madness. This was simply overwhelming strength. TSK, this is just the beginning, not even a warm-up. Su Ming lazily remarked in Su Xiaorou's mind, "Girl, ignore them. Let us continue. Aim to clear out all the rippers in this area before the assessment ends. Let them see what professionalism looks like." Su Xiaorou nodded, not even glancing at the stunned candidates around her, and turned to walk deeper into the ruins, searching for the next prey, leaving behind a frail yet resolute figure and a group of rookies questioning their lives. Chapter 30. The fierce competition for the top spot time was ticking away during the exam. A temporary team of 7 or 8 candidates had just finished a battle. Phew! Finally resolved. A boy holding a heavy shield sat down heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. The three-headed Ripper was much tougher than expected. Yes, if it weren't for Brother Li's good command, we would definitely have run into trouble just now, said a girl with a bow, stretching her sore arms and feeling a lingering fear. The one referred to as Brother Li was the candidate who had previously attempted to command everyone to form a defensive formation. His name was Li Haoran, from a well-off family, with some experience hunting with family elders, making him somewhat well-known among the candidates. "Everyone, don't let your guard down. This is just the beginning," Li Haoran said seriously, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "We need to adapt to this real combat pace as soon as possible. Let us check our personal terminals and see our scores." Hearing this, everyone raised their wrists. "I killed. 1 score 1, said the boy with the heavy shield. "I got 1 too. I didn't get any kills, only 0 points. Li Haoran glanced at his terminal, which displayed kill count. 1 score, he nodded. This result was within his expectations. Teamwork was safe, but the efficiency of securing kills was indeed low. "We continue." Before he could finish, a candidate responsible for vigilance suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, look at the leaderboard." Everyone immediately focused their attention on the leaderboard interface of their personal terminals. On the top line of the leaderboard, a name was crazily refreshing its score at incredible speed. First place, Su Xiaorou, kills, 17, score, 17. The entire team fell into silence in an instant. The boy with the heavy shield rubbed his eyes, looked again, and then spoke in a ghostly tone. 17 points? Am I seeing things? How long has it been? Not even 20 minutes, right? How is this possible? She killed 17 rippers by herself. Is she a monster? Even the city guards clearing the area wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Li Haoran stared at that name, his heart churning. Su Xiaorou? He had some impression of this name. She was the strange girl with a 99 compatibility in the psychic test, but only a total psychic power of 203. At that time, everyone thought she was a theoretical genius with severe weaknesses in practical ability. But now, the numbers on this leaderboard were like a loud slap, harshly striking everyone's face. 17 points. This was no longer a matter of strength. It was simply absurd. How did you do it? The girl with the bow murmured. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ruins, Lin Shui'er flipped her wrist. In the B-grade soul weapon, Moontide drew an elegant and deadly silver arc, instantly beheading a ripper. The sword gleamed, not stained with a drop of blood. Killed F-grade beast ripper, personal terminal score 1. She glanced at her terminal, score 8. She was satisfied with this speed, although it couldn't compare to the virtual battlefield. Considering the complexity of the real environment, it was already pretty good. She believed that with her strength, achieving first place in this practical assessment was just a matter of time. Then, she habitually opened the leaderboard. When she saw the name hanging at the top and the number behind it, her usually cold face instantly froze. First place, Su Xiaorou. Score, 19. Lin Shui'er's pupils constricted sharply. 19 points? How could she be so fast? Moreover, her score was more than double her own. An indescribable annoyance and anger surged from the depths of her heart. She couldn't believe it. Even with practical experience, the results shouldn't be like this. It must be that broken blade. What secret are you hiding? Lin Shui'er gritted her teeth, her her dissatisfaction and jealousy gnawing at her pride like a venomous snake. She originally thought this assessment was just a formality. She was sure she would win the bet against Su Xiaorou. But now, reality had given her a loud slap. I will not lose. I will never lose to trash that I personally discarded. Lin Shui's gaze turned colder than ever. She no longer held back her strength. A far more powerful psychic energy erupted from her body, pouring into Moontide. Buzz! The sword of Moontide lit up with a bright moonlight, a cold chill spreading around. This was the passive domain, Moon's cold breath, that came with Moontide. Although it was only a primary domain with a small range, it was enough to slow down the movements of F-grade rippers. How? Not far away, 3 more rippers were attracted by the commotion and charged over. Lin Shui's figure transformed into a silver flash, actively. This time, her swordsmanship was no longer just elegant and precise. It added a touch of decisiveness and ruthlessness. The sword light flashed, and the 3 rippers were instantly dismembered, turning to flying ash. Killed F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal score 1. Killed F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal score 1. Killed F-grade Beast Ripper. Personal terminal score 1. Her score began to rise at an astonishing speed. Second place, Lin Shui, score 11. Second place, Lin Shui, score 14. Second place, Lin Shui, score 18. First place, Su Xiaorou, score 25. Second place, Lin Shui, score 22. A silent chase unfolded fiercely on the leaderboard. All the candidates became spectators of this chase. They watched the 2 names and scores that kept alternating, becoming numb. These 2 are cheating, right? We worked hard in teams for half a day and only got 2 or 3 points, and are they playing a killing game? So strong. We can understand Lin Shui's strength. But what exactly is Su Xiaorou? This year's assessment feels like a battle of gods, and we mere mortals are just here to make up the numbers. In the monitoring center of the assessment, Chief Examiner Zhou Zheng and several mentors were also staring intently at the data on the main screen. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Zhou Zheng stroked his beard, his face flushed with excitement. I knew it. I knew Su Xiaorou was a treasure. A 99 soul contract. How could she just be a pretty face? Look at her fighting style, concise and efficient. Not a single unnecessary movement. She is simply a born warrior. Midorchinia's face was also filled with shock. She watched Su Xiaorou's slender figure nimbly weaving through the ruins, accurately killing again and again, completely overturning her previous understanding. Her psychic energy consumption is very low. Qinya keenly pointed out the key issue. With her total psychic energy, she should have exhausted it long ago. But look, her condition has hardly declined. The problem lies with that broken blade. Yes, another mentor echoed. That soul weapon is too strange. The rating is trash. Yet it can form a soul contract with its master and achieve such low energy consumption. This completely contradicts our existing soul weapon theory. No matter what it is. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, his tone filled with undeniable admiration. This is a treasure for our academy. This time, our Magic City Academy may truly be about to produce a peerless genius that can shock the entire alliance. His expectations for Su Xiaorou have now reached an unprecedented height. However, while everyone is immersed in this intense competition for the top spot, no one noticed that the gray sky over Area 7 had, at some point, become even darker. A wave of oppressive energy, so intense it made one's heart race, was quietly gathering in the high sky. Chapter 31. The sky rips open, crisis descends girl. On the left, that half-collapsed residential building on the 3rd floor, there are 2 hiding behind the window, sleeping soundly. Go send them on their way. Received. Su Xiaorou's figure stealthily slipped into the residential building like a raccoon. A few seconds later, kill F-level Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1. Kill F-level Beast Ripper. Personal terminal points 1. Her personal score steadily rose to 31 points. Not bad, very efficient. Su Ming praised in his mind. That girl named Lin Shui is quite capable. Her points are tightly contested. Su Xiaorou glanced at the leaderboard. First, Su Xiaorou, points, 31. Second, Lin Shui, points, 29. The gap is only 2 points. She's strong, Su Xiaorou said sincerely. Although there was a bet at stake, she recognized Lin Shui's strength. That straightforward, overwhelming fighting style was something she couldn't achieve yet. Of course, she's a B-level soul weapon. Her spiritual energy is almost twice yours, raised with precious materials since childhood. If she didn't have this ability, the Lin family would have gone bankrupt long ago. Su Ming scoffed, but you don't need to be afraid of her. We operate on technique. She operates on pay to win. Once we develop, we can teach her a lesson in no time. Su Xiaorou responded and continued towards her next target. She was now completely immersed in the rhythm of the hunt. Each stealthy move, each strike, each coordination with Su Ming brought her a thrilling sense of pleasure. This was the first time she felt so clearly that she was becoming stronger. However, just as she was about to head to the next location, Su Ming's voice suddenly became serious. "Wait, girl, stop. What's wrong?" Su Xiaorou immediately halted and looked around warily. Something feels off. Su Ming's voice carried a hint of confusion. The void energy in this area seems to have suddenly become violent. Su Xiaorou felt it too. In the air, there seemed to be a subtle sense of oppression that made her chest feel a bit tight. She looked up at the sky. The originally gloomy sky now appeared as if it had been drenched in thick ink, darker than normal. The clouds churned at a strange speed, as if something terrifying was brewing behind them. Su Xiaorou's heart sank. Not just her. All the candidates in Sector 7 sensed this anomaly at the same time. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn black? I feel uncomfortable. My spiritual energy is not flowing smoothly. Look, what is that? A candidate pointed at the sky, letting out a terrified scream. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. In the center of the thick, lead-like clouds, a blinding scarlet lightning bolt suddenly tore across the sky. This lightning did not make any sound, but what it brought was a scene more terrifying than any thunder. Where the lightning struck, the sky appeared as fragile as glass, revealing a dark, menacing crack. That crack rapidly spread to both sides, expanding at a visible speed. A surge of void energy, 100 or even 1,000 times denser, filled with chaos and the scent of destruction, rushed out from that crack like a flood bursting its banks. A void rift. Oh my God. How could a void rift appear here? Run, run. Panic erupted among all the candidates like a plague. They were no longer facing images from textbooks, nor data from virtual battlefields. Instead, they were confronted with a living, expanding, terrifying rift that was devouring the sky. That was a gateway to another world. A door to hell. In the monitoring center, the piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Alarm! Alarm! High-intensity spatial anomalies detected in Sector 7. Energy levels cannot be estimated. Exceeded the monitoring limit of the white safety zone. Warning! A new type of void rift is forming. Level assessment. Orange danger zone level. The smile on Zhou Zhang's face instantly froze. He suddenly stood up from his seat, staring intently at the ever-expanding black crack on the main screen. The color draining from his face in an instant. How is this possible? He shouted in disbelief. The white safety zone. How could an orange-level void rift appear? This is illogical. The white safety zone has been repeatedly cleared by the city guards and monitored by energy stabilization devices. Theoretically, such a high-level rift should never appear. Principle. The teleportation array. The teleportation array has been severely disrupted by spatial energy and is now inoperative. A technician reported with a pale face. What about communications? Immediately contact all candidates. Tell them to abandon the assessment and retreat immediately. Zhou Zheng yelled anxiously. No, the signal has also been jammed. We can't contact them. Boom. Zhou Zheng's mind buzzed, leaving him blank. The teleportation array is inoperative. Communications are cut off. This means that the thousands of students still undergoing assessment are completely trapped on that battlefield being eroded by void energy. They are about to face the terrifying monsters pouring out from the orange-level rift. Hurry! Immediately activate the highest emergency plan. Zhou Zheng's voice, filled with extreme fear and anger, became a bit hoarse. Contact the city guards. Contact the principal himself. Tell them that an orange rift has appeared in Sector 7, and thousands of candidates are trapped. Request. Request immediate rescue. On the shattered ruins, an apocalyptic scene was unfolding. Roar, hiss, accompanied by various sharp, vicious roars, one after another. Grotesque beasts surged out from that massive void rift like dumplings. No longer F-level rippers, but E-level, D-level, and even C-level elite beasts. Some resembled giant scorpions, dragging toxic tails with venomous stingers. Others were hellhounds engulfed in green flames, capable of spewing corrosive liquids. And there were sea-level beasts, the soundwave destroyers, circling in the air, emitting piercing sound waves, their size multiple times that of the screechers. The candidates who had just been feeling proud about hunting a few F-level rippers found themselves as fragile as lambs awaiting slaughter in front of these truly terrifying monsters. A blood-curdling scream rang out. A slow-running candidate was knocked to the ground by a hellhound. The green flames instantly engulfed him, and before he could even scream, he was reduced to a charred corpse. A hastily formed team attempted to resist a venomous stinger, but their prideful soul weapons merely struck against the beast's hard shell, producing a series of clinking sounds, leaving not even a white mark. The next second, the massive venomous tail swept past, and the few candidates were sent flying like kites with broken strings, spitting blood, their fates unknown. Chaos, slaughter, despair. The true battlefield presented itself to this group of sheltered flowers in the most brutal and bloody way. Girl, run. Don't linger. Su Ming's voice roared in Su Xiaorou's mind. These things are not something we can deal with right now. Hurry. Run towards the teleportation point. Su Xiaorou's face turned pale. She looked at the hellish scene before her, her body trembling slightly with fear. But she did not run, because she saw that not far from her. A female candidate who had mocked her before was struck by a falling boulder on her leg, unable to move. In an E-class, Side Mantis was raising its sickle-like forelimbs high, ready to strike down fiercely at that girl. Chapter 32. Lin Schwecker's decision. Be careful. At a critical moment, Su Xiaorou dashed forward without a second thought, pushing the already terrified female candidate out of the way. Swoosh! The sharp blade of the mantis beast grazed Su Xiaorou's back, slicing through her tattered clothing and flesh, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. Hiss! The intense pain made Su Xiaorou gasp, cold sweat instantly beating on her forehead. You saved me? The pushed female candidate looked at Su Xiaorou in disbelief. She clearly remembered mocking Su Xiaorou's attire with her companions just before the assessment began. Su Xiaorou didn't answer her. Instead, she gritted her teeth and stared intently at the enormous mantis beast before her. Girl, are you crazy? I told you to run. Why did you save her? Su Ming shouted anxiously in her mind. You can't even protect yourself right now. Su Xiaorou's lips turned pale. I can't just watch her die. You. Su Ming was left speechless. He knew this girl's nature, kind-hearted, even a bit naive. But at a time like this, such kindness was fatal. The mantis beast, having missed its strike, turned its crimson compound eyes towards Su Xiaorou, locking her in as its new target. Its massive, side-like forelimbs crossed in front of it, producing a series of sickening clicking sounds before transforming into a green blur, lunging at Su Xiaorou again. There's no other way. Su Ming's voice turned harsh. Girl, get ready to transform. Fight it. Enduring the excruciating pain in her back, Su Xiaorou summoned all the spiritual energy within her, preparing to unleash the true form of Frostmourne. However, just then, a clear and slightly angry voice rang out from the side. A bunch of useless fools. All you know is to run. Stand still. Lin Schwecker stood on a large rock, holding Moon Tide with grace. Her silver outfit stood out vividly against the chaotic battlefield. The pride and composure she had earlier were gone, replaced by a mix of anger and urgency. She looked at the candidates, scattering like headless flies, trembling with rage. Run? Where can you run to? The teleportation array has failed. We're trapped here. If you want to live, come over here. Form a defensive formation. Our only chance of survival is to hold out until the rescue team arrives. Lin Schwerer's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, clearly echoed across the chaotic battlefield. It seemed to carry a special magic. The candidates, who were desperately fleeing, paused upon hearing her words. Right? What's the use of running? This ruin is only so big. They would eventually be caught by those monsters and killed one by one. The only way to survive is to unite and resist together. Lin Schwerer is right. We can't run anymore. Let's fight them. Everyone go to Lin Shuer. Hurry. The instinct for survival overcame their fear. The remaining candidates began to gather spontaneously towards Lin Shuer. Even the female candidate, saved by Su Xiaorou, limped over with the help of her companions. Lin Shuer looked at the dozens of candidates who had regathered, her expression easing slightly. She glanced at the distant mantis beast that was about to attack Su Xiaorou, frowning. Moontide crescent slash. With a fierce swing of her sword Moontide, a crescent-shaped silver sword energy shot out, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, accurately slicing towards the mantis beast. The mantis beast seemed to sense the danger, abandoning its attack on Su Xiaorou, raising its scythe-like forelimbs in an attempt to block. Clang! A loud noise. The mantis beast was knocked back by the sword energy, leaving a deep white mark on its hard forelimbs, even frost forming on it. So powerful! Su Xiaorou was astonished at this scene. Is this the power of a B-rank soul weapon? Just the sword energy has such might. Not bad at all. Su Ming commented, "Girl, don't dawdle, let us go too." Su Xiaorou nodded, enduring the pain, and moved towards Lin Shuer. Soon, centered around Lin Shuer, a defensive circle composed of 50 to 60 surviving candidates was barely formed. On the outside were a few boys holding shields. In the center were candidates armed with various melee weapons. Those with bows, staves, and other ranged soul weapons were protected in the most core position. Lin Shuer stood at the very front of the defensive circle. She was like a stabilizing anchor, her presence giving all the panicked candidates a sense of reassurance. Everyone listen. Lin Shuer's voice was cold and clear. The shield bearers braced for the first wave of impact. Melee fighters, don't strike easily. Conserve your spiritual energy. Wait for my command. Ranged fighters, prioritize attacking the flying units and ranged units that pose the greatest threat to us. Her commands were orderly and methodical. It was hard to imagine that this was a girl of their age. Su Xiaorou also arrived at the edge of the defensive circle. She glanced at Lin Shuer, standing at the front, her emotions a bit complex, although they were rivals at this moment. She couldn't help but admire Lin Shuer's decisiveness and leadership. Roar! The roar of the beasts grew closer. The vanguard, composed of dozens of D-rank and C-rank beasts, surged like a black tide towards their small defensive circle. Prepare. Face the enemy. Lin Shuer raised her Moontide high, the sword tip pointing forward, issuing the battle command. A bloodbath, where strength disparities were glaring, officially began for survival. Boom! The first massive iron-armored beast slammed into the front shield. The boy holding the shield let out a muffled grunt, feeling an irresistible force surge through him, causing him and the shield to slide back several meters, his arms instantly losing sensation. The defense line wavered upon contact. Following that, more beasts surged in like a tide. Steady. Hold the line. Li Haoran also roared in the crowd, using his body to firmly brace against the shield in front of him. Ranged. Fire. Lin Shuer calmly commanded. Whoosh. 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 Several arrows wrapped in spiritual energy and a few small fireballs shot out from the back of the crowd, aiming at the swarm of beasts. But this level of attack was no more than a tickle to the thick-skinned beasts. Only one unfortunate Durang hellhound was struck in the eye by an arrow, letting out a howl before collapsing to the ground. This won't do. Our attack power is too weak. A boy using a staff in the back said with a pale face. There are too many of them. We can't hold them off at all. Panic spread again. Just then, Lin Shuer moved. She no longer stood in place to command. Her petite figure shot out of the defensive circle like an arrow. What? What is she doing? Everyone was stunned by her actions. Moonlight dance. Lin Shuer exclaimed softly. The moontide, sword in her hand, erupted with unprecedented brilliance. She seemed to transform into a bright moon, beginning a splendid yet deadly dance amidst the dark beast horde. Every flash of sword light inevitably cuts through the body of an exotic beast. Her figure flickers unpredictably, weaving through the herd of beasts. And not a single one can touch the corner of her clothes. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 E-rank exotic beasts fell under her sword. Everyone was stunned. Is this the true strength of the Lin family's prodigy? Is this the terrifying power of a B-rank soul weapon? So powerful. What are you all days for? Lin Shuer's cold voice snapped everyone back to reality. I have torn open a gap for you. Now, concentrate your fire and attack those venomous piercers on my left. Everyone, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly followed her instructions and unleashed their attacks. Under Lin Shuer's unparalleled performance, the precarious defense miraculously stabilized. However, there was not a trace of joy on anyone's face, because they all understood. This was just the beginning. No matter how strong Lin Shuer was, she was still just one person. Her spiritual energy would eventually run out. And from that massive rift in the sky, monsters continued to pour out endlessly. How long could they hold on? Chapter 33. Whispers of a Necromancer Girl. How's the injury on your back? Su Ming's voice carried a hint of worry. I'm fine. I can hold on. Su Xiaorou gritted her teeth. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Her back burned with pain, and each breath tugged at her wound, making her feel as if she might faint. But she couldn't fall. She looked ahead at the silver figure charging through the beast horde, a complex emotion swelling in her heart. Lin Shuer is really amazing. Don't look at her. She's forcing herself with spiritual energy, Su Ming scoffed. The consumption of a B-level soul weapon is no joke. Look at her now, full of bravado, but she'll be crying later. We can't compare with her. We need to conserve our strength. Su Xiaorou nodded. Unlike Lin Shuer, she didn't rush out but stayed at the edge of the defense line, using her skills to deal with those trying to break through from the flanks. Every strike she made was precise, always resolving an E-level beast with minimal cost. Though she didn't shine as brightly as Lin Shuer, her presence was like a sturdy patch, firmly blocking the most vulnerable gap in the defense line. Gradually, the other candidates around her also noticed this. Hey, that. Su Xiaorou to the right. There's a beast coming. A boy shouted. Su Xiaorou didn't turn back. She simply swung her sword, the broken blade piercing through the mouth of the hellhound and into its brain. The boy was left dumbfounded. Thank you. Be careful behind you. Su Xiaorou replied calmly. The battle continued in a brutal yet strange balance. Lin Shuer up front like the sharpest dagger, attracted most of the beast's attention and constantly tore through their formation. Su Xiaorou, meanwhile, moved like a silent ghost along the weak points of the defense, repeatedly resolving crises. The two girls, who had been at odds before the assessment, had now, in a peculiar way, become the absolute core of this temporary team. Time passed second by second. The surviving candidates, after experiencing initial fear and chaos, gradually adapted to the bloody rhythm. They began to understand cooperation, conserve spiritual energy, and learn how to achieve maximum results at minimal cost. But everyone's hearts sank. The number of beasts showed no signs of decreasing. One fell, and immediately two more took its place. Meanwhile, their spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. I can't go on. I have less than 30% of my spiritual energy left, a fireball-using mage candidate said, his face pale. My shield is about to shatter, a frontline shield soldier said, looking at his cracked soul weapon, his voice tinged with tears. Despair surged back like a tide. The first to show signs of trouble was Lin Shuer. After fighting intensely for over 10 minutes, her elegant moonlight dance became less fluid. Her breathing grew rapid, and her sword-swinging speed noticeably slowed. A poisonous piercer's tail hook caught her off guard, slicing deeply into her thigh. The silver armor was instantly drenched in blood. Lin Shuer is injured. Oh my god, even she. Seeing this scene, the already wavering morale of the troops showed signs of collapse. Everyone hold steady. Lin Shuer shouted through gritted teeth, I'm not dead yet. She pushed back several beasts with a swing of her sword, retreating back to the defense line, leaning on her sword and gasping for breath. Her complexion, pale from blood loss and the immense drain of spiritual energy, mirrored Su Xiaorou's. Are you all right? Su Xiaorou instinctively asked, looking at the wound on her leg. Lin Shuer shot her a cold glance, said nothing, and pulled out an expensive rapid healing spray. Spraying it on her wound, the bleeding began to stop and heal at a visible rate. But it was clear to everyone that her depleted spiritual energy and stamina couldn't be restored by just one bottle of spray. With Lin Shuer, their strongest combat force, incapacitated, the pressure on the defense line suddenly increased severalfold. Roar! A sea-level rampaging giant bear, as large as a small truck, charged forward with a roar. It ignored the seemingly tickling ranged attacks, its massive paws crashing down on the front line. Boom! 3 shield soldiers were sent flying along with their shields. The defense line was forcibly torn open, creating a massive gap. It's over. The words sprang to everyone's minds. Girl. Su Ming's voice became incredibly serious at that moment. There's no other way. Release me. Let go all out. Su Xiaorou looked at the rampaging giant bear that had already breached the defense line and was wreaking havoc. The cowardice and fear in her eyes were replaced by a sense of determination. Su Ming. If we die here today. Bah. What nonsense. Su Ming interrupted her. With me here, it's hard for you to die. I mean if. Su Xiaorou's voice was unusually calm. To be with you. I have no regrets. Having said that, she no longer hesitated. She poured all her spiritual energy and will into the broken blade in her hand. Buzz. In the shocked gazes of everyone, that seemingly ordinary broken blade erupted with a chilling, deathly blue light filled with the essence of winter. The form of the broken blade rapidly changed in the light. The blade elongated, becoming broad and heavy. At the crossguard, a menacing skull slowly emerged, with 2 ghostly blue flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. Ancient and mysterious runes lit up one by one along the blade. A giant sword filled with dominance and malevolence appeared in Su Xiaorou's hands. Frostmourne. As the giant sword appeared, a wave of icy chill spread out from Su Xiaorou, causing the air around her to plummet in temperature. A thin layer of frost even formed on the ground. Wah, what is that? Her sword. Changed. So cold. Such a terrifying aura. Even Lin Shuer, who had retreated to the side, was completely stunned at the sight of the sword. Her mind went blank. Although it wasn't her first time seeing it like this, only by feeling it up close did Lin Shuer truly grasp its essence. Is this really her failed product? Roar. The rampaging giant bear seemed to sense the threat, abandoning its pursuit of other candidates, turning around, its crimson eyes locking onto Su Xiaorou, who wielded the giant sword. Perfect timing. Su Ming's voice was filled with battle intent. Girl, now's your chance. Give it a powerful strike. Let these natives see what it means to have a divine weapon descend. With both hands straining to grip the heavy giant sword, the spiritual energy within Su Xiaorou surged like a flood, madly being absorbed into the sword. Her complexion visibly paled even more, but her gaze shone with incredible brightness. She raised Frostmourne high, and with all her might, she swung down hard at the charging, rampaging giant bear. This strike wasn't as elegant as Lin Shuer's swordplay. It was simple, brutal, and filled with primal power. The furious giant bear also raised its huge paw to meet the sword. In the next second, the sword and the paw collided with a deafening sound. Chapter 34. Energy over half. Feast begins. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted in the center of the battlefield. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. Su Xiaorou felt an indescribable, terrifying force rebound from a sword. Her frail body could no longer hold up and was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood surging up her throat as she spat out a mouthful. The Frostmourne in her hand fell to the side due to her loss of strength. With a thud, the sword's tip plunged into the ground. The C-grade rampaging giant bear was also suffering. Its paw, capable of crushing rocks, was neatly split in the middle, exposing its bones. The eerie blue chill was rapidly eroding its flesh through the wound, causing it to emit a roar of extreme pain. Both sides were badly injured. No, it should be said that Su Xiaorou was utterly defeated. After just one exchange, 90 of her internal energy was instantly drained, making her organs feel as if they had shifted places, leaving her with no strength to stand. Cough, cough. She lay on the ground, coughing violently, her vision darkening. Girl, are you okay? Su Ming's voice was filled with anxiety. He had miscalculated. He had overestimated Su Xiaorou's current physical condition and underestimated the ferocity of the C-grade beast. Going head-to-head was indeed too much of strain. Roar! Although the rampaging giant bear was severely injured, its ferocity was completely ignited. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the prostrate Su Xiaorou as it took heavy steps, approaching her step by step. It wanted to tear this tiny creature that had hurt it into pieces. It's over. All the surviving candidates felt an endless despair rising in their hearts as they watched this scene. Lin Shuer also struggled to get up, wanting to help. However, she had just expended too much energy, and the injuries on her legs hindered her movement, leaving her unable to make it in time. Just when everyone thought Su Xiaorou was doomed, a change occurred again. Two clusters of eerie blue flames suddenly surged violently on the fierce skull pattern of Frostmourne. In Su Ming's consciousness space, the light screen that only he could see was refreshing data frantically. Kill F-grade Beast Ripper. Unlock Energy 1. Kill E-grade Beast Blade Mantis. Unlock Energy 5. Face-to-face confrontation with C-grade Beast Rampaging Giant Bear. Commander Willpower judged as tenacious. Unlock Energy 5. The accumulated energy, along with the energy gained from the series of battles, finally broke through a critical threshold. Unlocked energy, 56,100. Reached halfway stage. Received stage reward. Skill Resurrection of the Dead weak. Enhanced. New effect 1. Increased number of resurrections. Now, you can resurrect multiple dead to fight for you at the same time. New effect 2. Energy consumption reduced. Each resurrection now consumes 50 less energy. New effect 3. Soul feedback. When the resurrected dead kill enemies or are killed by enemies, 20 of the dissipated energy will be returned to the commander for recovering energy. A series of prompts exploded in Su Ming's consciousness. Ha ha, ha ha. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then let out the most proud and unrestrained laughter since his arrival. It's here. Finally here. This is what his necromancer. Cough, this divine weapon should look like. What is a sea of undead? What is a natural disaster? Today, let you natives of this other world see for yourselves. Girl. Su Ming's wild laughter echoed in Su Xiaorou's fading consciousness. Don't sleep. Get up for me. The real battle is just beginning. Upwude. Cold energy poured from the hilt of Frostmourne into Su Xiaorou's body. Although this energy could not completely heal her injuries, it caused a slight ripple in her nearly dried-up energy pool. It also brought a hint of clarity to her chaotic mind. Su Ming, listen to me. Su Ming's voice was filled with undeniable excitement and boldness. Place your hand on my sword. You are not fighting alone now. Su Xiaorou instinctively reached out her trembling hand and pressed it against the cold, rune-covered blade. At that moment, the rampaging giant bear had already reached her, raising its uninjured paw high. Now, Su Ming roared, Resurrection of the Dead. Su Xiaorou instinctively mobilized the slight energy she had just regained and activated the skill. Buzz. A wave of even denser, eerie blue ripples erupted from Frostmourne, rapidly expanding. This time, the wave swept across the entire battlefield. The remains of the beast that had been killed by Su Xiaorou and Lin Shuer and had turned to ashes began to writhe violently at this moment. First, the nearest rippers. 1, 2. A total of 5 rippers composed purely of bones and shadows crawled out from the ashes, their hollow eye sockets burning with eerie blue soul fire. Next was the D-grade venomous piercer that Lin Shuer had slain. Its massive skeletal body reassembled with a series of cracking sounds, slowly standing up. Even the beast that had just been killed by Su Xiaorou's sword began to reform from the ashes. In just a few seconds, a legion of undead beasts, composed of a dozen skeletal creatures, appeared beside Su Xiaorou. Go, my warriors! Su Ming roared excitedly. Tear this stupid bear apart. The dozen skeletal beasts seemed to have heard their king's command, emitting a silent roar as they charged fiercely toward the living, rampaging giant bear from all directions. Roar? The rampaging giant bear was completely stunned. It stared at the group of monsters made up of its companion's bones, its massive head filled with incomprehensible confusion. But the next second, it had no time to be confused. 5 skeletal rippers lunged at it fearlessly, some biting its legs, others clawing at its back, tightly entangling its movements. The skeletal venomous piercer even thrust its sharp tail hook fiercely into the bear's back. The tide of battle underwent an earth-shattering reversal in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded. The surviving candidates gaped, staring in a daze at this unbelievable scene before them. What? What is that? Revived? The beasts that had been killed have come back to life. It was Su Xiaorou. It was her doing. It was her sword. Lin Shuer was also rooted to the spot, watching the small, undead army, gazing at the frail girl lying on the ground, surrounded by the legion of the undead, feeling as if her worldview, built over 18 years, was being shattered piece by piece and then completely ground to dust. What? What kind of soul weapon is this? What kind of ability is this? Ha! Let the feast begin. Su Ming laughed in Su Xiaorou's mind like a 300-pound child. Girl, do you see it? This is called style. This is the correct way to fight in a group. Now let them witness what a disaster the undead looks like. Chapter 35, I am a natural disaster. Surrounded by over a dozen skeletal beasts, the once arrogant C-rank berserk giant bear found itself in a desperate battle. These undead creatures revived by Su Ming, although far weaker than in life, possessed a terrifying advantage. They were fearless. They felt no pain, no fear, and their only command was to tear apart the enemy in front of them. The berserk giant bear smashed one skeletal ripsaw with a paw, but immediately two others lunged at it, biting down hard on its arm. Just as it intended to turn and deal with the venomous piercer that had attacked it with its tail hook, several undead creatures entangled its feet. In an instant, this C-rank beast that had just been imposing was thrown into chaos and distress by a group of low-tier undead. Well done. Just like that. Entangle it. Wear it out. In his mind, Su Ming took on the role of battlefield commander. How are you feeling, girl? How much energy have you restored? Su Xiaorou lay on the ground, feeling the warm flow within her body, and weakly replied, I've restored a bit, but it still hurts a lot. That's right. Pain is what will make you remember this lesson. Although Su Ming said this, his tone softened considerably. Don't rush. The good show is still to come. At that moment, a skeletal ripsaw seized an opportunity and suddenly leaped, biting down on the berserk giant bear's neck. Roar! The berserk giant bear cried out in pain. Its fury ignited, and with a mighty swipe of its massive paw, it smashed the skeletal ripsaw's head into pieces. The skeletal ripsaw disintegrated into a cloud of black energy, dissipating into the air. But at the moment of its disappearance, a faint yet pure energy flowed back into Su Xiaorou's body through the contract between her and Frostmourne. Su Xiaorou felt that the nearly dried-up energy pool within her body had risen slightly. She was a bit surprised. New feature, soul feedback, Su Ming explained proudly. From now on, my undead little brothers will be your mobile power banks. They kill enemies, you restore energy. Theoretically, as long as there are enough enemies, your energy will always be full. Su Xiaorou's eyes instantly brightened. As long as there are enough enemies, the energy will never run out? This is simply. She looked at the horde of terrifying monsters surrounding her, which still seemed numerous and menacing. And for the first time, she felt that these horrific beasts didn't seem so repulsive after all. They appear to have transformed into walking, sparkling void cores and mobile power banks. Girl, stop dazing off. Keep going. Su Ming urged. You still have little energy. Save it. First, take down this big guy. Its corpse is a premium material. Su Xiaorou nodded, enduring the intense pain. She struggled to sit up from the ground and placed her hand back on the hilt of Frostmourne. Resurrection of the dead. Another wave of eerie blue ripples spread out. The skeletal ripsaw that had just been smashed re-emerged from the ashes, struggling to rise again. What the? In the distance, a surviving candidate saw this scene and exclaimed a curse. It can be revived? It can stand up again after being killed? How are we supposed to fight? This is simply an army that cannot be killed. What kind of monster is Su Xiaorou? Everyone's worldview was once again shattered. If bringing the dead back to life was already shocking enough, then being able to revive after being killed had exceeded their understanding. This was no longer tactics or skills. This was just shameless. Lin Shuer's face could no longer be described as pale. She looked at the girl sitting on the ground, constantly summoning the undead, and for the first time, a feeling of powerlessness rose in her heart. Was her B-rank soul weapon, Moontide, powerful? Very powerful. Was her swordsmanship exquisite? Very exquisite. Yet, in the face of such an unreasonable ability, her pride felt so ridiculous. Others could summon an indestructible, endless army. What about her? She toiled alone, hacking away for half a day, exhausting her energy while getting herself injured. How could she compare? What could she use to compare? That wager. Lin Shui's heart sank to the bottom. On the battlefield, the C-rank Berserk giant bear, after being relentlessly attacked by a dozen undead, finally reached its limit after several minutes of being besieged. Its movements grew slower, and its wounds multiplied. Now is the time, Su Ming commanded. The skeletal venomous piercer that had been circling nearby struck with its massive tail hook like black lightning, precisely stabbing into the bear's eye socket. Thud! Roar! The berserk giant bear let out its last unwilling roar, its colossal body crashing to the ground. Kill C-rank beast berserk giant bear. Unlock energy 5. Beautiful. Su Ming cheered loudly. As the bear fell, the surrounding D-rank and C-rank beasts, who had been watching, seemed to lose their backbone and began to stir. Girl, don't stop. Su Ming's voice was filled with temptation. Good materials are here. Bring this bear back to me. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath and injected the part of her energy she had just restored back into Frostmourne. Resurrection of the dead. This time, her target was the C-rank berserk giant bear that had just died beneath her. The massive corpse on the ground began to tremble violently. Black ashes surged toward the body as if alive, wrapping around the flesh and reshaping the bones. A figure larger and more oppressive than any previous undead slowly stood up from the ground. A C-rank, skeletal giant bear composed of bones and shadows. Its appearance silenced the entire battlefield. Even the void fissure in the sky seemed to pause for a moment. Roar! The skeletal giant bear threw its head back and let out a silent roar. The pressure belonging to a C-rank beast instantly enveloped the entire area. The low-tier beasts nearby began to tremble under this pressure, some even instinctively backing away. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This is the big brother. Su Ming laughed even more joyfully. Now, we have a big brother. Girl, give the order. Let these ignorant monsters feel what it means. I am a natural disaster. Su Xiaorou looked at the imposing skeletal giant bear in front of her, at the nascent undead army behind it, and at the distant horde of beasts starting to stir. The fear and pain in her heart had quietly dissipated at some point, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control over everything. She struggled, using her sword to prop herself up, slowly standing up. Although her figure still appeared weak and her face pale, at that moment, in everyone's eyes, her small figure seemed to tower over the skeletal giant bear. She raised her hand, using all her strength to point towards the chaotic beast horde ahead. A cold, slightly hoarse voice, yet filled with endless authority, escaped her lips. Kill. Chapter 36. Endless Spiritual Energy. Attack. With a command from Su Xiaorou, the recently resurrected sea-level skeletal giant bear seemed to receive a supreme order. Its massive body charged forward like an out-of-control heavy tank toward the densest area of the exotic beasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each step it took, the ground trembled. The D-level exotic beast that stood in its way could not stop it at all. A razor-sharp mantis tried to block with its scythe-like arms, only to be swatted by the skeletal giant bear, turning it into a puddle of flesh and bone. A hellhound spewed corrosive flames. But when it hit the skeletal giant bear's body, composed purely of energy and bone, it only produced a few puffs of black smoke, failing to inflict any effective damage. Immediately after, the giant bear's enormous paw swept across, and the hellhound was snapped in half without even a scream. Behind the skeletal giant bear, a dozen low-level undead formed a black torrent, following closely behind, launching a frenzied charge. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic reversal. Previously, the exotic beasts were besieging the surviving candidates. Now, it had transformed into Su Xiaorou's undead army, turning the tables and chasing down the exotic beasts. This scene left all the surviving candidates dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. This is a counterattack? My God, did she save us all by herself? What exactly is that sword of hers? Sea-level exotic beasts can be resurrected? Is there no justice left? Li Haoran opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He stared at the girl standing in the center of the battlefield, commanding the undead army, feeling as if he were witnessing a living legend. Is this what it means to be a contract master with a soul contract. Is this the power of a 99 compatibility? It's outrageous. Lin Shuer leaned against a rock, silently watching everything. The wound on her leg had stopped bleeding thanks to the healing spray. But the shock at her heart was more intense than any injury. She looked at Su Xiaorou, at her fierce giant sword, at the ever-growing undead army. Suddenly, she remembered what Su Xiaorou had said to her before the assessment began. Think you're something? At that moment, she thought it was arrogance, a reckless provocation of an ignorant person. Looking back now, it seemed there was no hint of joking in that statement. Perhaps, in front of her, she really was nothing at all. This realization was more painful than any failure. On the battlefield, with each kill of the undead army, streams of pure energy were continuously fed back into Su Xiaorou's body through Frostmourne. She could clearly feel her dried-up spiritual energy pool being refilled at an astonishing speed. No, not just refilled. After filling the spiritual energy pool, that energy didn't stop. It kept crashing against the barriers of the pool, trying to expand it even more. Buzz. A slight humming sounded in Su Xiaorou's mind. She felt that some shackles within her body had been broken. The total amount of spiritual energy inside her started to rise slowly but steadily. 204. 205. 206. This is... Su Xiaorou was both shocked and delighted. A breakthrough in battle. Common practice. No need to be overly surprised. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind. His tone as casual as if commenting on the nice weather. Such intense combat is the best way to unleash potential. Plus, with my soul feedback, it's like fighting while being fed mana and also getting a VIP experience boost. If your spiritual energy limit doesn't increase now, that would be strange. Su Xiaorou's heart raced with excitement. Leveling up in battle. This was a plot twist straight out of a novel. Yet it was happening to her. She felt that the wound on her back didn't hurt as much anymore. She was filled with boundless energy. Girl, don't just get happy. Su Ming, Remindete. Your undead army needs to expand. Look at all those fresh materials on the ground. What a waste to leave them. Su Xiaorou immediately reacted. She glanced at the battlefield where the skeletal giant bear was rampaging, leaving a trail of exotic beast corpses in its wake. Taking a deep breath, she raised Frostmourne again. Resurrect the dead. This time, she targeted not a single entity, but the entire area of corpses. Dark blue ripples spread like ripples on water. On the ground, the exotic beast corpses that had just been killed began to rise one by one. 1, 2, 10, 20. In the blink of an eye, her undead army doubled in size. From initially a dozen, it transformed into a grand army of over 30 skeletal exotic beasts. Among them were even 2 E-level razor-sharp mantises and 3 D-level venomous puncturers. At this moment, the balance on the battlefield was completely shattered. The exotic beasts pouring out from the void cracks showed fear for the first time when facing this dramatically enhanced undead army in both numbers and quality. They began to rout, fleeing in panic toward the crack they had emerged from. Want to run? No way. Su Ming shouted in Su Xiaorou's mind. Chase them. Leave none behind. They're all walking energy points. With a thought, the massive undead army immediately changed direction and began to pursue the fleeing exotic beasts. A brutal encirclement battle unfolded incredulously before the eyes of all the survivors. They watched the girl standing there, occasionally waving her hand, commanding an army that was defeating dozens of ferocious exotic beasts. Each one fell into a long silence. They felt that they might not be participating in the same assessment. They even doubted whether they and Su Xiaorou were playing the same game. This is not a practical assessment. This is clearly a tutorial level for a necromancer in a beginner's village. Chapter 37: Collective Silence of the Reinforcements Magic City Fortress, East City Gate. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Dozens of heavy armored vehicles painted with the city guard's insignia roared to life, ready for departure. Beside the armored vehicles stood a group of instructors in specially designed combat suits for the Magic City Psychic Technology University, led by the intelligent and beautiful instructor, Qinya. At this moment, Qinya's face was devoid of her usual calmness, replaced by deep worry and anxiety. Principal Zhou, what is the situation? Is the crack still expanding? She looked at Zhou Zheng, who was sweating profusely while speaking into a military communicator. Zhou Zheng put down the communicator, his face pale with distress. The situation is very bad. His voice was hoarse. The spatial interference is too strong. Our detection equipment can only vaguely sense that the energy level of the crack has stabilized at a high orange level and even is climbing towards the red zone. What? Chinya and the surrounding instructors all changed color in unison. A red zone level crack? If such a thing formed near the city, it would mean disaster. Then, what about the students? Chinya's voice trembled slightly. Zhou Zheng closed his eyes painfully. The drones we sent out lost contact when they approached Sector 7. Inside, it's probably a hellish scene. This speculation made the hearts of everyone present sink to the bottom. Thousands of students. They were the future hope of the academy. Just then, a middle-aged man in a city guard colonel's uniform strode over. His name was Gao Yuan, the overall commander of this emergency rescue operation. Principal Zhou, we cannot wait any longer. Gao Yuan's voice was steady and powerful. Every extra minute we wait, the hope for those children to survive diminishes. We must set off immediately. Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and nodded heavily. Colonel Gao, please, no matter what, try to rescue as many children as possible. He bowed deeply to Gao Yuan. This is our duty. Gao Yuan returned the bow, then turned to all the soldiers and instructors who were ready to depart, letting out a roar. All units, attention. Target, Sector 7. Prepare to depart. Yes. Amidst the thunderous response, the hatches of dozens of armored vehicles opened simultaneously, and fully armed rescue personnel quickly boarded. Boom! The heavy city gate slowly opened. A rescue team composed of elite city guards and academy instructors, representing the pinnacle of combat power in Magic City, surged out of the city walls like a torrent of steel, racing toward the darkened ruins. The speed of the rescue team was astonishing. Along the way, they encountered several scattered aberrations fleeing from the direction of Sector 7. However, these D and C-class monsters posed no threat against the well-equipped city guards. The psychic machine guns atop the armored vehicles roared, accurately tearing the aberrations to shreds with each blast. They advanced like a sharp knife, cutting through to the core of Sector 7 with unstoppable force. The closer they got, the thicker and more violent the void energy in the air became. The sky was stained a foreboding dark purple by the massive crack. All units, attention. We are about to enter the target area. Gao Yuan's voice echoed in the communication channel. Activate holographic battlefield scanning. Relay real-time images from the area back to the command vehicle. Yes. On top of several special armored vehicles, disc-shaped scanning devices rose, and invisible waves instantly covered a radius of several kilometers. The next second, a real-time, three-dimensional image of Sector 7 appeared on the central screen of the command vehicle. Gao Zhuan, So Sing, Injia, and others immediately focused their eyes on the screen. They were mentally prepared to witness a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn everywhere and rivers of blood. However, when the clear image presented itself before them, everyone in the command vehicle, including the battle-hardened Colonel Gao Yuan, was left stunned. On the screen, there was not the hell they had imagined. No, there was, but it was a completely different concept from what they had envisioned. In front of the massive crack that continued to spew out monsters, there stood an army of the undead, composed of boundless, pure skeletons and shadows, forming an impenetrable defense line that fiercely repelled the aberrations trying to escape the crack. Those C and B-class aberrations that had terrified people outside the city were like waves crashing against rocks in front of this army of the undead, only able to be smashed to pieces without causing any significant impact. The entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of slaughter. But strangely, the fighting parties were the aberrations and another group of undead creatures that looked even more monstrous. What? What is going on? A young staff officer rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did our intelligence not say that the crack was spewing out aberrations? How? How is there also an undead army? Could it be this crack is a rare twin crack, connecting both the void and some undead dimension? Gao Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. The undead creatures were much more troublesome than the ordinary void aberrations. They are tireless, unafraid of death, and many possess characteristics of negative energy corrosion, which severely counteracts conventional contract practitioners. This is trouble. Gao Yuan muttered to himself. Immediately contact the rear. Request the Holy Light Squad for support. We have no effective means to deal with the undead. Yes. Zhou Zheng and Qinya were equally alarmed. Undead? How could there be undead? Zhou Zheng's lips trembled slightly. What about the students? How are they? He anxiously searched for the students' figures on the screen. Soon, Qinya's sharp eyes spotted a corner. Principal, look over there. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. There, at the edge of the battlefield, a circle formed by dozens of tiny figures stood quietly. They were the surviving candidates. What made them even more incomprehensible was that surrounding these candidates was a circle of skeletal aberrations, acting like the most loyal guardians, firmly protecting them in the center, preventing any ripple from the battle from reaching them. This scene plunged the entire command vehicle into a prolonged, deathly silence. Everyone's minds went blank. What on earth is happening? The void aberrations were fighting the undead army, and the undead army was protecting their students? This chaotic relationship of friend and foe made them feel as if their brains were like a ball of yarn played with by a cat, utterly tangled. Colonel! Look! The young staff officer exclaimed again, his voice slightly pitchy from extreme shock. The center of that undead army. Gao Yuan immediately grabbed the military binoculars, adjusted the focus, and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Then, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He saw it. In the most core, central position of that overwhelming undead army, a frail girl in tattered clothing stood quietly. At her feet was a grotesque, imposing sword, with a skull laughing maniacally at the crossguard. A runic giant sword, and that undead catastrophe, capable of sending chills down the spine of any regular army, spreads infinitely in all directions, centered around her in that sword. Chapter 38, Is That Girl the Leader of the Rift? Target locked. In the center of the battlefield, a human girl was spotted, approximately 16 or 17 years old, dressed in rags, vital signs, stable. Beside her, an energy response from a soul weapon with high intensity was detected. The energy fluctuations are extremely bizarre and cannot be analyzed. Preliminary judgment. At least A level or above. Report. All energy fluctuations from that undead legion are traced back to the girl and the soul weapon in her hand. Analysis reports were quickly compiled and sent to the command vehicle via data links. Gao Yuan put down the telescope, but his hand was trembling slightly. He had experienced countless battles, seen S-level void lords, and participated in the brutal campaigns against beast tides. But the scene before him was the most bizarre, strange, and inexplicable he had ever encountered. An ordinary-looking girl, even somewhat malnourished, and a giant sword he had never seen before, emanating an ominous aura. A calamity of undead capable of overturning a local war. These three elements were absurdly combined together. C'est Colonel. The advisor beside him swallowed hard and spoke in a dazed tone. That girl, is she commanding that undead army? This question voiced the thoughts of everyone present. No one answered, because the answer was already obvious. That army was presenting an absolute, protective posture towards her. They couldn't think of any other term to describe it. A 16-year-old girl commanding an undead army to fight against the void beasts? Zhou Zheng leaned back in his chair, murmuring to himself, feeling that his worldview was being ground into the ground and repeatedly rubbed against it. He had been a principal all his life and had seen countless geniuses. There were forging prodigies who could craft sea-level soul weapons at 15, and combat geniuses who advanced to golden rank at 18. But he swore he had never seen or heard of anyone who could do what this girl was doing at 16. Summoning the undead? What kind of ability is that? To his knowledge, there was no such established and large-scale ability to summon the undead within the current human soul weapon system. There were some ancient artifacts that were forbidden by the Alliance or certain taboo rituals from the Shadow Erosion sect that could achieve similar effects. But those all required a painful price, and the summoned were mindless monsters that would indiscriminately attack all living beings. Yet the undead army before him was disciplined, acted with purpose, and even was protecting other students. This completely overturned his understanding. Could it be that sword? Qinya's gaze was firmly locked on the center of the screen, on the frostmorn embedded in the ground. She recalled Su Xiaorou's incredible 99 compatibility. remembered her seemingly inexhaustible 203 points of spiritual energy, remembered her unremarkable broken blade during the test. It turned out, all of that was just the tip of the iceberg. Is this her true power? Gao, Colonel. Qingya took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and said to Gao Yuan, "That girl is named Su Xiaorou, a student from our academy participating in this assessment." Student? Gao Yuan turned suddenly to look at Qingya. "Are you sure?" "I am sure." Qingya nodded. "Her soul weapon is rated as scrap in the records." Scrap? Gao Yuan felt his blood pressure rising. He pointed at the screen, at the runic giant sword that made one feel palpitations just by looking at it, then pointed to the boundless sea of undead. "You call this scrap?" Qingya forced a bitter smile and didn't explain further, because she didn't know how to explain. Order. Gao Yuan fell silent for half a minute, seemingly digesting this massive amount of information, then finally issued new orders. All units, maintain the current formation, stand by in place. Snipers, lock onto that void rift. Prioritize eliminating any high-level flying units that pose a threat to us coming out from there. Armored units, establish defensive positions and be prepared to respond to the beast tide at any time. But his voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable severity. Without my order, no one is allowed to attack that girl or the undead army she commands in any form. Repeat, no attacks. Yes. The communication channel echoed with the unified responses of all combat units. Although they were equally puzzled, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Colonel, are we just going to watch? The advisor beside him still felt somewhat unwilling. Otherwise, Gao Yuan retorted, who would you support by going up? Helping the void beasts fight that undead army? Or helping that undead army fight the void beasts? The advisor was left speechless. Indeed, this battle was impossible to fight. It was hard to distinguish friend from foe. Furthermore, Gao Yuan's gaze turned back to the screen, with a hint of deep trepidation in his eyes. Haven't you noticed? The scale of that undead army is still expanding. On the battlefield, every time a void beast fell, it wouldn't be long before a new skeleton would rise from the ground and join their ranks, with one side rising as the other falls. If we rashly intervene now and anger that girl, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gao Yuan didn't dare to take that gamble. He even thought of a more terrifying possibility. Could this girl and her strange sword be the root cause of the aberration in the Void Rift? Could she be the human manifestation of some terrifying existence that emerged from the rift? A ruler from some undead realm? The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. Order the intelligence department to immediately gather all information on Su Xiaorou. I want to know everything about her from childhood to now, including where she obtained that soul weapon. Gao Yuan's voice was deep and suppressed. He felt that he might have inadvertently touched upon an event capable of shaking the entire human alliance. In the center of this event was that frail girl standing in the midst of the undead calamity. Chapter 39. Charging into their home. On the battlefield, Su Xiaorou had fully adapted to this peculiar role of commander. She sat on a relatively flat, giant concrete slab, the frostmourne skewered into the ground in front of her. Its menacing skull hilt seemed to silently mock the entire battlefield. All she needed to do was occasionally lift her hand or respond her mind to some overly excited guy. "Girl, did you see? This is what we call snowballing." Su Ming's voice was filled with excitement, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "Kill one, pull one. Kill a pair, pull a pair. Our team is getting bigger and stronger with every fight. These void beasts are simply prime leaks. Cut one down, and another grows back. The key is, the leaks we cut can pick up their own size and join us in harvesting. Where else can you find such a business deal?" Listening to Su Ming's straightforward analogy, the tension in Su Xiaorou's heart had already flown far away. She could clearly feel that with each kill made by the undead army, streams of pure energy were feedbacking through the contract, nourishing her body and spirit pool. Her spirit energy limit had silently risen from the initial 203 points to 211 points, and it was continuing to climb at a slow but steady pace. The feeling of leveling up while sitting was simply too exhilarating. Don't rush to kill those hellhounds on the left flank. Wait until they finish spewing fire and burn those smaller ones beside them before pulling them up together. Yes, that's it. Waste utilization, one fish, multiple meals. The skeletal giant bears in the front row moved 2 steps to the right. Yes, block that opening. Don't let that B-class crystallized giant break through. That guy has tough skin and thick flesh it's hard to deal with. Let's wait for the little brothers to wear it down first. Su Ming's command was becoming increasingly adept. He was like a seasoned player in a real-time strategy game, calculating every resource to the utmost. The entire undead army, under his control, transformed into a precise and cruel meat grinder, crushing the beast tide pouring out from the rift. Those C-class and B-class beasts that once filled the candidates with despair were now merely materials whose life or death could be decided by a single thought from Su Ming. As time passed, Su Ming's ambition began to swell. He looked at the massive rift in the distance, like a scar across the sky, where void beasts continue to pour out. Girl, just blocking at the entrance is still too inefficient. Su Ming's tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. These guys are oozing out like toothpaste, little by little. When will it be finished? Then, what should we do? Su Xiaorou instinctively asked. What should we do? Su Ming chuckled, his tone filled with madness and boldness. We charge straight in. Let's kill our way into their home. Feast in their spring. Ah. Su Xiaorou was startled by this idea. Charge. Into the rift? Su Ming, isn't that too dangerous inside? Dangerous? Su Ming's voice was full of disdain. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Just think about it. Outside we wait for them to come out. If we go inside, can't we hit whoever we want? Pull whoever we want? The entire void dimension is our factory and buffet. Su Xiaorou's heart raced uncontrollably. This idea was too crazy. But it also sounded particularly tempting. Just as she hesitated, ready to be convinced by Su Ming. Girl, wait. Su Ming's voice suddenly changed as if guests had arrived. Following Su Ming's instructions, Su Xiaorou looked towards the rear side of the battlefield. In the distance, at the end of the horizon, a cloud of dust was rising. A dozen heavy armored vehicles adorned with the city guard's emblem were forming a standard assault formation, speeding towards them. The steel torrent kicked up dust, and the roar of engines could be clearly heard even from a distance. Reinforcements! Su Xiaorou felt a surge of joy. Reinforcements? Su Ming's tone was tinged with caution. I think they're here to steal kills. Girl, get ready. These guys might be more troublesome than the void beasts. The rescue team's speed was rapid, and they soon reached the edge of the battlefield. They did not recklessly enter the undead army's range, but stopped at a safe distance, lining up with their armored vehicles. The energy cannons on top of the vehicles slowly raised their barrels, aiming at the center of the battlefield. The cold metallic texture and unabashed intimidation suddenly made the previously relaxed atmosphere on the battlefield tense. A command vehicle stood out and parked at the front. From the loudspeaker on top of the vehicle came a crackling sound, followed by a steady and powerful voice echoing throughout the ruins. Students ahead, please listen. We are the emergency rescue team of the Magic City Guard. You have done exceptionally well. Now, please immediately cease your abilities and lead the other surviving students to us. I repeat, please withdraw immediately and leave the battlefield to us. The voice carried an undeniable commanding tone. This was the standard instruction given to survivors when the rescue team arrived. However, what they faced today was a completely non-standard survivor. Inside the command vehicle, Gao Yuan, Zhou Zheng, Qinya, and others were all nervously staring at the screen. They saw the rescue team, representing the official power of the Magic City, finally establish initial contact with Su Xiaorou. Great! A hint of relief finally appeared on Zhou Zheng's pained face. As long as she is willing to withdraw, everything can be negotiated. Qinya also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how strange Su Xiaorou and her sword are, as long as she is safe, that's the best outcome. Gao Yuan remained silent, his brow still furrowed. He had a feeling that things would not be so simple. In the center of the battlefield, Su Xiaorou listened to the commanding words coming from the loudspeaker, momentarily at a loss. Withdraw? Hand over the battlefield? She instinctively asked Su Ming in her mind. Su Ming, they want us to leave. Leave? On what grounds? Su Ming's voice instantly exploded, like a cat that had its fish snack snatched away. I just got into the groove of this buffet, and the dishes are being served continuously. You're telling me to clear the scene? The chef is quitting? What a joke. Su Ming's current mood was akin to when he found a bug in a game that allowed for infinite monster spawns. Just getting ready to grind for 3 days and nights, only to have the GM drop in and tell him his account would be banned and wiped. How could he tolerate this? Girl, don't listen to them. Su Ming said fiercely. This duck that's about to be eaten, are they going to let it fly? Keep killing. Let us see if they dare to take action. Su Xiaorou was taken aback by Su Ming's intense reaction, but she had an almost blind trust in him. If Su Ming said they couldn't leave, then there must be a reason for it. So, under the watchful eyes of the rescue team, the frail girl, standing in the midst of the undead calamity, not only did not withdraw, but raised her hand again. Accompanied by her movement, the undead army, which had only been in passive defense, suddenly launched a fierce offensive. Roar! The skeletal giant bear changed its previous steady style and directly charged into the densest part of the beast horde. Each swing of its massive paws capable of crushing several D-class beasts. A dozen skeletal piercers formed a sharp arrowhead, fiercely stabbing into the beast's hide from the flanks. Their massive tail hooks like the scythe of death, crazily reaping lives. An even more shocking scene unfolded for the rescue team. On the battlefield, the corpses of the void beasts that had just been killed by the undead were almost instantly enveloped by a wave of black mist as they fell. Then shakily stood up again, turned around, and joined the ranks of the undead. The conversion efficiency was several times faster than before. The scale of the entire undead army was rapidly expanding at a visibly frantic pace. This scene left the officer who had just shouted through the loudspeaker completely stunned on the spot. Chapter 40, is this how the prodigy is treated? He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating due to spatial energy interference. What? What does this mean? Didn't she hear my words? The officer muttered to himself. Report, Commander, said a soldier beside him in a strange tone. It seems she doesn't intend to leave the battlefield to us. Of course, I can see that. The officer felt a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat, and picked up the microphone again, his tone more serious. Students ahead. I'll say it again. This area has been upgraded to an orange danger zone. It's not a place for you to show off your heroism. Immediately abandon resistance and retreat. This is an order. This time, Su Xiaorou couldn't even be bothered to lift a hand. She just sat there quietly, as if she hadn't heard anything at all. And that undead army expressed her attitude through the most direct action, killing even more happily. All the soldiers in the rescue team exchanged glances. They had been through countless battles, executed countless rescue missions, saved trapped civilians, rescued comrades surrounded by enemies, and even saved those pampered rich kids who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. But they swore they had never seen such an outrageous rescue target in their lives. We came to save you, but you not only don't appreciate it, you're even clearing the monsters right in front of us. A young soldier couldn't help but whisper to the sergeant beside him, Sarge, what? What should we do now? The veteran sergeant in his 30s, with a weary face, remained silent for a long time, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, put one in his mouth, but didn't light it, and mumbled a few words. Just watch. Huh? Just watch? What else? You want to go up? To help her fight the void beasts, or to help the void beasts fight her. She has single-handedly wrapped up the entire rift. Does she need your help? You going up would just complicate things. The young soldier was left speechless. Indeed, this battle was completely unmanageable. Their rescue team, representing the top combat power of Magic City, now felt like a group of fools standing at the edge of the battlefield, becoming the most awkward spectators. Why do I feel like we're not here to rescue? Another soldier whispered. What does it look like? It looks like we're here to stand guard for the big shot, to prevent others from coming to steal the monsters. This analogy received unanimous agreement from everyone around. Inside the command vehicle, Gao Yuan listened to the real-time reports coming back from the front line, feeling his temples throbbing. Report, Colonel, the target refuses communication. Report, Colonel, the target is accelerating the extermination of the beasts, and the scale of her undead army has increased by 30% within 5 minutes. Report, Colonel, we have nothing to do now. Gao Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and roared into the communicator. Stand by. No one is allowed to move without my orders. I want to see what she really wants to do. The atmosphere inside the command vehicle became extremely strange due to the reports from the front line. Zhou Zheng's expression changed like a palette, fluctuating between worry, shock, pride. and a trace of helplessness. This child, this temper. He leaned back in his chair, murmuring to himself. She has character, a good material, but this is too chaotic. That was the elite of the city guard. How could she just ignore them like this? As an educator, he instinctively felt that Su Xiaorou's behavior was against the rules. But as the vice principal of Magic City Academy, seeing his students so fierce, leaving the city guard behind, he felt an inexplicable thrill. What is this called? This is called our academy's student is impressive. Chinya, on the other hand, fell completely silent, her eyes fixed on the frail figure on the screen. The scrap soul soldier was now commanding an undead army, treating the city guard's orders as mere background noise. Is there something wrong with this world? She felt that the understanding she had built over decades regarding soul soldiers, contract masters, battles, and order was being violently rubbed down by that girl in the most brutal and unreasonable way. Colonel Gao, what should we do now? The young staff officer beside him cautiously broke the silence. Gao Yuan did not answer immediately. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the metal surface of the command desk. Tap, tap, top. The crisp sound echoed in the quiet vehicle, resonating in everyone's hearts. As a professional soldier, Gao Yuan's first consideration was not face, but the situation. He forced himself to discard all the absurdity and reassess the current state with the most rational perspective. The conclusion was, the current situation was actually the optimal solution. That girl named Su Xiaorou, with her own strength, had built a defense stronger than their entire rescue team. That undead army was tireless, unafraid of death, and it seemed capable of replenishing its spiritual power by killing the beasts, forming a perfect closed loop. The void beast could not break through this defense. In other words, as long as she was there, this orange-level rift would not pose any substantial threat to Magic City for the time being. Colonel. The young staff officer seemed to realize something. His breathing became a bit rapid. If she can hold on, then we. Can we? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the vehicle understood his meaning. You mean, take this opportunity to conduct an unprecedented close-range observation and data collection on this orange rift? Gao Yuan articulated the thought. The staff officer nodded heavily. This proposal instantly heated the air in the vehicle. An orange-level void rift. Such things usually only appear in the red danger zone far from the city, and each appearance is accompanied by huge disasters and casualties. The Human Alliance's research on it has always been conducted from a great distance, using various expensive equipment for vague detection. Having a friendly force blocking the monsters at the rift today, allowing them to observe closely, was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could collect complete spatial structure data of this rift, energy fluctuation frequencies, and detailed information on high-level beasts, it would be a tremendous boost for the entire Human Alliance's research on the void. A glimmer of eagerness flashed in Gao Yuan's eyes. But just then, Zhou Zheng's loud shout pulled everyone's fantasies back to reality. No, absolutely not. Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up from his chair, his neck veins bulging with excitement. He pointed at Su Xiaorou on the screen and shouted at Gao Yuan. Colonel Gao, look clearly. She is just a 16-year-old student, an awakener with only 203 points of total spiritual energy. You see her looking so relaxed now, but who knows how long she can last. This massive summoning and commanding of the undead must consume an incredible amount of energy. If her spiritual energy runs out, she won't even have the ability to protect herself on that battlefield. We cannot, absolutely cannot gamble the future of an extraordinary genius for your so-called precious data. Zhou Zheng's blunt words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Gao Yuan and the staff officer. Yes, they almost forgot. The girl who created miracles, according to her file, was just an average student in terms of spiritual energy. Her strength completely relied on that mysterious sword, and driving soul soldiers required spiritual energy. As for the matter of killing to replenish spiritual energy, there has not yet been a personal acknowledgement from Su Xiaorou. Everything remains mere speculation. Although this is a fact presented before everyone, they cannot jeopardize the future of a potential genius based on an ephemeral guess. Gao Yuan is caught in a dilemma. On one side, there is precious data that could drive the entire military research department crazy. On the other side, there's a once-in-a-generation genius who could potentially grow into a pillar of the alliance. This choice is too difficult. Chapter 41 Principal, I think I can still fight. Principal Zhou, please calm down. Gao Yuan took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone steady. I understand your concerns. However, as you can see, she is not showing any signs of being overwhelmed. Perhaps she can endure more than we think. That is perhaps. Zhou Zheng stood his ground. A soldier cannot gamble. As educators, we cannot risk our students' future. My opinion is to immediately execute Plan B, use the spatial stabilizing anchor, and forcibly seal this crack. Then bring all the students back. Sealing the crack will require at least 10 minutes of preparation. Gao Yuan frowned. During those 10 minutes, the beast tide would peak. Can you guarantee that she can withstand that final crazy counterattack? The two of them could not persuade each other. The atmosphere inside the command vehicle was tense to the extreme. The argument inside the command vehicle had reached a deadlock. Gao Yuan and Zhou Zheng, one representing the military and the other representing the school, both insisted on their positions and would not give way. The military wanted data, seeking this once-in-a-lifetime research opportunity. The school wanted the student's safety and was unwilling to take any risks. Colonel Gao, Principal Zhou, the previously silent Qin, finally spoke. We are arguing here, which is meaningless. Perhaps we should ask her opinion directly. This statement stunned both arguing parties, right? They had been making decisions for Su Xiaorou without considering that the person standing in the center of the battlefield, creating miracles, was her. Gao Yuan was silent for a moment and finally nodded. This was not in line with military conduct, but in this unprecedented situation, it seemed to be the only choice. All right, Gao Yuan said solemnly. Then let us ask her. However, we must ensure the safety of the communication personnel. I'll go. Qinya volunteered. I am one of her assessment mentors. If I go, perhaps it will ease some of her concerns. All right. Gao Yuan immediately ordered guards. Form a protective team to escort Minor Qinya over. Remember, maintain maximum restraint. Unless attacked, no hostile actions are permitted. Yes. Soon, a light armored vehicle drove out from the array, stopping about 500 meters away from the undead legion. The vehicle door opened, and Qinya, under the protection of 8 fully armed elite soldiers, walked step by step towards the battlefield center, where a frail figure surrounded by endless bones stood. The closer she got, the more shocked she felt. The air was thick with a strong scent of death and void energy, two completely different forces intertwined, creating a disturbing, chaotic force field. As they approached, the skeletal undead even parted to the sides, allowing a narrow path for one person to pass. Their hollow eye sockets burned with a ghostly blue flame, all staring at the unexpected visitors. That silent gaze made the 8 soldiers on guard tightly grip their weapons, their palms sweaty with cold sweat. They felt as if they had walked into a king's tomb, where the terracotta warriors around them could spring to life at any moment and tear them to shreds. Qinya forced herself to calm down and followed the narrow path laid out by the bones until she stood before Su Xiaorou. The scene before her was filled with a strong visual impact. The well-dressed, knowledgeable beauty mentor stood face to face with a pale girl in tattered clothes who controlled a legion of undead disasters. Su Xiaorou. Qinya's voice was slightly dry due to nervousness. Su Xiaorou looked up at her teacher, somewhat surprised. Teacher Jia, I am here on behalf of the rescue command to communicate with you. Qinya organized her words and relayed the 2 plans from the command vehicle to Su Xiaorou. She particularly emphasized the school's concerns. The school's opinion is that you should withdraw immediately. Your safety is the top priority. Your spiritual energy may have been nearly exhausted, so do not push yourself further. Su Xiaorou listened quietly without interrupting. After Qinya finished speaking, she quietly asked Su Ming in her mind. Su Ming, they want me to withdraw, and they said they can study the crack. Study the crack? That's great. Su Ming sounded quite happy. Doesn't that mean they tacitly allow us to continue fighting monsters? They even provide us with security services. This treatment, TSK, is only for the top players in the national server. But they're worried about my spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? What we lack the least right now is spiritual energy. Su Ming chuckled. Girl, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just think about it. Once we fill up the energy bar and unlock a new form, will we still fear that Lin Shuer? We can just take over the entire examination room. Su Ming's words were full of temptation. Su Xiaorou's heart began to heat up. She wanted to become stronger. More than ever, she yearned to grow stronger. She no longer wanted to return to the days when she was bullied and couldn't even eat enough. She wanted to take control of her own destiny. Girl, bring out your momentum. Tell them, don't say just a yellow crack. Even if a red crack comes, you can seal it back. Su Ming fanned the flames beside her. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, raised her head to meet Qin Ye's concerned gaze. In her clear eyes, there was no fatigue, no fear, only an extraordinary calmness and determination for her age. Teacher Qin Ye, please convey to Colonel Gao and Principal Zhou. Her voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Thank you for your concern. However, I can still fight. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ye was completely stunned. She had imagined that Su Xiaorou might be scared, might try to be brave, or even might break down due to fear. But she never expected to receive such a calm, yet confidently powerful response. She looked at Su Xiaorou's still pale little face and urgently advised, Su Xiaorou, don't push yourself. We have seen your spiritual energy test results, only 203 points. Supporting such a massive undead army must have reached your limit. This is not a joke. Once your spiritual energy is exhausted, you will be in great danger. Her words were transmitted back to the command vehicle in real time through the communicator. Zhou Zheng was so anxious he was jumping up and down in the vehicle. Yes. Yes. What Teacher Qin Ye said is right. Hurry, and persuade her to come back. Why is this child so stubborn? However, Su Xiaorou's next words left everyone present in the command vehicle in a state of shock. Teacher Qin Ye, you misunderstood. Su Xiaorou shook her head, then stated a fact that could overturn the entire contract master system. Actually, I haven't consumed much. They are fighting. Not only will I not consume spiritual energy, but I can also recover it. Chapter 42. Did the Lin family lose an SSS soul weapon? Inside the command vehicle, there was a deadly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Zheng had his mouth agape, leaning forward as if he had been pressed on pause. The young aide next to Gao Yuan dropped his tactical tablet to the ground with a thud, yet remained oblivious. Gao Yuan's hand, which had just been put down, trembled slightly and uncontrollably once more. Although this had already been confirmed as a fact, hearing it from Su Xiaorou's lips still felt absurd. There's no consumption? It can still restore spiritual energy? Zhou Zheng repeated this sentence with great difficulty, his voice hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been sanded down. How? How is this possible? This is unscientific. This is not soul weaponology. Energy is conserved. How could it be generated out of thin air? He muttered to himself like an old scholar whose worldview had shattered, completely lost in self-doubt. No, it's not generated out of thin air. Gao Yuan's voice was deep and suppressed, breaking the silence in the vehicle. He stared intently at the vast and ever-expanding sea of undead on the screen. A terrifying hypothesis gradually taking shape in his mind. It's not a perpetual motion machine. It's an energy converter. It is devouring. It's devouring the life energy of those void beasts, converting it, using part of it to strengthen its undead army, while another part is fed back to its master. Gao Yuan's analysis made everyone in the vehicle gasp in shock. The rise and fall of energy. A perfect closed loop of using war to sustain war. As long as there are enough enemies on the battlefield, her power will never run dry. In that moment, everyone finally understood why Su Xiaorou's mere 203 points of spiritual energy could support such a terrifying undead catastrophe. Because her blue bar was not restored by herself. Her blue bar was provided by the enemies. This realization sent a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Their gazes towards Su Xiaorou completely changed. If before they saw her merely as an extraordinary genius with a peculiar soul weapon, now her position in their eyes had transformed entirely. She was now seen as an entity capable of single-handedly guarding a void rift. A walking, self-sustaining unit of disaster control. This strategic value could no longer be measured by money or rank. Colonel Gao. Zhou Zheng's lips trembled slightly. This girl, her importance, I'm afraid. I know. Gao Yuan interrupted him, his expression more serious than ever. Her strategic value may surpass that of any star-level master in our magic city. This statement carried immense weight. It felt as if the air inside the command vehicle had solidified. Just then, an intelligence officer rushed in with a freshly printed document, still warm to the touch. Colonel, all the information you requested about student Su Xiaorou has been compiled. Gao Yuan snatched the document, his eyes flickering as he quickly scanned it. Su Xiaorou, female, 16 years old, orphan from the lower city, parents unknown. Survives by scavenging parts at the 13th waste recycling station. Upon reaching this point, Gao Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. How could a girl from such a humble background possess such terrifying power? He continued reading. Contracted soul weapon. Name unknown. Form of a broken blade. No energy fluctuations. Initially rated as waste product by the Academy's archives. Source of the soul weapon. Gao Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Source. Waste recovery channel of the Lin family's forge in Magic City. The Lin family. Waste recovery channel? Gao Yuan looked at the report in his hand, then up at the ominous runed giant sword, Frostmourne on the screen, along with the vast undead army surrounding it. He felt his understanding being refreshed once again. He handed the thin yet weighty report to Zhou Zheng beside him. Zhou Zheng took it with confusion, glanced at it, and his already flushed face from shock turned into a strange purplish hue. He gasped for breath, coughing violently, pointing at the line on the report, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Lin family, these, blind and wasteful, spendthrifts? Zhou Zheng finally voiced the thought that had been brewing in his mind. His current mood could no longer be described as merely shocked. It was ecstasy. The ecstasy of discovering a treasure. The Lin family's discarded waste? Ha ha ha. Good. Throwing it away is good. What a marvelous throw. This was like a pie falling from the sky, landing right in the mouths of their Magic City Academy of Spiritual Energy Technology. This news spread rapidly like a virus within the small circle of the command vehicle. Every person who heard it wore an expression of absolute astonishment. First disbelief, then incredulity. And finally, they all transformed into a strange expression of wanting to laugh, yet not daring to. The Lin family, one of the three major families in the forging industry of Magic City, renowned for their superb forging skills and keen eyesight. Yet, they treated a soul weapon that was at least A-grade, possibly even legendary S-grade, as garbage and tossed it away. If this got out, the reputation that the Lin family had built over hundreds of years would likely be ruined overnight, becoming the greatest laughingstock of the entire Longxia Alliance. I don't care if it was waste before. Gao Yuan's voice was filled with an undeniable determination. What I know now is that this waste is currently saving over 1,000 of our students and blocking a beast tide that could sweep through Magic City at any moment. He suddenly turned to the aides beside him, issuing a series of commands. Immediately, send this information using the highest level 3S encryption channel directly to the highest command of the Eastern Theater of the Alliance. Also, send a copy to the overall head of the Magic City Fortress. From now on, classify the name Su Xiaorou as the highest level of confidentiality, top secret. Seal all original files related to her. All personnel involved in today's operation must sign the highest level confidentiality agreement. Externally, only state that it is a mysterious student who turned the tide, and all specific identity information will be deemed confidential and not disclosed. Yes, the aide immediately stood at attention, saluting, and turned to execute the orders. After completing all this, Gao Yuan finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He was very clear that once Su Xiaorou and her sword's abilities became public, it would cause a massive uproar. The major forces within the Alliance, other fortress cities, and even those evil organizations lurking in the shadows, would undoubtedly swarm in like sharks smelling blood. Before the Alliance established a comprehensive protection and response plan, she had to be safeguarded like the most precious national treasure. Chapter 43. All the forgers in the city are summoning thunder, although Gao Yuan issued a gag order immediately. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through in this world, especially in this highly developed information age. Some processed and vague messages inevitably began to circulate quietly in the upper circles of the Magic City. Have you heard? There was a big incident during today's Academy assessment. An orange crack appeared in Sector 7. Of course I've heard. It said that over 1,000 students were trapped, and the city guard was mobilized. I have insider information. It said that a mysterious genius student single-handedly held back the entire beast tide and saved everyone. One person? That's just bragging. That's an orange crack. Absolutely true. My second uncle's son's classmate's brother is one of the examinees. He saw it with his own eyes. The scene was like a natural disaster. Rumors grew more and more bizarre. Among some truly influential figures, the information circulating was much more precise. Undead army. A 16-year-old girl. A never-before-seen runic sword. These keywords began to cause a violent stir among the top power circles of the Magic City. Soon, one name was mentioned, the Lin family. In the Lin family manor in the study. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Tian-nan, Lin Shui-er's father, was leisurely sipping a cup of top-grade spiritual tea while looking out the window. He had no worries about today's assessment. With his daughter's talent and strength, securing first place was just a matter of course. The Lin family would once again usher in glory with this generation. At that moment, his private communicator suddenly lit up. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Lin Tian-nan's expression became serious as he answered the call. On the other end of the line came a slightly hoarse voice belonging to an old friend. Old Lin, I want to ask you something. What is the matter that sounds so mysterious? Lin Tian-nan laughed. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end before the caller asked in a very strange tone, has your Lin family, recently, thrown away something? Thrown away something? Lin Tian-nan was taken aback. We deal with countless waste materials every day. What do you mean? A very special waste product. A broken sword that was struck by lightning. Lin Tian-nan's hand holding the teacup suddenly stiffened. The smile on his face slowly froze. A broken sword struck by lightning? He certainly remembered. That was his daughter, Shui-er's graduation project for challenging a sea-level soul weapon. And it was also her first and only failure in her forging career. After that bizarre heavenly punishment, his daughter had been down for several days and eventually ordered that the broken blade be treated as scrap iron. To him, that was merely a trivial matter. But now, why was his old friend, who held a high position in the military, suddenly calling with such a strange tone to inquire about a piece of scrap? Old Zhang, what exactly do you want to say? Lin Tian-nan's voice grew heavy. On the other end, Old Zhang seemed to chuckle bitterly. Old Lin, I don't know how to tell you. You better check out the highest level internal notice just issued by the Eastern Theater. Beep. The phone hung up. Lin Tian-nan frowned and immediately opened his encrypted terminal, entering the authorization password. A top-secret document titled Preliminary Report on the Orange Crack Anomaly Incident in Sector 7 popped up. He opened the document and quickly skimmed through it. When he saw the report's description of the mysterious girl who single-handedly summoned the undead calamity and suppressed the entire crack, as well as the suspected ill-level runic giant sword in her hand, his breathing started to quicken. And when he saw in the report's attachment that the investigation results showed the source of that soul weapon was the waste product discarded by the Lin family, which was obtained by the person involved, Su Xiaorou, at the 13th waste recycling station. Crack. The top-grade spiritual porcelain teacup in Lin Tian-nan's hand shattered with a sound. The scalding tea splashed onto his hand, but he felt nothing. His mind went blank. A storm brewed in the upper circles of the Magic City at an unimaginable speed. The Lin family, a colossal presence in the forging world for hundreds of years, quickly became the biggest joke. Have you heard? The Lin family threw away what could be an SSS-level soul weapon as garbage. What SSS level? I heard it's a soul weapon that surpasses the grade and can self-evolve. They have no I4 jewels. It's like buying a box but throwing away the pearl. No, it's like throwing away a he sure buy like a stone. The rumors grew more ridiculous, but the core content was astonishingly consistent. The Lin family missed out on an extraordinary divine weapon. Among them, the most talked about was the rumor about the forging details that leaked from somewhere. A divine weapon must have an anomaly. On that day, when a young lady of the Lin family was forging, there was a thunderstorm, and lightning fell from the sky. This is a sign of the weapon spirit descending. ISNT that right. As a result, the young lady of the Lin family, with her mortal eyes, failed to recognize the heavenly signs, mistakenly believing it was a sign of failure, and personally discarded the divine weapon. How foolish! This explanation was filled with fantastical elements. Yet it perfectly matched people's romantic imaginations about the emergence of divine weapons. In no time, summoning thunder to forge became the hottest topic among all the forgers in the Magic City. Countless forgers firmly believed that the reason they couldn't forge higher-level soul weapons was that they lacked this crucial step of thunder tribulation. Thus, a grand movement, akin to a renaissance in the forging world, humorously unfolded in various corners of the Magic City. In the west of the city, at the Wong family forge. Hurry! Is the thunder summoning formation ready? The head of the Wong family, a highly respected master forger, was sweating profusely as he directed the operation. Around his forging table, a huge formation was engraved, and at the top of the formation stood a lightning rod over 10 meters high. Head, everything is ready. Good. Start forging. Half an hour later, a sea-level long sword was about to take shape. Now, summon the thunder, the head of the Wong family shouted. Several thunder attribute contract masters simultaneously infused spiritual energy into the formation. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, precisely striking the roof of the forging room. The entire forging room collapsed halfway. The head of the Wong family, with his hair frizzed out from the explosion, crawled out of the ruins, looking at the long sword that had melted into molten iron, wanting to cry, but having no tears. My thunder summoning formation. Why can't it summon the heavenly thunder? In the south of the city, at the Li family workshop, Master Li chose a more natural method. He moved the forging table to the rooftop of his villa, specifically picking a thunderstorm day for forging. Come on, let the storm come even fiercer. Master Li shouted while swinging his hammer at the sky. Thunder did indeed come. However, it didn't strike his sword but hit the nearby signal tower. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, the entire neighborhood's network and electricity went down. Master Li was knocked unconscious by the powerful electric shock wave, and when he woke up, he found himself to be the enemy of the neighborhood. Similar farcical events unfolded in various major forging families in the Magic City. Some used technological means to create artificial lightning, while others prayed for thunder gods through ancient rituals. In the end, without exception, all ended in failure. The forge exploded, precious materials were wasted, and personnel were injured. For a time, the prices of forging materials in the Magic City surged by 30% due to this misfortune. The Lin family was thus nailed to the pillar of shame, being laughed at crazily by all their peers in private. Chapter 44 VIP Tour of the Battlefield. The battlefield in Sector 7 has evolved into a peculiar performance. The city guards' armored vehicles formed a semicircle hundreds of meters away, creating a steel defense line. However, their purpose was not to fend off the beasts, but to prevent any unwitting individuals from intruding and disturbing the enjoyment of that big shot. Researchers set up various precision detection instruments, conducting comprehensive, all-angle scans of the void fissure from which monsters continuously poured forth, each face beaming with the joy of a festive occasion. The spatial curvature data is stable. Quick, record it. The high-level void energy dissipation model construction is successful. Oh my, this data is perfect. Look, another B-rank peak void guardian has emerged. Hurry, capture its energy characteristics. They were like spectators watching a super high-definition 4D educational film, with the protagonist providing a free demonstration for them. Inside the defense line sat the students who had previously undergone the assessment. Except for those severely injured who were sent out, the rest remained, forming the most special VIP tour group on the battlefield. They were placed in a relatively safe area, each receiving water and high-energy nutrients, with medics on standby. Their only task was to watch, to see how the vast sea of the undead toyed with the beast tide, to observe the girl sitting on the stone, how, with the simplest gestures, she dominated the life and death of the entire battlefield. Zhao Feng's face was somewhat pale, feeling as if his bones had been extracted, repeatedly muttering, "Monster. She is a monster. She is definitely not human." The jealousy and resentment in his gaze towards Su Xiaorou had vanished, leaving only pure, soul-deep fear. He was immensely grateful that when they were in that dilapidated house, she had merely intimidated him. Had she truly harbored murderous intent back then? he would probably have become just another inconspicuous skeleton among the undead army. Li Haoran, on the other hand, was a completely different sight. He held a personal terminal, pointing at the battlefield, his face filled with fervor and admiration. Look quickly. That formation. The skeleton rippers are serving as cannon fodder, consuming the first wave of impact. The toxic piercers are harassing from the flanks, specifically targeting the enemy's joints and weaknesses. Finally, the heavy units like the skeletal giant bears deliver the finishing blow. This is practically textbook-level team cooperation. And that troop rotation. When the front line of the undead is damaged, reinforcement from the back line immediately take their place, while the damaged units retreat to the rear, using the energy from killing enemies to repair themselves. Oh my, this is essentially an army with self-repair capabilities, never tiring. The more he analyzed, the more shocked he became, ultimately abandoning his thoughts and joining the crowd in shouting 666. The other exam candidates, having snapped out of their initial fear, turned into fervent fans. Su Xiaorou is amazing. Voice cracks. Does the big shot need any trinkets? The kind that warms the bed. I declare, from today on, Su Xiaorou is my only goddess. They looked at Su Xiaorou as if she were a living legend. However, the adored Su Xiaorou felt somewhat bored at that moment. She sat on the viewing stone, carefully selected by Su Ming, swinging her feet back and forth, occasionally waving at the battlefield upon Su Ming's reminders, like a monarch reviewing troops. Girl, the big scorpion to your front left at 3 o'clock is about to go down. Prepare to pull it up. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with the joy of a landowner counting his harvest. Not bad after this wave. I feel the energy bar will rise significantly, and your spiritual energy will soon reach 300, right? This upgrade speed is faster than a rocket. Su Xiaorou responded with an feeling a bit drowsy. Just then, a city guard officer in logistics uniform approached cautiously, holding a tray. He wore a nervous and ingratiating smile, stopping 3 meters away from Su Xiaorou, fearing to disturb this big shot. Su Xiaorou is doing. You've worked hard. Here is our military's specially supplied A-grade nutrient solution and chilled spiritual energy spring water. Would you like to replenish? On the tray, the nutrient solution glowed with a blue hue, clearly valuable. Su Xiaorou blinked, about to speak, when Su Ming shouted in her head, "Yes. Why wouldn't you take it? If you don't take the free stuff offered, you're a fool. Quick, accept it all. This is military special supply. You can't buy this good stuff outside." Thus, Su Xiaorou nodded and accepted the tray. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. The officer, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly waved his hand. If you need anything, just let us know. We will do our utmost to ensure. After saying that, he respectfully saluted and retreated, glancing back 3 times. This scene was clearly witnessed by everyone nearby. Those who had once mocked her for being poor and scavenging now felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Scavenging? The drink she's having is the A-grade nutrient solution specially approved by a colonel in the city guards. This treatment, this status, not only they, but even their parents wouldn't receive. The stark contrast plunged everyone into prolonged silence. In a corner at the edge of the VIP tour group, Lin Schwerer sat alone, leaning against a cold rock. She deliberately distanced herself from the excited candidates, forming a vacuum around her that no one dared approach. The wound on her leg, under the effect of the expensive healing spray, had stopped bleeding, though sharp pain still shot through during intense movement. But this physical pain was nothing compared to the torment in her heart. Her gaze fell complexly on the weak figure in the distance. She watched Su Xiaorou, watched the menacing runic giant soared beside her, watched the undead army that obeyed her every command with a wave of her hand, watched the city guard officer, treating her with the respect reserved for superiors, delivering top-tier supplies to her. Each scene she witnessed felt like an invisible hammer, mercilessly striking her proud heart, causing it to crack. 99 compatibility. The broken blade she had discarded as waste and shame now displayed a terrifying power far surpassing her B-rank soul weapon. Moontide, that seemingly meager 203 points of spiritual energy appeared to be inexhaustible, even increasing during battle. That incredible ability to summon the undead. Lin Schwerer uncontrollably recalled her previous performance. When the beast tide descended, she stepped forward, commanding the panicked candidates to form a defense line. She charged into the beast horde, executing her most proud moonlight dance, glamorous yet deadly. She believed she was the savior, the hope for everyone. Now, looking back at her past self, she found it utterly laughable. She exhausted all her energy, sustained injuries, and only managed to create a negligible opening on the massive curtain of the beast tide. And what about Su Xiaorou? She hadn't even moved. She simply sat there, effortlessly raising an unbreakable dam capable of holding back the entire beast tide. Comparing her actions to Su Xiaorou's was like a child trying to scoop water with a small bucket in front of a tsunami, naive and pitiful. And that bet, after the assessment, get ready to hand it over. She said this to Su Xiaorou at the entrance of the examination hall, in front of everyone, with a tone as if she were bestowing charity. How arrogant! How foolish! Lin Shui's nails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood. But she felt no pain at all. A never-before-felt emotion, named powerlessness and regret, washed over her limbs like a cold tide. She lost. Lost utterly. Lost completely. It wasn't a loss in strength, nor in skill. It was a loss in vision, a loss in understanding, a loss in fate. She personally threw away an extraordinary opportunity that could have shocked the entire league, treating it like garbage, discarding it at the recycling station. Then, this opportunity was picked up by the girl from the lower district whom she despised the most. Is there anything more ironic than this? Lin Shui slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly due to the intense turmoil inside her. For the first time, a mixture of confusion, pain, and a hint of something she was reluctant to admit. Awe appeared on her face, which was always cold and proud. The garbage she once trampled upon now stood at a height she needed to look up to, a height she might never reach. This realization hurt her more than any defeat. Her pride shattered completely at this moment. Chapter 45. Gaze deep within the rift. The cleanup operation on the battlefield was still proceeding in an orderly manner. For Su Ming and Su Xiaorou, this was no longer a battle, but a one-sided, efficient resource gathering. Girl, how do you feel? How much total spiritual energy do you have now? Su Ming's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Su Xiaorou sensed the abundant spiritual energy within her and quietly replied, Su Ming, it's all ready. 295 points. Ha ha ha. Good. Not bad. How long has it been? Not even 5 hours, right? You've increased by over 10 points. At this rate, by the time the assessment ends, you'll be able to reach the higher tier of awakeners directly. Su Xiaorou's heart was also filled with joy. The feeling of her power rapidly increasing was intoxicating. The wound on her back, nourished by the A-grade nutrient solution and her own spiritual energy, was no longer painful, only slightly itchy. She felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through her body. Meanwhile, Su Ming was even more excited. He could clearly feel his unlocking energy bar rising at a gratifying speed. Unlocking energy, 78,100. Unlocking energy, 79,100. When the energy reached 75 points, Su Ming received another enhancement, allowing the summoned undead to regain 75 of their strength from when they were alive. It was also because of this that he could continuously block the teleportation point at the rift entrance, saying, if one doesn't kill you, I'll send 10. If 10 don't work, I'll send 20. I won't feel pain, and I can wear you down. Almost there. Almost there. Just one last push. Su Ming paced back and forth in his consciousness space like a gambler waiting for the jackpot, eager to see what good things would be unlocked when the energy bar was full. A new form? Or a stronger skill? He had already begun to envision a wonderful life ahead. To speed up this process, Su Ming became bolder. Girl, let's have our cannon fodder. Oh no. Let's have our warriors push forward a bit. Get closer to the rift. It seems like the monsters respawn faster that way. Under Su Ming's command, the massive undead army began to slowly advance. The tightly packed skeletal defense line pushed the front lines closer and closer to the ominous purple glowing rift. This action immediately drew great attention inside the command vehicle. Report, Colonel. The target is moving towards the rift. All research units, prepare for ultra-close observation. This is the best opportunity. The military scientists were all excited, their faces flushed. The skeletal giant bear, a C-grade undead beast, had now become the banner of the undead army. It roared as it tore a B-grade shadow stalker to pieces, then took its heavy steps, finally standing less than 10 meters from the distorted space rift. Its massive skeletal body nearly blocked half of the rift. However, at that moment, an anomaly occurred again. The rift, which had been continuously spewing out exotic beasts, suddenly fell silent. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped the spring, and the surging tide of beasts came to an abrupt halt. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie, chilling silence. 1 second there were shouts of battle, and the next, not a sound could be heard. This extreme contrast left everyone feeling a strong sense of unease. What's going on? The exotic beasts stopped? A staff officer inside the command vehicle asked, uncertain. Data anomaly. The energy flow inside the rift is rapidly contracting, a researcher reported loudly. Gao Yuan's heart suddenly jumped to his throat. He had an extremely bad premonition. It was always calm before the storm. The next second, his premonition was confirmed. Deep within the dark, menacing rift, something in the chaotic dark purple energy behind it began to glow. It was a pair of eyes, so enormous they were indescribable. They were neither crimson nor emerald green, but a pure dark golden color that seemed to devour all light. In those eyes, there was no fury, no bloodlust, only a cold, indifferent gaze that looked down upon mere ants. They slowly opened, their sight crossing over the skeletal giant bear at the front, over the endless undead army, even penetrating the barriers of space. Finally, they locked onto the frail girl sitting on the stone, who wore a bewildered expression, and the frostmourne embedded in the ground at her feet. Buzz, a wave of indescribable, cold, ancient mental pressure filled with a will for destruction surged out from the rift, instantly enveloping the entire Sector 7. All the soldiers of the city guard felt as if they had been thrown into an icy pit in the far north, a chill rushing from their feet to the top of their heads, making even their souls tremble. Inside the command vehicle, Zhou Zheng and Qinya turned pale and slumped in their chairs. Gao Yuan, a battle-hardened colonel, felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, making it nearly impossible to breathe. And in Su Xiaorou's mind, Su Ming's once jubilant voice suddenly vanished. In its place was an unprecedented, grave silence. After a full 10 seconds, Su Ming finally spoke in an extremely dry voice. Girl, it seems we've played too big this time. The bait was too large, and we've hooked the fattest fish in the pond. This wave of mental pressure from deep within the rift felt like an invisible mountain, pressing down heavily on everyone's hearts. It was entirely different from the pure, chaotic, and bloodthirsty aura of the exotic beasts. This was a higher-level will, one that looked down upon all living beings, cold, indifferent, and filled with absolute control. It was as if a king, surveying his territory, had discovered a particularly bothersome grasshopper jumping around. What is that thing? A young staff officer inside the command vehicle stammered, his teeth chattering. High-intensity spiritual energy response detected inside the rift. Level cannot be determined. It has already exceeded the measurement limits of our instruments. The panic-filled screams of researchers echoed throughout the vehicle. Red zone. No. This pressure even exceeds the descriptions of the highest-level entities in certain red zones. Gao Yuan struggled to suppress the soul-shaking feeling, staring intently at the massive dark golden eyes on the screen. As a seasoned soldier, he understood better than anyone what this meant. It meant that behind this rift was a terrifying existence that was at least S-level or possibly a Void Lord-level being, and now, this terrifying existence had been provoked. By whom? The answer was self-evident. Gao Yuan's gaze slowly shifted to the frail girl still sitting on stone. He saw that while everyone else was paralyzed by this pressure, that girl slowly stood up from the stone. Her small figure appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust before those overshadowing eyes. But she stood up. In Su Xiaorou's mind, chaos reigned. Most of the mental pressure had been blocked by Su Ming, but even the mere remnants made her feel as if her head was about to explode. Su Ming. What is that? She felt her voice trembling. I don't know. Su Ming's voice lost its usual flippant tone for the first time, becoming unusually serious, but it definitely wasn't anything good. This guy was tougher to deal with than everything we'd encountered before combined. So, what should we do? Should we run? Run? A fierce fire suddenly ignited in Su Ming's voice. Why should we run? Girl, are you scared? Su Xiaorou honestly. I am scared. Chapter 46. It's our turn to go on stage. Of course, she was scared. Under that pair of eyes gaze. She felt like a creature at the bottom of the food chain, facing its natural enemy. The kind of fear that comes from instinct was impossible to suppress. It was right to be scared. However, Su Ming suddenly laughed, and in that laughter, there was a kind of reckless madness. But being scared meant we absolutely couldn't run away. Just think about it, will we now? We are the undead calamity. We are the villains. We are the boss. Have you ever seen a boss who, after all the minions are wiped out, sees the enemy hero coming and runs away with its tail between its legs? Su Ming spoke with righteous conviction. When you come out to mix, what do we talk about? We talk about prestige. We talk about power. Who stands behind us? The Magic City City Guard. The Magic City Institute of Psychic Technology. That's officially recognized. Right now, we are partners of justice, heroes of humanity. And what about the one on the other side? It's just a creature that crawled out of a dark crevice, one that can't stand the light. How can it compare with us in terms of background? Does it even qualify? Su Ming's twisted reasoning cleaved a ray of light through Su Xiaorou's mind, which was almost filled with fear. Yes, I'm not alone. Behind me stands reinforcements the entire Magic City. Why should I be afraid of it? The fear in the girl's heart was diluted by Su Ming's words, replaced by a ridiculous yet incredibly firm ambition. Su Ming, then are we going to fight it? Fight? Of course we are going to fight. Su Ming's voice was filled with fighting spirit, but not by ourselves. He chuckled, returning to his usual playful self. Little girl, do you remember when you were a kid and got into a fight on the street? What did you do when you couldn't win? Su Xiaorou was taken aback and instinctively replied, Fight? Fight? I never fought when I was a kid. I only got beaten. Su Ming. Fine, my bad. But the situation is different now. If we can't win, we can call for help. Now, listen to my command. Gather all our undead army back. Surround us. Set up a defensive stance. Su Xiaorou immediately focused her thoughts. On the battlefield, the undead army, which had been advancing forward, seemed to receive a top command and instantly halted its offensive. Then, they began to gather at an incredible speed towards Su Xiaorou's position. Skeletal giants, skeletal piercers, skeletal rippers. Tens of thousands of undead formed a tightly sealed circular formation, firmly surrounding Su Xiaorou and Frostmourne at the core. They all raised their heads, and the hollow eye sockets glowed with blue soul fire, provocatively gazing into the depths of the crevice. This scene left Gao Yuan and the others in the command vehicle dumbfounded once again. What? What is she trying to do? Giving up the attack to switch to full defense? Does she want to withstand that terrifying presence with this army? Just when everyone was puzzled, the girl standing at the center of the undead legion made a move that no one expected. She turned around, no longer looking at the crevice, but instead looked towards their rescue team, representing the top combat power of the Magic City. Then, she slowly raised her hand. With a crisp voice, slightly hoarse yet loud enough for everyone present to hear, she shouted, Hey, over there, have you watched enough? It's your turn to go. It's our turn? When Su Xiaorou's clear, even slightly impatient shout reached the ears of every rescue team member through various communication devices, everyone was stunned. Those soldiers from the city guard who had been watching the show just a second ago exchanged glances, their expressions as vivid as could be. Is she calling us? A young soldier nudged the veteran squad leader beside him. The cigarette but the veteran had in his mouth fell to the ground with a thud, and he didn't even notice. It seems, yes, wasn't she just complaining that we were in the way, not letting us intervene? Why is she asking us to come up now? You don't understand a damn thing. The veteran slapped the back of his head, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. That was to fight the small monsters. Now it's time to fight the boss. Of course, we need to team up to fight the boss. Do you think she's stupid? Oh, the young soldier nodded, somewhat understanding. What are you all standing around for? The veteran suddenly stood up straight, grabbed the psychic rifle beside him, and shouted at his men. Did you not hear the boss calling? Everyone fall in. Prepare for battle. Yes. The previously idle soldiers seemed to be infused with soul at that moment. A surge of fighting spirit erupted from them. Are you kidding? Before, it was hard to distinguish friend from foe, and we couldn't fight. Now, the boss has personally given the order, the target is clear, and the enemy is right in front of us. If we hesitate again, what kind of elite city guard would we be? All armored units. Charge the psychic main cannons. Target the void crevice. All combat personnel. Take combat positions. Prepare to meet the charge. Holy Light Squad, you are the main force in this battle. Get your purification rounds ready. One order after another was rapidly issued in the communication channel. The entire rescue team, this war machine that had been on standby, suddenly began to operate at an astonishing efficiency. In the command vehicle, Gao Yuan, Zhou Zheng, and Qinya were equally taken aback by Su Xiaorou's sudden shout. Is she asking us for help? Zhou Zheng said uncertainly. That's right. Gao Yuan shook his head, a complex light flashing in his eyes, a mix of shock, admiration, and a hint of amusement. This is her most rational decision. This girl knows how to assess the situation well, but she is also quite rude. Hey, it's your turn to go. This phrase translated means, you little one step back, now it's time for you elite units to take the stage. Gao Yuan, who had lived for over 40 years, was being commanded in this manner by a 16-year-old girl for the first time. Yet, he couldn't be angry, because he knew very well that what the girl said was right. The upcoming battle was not something her undead army could handle. The presence deep within that crevice required regular troops of their level to confront. Colonel Gao. Qinya looked at Gao Yuan, her voice carrying a hint of tension. Gao Yuan did not hesitate. He grabbed the communicator on the command platform, using all his strength to let out a thunderous roar. All units, listen up. Target. Straight ahead. Void crevice. Fire. Boom. 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 With his command, the psychic main cannons on top of more than a dozen heavy armored vehicles simultaneously roared with a deafening sound. Dozens of thick, blue energy beams capable of ripping steel apart, like swords of judgment, cut through the sky and fiercely struck that pitch-black crevice. The battle officially entered a white-hot phase at this moment. And after shouting that one line, Su Xiaorou seemed to feel she had completed her task. She returned to sit on that viewing stone, casually picking up an A-level nutrient solution from a tray, popping it open with a sound, and sipping it like soda. The undead army beside her was also not idle. They no longer charged, but instead formed a thicker, circular wall of bones, completely protecting Su Xiaorou and the other candidates from the VIP tour group inside. The stance seemed to say, "Boss, our big brother has called for reinforcements. You little minions can just watch the show and shout 666 from behind." Seeing this scene, Li Haoran, Zhao Feng, and the others were completely numb. They felt that what they experienced today had completely exceeded their brains' processing capacity. What they were participating in was perhaps not an assessment, but rather the clearing of an epic dungeon. And Su Xiaorou was the one holding the strongest strategy, directing all players in the server to take down the final boss. The team leader. Chapter 47. The Response of the Rift. Those dozen or so blue light beams, fired from the psionic main cannon of heavy armored vehicles, contained terrifying energy capable of leveling a building. They tore through the air with a piercing shriek, accurately pouring into that dark, menacing rift under everyone's gaze. Boom! The deafening explosion was almost enough to rupture eardrums. The entrance of the rift was instantly engulfed by a dazzling blue light. A violent psionic shockwave spread out like a tsunami, lifting the debris on the ground and swirling it into the sky. Inside the command vehicle, everyone stared intently at the screen, momentarily forgetting to breathe. It hit. All hits. A young staff officer shouted excitedly. The spatial structure at the rift's entrance was shaking violently. Effective strike. The voices of the researchers were filled with joy. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the city defense army cheered thunderously at the apocalyptic scene. "Blast you, you son of dog. This is the power of our city defense, the 587 psionic main cannon. No matter how strong the monster, it has to lie down for me. Well done." Another round. Even the VIP tour group, including Li Haoran, was stunned by the spectacular sight, all of them with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Only Su Xiaorou remained seated on the viewing stone, sipping her nutrient solution. "Su Ming, do they hit their target?" she asked softly. Su Ming was silent for a moment, his tone not at all relaxed. Girl, don't be too happy too early. If attacks of this level could solve the problem, that thing wouldn't be worthy of our efforts. Sure enough, when the energy remnants of the first wave of bombardment gradually dissipated and the dazzling blue light dimmed, the cheers in the command vehicle abruptly stopped. On the screen, the dark rift still hung in midair. It had not been destroyed, nor did it show any signs of shrinking. That concentrated fire attack, powerful enough to annihilate an armored unit, was like tossing a few pebbles into the sea, creating only a few splashes without any further effect. Deep within the rift, a pair of enormous dark golden eyes slowly blinked. The movement was filled with a human-like disdain, as if to say, "Is that all?" Hiss! A sound of collective gasping echoed through the command vehicle. Wah! What is happening? Zhou Zhang's face turned even paler than before. A volley from dozens of main cannons had no effect at all? Gao Yuan's fists were unknowingly clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The target isn't scathed. He squeezed out a few words between his teeth, his voice extremely dry. All units, main cannons recharge. Prepare for a second round of saturation attack. Colonel Go. No. A scientific supervisor responsible for monitoring energy readings suddenly shouted. The energy inside the rift is surging outwards. Its stable structure is 100 times stronger than we anticipated. Our attack not only failed to destroy it, but it's like we're just scratching it, further provoking it. Provoking? Gao Yuan's heart sank. Just then, an abnormality occurred. From within the rift, a force more terrifying and substantial than the previous psychic pressure suddenly erupted. Buzz! The ground of the entire Sector 7 began to shake violently. Visible dark purple energy, like octopus tentacles, extended from the rift, wrapping around the surrounding space. Wherever they passed, the spatial barriers made cracking sounds under the unbearable strain, and tiny black cracks began to appear out of thin air around the main rift. Not good. It is expanding. It is trying to drag the entire Sector 7 into its domain. The scientific supervisor screamed in terror. We can't wait any longer. A glint of determination flashed in Gao Yuan's eyes. Execute Plan B. Activate the spatial stabilization anchor. Forcefully seal the rift. Colonel, the stabilization anchor is still in preparation, and the failure rate of a force start exceeds 70%. Moreover, if it fails, the massive spatial energy backlash could cause the rift to go completely out of control. The nearby staff hurriedly advised against it. Execute the order. Gao Yuan roared. We still have a chance to fail. If we wait any longer, we won't even have the qualification to fail. Yes. The order was quickly transmitted. Behind the battlefield, 3 uniquely designed, giant engineering vehicles slowly drove out. On their roofs, they were equipped with a massive, trident-like metal device. Spatial stabilization anchor ready. Machine 1, 100 charged. Machine 2, 100 charged. Machine 3, 100 charged. Starting to calibrate spatial coordinates. Coordinate lock successful. Launch. With Gao Yuan's command, 3 beams of white light, thicker than the previous ionic main cannon, shot out from the top of the stabilization anchor in a triangular formation, accurately hitting the 3 spatial nodes around the rift. Buzz! In an instant, a white net made of pure energy opened between the 3 beams, beginning to shrink with unstoppable momentum towards the central void rift, compressing. Crack! Crack! Under the powerful effect of the stabilization anchor, the dark rift finally showed signs of instability for the first time. Its edges began to collapse. The entire shape of the rift was being forcibly twisted and compressed. It's working. The rift is being closed. Everyone in the command vehicle showed expressions of relief and joy. However, Su Ming's voice sounded heavily in Su Xiaorou's mind. Girl, watch closely. The main entity is about to come out. As soon as the words fell, from the depths of the rift that was being forcibly closed, no, it should be said a segment so enormous it was beyond description, covered in dark golden armor, Claw slowly reached out. Just the part that protruded was larger than a heavy armored vehicle. Then, it made a movement that sent chills down everyone's spine. It spread its 5 fingers, pressing on either side of the shrinking spatial rift. Creak! A piercing sound, like metal being forcibly torn apart, echoed through the skies. The energy net formed by the spatial stabilization anchor began to crumble inch by inch under the power of that giant claw. The rift that was supposed to be closed not only failed to continue shrinking, but was forcibly pried open again by that giant claw. No, it's impossible. The researchers who activated the stabilization anchor stared at the energy readings on the instruments that spiked instantly and at the screen showing that incomprehensible giant claw, completely stunned, mumbling incessantly. This was no longer a confrontation at the energy level. It was a pure, unreasonable, higher-dimensional power crushing. After prying open the rift, the dark golden eyes seemed to grow even colder. Its gaze crossed the city defense army's line and directly locked onto the army of undead, as well as Su Xiaorou, who was surrounded by the undead in the center. The next second, a dark golden light beam, thicker and more dazzling than any previous psionic main cannon, erupted from the depths of the rift. Its target was not the city defense army, nor those students, but Su Xiaorou and her army of undead calamity. Where that light beam passed, the air was instantly evaporated and the ground was plowed into a bottomless chasm. Girl, full defense. Su Ming's voice exploded in Su Xiaorou's mind. Su Xiaorou didn't have time to think. Instinctively, she concentrated all her thoughts. Roar. The C-class skeletal giant bear, over 100 meters tall, roared and used its massive body to block the path of the light beam. Thousands of skeletal rippers and skeletal piercers surged forward like moths to a flame, piling up layer upon layer to form a thick wall of size made of bones and death energy in front of the skeletal giant bear. Boom! The dark golden light beam collided fiercely with that wall of bones. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only annihilation. Absolute, irresistible annihilation. That wall of bones, capable of withstanding the impact of a beast tide, was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the dark golden light beam. From the point of contact, layer upon layer of skeletal undead were vaporized in an instant, leaving no ashes behind. Skeletal rippers, skeletal piercers, then the most powerful skeletal giant bear. Its massive body could barely withstand less than 0.1 seconds before silently turning into nothingness. The dark golden light beam, having destroyed over 80% of the undead army, continued unabated, still shooting towards Su Xiaorou. Chapter 48. Run. This boss doesn't follow the rules of combat. Damn it. Run. Su Ming's scream for the first time brought a hint of genuine panic into Su Xiaorou's mind. This boss doesn't follow the rules of combat. It was supposed to clear the minions first. Why did it just go for the big move directly? And it's a targeted skill. Su Xiaorou was terrified by the overwhelming aura of destruction that hit her like a wave, making her feel cold all over, but her body reacted faster than her brain. At the moment Su Ming shouted, she hugged Frostmourne and rolled away with all her might, throwing herself to the side. Boom! The dark golden beam of light barely grazed her back, crashing heavily into the viewing stone she had just been sitting on. That cement giant stone weighing over 10 tons, along with everything within a radius of several dozen meters, was instantly turned to dust, leaving a deep, bottomless, mirror-like circular pit. The scorching shock wave sent Su Xiaorou flying, and she felt a searing pain in her back. Cough, cough. She lay on the ground, coughing violently, feeling as if her internal organs had shifted. In that moment, she felt she was a hair's breadth away from death. Girl, are you okay? Su Ming's voice was filled with anxiety. I'm fine. Su Xiaorou struggled to lift her head and looked at the battlefield. Just one glance, and her heart sank to the bottom. The once vast and boundless sea of undead now only had a sparse few remnants around her, less than 20% of what had been. That blow had almost wiped out everything she had painstakingly accumulated. Damn it, this is a huge loss. Su Ming was so angry in the consciousness space that he was jumping up and down. After grinding monsters for so long and gathering troops, a single skill wiped them all out. How are we supposed to play now? Su Ming, Su Xiaorou's voice trembled with tears. Run. Don't hesitate. Run immediately. Su Ming's voice was resolute. Leaving the green hills intact means there's no fear of running out of firewood. This big guy is locked onto us now. If we don't run, when its next skill cooldown is up, we will really turn to ashes. Su Xiaorou dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately leaping up from the ground, hugging Frostmourne, which was taller than her, and sprinting towards the direction of the city guards without looking back. In the depths of the crack, the pair of dark golden eyes seemed displeased that it hadn't been able to eliminate this annoying grasshopper with a single blow. Roar. A roar filled with anger and majesty, seemingly from ancient times, erupted from the crack. This time, it was no longer a mental pressure, but a tangible sound wave attack. The entire space distorted violently under this roar. The crack that had been forcibly opened by a giant claw suddenly expanded outward with the roar. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In just a few seconds, that crack, which was only at the orange level, had expanded several times. The internal void, energy spilling out, gradually shifted from dark purple to an ominous, deep red. Alarm! Alarm! The crack level is rapidly climbing. Energy index has exceeded the high orange level. It is evolving towards the red forbidden zone level. The spatial structure is completely out of control. Stability anchors. The stability anchors have been destroyed by the overloaded energy. Inside the command vehicle, the screams of researchers rose and fell, filled with despair. Gao Yuan stared at the screen, showing the blood-red crack that was expanding wildly, his face ashen. It's over. The worst-case scenario has occurred. A red forbidden zone-level crack. This disaster source, which should only appear deep in shattered lands, has now fully formed less than 50 kilometers from the Magic City fortress. And this is just the beginning. As the crack expanded, the upper half of that terrifying existence finally slowly emerged from the crack. It was a monster that could not be described by any known creature on Earth. Its body was composed of countless twisted, dark golden metals and pulsating flesh and membranes, exuding a strange yet powerful sense of strength. It had no distinct head, only an enormous, sun-like dark golden single eye embedded in the center of its chest. The devastating beam of light had shot out from this single eye. Its appearance seemed to signal something. From the blood-red crack behind it, endless various void beasts poured out like a flood that had burst its banks. This time, they were no longer the C-level and D-level small monsters. Leading the charge were hundreds and thousands of B-level shadow walkers and crystallized giants. Following them were dozens of terrifying beasts over 50 meters in size, radiating A-level energy fluctuations. Void Guardians, Devourers, Shriekers, various high-threat beasts that were only recorded in the highest-level Alliance files surged out in droves like cabbages being given away for free. Ariel. Beast Tide. All units. Open fire. Free fire. Gao Yuan's voice came through the communicator to every soldier's ears, hoarse and filled with solemnity. For the Magic City. For the Alliance. Fire. Fire. The veteran squad leader threw away his cigarette, but picked up his psionic rifle and crazily fired into the beast tide that could make anyone feel despair. Come on, you bunch of bastards. The main cannons of dozens of heavy armored vehicles roared again. The members of the Holy Light squad shot purification shells, glowing with holy light, into the beast horde. However, their attacks seemed insignificant in the face of the endless tide of beasts. An A-level ironclad earth dragon withstood several shots from the main cannons and violently crashed into an armored vehicle. Boom! That war machine, weighing 60 tons and made of special alloys, was instantly smashed to pieces like a soda can, turning into a towering inferno. More beasts crossed the defense line, charging towards the researchers and the group of students who were already scared silly. Protect the research unit. Protect the students. Instructor Vinja shouted, Swinging Herdip, which transformed into a blue tornado, shredding several shadow walkers that tried to approach. Other instructors also joined the fight, clashing with the oncoming beasts, but their numbers were simply too few. Faced with this overwhelming beast tide, their resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a car. It's over. We're all going to die here. Zhao Feng slumped on the ground, watching a B-level crystallized giant getting closer and closer, his face full of despair. At that moment, a frail figure stood in front of him. It was Su Xiaorou. She held the enormous runic sword, panting, her small body looking pitifully tiny in front of the crystallized giant. You have to run, Zhao Feng instinctively shouted. Su Xiaorou did not look back. But with a trembling yet incredibly firm voice, she spoke in her mind to Su Ming. Su Ming, I can still fight. Fight my ass. Su Ming's voice was filled with anger for the first time. You're out of psionic energy. Are you going to fight with your head? Are you looking for death? Get back. The city guard will protect you. But, no buts. Follow orders. Su Xiaorou gritted her teeth, wanted to say something more. Suddenly, a more intense roar of engines came from the horizon behind them. Everyone instinctively turned to look. In the distance, a dozen streams of steel, trailing long plumes of dust, appeared on the horizon. Leading the charge were several massive, menacing war vehicles, larger and more formidable than the city guard's armored cars, resembling mobile fortresses. The bodies of these war vehicles were painted with different insignias. There was the Great Wall and the sword representing the capital of the Northern Kingdom, Jinghua City. There were the mountains and battle spirit representing the Tianfu city of Shishu. And there were the raging waves and ship's anchor representing the port city of Nanyang. It's the reinforcements. A soldier from the city guard exclaimed in surprise. It's the rapid response units from the other fortresses of the Alliance. How could they arrive so quickly? Gao Yuan looked at those familiar insignias, feeling both astonished and delighted. The streams of steel charged forward without any hesitation, crashing violently into the flanks of the beast tide. The leading Jinghua City main battle tank turned its turret, firing a crimson beam of light. Thicker than Gao Yuan's psychic main cannon by 2 circles, radiating a sense of destruction. Wherever the beam passed, whether it was B-class crystallized giants or A-class armored earth dragons, they were all instantly melted and vaporized. The power of a single shot cleared a vacuum zone several hundred meters long within the beast tide. Ha ha ha. Brothers from Magic City, Big Brother Jinghua is here to save you. A bold voice echoed in the public communication channel. The men from Tianfu City are here. Which blind beast dares to disturb the ground under the Tai Sui's head? The free contractors from the port city have arrived. Everyone, remember to get reimbursement for the rescue costs from the Alliance. Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 49. Where's the advantage we agreed upon? The arrival of reinforcements was like a shot of adrenaline, injecting hope into the hearts of all those on the brink of despair. Great! It's the Dragon Flame battle tank from Jinghua City. Inside the command vehicle, a young staff officer excitedly shouted the name of the massive war machine, along with the Mountain Demon Assault vehicle from Tianfu City. We're saved. Gao Yuan's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He immediately grabbed the communicator. This is Gao Yuan, commander of the Magic City Garrison. Thank you all for your timely support. Repeat, thank you for your support. On the other end of the communicator, a response quickly came through. It was the bold voice from earlier. Colonel Gao, I am Li Su, commander of the 3rd Rapid Reaction Force from Jinghua City. No need to be polite. We are all brothers. Old Gao, what's going on in your Magic City? Another voice, thick with a Sichuan accent, chimed in. We received an urgent report from the Eastern Theater stating that you discovered an orange rift. But the situation is stable and under effective control and asked us to come assist with data collection. But why, upon our arrival, do we see you engaged in a full-scale red-level war? This voice came from the Mountain Demon Assault vehicle from Tianfu City, driven by a hot-tempered man named Wang Hu. Exactly. A somewhat flippant voice from Hong Kong City also piped up. The message we received was that we were coming for sightseeing, to see which genius student single-handedly suppressed the rift. But upon arrival, wow, this ISNT sightseeing, this is being airdropped right in front of the boss. Colonel Gao, your intelligence work in Magic City is a bit outrageous. ISNT it? These teasing and questioning remarks made Gao Yuan's old face flush red. Yet he had no way to refute them. What could he say? That half an hour ago, this place was indeed looking good. We had the advantage, and we had even started setting up stalls to watch the show. That the genius student who suppressed the rift indeed existed. But it seems she accidentally blew the biggest fish in the pond out of the water. If he said that, not only would his colleagues from Jinghua and Tianfu not believe him, he himself wouldn't believe it either. The situation changed too quickly. Gao Yuan could only vaguely reply, let us not talk so much for now. Colonel Li, Colonel Wang, that S-level void lord over there. We'll leave it to your main force. We'll handle the ground troops, and cover the retreat of the students and researchers. No problem. Su from Jinghua City responded decisively. Dealing with such big guys, our Dragon Flame is professional. All main gun units, listen up. Target that Cyclops in the rift. Blast it back home. Received. Several Dragon Flame main battle tanks simultaneously adjusted their turrets, and beams of crimson destruction intertwined to form a net of death, aimed at the Void Lord that had just poked half its body out. Brothers from Tianfu City, follow me. Break through their formation. Wang Hu roared, personally driving the Mountain Demon assault vehicle as it plunged fiercely into the densest part of the beast tide. The free contractors from Hong Kong City grouped together, working in perfect harmony, like experienced hunters, specifically targeting the high-value A-level exotic beasts. The combat power of the reinforcements was clearly a notch above Gao Yuan's garrison force, which primarily focused on urban defense. They were elite field troops that had been fighting against exotic beasts in the Shattered Land for years. In terms of equipment and combat experience, they were far beyond what the city garrison could compare to. With the addition of this fresh force, the one-sided situation on the battlefield was finally contained. Gao Yuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief and began commanding his troops to consolidate their defenses, gathering the surviving students and researchers for protection, preparing to retreat to the rear. All students, gather around me. Don't run around. The voice of Mentor Chinya rang out amidst the chaotic battlefield. Su Xiaorou, clutching Frostmourne, mixed into the crowd, retreating step by step with the main force. She glanced back at the battlefield, which had turned into a chaotic mess, filled with dread. Su Ming, do we get ourselves into big trouble? What are you afraid of? Su Ming retorted, we are contributing to the Alliance's scientific endeavors. Look, if we hadn't lured this big guy out, would they have had the chance to observe an S-level Void Lord up close? They should thank us. Saying that, his somewhat unsteady tone still betrayed his true thoughts. This time, it truly got out of hand. He hadn't expected that simply letting the undead army approach the rift would provoke such a world-destroying creature. But then again, Su Ming's tone shifted to a somewhat schadenfreude tone. Did you see those big tanks just now? Their barrels are thick and long. The beams they shoot even have curves. They're much more powerful than our scrap metal back in Magic City. What does this show? It shows that the guys in the capital have more money than Magic City. Su Xiaorou, what time is it, and you're still concerned about that? Under the cover of the reinforcements, the evacuation proceeded relatively smoothly. Gao Yuan commanded the troops to fight and retreat, quickly escorting most of the students and important researchers to a relatively safe distance. However, the number of exotic beasts pouring out from the rift was simply too many, seemingly endless. Although the main force of the reinforcements held back the S-level Void Lord and most of the A-level exotic beasts, there were still vast numbers of B-level and C-level exotic beasts crashing against their weak defensive line like a tide. Kuroned, the right flank can't hold much longer. Armored vehicles 3 and 5 have been destroyed. Flying exotic beasts are threatening the evacuation route for the researchers. Ammo. Our conventional ammunition consumption has exceeded 70%. Requesting resupply. One bad news after another came through the communication channel. Gao Yuan's expression grew serious again. The arrival of the reinforcements only relieved the immediate crisis, but did not fundamentally change the situation. The enemy's numbers were too many. Too many to the point that they could exhaust them with sheer quantity. Damn it. Su from Jinghua City also cursed in the communication channel. What is going on with this rift? It's like poking a hornet's nest of exotic beasts. Are the monsters inside infinitely respawning? We can't keep going like this. Wang Hu from Tianfu City said urgently, each shot from our Dragon Flame main gun consumes a large amount of spiritual energy crystals. At this rate, we can hold on for at most another 20 minutes. 20 minutes. This number weighed heavily on all the commanders' hearts. After 20 minutes, once their main force ran out of ammo and the S-level Void Lord broke free, the consequences would be unimaginable. Contact the Eastern Theater Command. Gao Yuan decisively ordered. Request the second wave. No. Request all available forces to immediately support Magic City's White Sector 7. This is about to become a permanent red zone. There's no time. Colonel, the staff member's voice was filled with despair. The nearest support forces will take at least an hour to arrive after receiving the order. We want to hold until then. Inside the command vehicle, a deathly silence fell once again. A look of helplessness appeared on everyone's faces. They had done their best. The elite troops of Magic City, the rapid reaction forces of the three major fortresses, had even deployed their last reserves of main battle tanks. But faced with this disaster-like beast tide, their strength still seemed like a drop in the bucket. In this atmosphere of despair, Chinya, who had been silent all along, suddenly lifted her head. Her gaze, piercing through the chaotic battlefield, landed on the frail girl protected by soldiers in the crowd, holding a massive runic sword. Colonel Gao. Her voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear, perhaps. We still have a way. Gao Yuan abruptly turned to look at her. What did you say? Chinya took a deep breath, pointed at Su Xiaorou in the distance, and slowly said, "Wasn't Su Xiaorou able to summon an army of countless undead with her ability before? This army could resist the entire beast invasion from the rift on its own, right?" Her words made everyone in the command vehicle from the magic capital recall the unbelievable scene from not long ago. It also caught the attention of commanders from places like Jinghua and Tianfu, who noted this inconspicuous girl through the shared battlefield information. An army of undead? Lisa's voice was filled with doubt. Are you saying the student from the intel we just received who suppressed the rift alone? Exactly. Gao Yuan nodded, his breathing becoming a bit hurried. That army fights without fear of death, and it seems they can replenish themselves by killing enemies. A crazy yet hopeful thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of all the commanders, including Gao Yuan, Li Su, and Wang Hu. What if we could get that girl to summon that army of undead again? Chapter 50. We need you to raise an army. The moment the thought emerged, it spread like wild grass, wildly growing in the hearts of all the commanders. Summoning the undead army again? It sounded like a fairy tale. Inside the command vehicle, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Colonel Gao, are you sure you're not joking? Wang Hu from Tianfu City was the first to voice his doubts, his tone filled with skepticism. A student? Summoning an army of tens of thousands of undead? Do you think we are 3-year-olds? What level of ability is this? Even a star master couldn't do it, right? I understand your doubts, Colonel Wang, Gao Yuan said, rubbing his aching temples with a bitter smile. Because half an hour ago, when I saw that scene, my reaction was exactly the same as yours. But this is a fact. He immediately ordered the intelligence personnel to retrieve the footage from the battlefield and share it with the other commanders. Soon, the command screens of Li Su, Wang Hu, and others displayed the vast sea of undead, a spectacular sight that firmly blocked the beast tide at the Krakus entrance. And there was that skinny girl sitting on the stone, inspecting her undead legion like a queen. The communication channel fell into a long silence. After a full half-minute, Lisa from Jinghua City finally spoke slowly with an extremely complicated tone. Damn. This word accurately expressed the feelings of all the reinforcements commanders at that moment. Is this really something a student can do? The voice of the commander from Port City had lost its previous levity, filled with shock. Absolutely true. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng beside him added with a mix of pride and worry. Her name is Su Xiaorou, and she's our should be the most special student of this year's. This cohort from Magic City Spiritual Energy Technology University. He initially wanted to say the best, but after thinking about it, the word best could no longer describe Su Xiaorou. Special. Lisa murmured the word, then suddenly raised his head, his voice becoming exceptionally serious. Gao Yuan, if this footage is real, then the strategic value of this girl is incalculable. We must immediately send her to the safest place. She is more important than all of us in this operation combined. I agree. Wang Hu immediately echoed. Such a genius must not suffer any mishaps. We can't let anything happen to her, even if it costs us everything. Their reactions mirrored Gao Yuan's initial response. After witnessing Su Xiaorou's terrifying ability, their first reaction was not to exploit her, but to protect her. This was the awareness expected of a soldier and a high-ranking member of the Alliance. However, Gao Yuan shook his head, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Everyone, I certainly want to protect her. But look at our current situation. He pointed to the screen, showing the already precarious defense line. We may not have the opportunity to get her out safely. At most in 10 minutes, our defense will be completely breached. By then, everyone here, including her, 1T be able to escape. Gao Yuan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. Indeed, reality is this cruel. They were now struggling to protect themselves, let alone escort an important figure to safety. The entire battlefield had turned into a giant meat grinder that was constantly shrinking. So, Gao Yuan took a deep breath and said the difficult decision. Our only hope now is her. We need her to cast another big spell. This metaphor, while somewhat inappropriate, was extremely fitting. Gao Yuan, are you crazy? Zhou Zheng was the first to jump up, pointing at Gao Yuan and scolding. Didn't you see that beam of light just now? The army she painstakingly summoned was wiped out with a single move. Her spiritual energy must be almost exhausted. Are you asking her to do it again? ISNT, that's sending her to her death. I absolutely disagree. As the representative of the school, he could not accept using a student as expendable in any way. Principal Zhou, please calm down. Gao Yuan raised his voice slightly. This ISNT, sending her to her death. This is the only chance for all of us to survive. If she can summon another army, even if it's only half the size of the previous one, as long as it can help us hold off these miscellaneous beasts on the ground, allowing Colonel Li and the main force to focus fire on that S-rank lord, we have a chance to win. Once we kill that lord, the beast tide will naturally collapse. Only then can we truly be safe. But her spiritual energy shouldn't be a problem. Qinya, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. According to Su Xiaorou's previous statement, killing can restore a portion of her spiritual energy. Theoretically, as long as there are enough exotic beasts, she won't run out of spiritual energy, and we only need to provide the initial amount for summoning. Fighting to sustain the fight? Lisa's eyes brightened instantly, surprised that there was such a soul soldier. This is too risky. Zhou Zheng was still arguing. Now is not the time to talk about risks. Gao Yuan slammed his fist on the command platform, making a loud bang. He looked at Qinya. Instructor Qin, you spoke with her before. Do you think she still has the ability to fight? All eyes turned to Qinya. In her mind, she recalled Su Xiaorou's calm, yet determined gaze earlier and the words "I can still fight." She gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. I think it's worth a try. Good. Gao Yuan made a decisive decision. Then it's settled. Instructor Qin, Principal Zhou, you need to communicate with her. Tell her we're not asking her to confront that S-rank lord. We just need her to help us hold off the miscellaneous beasts on the ground. Tell her that as long as she is willing to act, Magic City owes her a huge favor. On the other side, Su Xiaorou was struggling to move with the crowd of evacuees. She could feel the surrounding defense line being gradually compressed by the exotic beasts. The protective circle getting smaller and smaller. The shouts of the city guard soldiers, the roars of the exotic beasts, and the sounds of weapons firing filled the air. The atmosphere was thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. Su Ming, can we really escape? She had no confidence at all. I don't know. Su Ming replied bluntly. Do our best and leave the rest to fate. But I think it's bleak. These exotic beasts seem to have gone mad, and their numbers haven't decreased at all. Just then, Instructor Qinya and Vice Principal Zhou Zheng, protected by several soldiers, hurriedly made their way through the chaotic crowd to her. Su Xiaorou. Zhou Zheng's face was filled with anxiety and an indescribable complex emotion. Principal Zhou? Instructor Qin? Su Xiaorou was somewhat surprised. Why are you here? Xiaorou, we have a request, Qinya said without wasting time, getting straight to the point. It might be a bit of a tall order, but it concerns the lives of everyone present. She quickly, succinctly explained the command center's decision and plan to Su Xiaorou. We just need you to summon the undead army once more to help us hold off the beast tide on the ground. UNT have to confront the strongest monster. That will be handled by our military's main force. Is that okay? After Qin, you finished speaking, she nervously looked at Su Xiaorou, waiting for her response. Su Xiaorou was stunned after hearing this. You want me to summon again? She subconsciously asked Su Ming in her mind. Su Ming, they want me to fight again. After listening to Qinya's recount, Su Ming fell into silence. After a moment, he chuckled and his tone returned to that of a playful person. Girl, did you hear that? They are begging us to carry the whole team. But My spiritual energy. Is spiritual energy the problem? What we lack is startup funds. Su Ming pointed out the crux of the issue, telling them that if they wanted him to take action, it was fine. However, I was just wiped out by the boss's big move, and now I'm left with nothing. In a state of bankruptcy. If you want me to rebuild a team, you have to give me some military funds, right? Military funds? Su Xiaorou was a bit lost in Su Ming's train of thought. It's the spiritual energy replenishment potions. The more, the better. The higher quality, the better. Su Ming's tone was like that of a cunning businessman, telling them that he needed a large amount of spiritual energy as seeds to summon the first batch of undead. As long as the first batch of seed troops formed a scale and started killing monsters, we could snowball and enter a virtuous cycle of fighting to sustain fighting. What is this called? This is called venture capital. Angel round. Do you understand? Su Xiaorou nodded in a way that seemed to understand, but not quite. She lifted her head, meeting the hopeful gazes of Qinya and Zhou Zheng, and relayed Su Ming's words in her own way. Teacher Qinya, Principal Zhou. I could try again, but I need a lot of spiritual energy potions. A lot. Chapter 51, Angel Round Investment. Spiritual Energy Supplement. Hearing Su Xiaorou's request, Zhou Zheng and Qinya were both taken aback. Inside the command vehicle, Gao Yuan and the others, who heard this over the communicator, were equally surprised. Just this? They had imagined that Su Xiaorou might refuse, be scared, or propose some difficult conditions. But they never expected that the girl would make such a simple, even reasonable request. No problem. Of course, no problem. Zhou Zheng almost shouted, his face flushed with excitement. Don't mention spiritual energy potions. As long as we have it, you can have anything you want. He looked at Su Xiaorou as if she were savior. Colonel Gao, did you hear that? Zhou Zheng immediately shouted into the communicator, quickly, bring out all the spiritual energy potions we have on hand. The best. Class A, Class B. Send them all to her. You don't need to tell me. Gao Yuan's voice was equally filled with excitement and decisiveness. Logistics Department, obey orders. Immediately send all the stock of combat-grade spiritual energy recovery liquid to classmate Su Xiaorou. Remember, it's all of it. Not a single bottle is to be left behind. Yes, the order was given, and the military's efficiency was astonishing. In less than a minute, several logistics soldiers rushed over, carrying 4 or 5 heavy metal boxes. Bang, bang, bang. The boxes were heavily placed on the ground and opened. Box after box of liquids, glowing in various colors and contained in specially made glass tubes, appeared before Su Xiaorou. The blue one was Class B Deep Sea Breath, capable of quickly restoring a large amount of spiritual energy. The green one was Class B Source of Life, which could not only restore spiritual energy, but also heal injuries. There were even a dozen tubes glowing with a faint golden light, which were specially supplied Class, a holy light crystal purification liquid by the military. Each tube could fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. These were the strategic reserves of the city guard, meant to save elite contract masters in the most critical moments. And now, these precious potions were piled up before Su Xiaorou as if they were free soda. Classmat Su Xiaorou, a logistics officer, saluted Su Xiaorou with a standard military salute and said loudly, "This is our entire spiritual energy reserve from the 4th combat sequence. Please, use it freely." Around them, the soldiers of the city guard who were still fighting fiercely did not show any jealousy at this scene. Instead, they revealed looks of anticipation. "Big shot. We're counting on you. Big shot. Drink the potion and unleash your ultimate move. We can't hold on much longer. Go for it, big shot." The VIP tour group, including Zhao Feng and Li Haoran, were completely stunned. They felt like their brains were like computers infected by a virus, completely unable to process the information before them. 1 second, they were in despair over life and death. The next second, the most elite troops in the entire Magic City had brought out all their possessions just to ask the most inconspicuous girl from the lower city to drink potions and unleash her ultimate move? What kind of fantasy plot is this? I feel like I'm dreaming, Li Haoran mumbled. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, repeatedly punished himself in his mind for bullying Su Xiaorou back then. He was now even more grateful that he lost to Su Xiaorou in the simulated battlefield. You had your chance before, but now you can attack. and the highly anticipated Su Xiaorou, looking at the shiny boxes of military supplies in front of her, was also a bit dazed. She had never seen so many high-level potions in her life. "Girl, what are you still dawdling for? Start the show," Su Ming excitedly shouted in her mind. "Do you see it? This is Angel Round Investment. The big boss has already deposited the money. Now, it's our turn to perform." Su Xiaorou took a deep breath. No longer hesitating, she casually picked up a Class B deep-sea breath, popped it open, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. A cool and pure energy surged down her throat, flooding into her limbs and bones. Her nearly depleted pool of spiritual energy was instantly filled, even overflowing a bit. She was once again filled with power. "Good. That's the spirit." Sumin Prast. Su Xiaorou did not stop. She placed her hand on the frostmorn beside her. This time, she held nothing back. Rise the dead. The ghostly blue light, centered on her and the sword, suddenly spread out like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. Wherever the light passed, on the battlefield, the corpses of the strange beasts that had just been killed and still retained their complete forms began to tremble violently. 1 head. 2 heads. 10 heads. 100 heads. One by one, Class B shadow walkers, composed of bones and shadows, stood up again. A group of Class C ironclad beasts, with hollow eye sockets, ignited ghostly blue flames. Even the wreckage of the vehicle that had just been destroyed nearby creaked, and skeleton soldiers in city guard uniforms crawled out from the wreckage, still holding energy rifles made of death energy. In the blink of an eye, a new army of the undead, composed of hundreds of undead, appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. Although its scale was far less than the previous undead disaster, the average quality of this new army was much higher. All of them are Class B and Class C. Roar. The moment this undead army formed, it seemed to receive orders, turning without any hesitation to launch a fearless countercharge against the surging tide of beasts. They acted like a black dam, fiercely wedging into the torrent of strange beasts. The city guard's defense line, which was about to collapse, suddenly felt a significant reduction in pressure. It held firm. God, she really summoned them again. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Our very own reinforcements have arrived. Hit them hard. All city guard soldiers, upon seeing that undead army, had their morale instantly boosted, howling as they began to counterattack the strange beasts in coordination with the undead army. Inside the command vehicle, Gao Yuan, Li Su, and others, watching the newly formed undead army on the screen, were all so excited they stood up from their chairs. Good, good, good. Gao Yuan repeated 3 goods. She really did it. Is this what it means to sustain war with war? Li Su's eyes sparkled with a sense of shock. As long as there was enough startup capital, she could conjure an army out of thin air on the battlefield. This ability is terrifying. As long as there are corpses, she is an army. This realization made all the commanders feel a shiver down their spines. And Su Xiaorou, after summoning the first batch of troops, did not stop. She picked up another potion, drank it down, and then placed her hand back on the sword. As the undead army began to kill the strange beasts, streams of pure energy started to feed back in her body continuously. Her spiritual energy consumption began to balance with recovery, gradually stabilizing. A perfect cycle of sustaining war with war formed once again. On the battlefield, the scale of the undead army was rapidly expanding at a visible speed. 100, 200, 500, 1,000. In just a few minutes, a large undead army, capable of standing against the tide of beasts, reappeared in Sector 7. The situation on the ground battlefield has been forcefully reversed. Su Ming's unlocking energy bar is rapidly rising in the process. Unlock energy, 85-100, unlock energy, 90-100, unlock energy, 95-100, almost there, just a little more. Su Ming excitedly paced back and forth in the consciousness space. Meanwhile, deep within the rift, the S-rank Void Lord once again noticed this annoying grasshopper on the ground. Its gigantic single eye turned towards Su Xiaorou's direction. A cold gaze, filled with the will to destroy, locked onto her. The dark golden light within that single eye began to gather once more. It intended to use the same trick again, launching another area attack to eliminate this bothersome necromancer. Here it comes again. Su Ming laughed instead of being alarmed at this scene. Little girl, don't be afraid. It's just trying to scare us. The first time, I wasn't prepared and you managed a sneak attack. You think you can do it again? Do you really think I have no pride? Chapter 52, Giants versus Waves. Unlocking 100. Su Ming. It's going to use that move again. Su Xiaorou looked at the dark golden light gathering in the single eye. Enough to make her soul tremble, her voice trembling slightly. The fear of just being grazed by that beam of light still lingered in her heart. Don't panic. I'm here. Su Ming's voice was filled with unprecedented confidence and arrogance. Girl, haven't you always been curious if our undead army has other uses besides group fights? Today, let me show you what the correct way to use a legion looks like. Now, follow my orders. Gather all our undead, except for those protecting the VIP tour group, back to me. Su Xiaorou's mind moved. On the battlefield, the undead army, which was crazily fighting against the beast tide and had already exceeded 2,000, seemed to have received some supreme will's call. They instantly broke away from the battle, transforming into black torrents, converging at an astonishing speed towards Su Xiaorou's position. What? What is she going to do? Why are they retreating? Not fighting anymore? The soldiers of the city guard were all dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Inside the command vehicle, Gao Yuan and others also wore puzzled expressions. Is she giving up? Litze frowned, a bit confused. Only Qianyu was staring intently at the frail figure on the screen, feeling that things were not that simple. Under everyone's watch, thousands of undead gathered around Su Xiaorou like swallows returning to their nests. They did not stop. Instead, in a bizarre manner, they began to merge, splice, and reorganize. The claws of the bone ripper became the skeleton of its arms. The shell of the iron-armored beast became the armor of its chest. Countless skulls of the undead gathered together, forming a huge and terrifying head. The Black Death energy, like cement, perfectly bonded these different parts together. A giant silhouette, made purely of bones and shadows, began to rise up. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Finally, a skeletal giant, over 150 meters tall, larger than any beast on the battlefield, even taller than the half-exposed body of the S-level Void Lord, appeared before everyone's eyes. It stood there quietly, with two ghostly blue flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. A sense of desolation, ancient, filled with death and ominousness, radiated from it, enveloping the entire battlefield. Whether it was the void beasts engaged in battle or the soldiers of the city guard, upon seeing this skeletal giant, their movements involuntarily paused for a moment. All that remained in everyone's minds was one word: shock. Extreme shock. What? What is this? Wang Hu, looking at the towering skeletal giant on the screen, stammered. The Legion. Merging? The voice of the harbor city commander sounded like he was mumbling in a dream. Gao Yuan and Zhou Zheng were completely speechless. They felt that the stimulation they received today was more than in the past 40 years combined. At this moment, Su Xiaorou was quietly floating inside the chest cavity of the skeletal giant, firmly protected by the thickest bones and the densest death energy. She looked down at the entire battlefield through the burning soul flames in the giant's eye sockets, feeling as if she had become a true calamity dominator. How does it feel, girl? Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with a sense of pride. I named this move Legion Descend. Isn't it cool? Cool. Su Xiaorou instinctively replied. That's right. Su Ming laughed heartily. Now, let that one-eyed dragon over there see who the real big shot is. Let our Gundam go head-to-head with it. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, merging her will completely with the skeletal giant. She raised her hand. The skeletal giant slowly raised its enormous arm, made of countless bones. It opened its palm, aiming at the Void Lord deep within the rift. The next second, the countless undead that made up the giant's arm had their soul flames in their eye sockets instantly brighten. All the death energy began to crazily converge into the giant's palm. A ghostly blue energy ball, filled with the breath of destruction and seemingly containing countless wailing souls, rapidly took shape in its palm and expanded. At this moment, deep within the rift, the dark golden light in the Void Lord's single eye also gathered to its peak. Boom! A thick dark golden beam of light, capable of destroying everything, shot out again. Boom! Almost at the same time, The ghostly blue death energy ball in the skeletal giant's palm transformed into an equally thick energy beam filled with the breath of death and decay, meeting it head-on. One dark gold, one ghostly blue. Two destructive forces representing different attributes collided violently in midair, under the gaze of thousands. Buzz! There was no sound, or rather, the sound had exceeded the limits of what human ears could perceive. The entire world seemed to have been muted. In everyone's vision, there was only a white world filled with golden and blue light. A gigantic, ever-expanding, twisting energy singularity formed at the intersection of the two beams. It frantically devoured everything around it. Light, air, even space itself. A raging energy storm swept across the entire battlefield. Countless low-level beasts that couldn't dodge in time were instantly torn to shreds in the aftermath of this clash. The armored vehicles of the city guard were blown around, alarms ringing out everywhere. Inside the command vehicle, all the screens turned into a flurry of static in that moment. Signal lost. All detectors malfunctioning. We lost control of the battlefield. Time passed, maybe a second, maybe a minute, when the blinding light finally dissipated and all instruments returned to normal. Gao Yuan and others immediately turned their gaze to the screen. On the screen, the towering skeletal giant still stood. However, its right arm, along with part of its shoulder, had vanished. Clearly, in that earth-shattering clash, it had successfully blocked the attack, but paid a painful price. Meanwhile, deep within the rift, that S-level Void Lord also seemed to have been severely affected by the blow. Its massive single eye dimmed significantly, and there was even a hint of uncertainty in its expression. It seemed unable to understand why this group of tiny ants on the ground could unleash an attack of the same level as itself. But what shocked it even more was yet to come. The broken skeletal giant, at the sight of its severed shoulder, countless black gases surged, and new bones were visibly growing back at an astonishing rate. On the battlefield, the corpses of the beasts that had just been killed by the aftermath transformed into streams of black energy, flying toward the skeletal giant, replenishing its losses. As long as there were corpses on the battlefield, as long as death continued, it would remain immortal. This scene made the Void Lord feel, for the first time, that it was facing a tough situation. And in Su Xiaorou's mind, Su Ming's wild laughter and a crisp notification sound rang out at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Girl, we blocked it. We went head-to-head with that S-class giant, and we won. Ding. Detected that the host has withstood an attack far exceeding their own level in a direct confrontation, protecting the Soldier Master. Unlocking energy assessment. Assessment successful. Energy unlocked 100 energy bar is full. Chapter 53 Complete Liberation Lottery Moment. The Weapon Atlas of All Realms. Stage 1 Unlock conditions met. Initiating Stage 1 Unlock. Unlock complete. Soul Weapon. Frostmourne. Level. Current status. Fully liberated epic enhancement. A series of messages flooded Su Ming's consciousness like a waterfall. He felt as if his entire soul, or rather his sword soul, was undergoing a profound, earth-shattering transformation. If before he was like a giant bound by layers of seals, only able to peek at and influence this world through small holes, then now all the seals had shattered at this moment. A power so indescribable and overwhelming that it made his heart race surged forth from the depths of the Atlas, filling every corner of his being. Damn! Su Ming felt this power and could only choke out 2 words after a while. So strong. This feeling was like a player who only spent $6 on a game, suddenly receiving a notification that he won a $1 billion lottery, with all items, outfits, and artifacts in the shop unlocked for him for free, and their values maxed out. Awesome. Unparalleled awesome. Girl, we hit the jackpot. Su Ming excitedly shouted in a flurry. His energy bar is full. I am now fully liberated. Su Xiaorou was controlling the skeletal giant, absorbing the death energy on the battlefield and repairing its arm. Hearing Su Ming's nonsensical words, she was a bit confused. Fully liberated? Su Ming, what does that mean? Fully liberated means. Su Ming couldn't explain clearly at the moment and could only describe it in the simplest and most straightforward way, saying, I'm incredibly awesome right now. That one-eyed dragon just now is nothing but a glowing, moving target in my eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Stage 1 Unlock, achieving the milestone of symbiosis with the Weapon Master. Special reward: 1 mythical level lottery opportunity. Would you like to use it immediately? Another prompt sounded. Lottery? There's even a reward? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he unhesitatingly chose yes. A huge and magnificent wheel, seemingly composed of stars, appeared in his consciousness space. The wheel was divided into countless segments, each filled with a flickering, indistinct shadow that was hard to discern. But each shadow emanated a terrifying aura that made even him feel a sense of dread. Holy crap! Could it be that all the divine weapons from the Atlas are on this wheel? Su Ming felt parched after just one glance. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Stop! Su Ming shouted in his mind. After slowing down for several seconds, the pointer of the wheel finally came to a stop on one of the segments. The light from the segment faded, revealing its contents. It was not a weapon, but rather armor. A full-body black armor with a fierce design, exuding an aura of death and kingly dominance, seemingly a natural pair with Frostmourne, a plate armor. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the mythical level armor. Lich King's armor, imitation. Item description: this is a projection created based on the Serenite armor worn by the Plague Lord in a certain world line, condensed by the pure power of the Law of Death. Although it is a projection, it still retains some of the original's power. Effect 1. Plague Aura. The wearer will automatically gain the ability to command undead creatures, significantly enhancing the combat power and recovery speed of all undead units. Effect 2. Death Contract. The wearer can deeply bind with the Weapon Master, transferring part of the damage they receive to their undead army. As long as the undead are not destroyed, the wearer is nearly immortal. Effect 3. King's Descent. This armor can be projected onto the Weapon Master or a designated target, like the Skeletal Giant, granting them a portion of the Lich King's power for a short period. Su Ming looked at the description of the armor and gasped. This is more than just hitting the jackpot. This is practically ascending on the spot. For offense, there's the fully liberated Frostmourne. For defense and sustainability, there's this Lich King's armor. For summoning, there's the enhanced undead army. For control, there's the Skeletal Giant. This is like assembling a complete set of divine gear. Girl, are you ready? Su Ming's laughter was filled with the thrill of impending show-off. Ready? Ready for what? Su Xiaorou was still a bit confused. Get ready to witness the moment of miracles. Su Ming's thought moved. The Lich King's armor that was hovering in his consciousness space instantly transformed into a black light, penetrating the barriers of space. The next moment, on Su Xiaorou, who was controlling the Skeletal Giant and was inside its chest cavity, a perfectly fitting black full-body armor radiating infinite cold energy appeared out of thin air. Although due to Su Xiaorou's figure, the armor looked a bit less imposing and a bit more heroic, the majesty derived from the Lord of Death was still undiminished. Su Xiaorou felt a cold and powerful force surge into her limbs and bones. The wounds on her back healed instantly under the nourishment of this force. The energy reservoir within her expanded several times, and the previously less than 300 points energy limit began to soar at a rocket-like speed. 300, 500, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, her total energy broke through the Awakener's limitations and directly entered the black iron level, even rapidly advancing towards the bronze level. This is... Su Xiaorou was stunned and speechless as she felt the unprecedented surge of power within her. Common operation, common operation. Su Ming's voice sounded casual, but the rising tone could not hide his pride. Donning divine gear and skyrocketing attributes is common sense. Now the game has just begun. Su Ming's thought moved again. King's Descent. The armor on Su Xiaorou burst forth with even more dazzling black light. A massive, identical shadow of the armor appeared in the external world and then heavily imprinted onto the Skeletal Giant that was repairing its arm. Crack, crack. A sound of bone grinding that was hard to bear echoed. The form of the Skeletal Giant began to change dramatically. Its bones shifted from a pale color to a glossy, obsidian hue. Fierce, rune-filled black armor appeared out of nowhere on its body. Even a crown-like helmet appeared on its head, matching the skull head of the Frostmourne. In just a few seconds, the original skeletal giant upgraded into the Lich King giant. The oppressive aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. Meanwhile, Su Xiaorou was transported into the head of this Lich King giant, overlooking everything through its eye sockets, burning with ghostly blue soul fire. "All right, girl," Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind. "Pour all your energy into it. Let that ignorant bumpkin over there see what true disaster looks like." Su Xiaorou nodded heavily. She raised her hand and unreservedly injected the energy that had surged several times, now reaching the bronze level, into the body of the war beast beneath her. Roar! The Lich King Gundam let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. This time, it no longer used long-range energy attacks. Its massive arm, just repaired and covered in black armor, suddenly swiped to the side. On the ground, the sword, Frostmourne, which was embedded in the earth, and had also become more menacing due to its complete release, soared into the sky. During its flight, its size began to swell against the wind. Ultimately, it transformed into a true world-destroying magic sword, over 100 meters long, capable of being wielded by the Lich King Gundam. With the giant sword in hand, the Lich King Gundam pointed the sword's edge towards the depths of the rift, where the Void Lord, filled with shock and confusion, stood. At this moment, the tide of battle had completely reversed. Chapter 54. The Battle of the Gundam, / the Lord. Kill them. Su Ming's voice was calm and cold, devoid of any emotion, as if he had become the true Lord of Death. Su Xiaorou's will was highly synchronized with him. Boom! The over 150-meter-tall Lich King Gundam took heavy steps. With each step it took, the earth cried out, leaving behind a deep and bottomless giant footprint. Its speed seemed slow, but due to its massive size, each step covered hundreds of meters. In the blink of an eye, it charged through the chaotic battlefield and arrived before the blood-red void crack. What? What is it going to do? Is it going to rush into the crack? Inside the command vehicle, Li Su, Gao Yuan, and others watched this epic scene on the screen, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. They had initially thought that Su Xiaorou summoned the skeletal giant merely for long-range fire suppression. But now it seemed that she, or rather, she and her sword, actually wanted to take the initiative to engage in close combat with an S-class Void Lord. This is too insane. Stop it. Quickly stop it. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng was sweating profusely. It was too dangerous. Once it was destroyed, what would happen to Su Xiaorou? We can't stop it. Gao Yuan stared at the screen, his voice dry. We can only choose to believe in her now. On the battlefield, the S-class Void Lord seemed to be enraged by the Lich King Gundam, which was wielding a giant sword and actively charging at its doorstep. Its enormous single eye lit up again, but this time, what shot out was not a beam of light, but dark golden energy balls, each over 10 meters in diameter, falling like meteors. These energy balls, carrying the power to destroy the world, rained down on the Lich King Gundam. Faced with this barrage capable of instantly vaporizing an armored division, the Lich King Gundam didn't even make a move to evade. It simply raised its Frostmourne slowly. The eerie blue runes lit up on the massive sword, forming a translucent, death-laden barrier. Ding, 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 ding. The dark golden energy balls struck the barrier, like raindrops hitting glass, creating circles of energy ripples, but failing to penetrate even a bit. Is that all it can do? Su Ming's disdainful voice resonated directly in the mental realm of the Void Lord through some unknown power. Roar! The Void Lord was completely enraged by this taunt. Its two massive claws covered in dark golden shells suddenly reached out from the crack, grasping at the Lich King Gundam's head. The claws were as fast as lightning and razor-sharp, capable of tearing through space. However, what greeted it was an even swifter and more domineering sword light. The Lich King Gundam twisted its wrist, and the 100-meter-long Frostmourne sliced through the air with a ghostly blue afterimage, moving at a speed that was completely unmatched for its massive size. A muffled sound. The right claw of the Void Lord was severed cleanly at the wrist. Dark golden blood gushed out from the crack like a waterfall. Arg! The Void Lord let out a roar of extreme pain. It was injured since its birth. After conquering countless planes for the first time in what it considered a lower world, A mere ant had severed its limb. This pain and humiliation drove it completely insane. It no longer held back. Its massive upper body surged out of the crack. Only then did people see its full form. It was a monster resembling a centaur, with a lower body structured like a spider's many legs and an upper body covered in a shell of a fierce humanoid. It burst out from the crack. Gathering all its strength in its remaining left claw, it punched fiercely at the Lich King Gundam's chest. This punch, carrying the power of the laws, was capable of shattering stars. Come on. Su Ming was filled with battle intent. The Lich King Gundam did not dodge and swung its enormous iron fist to meet it. On one side was the Death Lord composed of undead and skeletons. On the other side was the chaotic Lord from the Void. The two beasts, each over 100 meters tall, engaged in the most primal, bloody, and violent melee. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision of fists created a shockwave that cracked the ground and made space tremble. Every scrape of claws against armor sparked large bursts of fire, scattering countless bones and flesh fragments. The Void Lord smashed half of the Lich King Gundam's shoulder with claw. The Lich King Gundam immediately retaliated with a sword, leaving a massive wound deep enough to see bone on its chest, a layer of deathly chill clinging to the wound, constantly eroding its vitality. The Void Lord attempted to shoot a beam from its single eye. The Lich King Gundam directly smashed its fist into the eye, causing it to see stars and forcing the beam back before it could be fired. You throw a punch, I swing a sword. You swipe with a claw, I kick. The two gigantic beings fought like street thugs, completely abandoning any flashy techniques, pouring damage onto each other in the most direct way. This scene left everyone watching from afar utterly numb. They felt they were not witnessing a battle, but rather an epic monster movie with top-notch special effects. And Su Xiaorou was the protagonist piloting the strongest mech, beating down the final boss. Hi, Colonel Gao in the command vehicle, a staff officer from Jinghua City. Swallowed hard. Should we provide fire support? His hand lingered over the launch button of the Longyan main battle tank, but hesitated to press it. Are you kidding? Now that these two giants are entangled, if a shell goes awry and hits our own, oh no, hits the allied Gundam, the consequences. He dare not think further. All units, hold position. Lisa's voice was also somewhat dry, closely monitoring the battlefield. Ready to clean up the battlefield. Clean up the battlefield? That's right. Lisa looked at the screen, where the Lich King Gundam was gradually gaining the upper hand and pressing the Void Lord, and slowly said, this battle, we can no longer intervene. It has won. On the battlefield, the situation was indeed as Lisa said. The Void Lord had completely fallen into a disadvantage. With the dual enhancement of Frostmourne and the Lich King armor, the Lich King Gundam surpassed it in attack power, defense, and recovery ability. Every wound left by Frostmourne drained a significant amount of its life energy and added a layer of withering effect that was hard to dispel. Meanwhile, the damage the Lich King Gundam sustained could be rapidly recovered with the endless death energy on the battlefield. With the balance of victory completely tipped, another sword strike. The massive blade of Frostmourne sliced through the Void Lord's waist, almost severing it in half. Arg! The roar of the Void Lord now carried a clear sense of weakness and fear. It was afraid. Its lofty will to look down upon all beings finally collapsed in the face of the threat of death. It did not want to die here. Once this thought took hold, it could no longer be contained. It feigned a move, forcing the Lich King Gada to retreat. Then its massive body suddenly turned, not looking back, and hurriedly fled towards the void behind it. It wanted to escape back to its own world. Want to run? Su Ming's cold laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth. Have you asked the sword in my hand? Leave it to me. The Lich King Gada gripped Frostmourne with both hands, raising the 100-meter-long giant sword high above his head. Endless death energy surged madly into the sword. A terrifying sword light that seemed capable of cutting through heaven and earth extended hundreds of meters long from the sword's edge. Then, it struck down fiercely at the Void Lord that had already fled to the edge of the. This sword locked the space, locked the causality, and there was no way to escape. The Void Lord felt the lethal threat behind it that could completely erase itself and let out a desperate roar. It used its last bit of strength to twist its body slightly to the side. PFF. The sword light flashed by. Tom seemed to stand still at this moment. That S-Class Void Lord, its massive body, froze in place. The next second, its huge left arm, covered in dark golden armor, along with a small part of its shoulder, quietly separated from its body. Then, in the shocked gazes of everyone, its entire arm, along with that indestructible claw, was frozen into a giant ice sculpture by the deathly chill attached to the sword edge, and then with a bang, it heavily fell to the ground. Meanwhile, its main body, seizing this brief moment of respite, dragged its broken body and plunged into the blood red, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 55. A glimpse beyond the rift, damn it. Let it get away. So Ming cursed the Vitan Kipali. That sword strike, just now, was aimed directly at the opponent's head, and he was confident he could decapitate this arrogant Void Lord. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, this guy unleashed his survival instinct and dodged the fatal blow, only to have an arm severed. Well, it's fine if it ran away. Su Ming quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he had severely injured it. It would probably take hundreds of years to recover. Besides, he had left behind an A-grade. No, it should be counted as an S-grade arm as a trophy, not a loss. He controlled the Lich King Gundam to step forward, seemingly wanting to chase into the rift to finish it off. Don't! Su Xiaorou and Gao Yuan's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Su Ming, you can't go in. It's too dangerous inside. Su Xiaorou hurriedly warned in his mind. Su Xiaorou, don't chase a defeated enemy. Quickly retreat. Gao Yuan also shouted through the comms from the command vehicle, using all his strength. Are you kidding me? On the other side of the rift is the home of the Void Beasts. Who knows what the situation is inside? What if there are 10 or 8 S-grade lords hiding there? No matter how powerful your Gundam is, rushing in would just be delivering yourself as food. Su Ming was just putting on an act. He obviously knew he couldn't pursue. He pouted and stopped his steps. All right, I'll listen to you. He controlled the Lich King Gundam to stand at the edge of the rift, not moving forward, but not immediately retreating either. His gaze, burning with soul fire, curiously looked into the depths of that blood-red rift, resembling a dimensional gate. That glance was merely a fleeting moment, but the scene Su Ming saw almost froze his entire sword soul. On the other side of the rift was not the chaotic and distorted energy-filled void dimension he had imagined. Instead, it was a much broader and more brutal battlefield. Countless various void beasts formed an army that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold larger than the beast tide he had just encountered. And this army was in retreat. They were not charging outward, but fleeing in panic. Behind them was a much deeper darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. In that darkness, some shapes could be vaguely seen, so enormous they were indescribable, exuding a more terrifying and ancient aura. Those shapes resembled twisted ancient trees, endless mountain ranges, and some even looked like breathing planets. They were the true pursuers, and that previously arrogant S-grade Void Lord, after fleeing back into the rift, did not stop at all. It covered its severed arm and, without looking back, blended in with the defeated army of beasts, desperately fleeing into the distance. Beside it, Su Ming saw at least 10 other beings of similar size and aura. Of the same level, they were also fleeing. In that instant, Su Ming's sword soul nearly froze upon witnessing this scene. What did he see? Fleeing. That S-grade Void Lord, which had almost wiped them out just moments ago, was actually running away. They were not the final boss. The true final boss, behind them in that deeper darkness, were those shapes resembling mountains and planets. They were the real hunters. Girl. Su Ming's voice was dry. He wanted to remind Su Xiaorou to retreat, to get away from that damned rift. But before he could say a word, the entire world suddenly darkened. It wasn't he that night had fallen. It was a hand so enormous that no words could describe it, seemingly formed from the purest darkness and chaos, emerged from that blood-red rift. It was too big. So big that the 150-meter-tall Lich King Gundam looked like a newborn baby in front of it. It obscured the sky, casting an endless shadow. At that moment, all the fighters on the battlefield who were engaged in combat, roaring and cheering, stopped all their actions. Li Su from Jinghua City, Wang Hu from Tianfu City, Gao Yuan from Modu, These battle-hardened commanders saw this unforgettable scene through their command screens. Their pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant. Their brains went blank. The giant hand did not pause at all. With a sense of indifference, as if crushing a bug, it slowly pressed down towards the ground. Its target was not the city defense army's line, nor those dragon flame tanks that were focusing fire, but the Lich King Gundam, which had just displayed its might and slain the Lord. Quick, get out of the way! Su Xiaorou's scream exploded in Su Ming's mind. She exerted all her strength, trying to control the Gundam to move. Too late. Su Ming's voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. In the face of absolute power, all maneuvers lost their meaning. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull sound so heavy it could stop one's heart. The giant hand pressed down on the earth. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. Everyone watched in horror as the Lich King Gundam, made of countless bones and death energy, clad in royal armor and wielding the world-destroying sword, began to shatter from the crown of its helmet under the pressure of that giant hand. Its indestructible obsidian skeleton crumbled like fragile cookies. The runic Sarone evil iron armor felt like it was made of paper. Crack, crack, bang. The entire Lich King Gundam was crushed into a pile of bone dust in less than a second by that giant hand. Along with the projection of the 100-meter-long Frostmourne, it also transformed into countless ghostly blue light points, dispersing into the air. One hit, just one hit. The Lich King Gundam, which had been so imposing and had suppressed the S-grade Lord, was simply gone, dispersed, shattered. Not even a complete bone was left. Inside the command vehicle, there was a dead silence. Li Su's mouth hung open, the communicator falling to the ground, but he was oblivious. Wang Hu, whose face was always fiery, was now utterly dazed. Gao Yuan gripped the edge of the command console tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. What? What is this? A young strategist from Jinghua City stammered, his voice trembling as if in a dream, leveling up, fighting small ones. Now the big one. Can't fight the big one. And now an ancestor has come? His words were jumbled, yet they precisely captured the absurdity and despair felt by everyone present. This game can't be played anymore. You work hard to level up, gather a full set of divine gear, and finally manage to injure the dungeon boss. But then the boss calls in a bunch of equally level brothers. You grit your teeth, activate a cheat, and drive those brothers away. In the end, the game GM can't stand it anymore and directly intervenes, deleting your character. It's unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. After crushing the Lich King Gundam, the giant hand did not immediately withdraw. It remained pressed against the ground, the 5 fingers like mountains, even moving slightly, as if feeling the fragile land beneath it. Buzz. A pressure 100 times more terrifying than that of the previous S-grade Lord emanated from that giant hand, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Thud! Thud! Countless city guard soldiers, along with the contract master mentors who had just been fighting, weakened under this pressure, collapsing directly to their knees. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. This was a higher level of power, an absolute oppression that made them unable to even conceive of the thought of resistance. Colonel Gao. Vice Principal Zhou's face was as pale as paper. He leaned against the wall, barely managing not to fall, his voice tinged with sobs. Su Xiaorou, blacksmith. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Gao Da was shattered with a slap. How could the core Su Xiaorou be any better? However, just as everyone fell into despair, in the corner of the command screen, a tiny, almost overlooked black dot moved slightly. It was a pile of scattered bone powder. At the edge of the giant palm, a heap of black bone powder suddenly began to writhe. A frail figure crawled out of the pile of bone powder with great difficulty. It was Su Xiaorou. Chapter 56. The principal's personal intervention, forced closure. She was covered in blood, her black armor tattered and torn, with blood continuously seeping from the corner of her mouth. She struggled to stand up, tightly clutching the Frostmourne, which had returned to its original size, its runes dimmed. Cough, cough, cough. She was violently coughing, each cough bringing forth more blood. Girl, hurry, hurry and leave. Su Ming's voice echoed weakly in her mind. That last strike, the death contract effect of the Lich King's armor. transferred 99% of the damage to that towering Lich King. But even the remaining less than 1% of the aftermath nearly shattered both Su Xiaorou and Su Ming's sword souls. Detecting that the master of the weapon is in critical condition, Lich King's armor automatically activated the final protection protocol, consuming all stored energy for forced teleportation. The tattered armor on Su Xiaorou glowed with a final faint black light. A force of spatial power enveloped her. Want to run? A cold, emotionless thought, as if composed of countless overlapping voices, resonated directly in everyone's minds. The enormous hand pressed against the ground slightly moved its index finger. Crack! The space around Su Xiaorou instantly solidified, then shattered like glass. Forced teleportation failed. Su Xiaorou's body was rebounded by the shattered spatial power, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and her entire being slumped down. It's over. This thought flashed simultaneously in Su Xiaorou and Su Ming's minds. All units, fire! Gao Yuan's hoarse, resolute roar in the command vehicle shattered the silence. Activate spatial stabilization anchor. Crank the power to maximum. Even if it blows up, seal that crack for me. Fire! Fire! For the Alliance. Li Su and Wang Hu simultaneously issued the same command. At this point, there was no tactic left to consider. Either expend everything to seal that crack before being completely crushed by the opponent, or die together here. Boom! 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 Dozens of Dragon Flame main battle tanks and 3 recently repaired spatial stabilization anchors poured all their energy, without reservation, at this moment. Crimson destructive beams and white spatial sealing beams intertwined, like a splendid fireworks display, shooting towards the blood-red crack and the colossal hand that overshadowed the sky. However, that giant hand didn't even bother to move. It simply stood there quietly. All attacks, upon approaching within 100 meters of it, felt like they hit an invisible wall, annihilating without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Despair. Utter despair enveloped everyone's hearts. Is it really over? Qinya sat slumped on the ground, watching the girl swaying in the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just then a calm voice, tinged with a hint of age, yet carrying an undeniable authority, suddenly resonated across the entire Sector 7. Your Excellency, you have crossed the boundary. The voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone, including the giant hand, instinctively turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw an elder in a simple gray robe standing above the sealed area at the edge of Sector 7, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He stood in midair, his hair and beard white, with an ancient countenance, looking just like an ordinary old man from the neighborhood. But the moment he appeared, the violent and chaotic energies on the battlefield seemed to be calmed by an invisible force. Inside the command vehicle, Deputy Principal Zhou Zheng was stunned the moment he saw the elder. He rubbed his eyes and pinched himself hard. Principal. Zhou Zheng's voice clearly reached Gao Yuan, Li Su, Wang Hu, and the others through the still open public communication channel. All commanders were taken aback. Principal? Which principal? The principal of the Magic City Spiritual Energy Technology University. The principal who hadn't appeared in public for decades, who had been conducting research deep within the university, hailed as one of the stabilizing forces of the Magic City Fortress. Has he finally appeared? Gao Yuan and others quickly aimed their observation devices at the gray-robed elder floating in midair. The elder looked unremarkable, with no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, like an ordinary retired old man who accidentally took a wrong turn on his morning walk. Yet this very old man could stand in midair, facing the colossal hand without changing his expression. Your Excellency, you have crossed the boundary. The elder repeated, his voice still calm, but this time a hint of soft light, as if containing the entirety of the starry sky, brightened in his eyes. The gigantic hand from the crack seemed to sense something. Its overwhelming motion halted. The cold and grand thought that resonated in everyone's minds began to tremble again, this time carrying a hint of confusion. Human. Strong. Here is my world. The elder slowly raised his hand, his movement slow, as if performing Tai Chi. My world has my rules. You uninvited guests have damaged so many things. You should at least provide an explanation, right? His words were polite, as if reasoning with someone. But the giant hand seemed to be provoked by something monumental. Unts. Are they worthy to speak of rules? The grand thought transformed into a tangible mental storm, sweeping towards the elder. This mental storm was 10 times stronger than the pressure that had forced all soldiers to kneel. However, the elder merely waved his sleeve gently. The mental storm, which could have caused even star-level masters to lose their composure, melted silently as it approached within 3 feet of him, like spring snow meeting the warm sun. Apparently, Your Excellency does not intend to reason. The elder sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. Since that is the case, then I can only ask you to leave. As the words fell, he extended a finger, a dry, wrinkled finger that seemed devoid of power. Then, he lightly pointed at the colossal hand that obscured the sky. Buzz! The entire world seemed to freeze under that single finger. No light, no sound, only a kind of incomprehensible change at the level of loss. The next second, under the horrified gazes of everyone, the giant hand composed of pure darkness and chaos began to disintegrate, inch by inch, starting from the fingertip, not shattering, not annihilating, but like a sandcastle being gently brushed away by an invisible hand. The laws that constituted it were forcibly erased. For the first time, the grand thought carried emotions named shock and fear. It seemed to want to retract its hand into the crack. But it was too late. The elder's single finger seemed to transcend time and space. The speed of the giant hand's disintegration accelerated. Fingertip, palm, wrist. In just 3 seconds, the colossal hand that obscured the sky completely vanished into the air, as if it had never existed. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the sky. If just now, Su Xiaorou's Lich King Gundam beating down an S-rank lord was an epic monster movie, then what is the scene now? Is it a creation record or a destruction record? They could no longer comprehend what they were witnessing. In the command vehicle, Gao Yuan let out a long breath, feeling that the combat suit on his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. Is this the power of the Huizhao level? Li Su from Jinghua City murmured dryly to himself. Only by reaching their level could they vaguely sense the terrifying power contained in that finger just now. It was not a clash of energy. It was a direct modification of the fundamental rules of the world. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 57, Boundless Heaven and Earth. The law borrowed from the universe. In the sky, the old man finished all this as if he was just dusting off some dust. He turned his head and cast his gaze towards the blood-red crack that was still madly surging and trying to expand. Colonel Gao. The old man's voice rang directly in Gao Yuan's ear. Gao Yuan jolted and quickly grabbed the communicator. Principal, I'm here. Have your people prepare the spatial stabilization anchors. The old man's voice was steady. Once I drive the big guys out of there, you start immediately and close the door. Understood. Gao Yuan replied loudly. The old man nodded, then stepped forward, walking step by step towards the blood-red crack. With each step he took, golden ripples would appear beneath his feet as if he were treading on an invisible staircase. His aura also rose step by step, a vast and profound presence, seemingly merging with the entire universe, emanated from his seemingly frail body. The sky behind him was filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The spiritual energy of the entire Magic City fortress was madly converging towards his location. Roar! On the other side of the crack, it seemed to sense the deadly threat. That grand consciousness let out an angry and unwilling roar. More and larger outlines emerged from the deep darkness, seemingly wanting to force their way through. You still want to shake things up in front of me? The old man chuckled lightly and stopped. He stretched out both hands and slowly drew a circle in front of his chest. Boundless heaven and earth, the law borrowed from the universe. Seal, a gigantic character formed by countless golden runes condensed in front of him. That golden seal expanded in the wind, ultimately becoming larger than the blood-red crack itself, then heavily imprinted onto it. Sizzle. It was as if a red-hot branding iron was pressed against a block of ice. The blood-red crack twisted violently and boiled the moment it came into contact with the golden seal. Countless cries of the void beasts echoed from the crack. Under the illumination of the golden light, they melted away like snow. The grand consciousness also let out a painful howl. Now, The old man's voice echoed like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Fire! Gao Yuan shouted the command with all his strength. Launch! 3 spatial stabilization anchors erupted with dazzling white beams of light, pressing towards the crack in conjunction with the gigantic golden seal. Crack! Crack! This time, the seemingly indestructible crack could no longer resist. Under the dual action of the golden runes and the spatial stabilization anchors, it began to shrink and close at a visible speed. On the other side of the crack, the deep darkness and those terrifying outlines, along with the unwilling roar, were completely isolated by the rapidly closing space. Finally, with a soft pop, the blood-red crack that had wreaked havoc for several hours, bringing endless despair to everyone, completely vanished into thin air. Only a gigantic golden seal remained, slowly rotating in the sky, emitting a gentle glow, repairing the torn space. The crisis was resolved. The sky returned to clarity. The sunlight once again bathed this scarred land. All the survivors stared blankly at this scene, unable to regain their senses for a long time. After an unknown period, the first cheer broke out. We survived. We won. We won. Following, that was a tsunami-like cheer of survival. Countless soldiers threw away their weapons, embracing each other and weeping. The students in the VIP tour group erupted into deafening screams, with Zhao Feng collapsing to the ground, crying out loud. Only Lin Xueter stood still, staring at the slowly dissipating golden seal in the sky, then glancing at the frail figure being helped up in the distance. Her pride had been crushed twice today, once by the trash she looked down upon, and once by the highest authority of the academy that only existed in legends. For the first time, she felt a deep confusion about the world she was in. The cheers on the battlefield lasted for a long time. The joy of surviving diluted the previous fear and despair. Soldiers patted each other's shoulders, sharing their meager remaining cigarettes, their faces adorned with tired yet radiant smiles. After the initial excitement, the 3 commanders, Gao Yuan, Li Su, and Wang Hu, immediately plunged into the tense post-war work. Medical team, enter immediately. Search for all the injured. Logistics department, count ammunition and material losses. Compile the battle damage report. Engineering team, repair the damaged fortifications. Recover the arm left by that S-level lord. That thing is top-notch research material. Orders were issued in an orderly manner. The entire battlefield resembled a massive machine that had just undergone a fierce battle and was now starting to operate again. Amidst this chaos, one corner appeared particularly quiet. Su Xiaorou was supported by Mentor Chinya, sitting on a relatively intact armor plate. The Lich King's armor on her body had completely dissipated, revealing the tattered clothes underneath. Her pale face still bore traces of blood and dust, looking disheveled. Girl, how are you feeling? Can you hold on? Su Ming's voice weakly echoed in her mind. The previous incident had also drained him immensely. If it weren't for the protective program of the Lich King's armor, activating at the last moment, they might have truly perished. I'm fine, Su Ming. Su Xiaorou shook her head and replied softly, just a bit tired. She looked at the cheering crowd around her and then up at the sky. The old man in the gray robe had quietly disappeared after the crack closed, as if he had never appeared. But the apocalyptic scene from earlier was deeply etched in her mind. Su Ming, that person just now, was amazing. Not just amazing. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of lingering fear. That old man is a real powerhouse. With just a finger, he blew up that huge thing that almost flattened us. His combat power must have surpassed the limits. This world is very deep. Su Ming sighed. It seems I need to be more cautious in the future. I can't be too reckless. Otherwise, if I encounter such an old monster, I wouldn't even know how I died. Just as the two were exchanging thoughts, Gao Yuan, Li Su, Wang Hu, and Vice Principal Zhou Zheng approached quickly, escorted by a team of guards. Behind them followed the previously silent Mentor Chinya. Seeing these important figures walking straight towards her, Su Xiaorou instinctively wanted to stand up, feeling somewhat anxious. Don't move, stay seated. Gao Yuan raised his hand, signaling for her not to rise. His voice was much gentler than before, even carrying a hint of warmth. Chapter 58, Cleaning the Battlefield. Military summons several prominent figures from the Magic City, Capital City, and Tianfu, who could shake the ground with their stomps. gathered around a frail girl from the lower city, sitting on an armored platform. The scene felt oddly out of place. Soldiers and students nearby noticed this moment and cast curious glances. Su Xiaorou, Gao Yuan squatted down to align his gaze with hers. Firstly, on behalf of the Magic City Guard and all the Alliance soldiers present, I want to express our utmost gratitude to you. Saying this, he stood up and gave a standard military salute to Su Xiaorou. Li Su and Wang Hu behind him also stood at attention and saluted. Zhou Zheng and Qinya also deeply bowed to Su Xiaorou. This startled Su Xiaorou. She stood up flustered, waving her hands. No need for this. I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything? Wang Hu from Tianfu City, being straightforward, grinned and revealed a set of white teeth. Little girl, you're being too modest. If you hadn't blocked the first wave of Beast Tide and then severely injured that S-Class Lord, I doubt any of us would be standing here today. That's right. Li Su from Capital City nodded, his expression serious. You alone saved at least 1,000 soldiers and students. No one can deny that achievement. All right. No need to stand on ceremony. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng stepped forward, patting Su Xiaorou's shoulder like a kindly elder. Child, you've been hurt. Sit down and rest. We'll talk slowly about what needs to be done. They found some relatively clean spots and sat down, forming a temporary battlefield conference. Gao Yuan cleared his throat and spoke first. Su Xiaorou, your contributions this time are undeniable. According to the Alliance's reward regulations, you are fully qualified to receive a Level 1 Courage Medal from the Alliance, along with a substantial monetary reward enough to buy a villa in the upper city of Magic City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng and others not far away had tears in their eyes. The Level 1 Courage Medal, that was one of the highest honors in the military. It could take decades to award just one in the entire Magic City, and a villa in the upper city. That was something they, as second-rate family science, wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, Su Xiaorou merely blinked and asked quietly, then, can I exchange the reward for psychic energy potions? Right now, she had no concept of money, only interested in things that could make her and Su Ming stronger. Wang Hu almost choked, looking at Su Xiaorou with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Little girl, your thought process is quite different from ours. Gao Yuan was also taken aback, then chuckled. Of course you can. As long as your request is reasonable, the Alliance will do its best to accommodate it. He paused, his expression turning serious. However, there's a problem. Your ability is too special and too powerful. Gao Yuan's voice lowered, a weapon that can summon an army of the undead, and even transform to withstand an S-Class Lord. If this news gets out, you can imagine what kind of uproar it would cause. Various factions within the Alliance, other fortress cities, and even those hidden evil organizations, they would swarm like sharks smelling blood, to protect you and to avoid unnecessary troubles. The command center has decided. Gao Yuan looked into Su Xiaorou's eyes and said slowly, to classify all information regarding your involvement in this incident as a top secret. Externally, we will declare that it was the suddenly appearing principal who solved all the problems single-handedly. This means your contributions will not be known to the public. What you will receive are only the substantial rewards we provide privately. We do this to protect you. Of course, this might seem unfair to you. Therefore, we would like to hear your own opinion. After Gao Yuan finished, all eyes were on Su Xiaorou. They wanted to see what choice this miracle-making girl would make when faced with the dilemma of reputation versus safety. After listening, Su Xiaorou hesitated for almost no time. She asked Su Ming in her mind, Su Ming, they say we can't let our matters be known, so no one will know how powerful we are. Of course not. Su Ming replied without hesitation. It's common sense. We're just players who just left the newbie village with god-tier gear, but are still low level. The most feared thing is being targeted by high-level red name players. Making money quietly is the way to go. Besides, what's the use of fame? Can it be eaten? Can it be exchanged for psychic energy potions? No. Su Ming's tone was that of a shrewd merchant, assuring her, no problem at all. As long as the compensation is sufficient, I wouldn't mind wearing a mask when I go out. With Su Ming's affirmation, Su Xiaorou felt more at ease. She raised her head and said seriously to the prominent figures in front of her, I don't mind. I don't care about those empty titles, as long as everyone is okay. Her words were simple, yet sincere. The big shots in the command vehicle looked at the girl's clear, untainted eyes and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What a good child. Strong yet humble. Having made an extraordinary contribution, but indifferent to fame and fortune. Good child. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng was so moved that his eyes turned red. Our Magic City Psychic Technology University is honored to have a student like you. The more he looked at Su Xiaorou, the more satisfied he became. With top-notch abilities and a stable temperament, he thought her character might be a bit too soft. But that was a minor issue. She could gradually be trained. Gao Yuan also nodded, a smile of appreciation on his face. Since you agree, then it's settled. The specific reward list will be passed to you later by Vice Principal Zhou Zheng. I guarantee it will satisfy you. By the way, he seemed to remember something and asked curiously, Su Xiaorou, can we take a closer look at your weapon? To be honest, we're all incredibly curious about it. This question piqued everyone's interest. Li Su and Wang, who also leaned in, their eyes filled with curiosity. A sword that can grow, transform, and summon the undead. This completely exceeded their understanding of the concept of spirit weapons. Okay. Su Xiaorou hesitated for a moment, but still handed over her Frostmourne. Chapter 59, This Broken Sword Still Has a Temper. When Su Xiaorou handed over the seemingly ordinary broken blade, the three high-ranking military officials, Gao Yuan, Li Su, and Wang Hu, who were used to great storms, couldn't help but slow their breathing slightly. They cautiously leaned in, as if admiring a rare treasure. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng and Minter Qin also stretched their necks, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. At this moment, Frostmourne, after experiencing the recent battle and exhausting its energy, had completely retracted all its brilliance. It lay quietly in Su Xiaorou's hand, appearing to be nothing more than a rusty piece of scrap iron dug out from some corner. The blade was covered in fine cracks, with several nicks on the edge, and the skull decoration at the hilt had also turned dull and lifeless. Anyone looking at it would find it impossible to associate this thing with the world-ending demon sword that could clash with an S-class lord just moments ago. Is this its true form? Wang Hu from Tianfu City stammered as he looked at the shabby broken blade. He even reached out to touch it, but hesitated, fearing it might suddenly change shape and chop off his hand. The appearance is indeed hard to describe. Li Su from Jinghua City stroked his chin, offering a candid assessment. One cannot judge by appearances. One cannot judge by appearances. Gao Yuan's expression was grave. The more powerful the soul weapon, the more it understood how to conceal its power. This state of returning to simplicity could only be achieved by legendary S-class or higher soul weapons. This statement was half speculation and half a way to save face. After all, if they admitted this thing was just a pile of junk, what would that mean for the fear they felt while being dominated by this pile of junk just moments ago? At this moment, in Su Ming's mind, Su Ming was frantically complaining. Look, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? You're all acting like you're at a zoo. Treating me like a monkey. Touch it. Go ahead and try. Do you believe I'll directly harvest your soul and let you experience what it feels like to be chillingly cool, with your heart soaring? Su Ming felt like he was stripped naked and thrown on a display stand, surrounded by a group of people pointing and commenting, feeling utterly uncomfortable. As a soul from a civilized world, how could he endure this? Especially Gao Yuan's remark about returning to simplicity nearly made him laugh out loud. Return to simplicity? My foot. I'm out of energy. Do you think I want it this way? I want to keep looking cool and domineering. Okay? Girl, bring me back. Don't let them see me. Su Ming said unhappily, if this goes on, I feel like I'm going to lose my value. Su Xiaorou sensed Su Ming's dissatisfaction and looked at the big shots in front of her with some difficulty. They were all well-meaning, giving rewards and wanting to protect her. Now, they just wanted to see the sword. Would it be a bit impolite to take it back like this? Girl, listen to me. Su Ming's tone was undeniable. We are divine weapons. We must have the demeanor of divine weapons. Want to see? Sure, when we're in a good mood next time, during a grand display. Let them watch all they want from the side. This is private time now. No visits allowed. Besides, you need to make them think we have a temper, that we are profound and inscrutable. Only then will they respect us more, and the investments from the angels in the future will be greater. Su Ming began his convoluted reasoning. Su Xiaorou felt a bit dizzy from his arguments, but still instinctively thought there seemed to be some truth to it. So, she mustered her courage and quietly said to Gao Yuan and the others, officers, it seems it doesn't like being looked at like this. As soon as she finished speaking, the broken blade that had been quietly lying in her hand seemed to validate her words. Buzz. The blade trembled slightly, and then, to everyone's astonished gaze, the rust and cracks on its surface began to rapidly worsen. The originally dull blade became even dimmer, and several pieces of rust fell off with a clatter. The entire broken blade looked as if it would completely fall apart at any moment. Its posture seemed to say, "Want to keep looking? If you do, I'll show you what it means to break down." The scene fell into an eerie silence once again. Gao Yuan, Li Su, and Wang Hu exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. What? What is this operation? Is it throwing a tantrum? A soul weapon throwing a tantrum? And in such a self-destructive manner? Ahem. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng was the first to react. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Well, it's said that high-level soul weapons all have a spirit. It seems that Su Xiaorou's soul weapon has a particularly high spirit and a rather unique personality. Haha, unique. As he spoke, he gave Gao Yuan a meaningful glance, clearly saying, "Stop looking. Quickly divert your gaze, if this treasure really shatters. Who will we cry to at the Magic Capital Spirit Energy Technology University?" Gao Yuan, being perceptive, immediately understood. He awkwardly smiled and took a step back, no longer staring at the broken blade. Indeed, this is unheard of. Gao Yuan sighed. Legend has it that some SSS-class soul weapons have peculiar preferences. Some like music, some like hot springs. Today, I've gained insight into one that prefers silence and dislikes being watched. Li Su and Wang Hu also wore expressions of realization. No wonder they could suppress S-class lords. They were indeed extraordinary. This temper is quite something. I like it. They not only did not feel offended, but rather strengthened their suspicions. Only truly top-tier soul weapons would dare to be so arrogant. Ordinary A and B-class soul weapons, in front of strong individuals like them, would all shine brightly, desperately showcasing their powers, fearing to be looked down upon. But one that directly threatens to self-destruct, that is definitely the demeanor of a top-tier boss. Su Xiaorou watched as the big shots analyzed Su Ming's peculiar temperament with utmost seriousness, her little face turning red from holding back laughter. She quickly hugged Su Ming back, as if soothing a petulant child. All right, we won't look anymore. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng quickly announced, "Let us wrap this up. We should handle the follow-up matters." Chapter 60. The Lin family patriarch spitting blood. The following events unfolded naturally. The military began a comprehensive cleanup of the battlefield, recovering valuable materials from the exotic beasts and treating the injured. All the students who participated in this assessment, including Lin Shuer and Zhao Feng, were gathered together. A serious-looking military political officer approached them, holding a thick document. "Students, given the special and confidential nature of this incident, according to the highest confidentiality regulations of the Alliance, all of you are required to sign this confidentiality agreement. The agreement states that from today onwards, you are not allowed to disclose anything you witnessed in Sector Number 7 to anyone in any form, especially any information regarding classmate Su Xiaorou and her soul weapon. Anyone who leaks information will be prosecuted for endangering the security of the Alliance. I think the consequences of this charge need no further explanation, right?" His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The students present fell silent, not daring to utter a word. They had witnessed scenes today that made them feel weak at the knees just thinking about them again. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to gossip. Soon, everyone lined up to sign their names on the confidentiality agreement. When Lin Shuer signed her name, the pen tip left a deep mark on the paper. She looked at the name Su Xiaorou on the agreement, feeling a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, this name was merely an ant from the lower city district that she could easily manipulate. And now, this name had become something that required the entire Alliance military to invoke the highest level of confidentiality to protect. A taboo. How ironic. After signing the agreement, The students were arranged to take military transport vehicles back to Magic City. The official announcement from Magic City was quickly released regarding the incident. The announcement classified the rift anomaly in Sector Number 7 as a rare spatial energy riot triggered by unknown reasons. The details of the battle were briefly mentioned, claiming that thanks to the heroic efforts of the Magic City Defense Army and various reinforcements, as well as the personal command of the esteemed president of Magic City Spirit Energy Technology University, the out-of-control rift was successfully sealed and the crisis was resolved. The announcement did not mention any words regarding the S-Class Void Lord or the Undead Army. The name Su Xiaorou was never mentioned even once. She was like a ghost, having created a miracle that shook the entire battlefield and then quietly disappeared from all official records. However, paper cannot contain fire. In the upper circles of Magic City, those powerful families quickly obtained an internal report that was vastly different from the official announcement through their own channels. Lin Family Manor. Lin Tianan looked at the encrypted terminal, his expression dark enough to drip water, as he read a more detailed battle report sent by a military friend who risked everything to get it to him. When he saw the words Lich King Gada, Sword Lord, and the president's personal involvement, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. And when he saw the final addition to the report, which stated that according to multiple eyewitnesses at the scene, the soul weapon exhibited a strong personality after the battle and seemed to dislike being watched, showing signs of introversion. Lin Tianan spat out a mouthful of old blood directly onto the expensive desk. Introversion. Tendencies? His Lin family had discarded self-isolating SSS class soul weapon. His vision went black, nearly fainting on the spot. The storm in Sector No. 7 appeared to have calmed down under the official strong suppression. But behind the scenes, an even more turbulent undercurrent was surging madly in the upper circles of Magic City. The Lin family, once known for its sharp vision and as a forging family, became the biggest laughingstock overnight. Have you heard? The broken sword the Lin family discarded is not only SSS class, but also a terrifying existence that can compete with the esteemed president's level of strength. Not to mention, I heard from my third uncle's neighbor's son's comrade that the sword has its own temper. If anyone looks at it too much, it will rust right in front of you. Is that true? So powerful? Didn't the Lin family lose big time this time? Not just a loss. I heard that Lin Tianan was so furious that he spat blood 3 liters that day and is still lying at home. Various rumors, difficult to discern between truth and fiction, spread at an astonishing speed during the banquets and private gatherings of the major families. The Lin family was completely nailed to the pillar of shame. Meanwhile, the other main character at the center of the storm, Su Xiaorou, was completely unaware of all this. After signing the confidentiality agreement, she, along with the other students, was sent back to the temporary shelter in the lower city district. Due to the interruption of the assessment, the school gave all examinees a week off, waiting for further arrangements. Su Xiaorou returned to her narrow and shabby little room, feeling like she had just woken from a bizarre dream. Just a few days ago, she was an orphan scrounging for food at the way station, worrying about her 3 meals. Now, she held a legendary sword capable of transforming into a towering figure, with an impending deposit of an unimaginable sum of money in her bank account, and had become a strategic talent requiring the highest level of protection from the military. The change was too rapid, so fast that it felt somewhat unreal. "Girl, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and count your spoils." Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with excitement over wealth. Oh. Su Xiaorou came back to her senses and gently placed Su Ming on the bed. Then, she took out a spatial storage bag that Vice President Zhou Zheng had secretly given her as part of her reward. Su Xiaorou probed her spirit energy into it, and the contents made her mouth drop open in surprise. Boxes upon boxes of spirit energy potions emitted various colors of light, stacking up like mountains. B-Class Deep Sea Breath, A-Class Holy Light Crystals, and even 3 S-Class Special Recovery Liquids stored in a temperature-controlled box, radiating a rainbow-like aura, the names of which she couldn't even recall. In addition to the potions, there were also a bunch of glowing void cores the size of pigeon eggs. The lowest were all B-Class, and there were even several A-Class ones. Just one of these items would drive the residents of the lower city mad. And now, they all belonged to her. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Su Ming shouted excitedly in Su Xiaorou's mind. Girl, did you see? This is the benefit of paying for knowledge. No, the advantage of equity investment. Our operation jumped straight from the angel round to the C round. Next step, it's time to ring the bell for the IPO. Su Xiaorou couldn't help but laugh at his antics, and the sense of unreality in her heart dissipated significantly. No matter what the future holds, at least she and Su Ming no longer had to worry about resources. She picked up a B-class deep-sea breath potion and drank it down as if it were soda. A pure energy surged into her spirit energy pool, which had expanded several times due to the battle. The hidden injuries from the previous fight healed rapidly under the nourishment of this energy. Her spirit energy limits also began to steadily approach the threshold of the bronze level. Ah, refreshing. Su Ming sighed contentedly as the terrifying cracks on the sword's body slowly began to heal under the energy's nourishment. In the following days, Su Xiaorou lived the dream life of a homebody she had always longed for. Every day, I wake up naturally, then take my medicine, cultivate my spiritual energy, and chat with Su Ming, listening to his fascinating stories about another world. My strength is rapidly increasing at a visibly fast pace. Just as Su Xiaorou is enjoying this rare peace, a few uninvited guests come knocking at the door. Chapter 61. The Captains Who Come to Poach That Afternoon. Su Xiaorou was at home, studying the internal structure optimization diagram of the Lich King Gundam drawn by Su Ming's version. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Su Xiaorou was a bit puzzled. She was in the lower district and had hardly any friends besides Wang Hao. Is this Su Xiaorou? A deep, but deliberately lowered male voice came from outside the door. Su Xiaorou opened the door and was instantly stunned. 3 men stood at the entrance. One was Li Su, the commander of the 3rd Rapid Response Unit of Jinghua City. Another was Wang Hu, the captain of a Shanxiao assault team from Tianfu City. The last one was a somewhat frivolous-looking commander from Nanyang Port City, whom Su Xiaorou remembered as an A-grade strongman and a free contract officer. These 3 big shots, who could shake their respective fortresses with a stomp, now stood at her shabby little house's door with friendly smiles, looking like door-to-door salesmen. Li. Colonel Li? Wang. Colonel Wang? Su Xiaorou stuttered, calling out their names. Ah, no need for formality. Just call us Brother Li and Brother Wang. Wang Hu said with a hearty laugh, his burly figure nearly blocking the entire doorframe. Su Xiaorou, we're here for a bit of personal business and would like to talk to you, Lisa said, his expression relatively serious. Won't you invite us in to sit? The commander from Port City seemed quite familiar, winking at Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou didn't dare refuse and hurriedly invited the 3 inside. The small room instantly felt cramped. The 3 big shots looked at the simple furnishings, 1 bed, 1 table, 2 chairs, and not even a decent appliance, and their expressions turned somewhat complex. It was hard for them to imagine that this girl, just days ago, had single-handedly saved an entire battlefield. Ahem, Li Su cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Su Xiaorou, a 1T beat around the bush. I'm here on behalf of Jinghua City to formally extend an invitation to you. If you're willing to transfer to our Jinghua Military Academy, we promise you will directly obtain the status of Special Merit Student. All training resources will be fully supplied. S-grade potions in abundance. A-grade soul weapon materials for you to choose from. After graduation, you will be granted the rank of colonel, and we will tailor-make a mechanized undead special operations brigade that will completely obey your commands. Boom! Lisa's words detonated in Su Xiaorou's mind like a heavy bomb. S-grade potions in abundance? Colonel Honk? Mechanized. Undead special operations brigade? These conditions were simply... Before Su Xiaorou could react, Wang Hu became anxious. Oldly, that's not fair. What happened to fair competition? He pushed Li Su aside and patted his chest, saying to Su Xiaorou, little girl, don't listen to him. Going to Jinghua City means daily drills and all sorts of rules. How boring. Come to Tianfu City. Our Tianfu War Soul Academy emphasizes practical combat. Freedom. If you come, our Western Shu War Zone commander is willing to take you as a close disciple and personally guide your training. We 1T set up any special operations brigade. We'll directly give you a city. Wang Hu spoke grandly. In the Broken Lands, Tianfu City controls 37 resource points. Pick anyone you like. and we'll assign it to you as a fief. In there, you'll be the queen. The city? Su Xiaorou felt her mind was almost overloaded. Calm down, everyone, the commander from Port City said with a smile. Fighting and killing don't suit our little sister Xiaorou's temperament. How about coming to our Nanyang Port City? The scenery is beautiful, the climate is pleasant, and there are not so many rules. Just come, and our biggest chamber of commerce, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, is willing to give you 10% of the shares. You won't have to do anything. Just the dividends alone will be astronomical. You can buy whatever you want and live however you want. That's life. 10% of the shares. This was no longer about money. It was like handing over a money-printing machine, just as the three big shots were about to fight over Su Xiaorou in her small room. A head poked in from outside. Xiaorou, are you home? I heard. It was Wang Hao. As soon as he entered, he saw the three imposing figures in the room and their friendly smiles. Then he heard the last sentence from the commander of Port City. Wang Hao's eyes instantly widened. He dashed to Su Xiaorou's side, grabbing her arm and shaking with excitement. Xiaorou, we struck it rich. Quick, agree to him. Port City. We're going to Port City. A money-printing machine. Wang Hao's eyes seemed to sparkle with gold. He shook Su Xiaorou's arm, spitting as he spoke, excitedly rambling. Xiaorou, did you hear that? 10% of the shares from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Do you know what that means? That means we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. No, for many generations. We'll be sleeping on piles of money every day. What do we need to go to school for? Just retire and enjoy life. His childish behavior made the three big shots nearby unable to hide their disdainful expressions. Ahem. Calm down, please, Lisa said, frowning and speaking in a deep voice. Yeah, little fat guy, we're discussing serious matters here. Don't interrupt, Wang Hu added, waving his hand with an unhappy expression. Su Xiaorou, feeling dizzy from Wang Hao's shaking, quickly broke free, her face flushed. Wang Hao, stop it. I'm not causing trouble. Wang Hao looked aggrieved. Xiaorou, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What are you hesitating for? Do you want to stay in this shabby place for the rest of your life? His words reminded Su Xiaorou. She glanced at her small, run-down room, and then at the three big shots representing the pinnacle of human power. The power of Jinghua City, the grandeur of Tianfu City, the wealth of Port City. Each one was something she had never dared to dream of before. To say she wasn't tempted would be a lie, especially what Wang Hu said about a city as a fief and Lisu's mechanized undead special operations brigade. Made her heart race, just thinking about that scene. Chapter 62. Who gave you the guts to come to my territory and poach my people? Calm down, girl. Calm down. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, like a bucket of cold water extinguishing her unrealistic fantasies. Don't be fooled by the big promises they painted. Su Ming's tone was unusually serious. Think carefully. Why are they offering you such good conditions? Because I'm amazing? Su Xiaorou answered uncertainly. Yes, but not entirely. Su Ming analyzed. Your talent is one aspect, but more importantly, you are a movable, rootless genius. You have no parents, you are all alone, and you have no ties in Magic City. For them, you are the easiest to woo and control. Once you go to their territory, eat their food, use their resources, you will be completely bound to them. At that point, whether you are a queen or a senior worker, ISNT it all up to them. Do you think that mechanized, undead Special Operations Brigade is given to you for free? When they send you to the most dangerous red zone in the Broken Lands to break new ground, will you go? Do you think that city is for you to be a local emperor? When they send you to fight with other factions for resources, will you go? Su Ming's series of rhetorical questions made Su Xiaorou suddenly wake up. Deep down, she was still that girl who yearned for stability and was somewhat timid. Asking her to be a queen and command armies in battle was something she simply couldn't do and didn't want to do. So, Su Ming, what should we do? Su Xiaorou felt a bit lost. Refuse them. Su Ming's response was decisive, but be a bit tactful. Don't offend them too much. We are not strong enough yet. More friends mean more paths. Just tell them that you're used to life in Magic City and have already decided to enroll in Magic City Lingning Technology University. Shift the blame to the school and let them negotiate with the school. Su Ming advised her. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, having made up her mind. She raised her head, met the hopeful gazes of the three big shots, and then bowed deeply to them. Colonel Li, Colonel Wang, and this officer, I am very, Very grateful that you regard me highly. The conditions you offered are excellent, so good that I could never have dreamed of them. But, she paused, her tone firm, I'm sorry, I cannot agree to your offer. Why? Wang Hu was the first to exclaim, unable to comprehend why someone would turn down such a huge opportunity. Because, I've already made my decision. Su Xiaorou said softly, I want to stay in Magic City and enroll in Magic City Lingning Technology University. Vice President Zhou Zheng and Teacher Qin, you have been quite nice to me. I don't want to leave here. She found the simplest and most irrefutable reason. Emotions. Li Su and Wang Hu exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness and difficulty in each other's eyes. They weren't afraid of Su Xiaorou making demands. They were afraid of her bringing up emotions. People bought by interests can be swayed with greater interests, but those who are held by emotions are much harder to deal with. Su Xiaorou, please consider it again. Li Su was still not giving up. What Magic City Lingning Technology University can offer you? Our Jinghua Military Academy can give you tenfold, 100-fold. Exactly. Our Tianfu. Wang Hu's words were interrupted by an old yet authoritative voice suddenly coming from outside. Oh, tenfold, 100-fold? Li Kid, Wang Kid, you have quite the audacity. I would like to hear how you can give what I can provide, tenfold or 100-fold. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the three big shots in the room changed dramatically. They turned around sharply to look at the door. There stood the president of Magic City University, dressed in a simple gray robe, looking like an ordinary old man, walking in leisurely with his hands behind his back. Behind him followed Vice President Zhou Zheng, who had a bitter smile on his face. President, Li Su Wang Hu, and the commander from Hong Kong City all stood up straight and brought their feet together, saluting the old man with a standard military salute. Their posture was even more respectful than when they met the commander-in-chief of their respective battle zones. A Hoyo-level powerhouse, the anchor of the human alliance. Wherever he goes, he deserves the highest respect. Enough, stop with the formalities. The president waved his hand, his murky gaze sweeping over the three of them. I ask you, who gave you the guts to come to my territory and poach my people? His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable pressure. Li Su and Wang Hu instantly broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat on their foreheads. President, you misunderstood. Li Su quickly explained, we just came to visit Su Xiaorou and, by the way, conduct some academic exchanges. Academic exchanges? The president sneered. An exchange that involves taking my student, along with her soul weapon, to your Jinghua city? Li Su was momentarily speechless. And you, Wang Hu? The president's gaze fell on Wang Hu. I heard that your Tianfu city is quite generous, offering a city at first meeting. So, does that mean the territory of the Broken Lands is now decided by your West Shu battle zone? Should I bring this up with the highest council of the Alliance and have him assign the Eastern battle zone to you as well? Wang Hu's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he repeatedly shook his hands. No, I dare not. I was just joking. To lighten the mood, please don't take it seriously. Joking? The posture just now didn't seem like a joke. Finally, the president's gaze landed on the commander from Hong Kong City, who had been mostly silent. As for you, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, right? Quite wealthy. I heard that your Chamber of Commerce is currently bidding for the next generation Spirit Energy Network project of the Alliance. I will talk to a few old friends responsible for this project and have a good chat to ensure they take care of you. The commander from Hong Kong City turned pale in an instant. He almost knelt before the president. President, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'm just a runner. Please, don't hold it against a small character like me. Just joking. The Alliance's Spirit Energy Network project is a super large contract worth trillions. If someone of the president's level has their eye on it, let alone bidding, it would be a blessing if the Sihai Chamber of Commerce isn't blacklisted by the entire Alliance. Oof. The president snorted coldly and no longer paid attention to the three who were nearly scared to death. He turned around, looked at Su Xiaorou, and instantly revealed a kind smile. The speed of his change of expression was faster than flipping a book. Xiaorou, dear, you weren't frightened, were you? No. Su Xiaorou shook her head dazedly. She looked at the old man who had just been imposing and had reprimanded the three big shots like they were grandchildren. And she couldn't connect him with the image of the gentle old man. That's good. The president nodded in satisfaction. Then, without looking back, he waved his hand at the three behind him as if shooing away flies. Did you hear? My student said she doesn't want to leave. So, you three can quickly, smoothly, and elegantly get out of my sight. Don't make me say a second time. Chapter 63. The Principal's Special Car. Exclusive tour Li Su, Wang Hu, and the commander of Port City felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't dare to say another word. And after bowing respectfully to the principal and Su Xiaorou, they nearly fled in embarrassment. Watching the three big shots leave in such a disheveled state, Wang Hao at the door was left with his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting Su Xiaorou's rejection of those exorbitant offers, and in the blink of an eye, the situation had turned upside down. That seemingly ordinary old man had scared off three military heavyweights with just a few words. Gulp. Wang Hao swallowed hard, his gaze toward the old man in the gray robe filled with reverence. This person must be a real deity, right? You are Wang Hao. The principal, having dealt with the bystanders, turned his attention to Wang Hao. Ah, yes, it's me. Wang Hao jolted, quickly standing up straight, unsure where to put his hands in his nervousness. I heard from Zhou Zheng that you are one of Xiaorou's few friends. The principal nodded, his tone gentle. You're a good kid. If you encounter any difficulties at school in the future, feel free to come to me directly. Okay. Thank you, principal. Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement. This was a promise straight from the principal of Magic City University. It was like being handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. Not only had he been granted admission, but he could also walk around the school with confidence in the future. All right, you can head back now. The principal waved his hand. I have a few matters to discuss with Xiaorou. Yes. Wang Hao quickly nodded, understanding the hint, and left, casting Su Xiaorou a look that said she had made it big. Soon, the small room was left with only Su Xiaorou, the principal, and Vice Principal Zhou Zheng trailing behind. The atmosphere became somewhat quiet. Su Xiaorou felt a bit shy under the principal's warm gaze, lowering her head. Xiaorou, no need to be nervous. The principal smiled and said, I came today to help you deal with those annoying flies, and also to take you to a place. Where? Where to? Su Xiaorou asked softly. To the place where you will live and study for the next 4 years. The principal said as he turned and walked outside, Come, I'll personally show you what our Magic City University of Spiritual Energy Technology is like. Su Xiaorou and Vice Principal Zhou Zheng hurriedly followed. Once outside, Su Xiaorou discovered that at the entrance of her family's dilapidated alley, there was a sleek, entirely black, understated yet luxurious floating car parked there. The car bore no family or corporate emblems, only a crest made up of 3 stars and a crescent moon, representing the highest authority of Magic City University of Spiritual Energy Technology. A driver in a crisp uniform stood respectfully by the car door, and as soon as the principal stepped out, he immediately opened the rear door. The principal's special car? Su Xiaorou gasped internally. She had heard that such cars were only afforded to a select few in all of Magic City. Commune. The principal smiled and waved her over. Su Xiaorou felt flattered and cautiously got in. The interior was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with soft leather seats, climate control, and even a small bar stocked with various drinks and snacks she had never seen before. The level of luxury was beyond her imagination. The floating car silently started, smoothly ascending and heading towards the upper city. Through the car window, Su Xiaorou saw the lower city where she had lived for over a decade. The crowded, dilapidated buildings, resembling pigeon coops, swiftly passed beneath them. Before long, a massive isolation wall made of steel and energy shields appeared before them. Crossing through the wall, the scenery opened up dramatically. If the lower city was dark and oppressive, the upper city was bright and vibrant. Towering skyscrapers with sci-fi designs sparkled in the sunlight. In the air, the busy floating car lanes formed a dazzling web of lights. On the ground, there were parks lush with green grass and clean, tidy streets. This was the true core of Magic City Fortress. Isn't it beautiful? The principal asked, looking out the window with a smile. It's very beautiful, Su Xiaorou exclaimed sincerely. In the future, you will also become a part of this place, the principal said slowly. As long as you are strong enough, you can have all of this, and even more. The floating car did not stop in the bustling city center, but continued flying eastward in Magic City. Soon, a vast complex that spanned the size of small city came into Su Xiaorou's view. This was the Eastward Zone, the dreamland every student yearned for, Magic City University of Spiritual Energy Technology. The floating car did not enter through the main gate, but instead took a secret passage directly into the deepest part of the campus. The principal acted like a friendly tour guide, showing Su Xiaorou around the school. There was a holographic simulation combat hall that looked like a scene from a sci-fi movie. There was a central library resembling a palace, filled with countless precious texts and soul weapon materials. There was a beautiful forging department built on a massive artificial lake. And there was the ecological experimental park that made Su Ming exclaim in Su Xiaorou's mind, said it contained various living void creatures for students to study and practice combat. Every corner here was filled with a fantastic blend of technology and spiritual energy, broadening Su Xiaorou's horizons. She felt like Lu Lao Lao entering a grand garden, finding everything novel. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhou Zheng wore a proud and satisfied expression. Su Xiaorou was the first in centuries to be personally shown around the campus by the principal. This honor was unique. Eventually, the floating car stopped in front of a white building that looked unremarkable but was heavily guarded. We've arrived, the principal said as he got out first. Su Xiaorou followed, looking up at the building. It had no sign and appeared to be an ordinary administrative building. However, Su Xiaorou could sense a vague yet powerful wave of spiritual energy enveloping the entire structure. The defense level here was likely higher than that of the City Guard's command center. This is my office and the highest command center of the school, the principal explained with a smile, then led her inside. After passing through several complex identity verifications and security scans, they arrived at the top floor of the building. The entire top floor contained only one room, the principal's office. The office was not luxurious. Instead, it had a somewhat rustic charm. A huge floor-to-ceiling window provided a view of the entire campus. There were several incomprehensible calligraphies and paintings hanging on the walls, and a large bookshelf filled with thick books. The air was infused with a faint, pleasant scent of sandalwood. Please have a seat. The principal gestured to a chair in front of the desk. Su Xiaorou sat down, feeling a bit apprehensive. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng, understanding the situation, poured a cup of hot tea for each of them and quietly stepped aside to serve as a backdrop. The office fell silent once more. The atmosphere shifted from the earlier lightheartedness to a more serious tone. The principal sat behind the desk, fingers interlaced, looking at Su Xiaorou as he paused for a moment. His murky eyes seemed to see through the heart. Xiaorou, he began slowly, his voice deep and solemn. Before answering my question, I hope you understand that the following conversation will be the highest secret of the Alliance. No one else, except you, me, and Principal Zhou, will know about it. Su Xiaorou's heart suddenly tightened. She nodded and clenched her fists nervously. The principal looked at her and finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind since returning from the battlefield. Tell me, child, on the other side of that crack, at the end of that battle, did you see anything? Chapter 64. What is on the other side of the rift? The principal's voice echoed in the quiet office. Each word was like a small stone thrown into Su Xiaorou's heart lake, creating ripples. What did she see on the other side of the rift? That scene flashed again in Su Xiaorou's mind. An endless army of monstrous beasts in decline. The once mighty S-class Void Lord was among them, like a stray dog. Behind them, in the deep darkness, there were terrifying outlines, faintly visible like mountains or planets. That image passed in a flash, yet it brought her a shock and fear even stronger than facing the S-class Lord directly. She didn't know if she should speak up because Su Ming had solemnly warned her after returning. Girl, remember, what you saw in a rift today stays in your stomach. Don't tell anyone. That thing has already exceeded what we can currently comprehend. The more you know, the faster you die. This is an eternal truth. But now, the one asking her this question was the principal of Magic City University, who had just saved her life and promised to protect her. A peak-tier powerhouse of a human alliance. Su Xiaorou was conflicted. She subconsciously called out to Su Ming in her mind. Su Ming, the principal is asking me what I saw. Su Ming fed silent. To be honest, he also didn't want Su Xiaorou to be exposed to these things too early. But this old man was different. He felt more like a sage. A true helmsman who had insight into many secrets and was laying out plans for the future of humanity. It might not be wise to conceal things from him. Moreover, Su Ming himself was filled with endless curiosity about that world. What kind of place was it? Why were the void beasts, which humans viewed as invaders, actually being hunted down in their own world? What was pursuing them? He couldn't figure out these questions on his own. Perhaps this old man could give him answers. Girl. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming made a decision. Speak. Tell him what you saw in detail, but only describe what you saw without adding any of your own guesses or embellishments. Just treat it like you were watching a movie and then retelling the plot. Huh? Just like that? Su Xiaorou was a bit puzzled. Yes, just like that. Su Ming's tone was firm. We provide information. How to analyze it is his business. Right now, we need to learn to hide our strengths. The more innocent and simple we act, the more beneficial it will be for us. Su Xiaorou nodded, somewhat understanding. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked into the principal's eyes, which seemed to see everything. Principal, she changed to a more intimate address. I did see some things. She began to recall the glimpse she had caught, trying to narrate it as objectively and unemotionally as possible. I saw the monster I scared away return to the rift. The other side of the rift is not the twisted place I imagined, but a vast battlefield. There are countless void beasts, hundreds or even thousands of times more than the beast tide we encountered. They form an army. However, that army was not charging forward. They were fleeing. At this point, Su Xiaorou paused, seemingly organizing her words. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng, who was beside her, couldn't help but gasp in shock. An army 1,000 times larger than the beast tide, and they were fleeing? The amount of information was overwhelming. The principal's expression remained calm. He quietly listened and gestured for Su Xiaorou to continue. In that fleeing army, I also saw many creatures similar in size to the monster I scared away. At least a dozen of them. They were also fleeing. Behind them, far in the distance, was a very dark darkness. In that darkness, there were some very large shadows. Some looked like a twisted, very tall tree. Some looked like a moving mountain. And others looked like a glowing star that was still breathing. Su Xiaorou's narration came to an end. She had shared everything she could remember. The office fell into a long silence. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng was completely stunned. He felt that he was not hearing intelligence, but an absurd and bizarre mythological story. The principal, however, finally showed a flicker of emotion in his otherwise calm eyes. He slowly closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. That sigh contained too many complex emotions, gravity, fatigue, and a hint of resignation as expected. Child. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes again. Looking at Su Xiaorou, his voice slightly hoarse. What you saw was not a star. That was Nidopolis. Nidopolis? Su Xiaorou repeated this unfamiliar term in confusion. Yes, Nidopolis. The principal nodded. You can understand it as an existence older and more powerful than the Void Lords. They are true predators that feed on plains and make worlds their nests. He continued, and the army of void beasts you saw in decline. A cold glint flashed in the principal's eyes. They are merely another group of homeless wanderers who have just lost their homes. Wanderers? Su Xiaorou was even more confused. Aren't they the bad guys invading our world? Yes and no. The principal shook his head. To us, they are invaders, a disaster. But to the beings hunting them, they are merely food. This universe is far crueler than you can imagine. It's like big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. We humans, in this dark food chain, are not even considered shrimp. The principal's words felt like a heavy door slowly opening before Su Xiaorou and Su Ming. Behind the door was a truth about the world that they had never imagined. Grander and more desperate. Then, what exactly is pursuing them? Su Xiaorou couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The principal shook his head and answered succinctly. Don't know? Yes, don't know. The principal replied candidly. We only know that they exist. We have given them many names. World Devourer, Deep Dark Colossus, Beast of the End. But those are just our names. Our understanding of them is almost zero. We only know that they are very powerful. Powerful enough that even an S-class Void Lord can only flee in their presence. We also know that they are approaching us. The principal's last words sent a chill through Su Xiaorou, rushing from her feet to the top of her head. They are approaching? That's right. The principal pointed out the window at the bustling, brightly lit magic city. Did you think we humans built fortress cities to fend off those void beasts? No, those beast hides are merely an appetizer. Our true enemy is the real terror that even the void beasts fear. We build fortresses not for offense, but for survival. In the eyes of those beings, our world may just be a roadside stand that looks relatively appetizing on their long journey. Chapter 65: The Truth of This World Street Stall. Su Ming was chewing on this term in Su Xiaorou's mind, feeling a bit numb over his sword soul. This metaphor was just too vivid and too damn despairing. He always thought that the main storyline of this world was humanity's struggle for survival against the void beasts. After all this time, was this just the plot of a beginner's village? The real boss was still lined up behind, and so powerful that even the previous final boss was just a small monster running away in front of them. How could they continue to play like this? Principal Grandpa. Then, when will they come? Su Xiaorou's voice trembled slightly. I don't know. The principal shook his head again. It could be 100 years. It could be 50 years, or it could be tomorrow. Our human alliance observed their existence through some special means over 100 years ago. Since then, we have been preparing for the arrival of this day, building fortress cities, researching spiritual energy technology, training contract masters and forgers. Everything we do is to struggle for one more second in that inevitable feast. The principal's voice was calm, but Su Xiaorou could hear the heavy pressure hidden beneath that calmness. Like a mountain. But, can we win? She couldn't help but ask the most critical and cruel question. The office fell silent again. This time, the principal did not answer immediately. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brilliantly lit, vibrant campus below. When I was young, I also asked my teacher the same question. He slowly began to speak, his voice distant. He did not answer me. He just took me around the entire magical city. He took me to the forging factory where machines roared, showing me those forgers who worked day and night to create a soul weapon. He took me to the front line of the shattered land, where I saw contract soldiers fighting bloodily against the void beasts to defend their homeland, even at the cost of their lives. He took me to the orphanage in the lower city, where I saw children whose eyes still sparkled with hope, even in the harshest environments. In the end, he told me, the principal's voice became firm and powerful. Whether we can win is not important. What matters is that we cannot yield without a fight. Behind us are our families, our cities, our civilization. We have no retreat. Therefore, we must win. This statement shook Su Xiaorou's heart greatly. She seemed to see the scenes described by the principal. She remembered the city guards in Sector 7, fearless in the face of the beast tide. She remembered Colonel Gao Yuan's horse, tragic roar filled with anger. She remembered Teacher Qin standing in front of her students at a critical moment. She also remembered herself, that weak girl who fought with wild dogs for a cold piece of bread in the junkyard. A boiling, indescribable emotion surged in her chest. Girl, do you see? Su Ming softly spoke in her mind. This old man is giving you a moral lesson. But he is right. We are now tied to this world. If this world is doomed, we will have to accompany it to the grave. So, to survive, we must fight hard. Su Xiaorou nodded heavily. She lifted her head, looking at the principal's back, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. Principal Grandpa, I understand. The principal turned around and looked at the fighting spirit reignited in the girl's eyes, smiling with satisfaction. This child is teachable. He sat back down at his desk, his expression returning to its previous calmness. All right, the ideological work is done. Now, let's talk about business. Business? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. Of course it's about you. The principal smiled. You and your soul weapon are the biggest variables in this incident, and also the biggest surprise. Your appearance has shown us a new possibility. A possibility that might change the course of the battle. Therefore, starting today, your training will be elevated to the highest level. He looked at Vice Principal Zhou Zheng beside him. Zhou Zheng. Here, Principal. Zhou Zheng stood at attention. Immediately process Su Xiaorou's enrollment procedures. Her student file will be classified as S-level top secret. Starting tomorrow, she won't have to attend those basic classes anymore. I will personally arrange a mentor for her. Yes, all her resource allocations will be based on the reserve standards of a star-level master. She can freely choose from the A and S-level materials in the school treasury that are not open to the public. If she wants to empty the entire treasury, as long as she can carry it, let her take it. Huh? This. Zhou Jing's mouth dropped open. This treatment, let alone students. Even the master-level mentors in the school don't have this qualification. Huh, what? The principal glared. If I tell you to do it, then do it. Stop dawdling. What we lack now is not resources, but people who can convert resources into combat power. A budding genius of the Huiwa level, let alone one treasury. Even if we had to sacrifice the entire school, it would be worth it to cultivate her. Yes, yes, yes. I will get right on it. Zhou Jing nodded repeatedly like a little chick being scolded. The principal nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze back to Su Xiaorou. Child, how much do you understand about the power system of our world now? Power system? Su Xiaorou thought for a moment and replied, I know the levels of contract masters, from awakeners to black iron, bronze. The highest is the star-level master. That's well known. The principal nodded, but above that there is. Above the stars, there is Huiwa. It can initially pry and modify the world rules in a small range. I am at this realm. Above Huiwa, there is Ryu. That is a true existence that can physically cross the void, confront S-level lords head-on, and even kill them, a national-level powerhouse. There are only 3 known in the entire alliance. And in legend, there are even higher realms above Ryu. But that is beyond our understanding. The principal's words unveiled the last layer of mystery of the power system in this world for Su Xiaorou. Huiwa, Ryu. So the star-level master is far from the end. Your current spiritual energy level should be about to break through to the bronze level. The principal looked at Su Xiaorou. This speed is very fast. However, it's not enough. Your soul weapon is very special. Its growth seems not entirely dependent on your spiritual energy level, but needs to devour energy? The principal looked at Su Xiaorou, his eyes filled with inquiry. Su Xiaorou nodded. That's right. The principal nodded in approval. Using battle to nurture battle is a very powerful characteristic. However, conventional void beasts can no longer meet your growth speed. Therefore, I need you to become stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough to challenge those more dangerous areas and devour those more powerful existences. He took out a black card from his drawer and handed it to Su Xiaorou. The card had no text on it, only a badge made of stars and a crescent moon. This is my highest authority card. The principal said, from today onwards, all S-level restricted areas and all training facilities that are not open to the public in the school are accessible to you. Take whatever you need and seek help from whoever you require. My only request is one. The principal's expression became extremely serious. Within a year, I need you and your sword to grow to at least the level where you can confront a gold-level contract master head-on. A year? Gold level? Su Xiaorou gasped. From bronze to gold. That is a whole major rank apart, passing through silver. A normal genius would need at least 2 to 3 years. And the principal only gave her 1 year. Can it be done? The principal stared at her. Su Xiaorou's heart raced. She felt the pressure like a mountain, but also an unprecedented excitement of being entrusted with high expectations. She glanced at Su Ming in her arms. Su Ming said nothing, but gently shook the sword. The meaning was clear. Get it done. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, raised her head, and with all her strength, nodded heavily. I will do my best. Chapter 66 rumors about Su Xiaorou. When Su Xiaorou walked out of the principal's office with a black card representing supreme authority, she still felt a bit dazed. She felt that the events she experienced that day were more thrilling than the past 16 years combined. First, 3 military bigwigs came to kidnap her, offering sky-high conditions. Then, the legendary principal personally intervened, exuding an aura of dominance as he chased away the flies. Finally, there was an exclusive tour, an explanation of the world's truths, and she was entrusted with a heavy responsibility, tasked with achieving gold level within a year. After this series of events, even Su Xiaorou, who had a resilient nature, found it hard to cope. Girl, stop standing there like a fool. Hurry and find a place. We need to discuss this properly, Su Ming urged in her mind. That old man painted us a grand picture and placed a huge burden on us. Achieving gold level in a year is no joke. Su Xiaorou nodded. Under the overly enthusiastic guidance of Vice Principal Zhou Jing, she was arranged to a luxurious villa located in the core area of the school, complete with a training room and a small laboratory. This was the new residence assigned to her by the school. Looking at the dormitory that was hundreds of times larger than her previous small, shabby room, Su Xiaorou fell into a daze once again. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already started excitedly planning for the future. "Girl, quickly check that black card. That old man said the school's treasury is open to us. Let's go. Go. We need to clear out all the valuable things inside." What is this called? This is called making reasonable use of the rules. Just as Su Xiaorou and Su Ming were about to enter a crazy shopping mode, the various internal messages regarding the battle in Sector 7 had finally fermented, creating a huge uproar among the upper circles of the entire Huaxia continent. Although the League's official and the military in Modu issued the strictest gag orders, there were more participants in that battle than just Modu. The rapid response teams from Jinghua City, Tianfu City, and Gang City all witnessed the birth of the Lich King Gouda and the entire process of it thrashing an S-level lord. Although they were also required to sign confidentiality agreements, some information inevitably leaked through various intricate networks. Thus, a highly explosive rumor began to circulate quietly among the top echelons of the four fortress cities. Have you heard? The Lin family in Modu threw away a piece of scrap recently. What scrap? A broken sword that was struck by heavenly lightning during the final forging stage and split in half. Struck by heavenly lightning? This is a sign of a divine weapon descending. Those fools in the Lin family actually threw it away as scrap? Isn't it absurd? The more outrageous part comes next. That broken sword was picked up by an orphan from the lower city. And guess what happened next? What happened? The sword transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall during the anomalies in Sector 7 and pressed an S-level void lord to the ground. What? Over 100 meters? And it defeated an S-level lord? Are you telling a story? Absolutely true. Lisa from Jinghua City and Wang Hu from Tianfu City both witnessed it firsthand. In the end, it was a terrifying hand from the other side of the rift that smashed it. And yet, it didn't die and was saved by that old monster from Modi University. Damn. Similar conversations unfolded continuously in the military command center of Jinghua City, in the Battle Soul Council of Tianfu City, and at the top of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Gang City. Every bigwig who heard this news first reacted with disbelief, then with absurdity, and finally with endless shock and greed. A sword that could grow, transform, summon an army of the undead, and even suspected of having independent consciousness. This could no longer be defined as a soul weapon. This was a living legend. Soon, a brand new term that only existed in ancient texts was mentioned by everyone. SSS-level soul weapon. This rumor swept through the entire forging world like a 12th-level typhoon. Countless masters of forging and sacred artisans convened emergency meetings overnight upon hearing this news. The Lin family is blind, utterly foolish. Treating a divine weapon as scrap metal is an unprecedented humiliation in our forging world. Quickly send people to Modu at all costs. We must see that sword. Even just a glance will be enough for us to glimpse the threshold of the divine craftsman realm. In an instant, countless gazes from all directions of the Huaxia continent converged on Modu, focusing on the unremarkable girl named Su Xiaorou from the lower city. Lin Family Manor. The atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Lin Tianan sat in the main seat of the study, looking haggard. In just a few days, he seemed to have aged over 10 years. Below him stood a dozen core members of the Lin family, all with their heads lowered, not daring to breathe. At the front of the crowd, Lin Xuerer stood daintily. Her face, usually cold and proud, was now ashen, devoid of color. "Speak." Lin Tianan's voice was hoarse and powerless. "Tell me how to handle this matter." No one dared to speak. Handle it? How to handle it? Throwing away an SSS-level soul weapon as trash. And it was picked up by the opposing side to soar into the sky. This matter is beyond even the gods to handle. A bunch of useless trash. Lin Tianan looked at the silent crowd, his anger boiling over, and slammed the table. "Bang! Head of the family, please calm down." The crowd trembled in fear and knelt down in unison. "Calm down? How can I calm down?" Lin Tianan pointed at Lin Xuerer, trembling with rage. You unfilial daughter. The reputation of the Lin family built over hundreds of years has been ruined by your hands. How did I teach you back then? A mountain of 9 fathoms. only to fail at the last moment. The closer you get to the end, the more cautious you must be. But you, upon seeing heavenly lightning, thought it was a failure, gave up on yourself, and personally threw away a grand opportunity. Do you know how the people outside are mocking our Lin family now? They say we are buying the box and discarding the pearl. They say we are blind fools. Chapter 67. The Treasure of Magic City. Lin Tianan grew increasingly furious as he pointed at Lin Shuer, cursing loudly. Lin Shuer bit her lip, her nails digging deeply into her palm, yet she didn't utter a word. Refute? What could she use to refute? The facts were clear, and all the rumors pointed to her foolish decision back then. It was she who had pushed the family into the abyss with her own hands. Eldest brother. It's pointless to say these things now. A middle-aged man, Lin Shuer's second uncle, Lin Tianbei, spoke up with a stiff expression. The urgent matter is to find a way to make amends. Make amends? How do you propose to do that? Lin Tianan sneered. Do you want to go snatch that sword back? Do you think that old man from Magic City University is a pushover? He now treats that Su Xiaorou like his own eye. Who dares to touch her? Snatching it back is definitely not an option. Lin Tianbei shook his head. But we can collaborate. Collaborate? That's right. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tianbei's eyes. That sword was ultimately forged by our Lin family. No one can deny that. We can publicly declare that it's not a failure, but rather a trial that our Lin family has tailor-made for that girl named Su Xiaorou. We recognized her extraordinary potential long ago, which is why we presented her with the divine weapon in this manner. Our Lin family is cultivating the next generation of leaders for the Alliance. We are playing a very big game. This statement made all the Lin family members present brighten with hope. Exactly. Deny it to the end. Turn black into white. Make stupidity seem like foresight. This seems like a plan. But what about Su Xiaorou? Will she cooperate with us? Someone raised a question. She will. Lin Tianbei said confidently, a girl from the lower city suddenly receiving a great opportunity. What does she lack the most now? It's support. It's a backing. As long as our Lin family acknowledges her status, stands behind her, and incorporates her into our system, she has no reason to refuse. We can recognize her as the goddaughter of the Lin family, provide her with the best resources, and make her the spokesperson of our Lin family's new generation. And we, in turn, can use her and that sword to reestablish our Lin family's position, or even elevate it further. By then, we want to be seen as having missed out on a divine weapon, but rather as possessing one. Lin Tianbei's words reignited hope in the eyes of all Lin family members. Lin Tianan fell silent. Although this method was shameless, it had to be said that it was indeed the only way for the Lin family to extricate themselves from this storm and even profit from it. His gaze fell on his daughter. Shuer, what do you think? All eyes turned to Lin Shuer. After all, this matter still required her to step forward and reconcile with Su Xiaorou. Lin Shuer trembled slightly. She raised her head, looking at her father, her second uncle, and the calculating expressions of her relatives. A wave of unprecedented disgust and sorrow surged in her heart. This was her family. After committing a grievous error, rather than reflecting, they sought to cover it up with even more shameless methods to seize benefits. They were even willing to make her beg that person she once looked down upon the most. Her pride was utterly crushed at this moment. Yet, she could not resist, because she was the young lady of the Lin family. She had enjoyed the glory brought by the family, and she must bear the shame brought by the family. After a long while, she slowly nodded, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. I understand. At the same time, in the villa area of Magic City Academy, located at the core of the school, the environment was serene and shaded by greenery. Occasionally, a few hurried students could be seen on the path, casting curious glances at Su Xiaorou. After all, anyone living in this area was either one of the top geniuses in the school or a highly respected master-level mentor. Su Xiaorou's unfamiliar face naturally drew attention. Su Xiaorou felt a bit uncomfortable with the attention and instinctively quickened her pace. Following the map given by Vice Principal Zhou Zhong, the school's treasure vault was located underground beneath the central library. When Su Xiaorou arrived in front of the grand central library, which resembled a palace, she was once again awestruck by the scene before her. Taking a deep breath, she held on to Su Ming and entered the library. Unlike the quiet outside, the library was bustling with people. Students weaved between the enormous bookshelves or consulted information in front of light screens, filling the space with a strong academic atmosphere. Su Xiaorou's appearance did not cause much of a stir, as there were simply too many students in the library. She followed the instructions and found the dedicated elevator to the underground area. At the elevator entrance stood 2 guards in black uniforms, exuding a steady aura. Upon seeing Su Xiaorou, they frowned slightly, and one of them raised a hand to stop her. "Student, the underground area is not open to the public." Su Xiaorou felt a bit nervous. Mimicking how the principal had handed her the card, she presented the black card. The guard's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the card. He instinctively took a half-step back, then stood up straight and saluted Su Xiaorou with a standard military salute. "Your Excellency, please." The other guard also reacted quickly, hurriedly using his access card to open the elevator door. Their actions were extremely respectful, even not daring to look up at Su Xiaorou. This made Su Xiaorou even more nervous. Holding on to Su Ming, she walked stiffly into the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off the outside view, Su Xiaorou let out a sigh of relief. "See, girl?" Su Ming chuckled in her mind. "This is the feeling of privilege. Isn't it great?" A bit uncomfortable, Su Xiaorou whispered. "You'll get used to it." Su Ming's tone was like that of a patient mentor. Geniuses should enjoy genius treatment wherever they go. You need to learn to adapt to it, enjoy it, and take it for granted. The elevator silently descended for a long time, finally stopping with a ding. When the doors opened, a rich and almost tangible aura of spiritual energy, mixed with the sense of various rare materials, rushed towards Su Xiaorou, making her feel as if every pore in her body was opening up. Outside the elevator was a wide passage made of special alloys, with an automatic defense turret every 10 meters, flashing a dangerous red light. At the end of the passage was an extraordinarily heavy, circular door, shimmering with countless runes. In front of the door sat an old man with white hair, meditating with closed eyes. He wore a simple linen robe, looking just like an old gatekeeper, with no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. However, the sword in Su Xiaorou's arms trembled slightly. "Be careful, girl." Su Ming's voice took on a serious tone for the first time. "This gatekeeper is no ordinary character. He feels even more dangerous than that high-ranking colonel from the city guard." Su Xiaorou's heart tightened as she hugged Su Ming and stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the old man. "Senior, greetings." The old man slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze falling on Su Xiaorou, then glancing at the broken sword in her arms, and finally resting on the black card in her hand. The old man simply responded faintly and then raised his hand, pointing at the giant door in midair. Buzz! The countless runes on the giant door instantly lit up, and then, like flowing water, they retreated to the sides, revealing the scene behind. In that moment, Su Xiaorou's breath completely halted. Behind the door was a space so vast it was unimaginable, sparkling like the stars. Countless treasures radiating various colors of light were categorized and suspended in midair. There were mountain-like piles of shining void cores. There were hearts of powerful alien beasts, slowly beating, immersed in special nutrient solutions. There were soul weapons, each uniquely shaped, quietly displayed like works of art. And there were countless strange flowers and exotic plants from the Broken Lands, rare ores. This was the accumulation of hundreds of years at the Magic City Spiritual Energy Technology University. A treasure trove that would drive any force crazy. "I can't believe it." Su Ming's voice trembled. "We hit the jackpot. This is not just a treasure trove. It's simply paradise." Chapter 68. The Principal's Test. Strange choices. Su Xiaorou stood dazed at the door of the treasure vault, staring at the dazzling galaxy of endless treasures before her, feeling as if her brain had stopped functioning. In her life, the most valuable thing she had ever seen was probably the D-grade soul weapon Wang Hao had given her. And now, a treasure vault worth its weight in gold, capable of shaking the entire Magic City, was laid out before her without reservation. "Girl, what are you still dazed for? Go in." Su Ming urged her frantically in her mind, like a child entering a candy store for the first time. "Hurry, we have limited time. We need to sweep everything clean." Only then did Su Xiaorou snap back to reality. She hugged Su Ming and carefully stepped into the vault. Upon entering, the rich spiritual energy that was almost dripping with moisture made her feel as if she were soaking in a hot spring, warm all over. Girl, look over there. That pile. They're all A-grade void cores. My goodness, how many A-grade beasts do we have to kill to gather these? And over there, that ball emitting cold air. B-grade peak. No, wait, it seems to be half a step to A-grade. Grab it. We must take it. What the hell? That thing. The one that looks like a beating heart. Is it dragon blood? If it's really the heart core of a subdragon species from legend, that would be a massive tonic. If I eat this, the cracks on my body might heal by half. Su Ming was howling in her mind, wishing he had 8 hands to pack everything he saw and take it all away. Su Xiaorou was dizzy from his noise and looking at the dazzling treasures. She was at a loss on where to start. She walked to a pile of void cores emitting golden light. These were all B-grade, each quite valuable. She reached out. Want to take a few? Wait. Su Ming suddenly called out to her. What is wrong, Su Ming? Su Xiaorou asked, confused. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat, forcing his tone to become calm and deep. Girl, we need to have a plan. We can't act like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world, taking whatever we see. Su Xiaorou, your previous behavior was even more bumpkin-like. Listen to me. Su Ming began his analysis. These void cores are not much use to us right now. My injuries can't be healed just by these void cores. They only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. And your spiritual energy level is too low, your body is too weak. If you take an A-grade core, you won't be able to absorb it. Eating it would be like an ordinary person drinking a pound of arsenic, causing instant death. Then, what should we take? Su Xiaorou felt a bit lost. What we need to take are things that can fundamentally enhance our potential. Su Ming's tone became serious. Girl, what is your biggest problem right now? Su Xiaorou thought for a moment and quietly replied, I'm too weak. Exactly, but not weak in terms of spiritual energy level. Rather, weak in foundation. Su Ming pointed out sharply. You've been malnourished since childhood. Your body has a poor foundation, and your spiritual energy pool is small and fragile. It's like a bucket full of holes with a bottom as thin as paper. No matter how much water you pour in, it can't hold it and will burst. So what we need to do now is not to pour water into the bucket, but to reinforce the bucket. We need to find things that can strengthen your body, broaden your spiritual energy pool, and stabilize your mental strength. First, solidify your foundation, and only then can you hold more water and bear my stronger power. Su Xiaorou nodded, somewhat understanding. Let's go, follow my lead, Su Ming commanded. Under Su Ming's guidance, Su Xiaorou bypassed the most eye-catching A-grade and S-grade material areas and instead headed towards some inconspicuous corners. See that shelf on the left? The black, mud-like substance on it is called Earth Dragon Body Refinement Paste. You've seen it in your books before. It's made from the spinal marrow of a beast living deep underground, mixed with dozens of herbs. It doesn't look good, but it's top-notch for refining bones and muscles. Take as much as you can. Su Xiaorou obediently collected the jars of black paste into her storage bag. That pool over there emitting white steam. It seems to be the tranquil heart spring, made with a special spiritual energy mineral. It can cleanse the mind and enhance soul resilience. You could soak in it. Forget it, there's no time. Just fill 3 large buckets. Su Xiaorou, 3 large buckets? Are we going to drain the pool? And that one, the old book in the corner that looks like it's falling apart, what's it called? The Whale Swallowing Breathing Technique. It's a very old book. Although I don't know its uses, anything that appears here is definitely not ordinary. Take it. And so, under Su Ming's guidance, Su Xiaorou buzzed around the vault like a busy little bee. The things she collected might seem strange to outsiders. None of them were A-grade or higher rare materials. They were all B-grade and C-grade resources used for building a foundation. She even took a large amount of seemingly ordinary low-level spiritual energy metals used for repairing soul weapons. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a huge screen was live-streaming Su Xiaorou's every move in the vault. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng stood by, watching Su Xiaorou's choices, his brows furrowed as if he could squash a fly. Principal, does this child not realize the value of those things? Zhou Zheng said, somewhat amused and exasperated. She is ignoring the mountains of gold and silver in the room, and is instead picking up worthless rubble. That Earth Dragon Body Refinement Paste is worth only a few 100,000 per jar. That whale swallowing breathing technique is just a common foundational item. The original is here, while other copies can be borrowed from the library for a few credits. What is she doing? He felt anxious for Su Xiaorou. Such a good opportunity. How could this child not seize it? However, sitting behind the desk, the principal looked at Su Xiaorou's busy figure on the screen, a hint of satisfaction showing in his murky eyes. "Zhou Zheng, you still don't see the point," the principal said slowly. "Don't see the point?" Zhou Zheng was taken aback. "I'll let her go to the vault to choose freely. Do you think I really just want to give her gifts?" The principal asked with a smile. "Isn't that the case?" "Of course not." The principal shook his head. "This is also a test." "A test?" "That's right." The principal's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. "I'm testing her vision and her character. A girl from the lower district, suddenly gaining power and wealth, facing a huge treasure vault. What choice will she make? Will she be blinded by greed, dazzled by the most dazzling treasures, frantically grabbing things she can't even use? Or will she remain calm and clearly recognize what she truly needs right now?" The principal's gaze returned to the screen. "I'm very satisfied with her choice. She didn't touch those A-grade and S-grade materials because she knows very well that with her current strength, she cannot handle them. Greed would be her downfall. What she chose were all things to refine her body, stabilize her foundation, and solidify her basics. This shows that she has a very clear, long-term plan for herself. She is not seeking immediate benefits, but is focused on the endless possibilities of the future. This is the mindset and vision that a true, strong person should possess." The principal's voice was filled with approval. A child who is not blinded by immediate interests, who understands choices and knows what is most important to themselves. Such a child is worth us betting the entire future of the school on her. As Zhou Zheng listened to the principal's analysis, he suddenly realized beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It turns out there is such a profound meaning behind it all. When he looked at the frail girl on the screen again, his gaze had completely changed. It was no longer looking at a lucky junior, but rather at a future pillar of support. Chapter 69. Teacher Qinya's new task. Su Xiaorou rummaged through the treasury for a full 2 hours. It wasn't until Su Ming felt that it was enough, and that taking more would seem too greedy and might provoke the old gatekeeper's displeasure, that he reluctantly asked her to stop. Even so, Su Xiaorou's storage bag was already stuffed to the brim. She walked out of the treasury with a large pile of spoils, feeling very satisfied. The old gatekeeper at the entrance still had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and was indifferent to what she had taken or how much she had taken. Su Xiaorou bowed to the old man again, and then quickly left the library. As soon as she stepped out in the principal's office, the principal turned off the surveillance monitor. "Zhou Zheng." "Yes, principal." "Go call Teacher Qinya." "Yes." Zhou Zheng did not dare to delay and immediately turned to carry out the task. Before long, Qinya, dressed in a sharp mentor uniform and exuding an intellectual aura, walked into the principal's office. She appeared somewhat reserved. After all, being summoned alone by the principal was a great honor for a mentor of her level, but also a significant pressure. "Principal, you called for me?" Qinya asked respectfully. Sit down, Qinya." The principal's tone was very gentle. "No need to be nervous. I just want to chat with you." Qinya cautiously sat down in the chair in front of the desk. "Teacher Qinya, I heard that you are leading the team for the practical assessment in Sector 7? The principal asked straightforwardly. "Yes, principal," Qinya quickly replied. "This incident was my dereliction of duty I did not anticipate. No, I'm not here to hold you accountable." The principal waved his hand, interrupting her. "On the contrary, you did very well by putting yourself in danger to protect the students at a critical moment. The military has already recognized your contribution." Qinya breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat touched. "I called you here today to ask you what you think of that student named Su Xiaorou." The principal shifted the topic directly. Upon mentioning Su Xiaorou, Qinya's expression immediately became complicated. There was shock, admiration, and a hint of shame. She recalled her initial prejudice and disdain for the girl, her face involuntarily heating up. She organized her thoughts and answered seriously, "Principal, Su Xiaorou is a true genius, a genius beyond the comprehension of all of us. Her soul weapon possesses astonishing growth potential and capability. Her willpower also far exceeds that of her peers. In that dire situation, she did not collapse, but instead unleashed such power. This is not merely the merit of the soul weapon. However, Chinya paused, but still voiced her concerns. Her shortcomings are equally obvious. Oh, tell me about it, the principal said with interest. First, her foundation is too weak. Chinya analyzed. Whether it's her physical fitness or her control over spiritual energy, she is still at the initial stage of awakening. Right now, she overly relies on the power of her soul weapon. This may allow her to soar in the early stages, but in the long run, it may not be good for her future development. Second, her personality is too timid and passive. Although there has been some improvement since she obtained this soul weapon, the inherent inferiority and lack of confidence cannot be eliminated in a short time. A true powerhouse must not only have great strength, but also possess a strong heart that matches it. So, if I were to train her, Chinya said up to this point, suddenly realizing she might have said too much, and quickly stopped. Go on, the principal encouraged. If you were to train her, what would you do? Chinya took a deep breath and laid out her thoughts. I would create a hellish physical and foundational training plan for her lasting 3 months. I would temporarily prohibit her from using most of the capabilities of her soul weapon, allowing her to learn to fight and think with her own strength. I would take her to the most brutal yellow warning zone in the Broken Land, even the orange danger zone, letting her sharpen her will between life and death and find her own rhythm in battle. I would teach her how to control her power, how to maximize the effect of every bit of spiritual energy rather than just simply and crudely summoning and transforming. I hope she becomes a true contract master, someone who can dominate the divine weapon, rather than a puppet pushed along by it. After Chin, you finished speaking in one breath. She realized the office was silent. She nervously raised her head to look at the principal. The principal listened quietly, his face devoid of any expression. After a long time, he slowly nodded. Very well said. He looked at Chinya, and a hint of appreciation shone in his murky eyes. Your analysis is thorough and objective. It seems that having you serve as a mentor for an ordinary class is indeed somewhat of a waste of your talents. Chinya's heart skipped a beat. Principal, are you saying? From today onwards, Su Xiaorou will be entrusted to you, the principal calmly announced. You are now her exclusive mentor. Boom! Chinya felt as if a firework had exploded in her mind. Overjoyed, an unparalleled joy instantly filled her chest. Su Xiaorou, to nurture a future legend destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. This is a supreme honor that any mentor would dream of. I will definitely. I will not let you down. Chinya stood up excitedly, her voice trembling. Don't be too happy too soon. The principal raised his hand, signaling her to sit down. I also have demands of you. Please go ahead, principal. Chinya immediately sat up straight. The principal's expression became serious. The resources I provide to you are unlimited. The entire school will offer all conveniences for your inner growth. But my goal is singular. He extended a finger. 1 year. Within 1 year, I need Su Xiaorou's strength to reach at least the golden level. Golden level? Chinya's smile instantly froze on her face. From a newly awakened individual just touching the threshold of the bronze level to the golden level, there was a complete silver tier in between. A normal genius would need at least 3 years. Even a top-notch genius like Lin Shuer, with her family's unlimited resources, would need 2 years. 1 year. This is no longer training. This is forcing maturity. Can't do it? The principal's voice carried an undeniable pressure. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Chinya's forehead. She felt the mountain-like pressure, but at the same time, an unprecedented feeling of challenge and ambition surged in her heart. Cultivating a golden level in 1 year is difficult. But what if the subject is Su Xiaorou, a girl capable of creating miracles? Chinya gritted her teeth, suddenly stood up, and bowed deeply to the principal. Principal, please rest assured. I guarantee I will complete the task. Chapter 70. Enemies meet blocked at the door. Su Xiaorou, holding a storage bag stuffed to the brim, hummed a tuneless little song, walking briskly on her way back to the villa. She felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. The big harvest from the treasury made her feel as if she had overnight transformed from a poor person struggling to survive into a small rich lady sitting on a mountain of gold. Girl, look at your little ambitions. Su Ming mocked her mind. This is just the angel round of financing. When we go public and ring the bell. The entire treasure trove of the magic city will serve as our warehouse. What is ringing the bell for going public? Su Xiaorou asked curiously. Cough, that's a kind of celebration ceremony in our world, Su Ming explained vaguely. In short, if you stick with me, you'll enjoy a good life. I guarantee you'll be as happy every day as you are today. As the two chatted, the familiar standalone villa quickly appeared in front of them. However, as Su Xiaorou approached, the smile on her face slowly froze. At the entrance of the villa stood a figure, dressed in a pure white dress. With cascading black hair and a flawless, icy beautiful face, Lin Shuer. She stood there like a proud ice sculpture, out of place with the warm sunlight and vibrant environment around her. Su Xiaorou instinctively stopped in her tracks. Why was she here? What did she want? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Xiaorou's mind. Lin Shuer at the door had clearly seen her too. Her body stiffened imperceptibly, and in her usually proud eyes, a flicker of extremely complex emotions passed through. There was resentment, unwillingness, jealousy, and a hint of a deep sense of helplessness that she couldn't even articulate. Just a few days ago, she was still the lofty young lady of the Lin family, the center of attention. And Su Xiaorou was merely an ant from the lower district that she could easily crush. But now, everything had reversed. The girl she once looked down upon was living in the core villa that she had dreamt of, a place only accessible to master-level mentors. Meanwhile, she stood here like a sinner awaiting judgment, waiting for the other party to see her. The stark contrast in identity and status made her heart feel as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, painfully squeezing until she could barely breathe. The two stood there, separated by more than 10 meters, gazing at each other, neither willing to speak first. The atmosphere became awkward to the extreme. Oh, isn't this our great benefactor, Miss Lin? Su Ming's sarcastic voice echoed in Su Xiaorou's mind. What? Not satisfied after the last encounter in Area 7. Now you've come to block the door for a showdown? Ignoring Su Ming's teasing, Su Xiaorou hesitated for a moment, but still took a step forward towards the villa's entrance. After all, this was her home. She couldn't just stand outside indefinitely. As she walked closer, Lin Shuer's face grew increasingly pale. Su Xiaorou reached the door, paused, and looked at the girl with a complex expression, unsure of what to say. Do you need something? Su Xiaorou finally broke the silence. Her voice a bit dry. Lin Shuer bit her lip, her nails digging deeply into her palm. She wanted to say something to maintain her last shred of pride, but the words just wouldn't come out. In the end, she squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Can I come in and talk? Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Su Xiaorou was taken aback for a moment. She glanced at Lin Shuer's pale face and inexplicably felt a twinge of compassion. Although she didn't like this girl, seeing her like this made it hard for her to harden her heart and just drive her away. Come in. She sighed, stepped aside, and opened the villa door with her access card. Lin Shuer silently followed her inside. Entering the villa, she had fantasized about countless times. A representation of glory and status. When she saw the luxurious and technologically advanced decor inside, her pupils contracted sharply again. Everything here surpassed her expectations. And all of this should have had her share. A stronger wave of jealousy and unwillingness surged in her heart. Su Xiaorou placed the storage bag on the living room table and stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do. She wasn't accustomed to being in the same space with strangers, especially with a rival like Lin Shuer. Do you want something to drink? She hesitated before politely asking. Lin Shuer did not respond. She merely looked around the spacious and bright living room, her gaze finally falling on the soft sofa. The last time they met, it was in that shabby, cramped little room in the lower district where there wasn't even enough space to sit. How long had it been? Everything had changed drastically. It seems your gains from the battle in Sector 7 were quite significant. Lin Shuer finally spoke, her voice cold, laced with an unmistakable bitterness. Your treatment has really skyrocketed. Su Xiaorou detected the sarcasm in her words and felt a bit uncomfortable. This was all arranged by the school. She defended quietly. Arranged by the school? Lin Shuer snorted. Don't paint yourself as so innocent. If you hadn't picked up the things that my Lin family discarded, you'd probably still be fighting with wild dogs for a loaf of bread at the junkyard in the lower district, right? This sentence pierced Su Xiaorou's heart like a thorn. Her face instantly paled. She could tolerate others calling her weak or poor, but she could not bear others using that high and mighty attitude to trample on her past suffering and dignity. Girl, fight back. Su Ming was furious in her mind. This little miss is getting too arrogant. Tell her if it weren't for her being blind and throwing me away like garbage, she wouldn't even have the qualification to stand here and talk to me. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, suppressing her grievances and anger. She raised her head, met Lin Shui's eyes directly, and though her voice was not loud, it was exceptionally clear. You're right. I did pick up what your Lin family didn't want. Therefore, I can live here and enjoy my current life. Ultimately, I have to thank you. Thank your Lin family. Thank you for being blind. Chapter 71. Who gave you the nerve? Su Xiaorou's voice was calm, but each word pierced Lin Shui's heart like a sharp knife. You. Lin Shui's body trembled violently, and her pretty face instantly turned crimson. The phrase blind as a bat was the exclusive term used by the upper circles of the entire Magic City to mock the Lin family. Coming from Su Xiaorou, a beneficiary, it was even more damaging. She felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped in public. All right, girl, that's enough. If you keep going, I'm afraid she'll cough up blood on the spot and dirty your new carpet. Su Ming saw that it was time to stop, chuckling in Su Xiaorou's mind. Lin Shui's chest heaved violently. She glared at Su Xiaorou, and after a long pause, managed to calm her emotions. She knew she could no longer be passive. She had a mission today. I'm not here to argue with you. Lin Shui took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and restored her cold expression. I am here on behalf of the Lin family to discuss deal. A deal? Su Xiaorou frowned. That's right. Lin Shui's tone regained a hint of the pride belonging to the Lin family's young lady. My father, the head of the Lin family, Lin Taonan, has decided to give you an opportunity to rise to the top and completely escape your lower city status. She paused and spoke word by word. Our Lin family can recognize you as our goddaughter. From now on, you will be one of us. We will provide you with the best resources, the best mentors, and make you the new generation spokesperson of our Lin family. And all you need to do is publicly declare that the broken sword in your hand is not a failure, but a trial tailor-made for you by our Lin family. We are playing a very big game. She repeated Lin Tianbei's words verbatim. After speaking, she raised her chin proudly, waiting for Su Xiaorou's shocked, ecstatic, and eager response. In her view, this condition was an irresistible temptation for a lower city orphan. Rising to the top, becoming the young lady of a top forging family in Magic City. How many people would dare to dream of such a good thing? However, after hearing this, Su Xiaorou showed no expression on her face. She simply looked at Lin Shui as if she were looking at a clown, because at the same moment Lin Shui spoke these words, Su Ming was laughing uncontrollably in her mind. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Girl, I'm about to laugh to death. Recognize you as a goddaughter. Let them be our spokesperson. And playing a big game? Why don't they say the entire universe was created by their family? These fools still want to paint black as white and foolishness as deep strategy? Do they think everyone else is an idiot? Su Ming's laughter made Su Xiaorou feel the absurdity of the situation. She looked at Lin Shui's self-satisfied, calculating expression and suddenly felt that this girl was a bit pitiful. Seeing that Su Xiaorou had not responded for a long time, Lin Shui's brows furrowed involuntarily. What's wrong? Do you think this condition is not enough? She said impatiently. Don't be too greedy. This is already a tremendous opportunity for you. She thought Su Xiaorou was playing hard to get. Oh, right. Lin Shui seemed to remember something and threw out another self-righteous trump card. I know what you care about most is your broken sword. Although it is powerful, it is ultimately incomplete. An incomplete soul weapon has limited potential and can never reach its true peak. As long as you agree to our conditions, my grandfather, the previous head of the Lin family, forging master Lin Zetian, can personally forge your broken sword anew. We will use the best materials from the family treasury to reattach the broken parts and restore it to its complete form. How about that? You should be satisfied with this condition, right? Lin Shui wore a slightly condescending smile. In her view, repairing that broken sword was an irresistible temptation for Su Xiaorou. However, just as she finished speaking, Su Ming's laughter abruptly stopped in Su Xiaorou's mind. In its place was a chilling, killing intent. Reforge me? Su Ming's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of the abyss, devoid of any emotion. Reattach my body? Just based on that group from the Lin family, who can't even see who I am? An indescribable rage and humiliation surged through Su Ming's entire sword's soul in an instant. What is he? He is the existence chosen by the Universal Weapon Atlas, destined to surpass all weapons, a unique weapon soul. His body was cleaved by the laws of that world. These ignorant natives who can't even see the truth of the world, these fools who discarded him like garbage, now audaciously claim they want to repair him? This is no longer an insult. This is blasphemy. Girl, Su Ming's voice was terrifyingly calm. Make her leave. Now, immediately at once. Before I change my mind and decide to twist her head off. Su Xiaorou shivered at the cold, killing intent emanating from Su Ming. She could feel that he was genuinely angry. Not the usual playful anger, but a real intent to kill. She had no doubt that if she didn't drive Lin Xuerer away now, Su Ming would indeed control her body to do something irreversible. Su Xiaorou raised her head and looked at Lin Xuerer's face, which still wore a condescending smile, her gaze turning cold. Have you finished stating your conditions? She asked coldly. Lin Xuerer was taken aback by Su Xiaorou's sudden, icy demeanor. I've finished. What do you think? Consider. No need to consider. Su Xiaorou directly interrupted her. My answer consists of 2 words. Dream on. What did you say? Lin Xuerer's smile froze completely. She doubted if she had heard wrong. Dream on? This lower city commoner actually dared to tell her dream on? I don't want to join your disgusting family. Su Xiaorou's voice was devoid of any fluctuations. And I don't need your group of blind forgers to touch my sword. Now, please leave my home. You're not welcome here. Chapter 72. The request of the proud young lady, Su Xiaorou directly issued an eviction order. Lin Xuerer was completely stunned. She could not understand how things had developed to this point. She had considered that Su Xiaorou might bargain or make even more outrageous demands. But she never imagined that Su Xiaorou would refuse. Moreover, the refusal was so straightforward, so merciless. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xuerer's voice had a slight pitch change. Do you know what you are refusing? That's the Lin family, the top forging family in Magic City. It's an opportunity that can elevate you to the top in one step. So what? Su Xiaorou retorted. Do you think I still need your Lin family's charity? With that one sentence, Lin Xuerer was left speechless. Indeed, did she still need it now? She had the principal's personal attention, the entire Magic City University, as her backing, and she was not lacking in resources. Her own strength had already reached a level she once looked up to. What the Lin family could offer her, the school could provide, and even more. What the Lin family could not give her, she could strive for herself. The so-called leap to success was perhaps just a joke to Su Xiaorou now. As for what you said about repairing my sword, Su Xiaorou looked at Lin Xuerer, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. I want to ask you, who gave you the audacity? A soul weapon that can summon thunder, transform into a 100-meter giant, and withstand S-rank lords, is just a discarded failure in your Lin family's eyes. Now, what qualifications do you have to say you want to repair it? Do you deserve it? Boom. The last 2 words fell like heavy hammers, striking hard against Lin Xuerer's heart. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper. Her body uncontrollably took 2 steps back, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Deserve it? Yes. Did their Lin family deserve it? This question was something she could not answer. It was like a sharp knife, completely dissecting her, exposing the foolish and arrogant core of the entire Lin family's pride. Her pride, her confidence, at this moment, were utterly shattered by Su Xiaorou's merciless words. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself unable to utter a single word, because everything Su Xiaorou said was the truth. It was their Lin family who were blind. It was their Lin family who had thrown a tremendous opportunity into the trash. And now, they wanted to shamelessly pick it back up? How ridiculous. How shameless. An unprecedented sense of shame and despair engulfed Lin Xuerer. She could no longer stay here. She feared that if she remained, she would truly go mad. She turned around, staggering towards the door, as if fleeing from a nightmare that made her feel utterly humiliated. Wait. Just as Lin Xuerer was about to reach the door, Su Xiaorou's voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Xuerer's footsteps paused, her body frozen in place. She did not turn back. She did not dare to look back. She was afraid to see the mocking, disdainful gaze of Su Xiaorou. What else is there? Lin Xuaner's voice was hoarse, unlike her usual self. Was she trying to humiliate me further? If so, she had already succeeded. No. Su Xiaorou shook her head. Looking at Lin Xuaner's thin and trembling back, the anger in her heart, for some reason, dissipated considerably. Instead, it was replaced by a complex emotion that she could not fully articulate. There was sympathy, pity, and a hint of empathy. She recalled her own experiences of being bullied by other orphans at the junkyard, having her food taken away. That feeling of helplessness, that sense of despair, that feeling of being abandoned by the entire world. This girl before her, although a proud young lady of the Lin family, was perhaps enduring a pain even greater than what she had experienced. After all, falling from the clouds hurts much more than staying in the mud. Girl, have you softened your heart? Su Ming's voice echoed softly in her mind. Su Xiaorou did not respond. She just looked at Lin Xuaner's back and said softly, I did not mean to humiliate you. I just want to tell you that my refusal of your conditions is not because I hate your Lin family, nor because I hold a grudge. It is because I am who I am, Su Xiaorou. I do not want to be anyone's vassal, nor do I want to live under someone else's name. Everything I have, whether good or bad, is the result of my own choices. I do not need anyone's charity. These words were Su Xiaorou's heartfelt confession. They were also the pride she gradually established under Su Ming's guidance. Listening to this, Lin Xuaner's trembling gradually stopped. She slowly turned around to face Su Xiaorou again. The girl's face held no mockery or disdain as she had imagined. There was only a calm, composed, and even a hint of respect. In that moment, Lin Xuaner felt as if her already shattered heart was softly touched by something. It was both sour and warm. She looked at Su Xiaorou, this girl who was younger than her and whose background was countless times more humble. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she did not lose unjustly. Losing to such a person might not be shameful at all. Silence. A long silence. In the living room, only the faint sounds of their breathing remained. After a long time, Lin Xuaner made a move that shocked both Su Xiaorou and herself immensely. She deeply bowed to Su Xiaorou. That head, which had once been so proud that it couldn't even spare a glance at Su Xiaorou, lowered at this moment. Su Xiaorou. Her voice was no longer cold or proud, but carried a sense of deep fatigue and pleading. I beg you, help the Lin family. I know that our Lin family has done wrong. I know that we are foolish and ridiculous. All the rumors and mockery are what we deserve. My father, my second uncle, they want to use that shameless method to restore a reputation, and I find it disgusting too. But her voice carried a hint of sob. The Lin family is my home. My grandfather, my father, all my relatives, they're all living in pain and suffering now. The Lin family's hundreds of years of reputation has been ruined because of me. I really don't know what to do anymore. I beg you, as long as you're willing to help us, even if it's just saying a word, you can ask me to do anything. I am willing to do anything. After saying this, she remained deeply bent over, not getting back up. She looked like a drowning person desperately grasping at the last straw of hope. Su Xiaorou was completely stunned by the scene before her. She stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for what to do. She had imagined countless possibilities. She thought Lin Xuaner would be humiliated and angry, would curse her, or would directly attack her. But she never expected that this girl, proud to the core, would use this way to plead with her. Su Ming. Su Xiaorou called out in a flustered manner in her mind. What should I do now? She seems like she is about to cry. Su Ming was also silent. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that this proud young lady of the Lin family, who seemed quite arrogant, actually had a soft side. However, he could also understand. After all, the honor of the family is sometimes more important than one's own life for these aristocratic young men and women. Lin Xuaner is now bearing the hopes of the entire family on her shoulders. This kind of pressure is enough to crush anyone. Sigh. Su Ming let out a long sigh in Su Xiaorou's mind. He was most annoyed by dealing with such trivial matters. He was skilled in fighting and killing, and he could manage the intrigues as well. But when it came to human emotions and social norms, he truly was not good at it, especially when the other party was a young girl on the verge of tears. He felt his sword soul becoming a bit numb. Chapter 73, An Unimportant Condition. Su Xiaorou looked at Lin Shuer, who was deeply bowing in front of her, her shoulders trembling as she clearly struggled to hold back tears. For a moment, she was at a loss. She called out to Su Ming in her mind for help. Su Ming, think of a way. What should I do? Su Ming was silent for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. What else can we do? Just leave it be. You can't really let her keep bowing like that, can you? If this gets out, people will think that you, the new campus celebrity, are bullying your classmates. But Su Xiaorou hesitated. I really don't want to get involved with the Lin family. I know you don't want to, Su Ming sighed. But you need to understand one thing. This world isn't just black and white. Sometimes, having more friends is better than having more enemies. Although the Lin family has become a joke now, a dead camel is still bigger than horse. They are, after all, a prominent forging family in Modu, with deep roots and a complex web of connections. We may have the principal backing us now, but the principal can't help you in everything. Completely offending them won't do us any good, although I also dislike them. But the situation is just so unpredictable. Su Ming began analyzing the situation from a practical perspective. What we need most right now is time, a stable environment for development. We don't need to waste time on open and covert battles with these people. So, my suggestion is that we can help them a bit. Huh? Do we really have to help? Su Xiaorou was somewhat reluctant. Help, but not for free, and not in their way. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of cunning. Listen carefully, girl. You should go help her up and then tell her. As Su Xiaorou listened to Su Ming's live teaching in her mind, her eyes gradually shifted from panic to clarity. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gently supported Lin Shuer's arm. You can get up now. Lin Shuer's body trembled, and she hesitantly raised her head, her beautiful eyes already filled with tears, looking pitiful. Su Xiaorou helped her stand straight, then took a step back, looking at her seriously and saying, Your request, I cannot fully agree. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited in Lin Shuer suddenly dimmed, and she forced a self-deprecating smile. I knew it. Listen to me first, Su Xiaorou interrupted her. I said before that I can't join your Lin family, let alone become your family's goddaughter or spokesperson. But Su Xiaorou changed her tone. I can help you with a small favor. Lin Shuer suddenly lifted her head, her eyes shining with renewed hope. What favor? I can publicly declare that the sword in my hand is indeed related to your Lin family, Su Xiaorou said slowly, following Su Ming's instructions. I will tell others that I accidentally obtained it from a relic left by your Lin family's ancestors during an adventure. That ancestor deliberately forged the divine weapon to appear incomplete, waiting for a fated person to discover and complete it. In this way, your Lin family won't be seen as blind to opportunities, but rather as being strategic and far-sighted. What you lost isn't a failure, but a legacy and test left for future generations. As for me, a lonely girl from the lower district by chance became that fated person. This explanation not only preserves your family's face, but also clarifies the origin of the sword in my hand. It's a win-win. After finishing, Su Xiaorou quietly watched Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Su Xiaorou, her mind a blank. This explanation was infinitely more brilliant than the customized trial her second uncle had devised. The tailored trial sounded like hindsight, filled with intent and calculation. And anyone with discernment would know it was fake. But the test of the ancestors' ruins was different. In a place of fragmentation, ruins were everywhere. Which great family didn't have a few lost ancestral legacies? This reason was reasonable, filled with legendary colors, enough to silence everyone. It could even add a bit of mystery and depth to the Lin family. This was simply a genius solution. Lin Shuer looked at the frail girl in front of her, feeling for the first time the wisdom that was completely incongruous with her appearance. Of course, Su Xiaorou added, this is something Su Ming specifically instructed me to do. I'm only responsible for spreading this story. As for whether people outside believe it, or how much they believe, that's beyond my control. Also, this is the only help I can offer you. Just this once, no second chances. From now on, we're even and unrelated. Lin Shuer came back to her senses from the immense shock. She looked at Su Xiaorou. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But she found that any words of thanks felt so pale and powerless in the face of such a favor. She didn't propose any conditions or ask for any rewards. Just like that, she easily solved a huge problem for the Lin family. Why? Lin Shui'er couldn't understand. She looked into Su Xiaorou's clear, untainted eyes, and the jealousy and resentment in her heart had unknowingly dissipated without a trace. In its place was a feeling she had never experienced before, a mix of admiration and gratitude. She opened her mouth, her voice dry. Thank you. Other than these two words, she couldn't say anything else. No need to thank me. Su Xiaorou shook her head. I'm helping you not for your Lin family. I just don't want to see you like this. After saying this, she turned around and stopped looking at Lin Shui'er. You can go now. Lin Shui'er stood in place, taking one last deep look at Su Xiaorou's back, as if wanting to engrave this figure into her soul. Then, she silently turned around and walked out of the villa. This time, her steps were no longer unsteady. Her back, although still lonely, carried a hint of liberation. Chapter 74. Happy water for couch potatoes and training plans. Lin Shui'er, his figure disappeared at the entrance of the villa. Su Xiaorou stood in the living room, frozen in place, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She let out a long breath, feeling as if she had fought a battle more exhausting than facing an S-level lord. All right, girl, stop being sentimental. Su Ming's voice pulled her out of her complicated feelings just in time. She was just an inconsequential person anyway, and they probably wouldn't have any more interactions in the future. Hurry up. Let's get down to business. Business? Nonsense. Of course. It's time to count the spoils and start our devilish training. Su Ming's tone became excited again. I'm telling you, girl, we have to seize every second now. 1 year at the golden level is no joke. Starting today, you have no leisure time. Eat, sleep, train. 3 points in a line. Do you understand? Oh. Su Xiaorou was infected by his pumped-up state and perked up again. She walked to the table and dumped out the storage bag that was stuffed to the brim. Clatter. In an instant, the carpet in the living room was covered with various bottles and jars, along with some oddly shaped materials. Come, let me see our assets. Su Ming's mind swept over the items on the ground, like an old landlord counting his fortune. 30 jars of Earth Dragon Body Refining Ointment. Enough to raise your physical strength by 2 levels. 3 large barrels of tranquil spring water. Enough for a month's worth of baths. The whale swallowing breathing method. The foundational foundation, but it's stable. And these, starlight sand, secret silver powder, void vines. I recognize these things, but I don't know how to use them. TSK, better than nothing. After surveying the items, Su Ming's gaze finally fell on a few bottles emitting a faint glow, contained in exquisite crystal vials. This is B-level breath of the deep sea. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. You got this too? Yes. Su Xiaorou nodded. It worked pretty well when I used it before, so I took a few bottles. Good choice. Su Ming praised loudly. This stuff is the most suitable energy supplement for you at this stage. It's gentle in nature, pure in energy, and has no side effects. It's practically tailor-made happy water for couch potatoes. Happy water for couch potatoes? Su Xiaorou was puzzled. It means water that makes you happily become stronger. Su Ming laughed heartily. Come on, girl, let us toast. Drink a bottle to open your appetite. Without hesitation, Su Xiaorou opened the bottle. Instantly a fresh, ocean-like scent rushed toward her. Gulp. The potion entered her mouth, transforming into a pure and gentle energy that surged into her limbs and bones, eventually merging into her dried-up energy pool. The energy pool seemed to be quenching its thirst after a long drought, wildly absorbing the energy brought by the potion. So comfortable. Su Xiaorou couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh, feeling strength filling her entire body. Refreshing, right? Su Ming chuckled proudly. From now on, this will be your daily drink. Drink when you're thirsty, drink when you're tired, and you'll be full of energy and spirit. Looking at the boxes of breath of the deep sea on the ground, Su Xiaorou felt that her future life was filled with hope. All right, we've had our happy water. Now it's time to get to the point. Su Ming's tone suddenly became serious. Starting today, we will enter the first phase of a month-long closed training. Closed training? Exactly. Su Ming's voice carried an undeniable authority. For this month, your task is only one. Body refining and practicing whale swallowing breathing method. He had devised a training plan that could be described as brutal, for Su Xiaorou. Every day, wake up at 5 in the morning, run 20 kilometers around the school's core area with weights. 4 weights. Use this starlight sand. Find someone to help you make a weighted vest. After running, spend an hour practicing whale, swallowing breathing method to recover your physical strength and energy. In the morning, do strength and reaction training. During this time, you'll need to go to the training hall on campus to simulate various attacks. You only need to do one thing, dodge. Take a 1-hour break at noon, eat, and drink happy water. In the afternoon, the most critical step, strip naked, evenly apply Earth Dragon Body refining ointment all over your body. Then jump into a bathtub filled with tranquil spring water and soak for 3 hours. In the evening, continue practicing whale, swallowing breathing method to fully convert the energy absorbed during the day into your own power. Every day, repeat this cycle. Listening to this airtight, almost perverse training plan, Su Xiaorou's face turned pale, especially the part about stripping naked, applying ointment, and soaking in a bathtub. Su Ming, she stuttered, Can I wear clothes during the afternoon body refining? No. Su Ming's answer was decisive. The ointment must make direct contact with your skin to achieve the maximum effect. A slight deviation and the effect will be greatly reduced. But Su Xiaorou's face was already so red it seemed like it could bleed. But what? Su Ming said impatiently, You're a girl. What are you afraid of? I don't have eyes. I won't see anything. Besides, we have a pure comrade relationship. We're fighting together for the cause of revolution. What nonsense are you thinking about? Su Xiaorou was left speechless by his retorts, only able to bow her head with a flushed face. All right, stop dawdling. Su Ming finally concluded, The plan is set, and we start executing it this afternoon. First step, body refining. Girl, go fill the bathtub with tranquil spring water. Then get ready to face the pain. Su Ming's voice carried a hint of malicious glee. I should remind you, according to tradition, this kind of body refining thing, when applied to the body, usually doesn't feel too good. I estimate it feel like thousands of ants crawling in your bones. You have to endure it. Hearing Su Ming's malicious description, Su Xiaorou's body trembled uncontrollably. Thousands of ants crawling in her bones? Just thinking about that image made her scalp tingle. Then, Can I apply a little less? She whispered, holding on to her last bit of hope. No. Su Ming's answer ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. If you want to show off in front of others, you have to suffer in silence behind their backs. Don't you understand this principle? Power is never gained easily. Chapter 75, The First Step to Transformation. Look at Lin Shuer. Even though she's an annoying person. Do you think she became the genius of a Lin family just because of her looks? The sweat she sheds in the forging room is more than the water you drink. With your weak foundation right now, if you don't work hard, don't even think about reaching gold level in a year. Reaching silver level in a year would already be considered a great achievement. Su Ming's lecture left Su Xiaorou completely without a temper. She knew that everything Su Ming said was right. She also understood that Su Ming was doing this for her own good. I understand. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Responding softly. That's good. Su Ming's tone softened a bit. Girl, remember, pain is only temporary. But the strength you gain through pain can accompany you for a lifetime. Go ahead, this is your first step to transformation. Once you get past it, you will see a whole new world. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath. Her eyes regained their determination. She no longer hesitated, picked up a bucket of calm spring, and walked into the luxurious bathroom that was as big as her entire previous home. In the center of the bathroom was a huge round bathtub carved from white jade, large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people bathing at the same time. Su Xiaorou poured the entire bucket of light-colored calm spring into the tub, and the clear spring water instantly filled half of the bathtub, a refreshing and tranquil aura spreading throughout the bathroom. After doing this, she picked up the jar of dark, earthy-smelling Earth Dragon Body refining cream. She looked at her slightly nervous and shy face in the mirror and encouraged herself. Su Xiaorou, you can do it. To become stronger, to no longer be looked down upon, and to always be with Su Ming. This bit of pain is nothing. She gritted her teeth and closed the bathroom door. In the living room, Su Ming lay quietly on the sofa, waiting. Although he spoke lightly, he was actually a bit nervous inside. He wasn't very clear about the effects of the Earth Dragon Body refining cream either. But according to the novels he read before crossing over, this was something specifically for tough warrior types. Applying it to a fragile girl like Su Xiaorou would definitely result in a 100-fold increase in pain. He was really afraid that this girl wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Time passed by slowly. The bathroom remained silent. There was no scream from Su Xiaorou, nor were there any cries. This unusual silence made Su Ming's heart race. Girl, are you still alive? If you are, give me a sign. He couldn't help but call out in his mind. A weak voice, trembling with pain, came from the bathroom and reached his mind. Su Ming. This girl really did give a sign. How do you feel? Su Ming asked with concern. Still, okay. Su Xiaorou's voice sounded as if she were using all her strength to speak, but it itches a bit and feels a bit numb. Like being electrocuted. Can you hold on? I can. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the girl's willpower was even more resilient than he had imagined. Good. This is a quality that a strong person must have. The next 3 hours were an excruciating ordeal for Su Xiaorou. At first, it was just itching and numbness. But soon, that feeling transformed into bone-deep pain. Just as Su Ming had said, it felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at her bones and tearing at her veins. A powerful medicinal force surged into her body through her pores, violently washing away the impurities within her and refining her fragile bones. Each wash felt like a torture session. Su Xiaorou bit her lip tightly, her nails leaving deep marks on the edge of the bathtub. Several times, she felt she was about to faint from the pain. But at those moments, Su Ming's teasing yet encouraging voice would timely ring in her mind. Girl, hold on. Think of those who look down on you. Think of Lin Schwerter's nasty face. If you give up now, how will you press her down in the future? And think of all the delicious food. When you become strong, you can eat whatever you want. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow will be nothing. Think of your little treasury. Once you become a gold-level powerhouse, won't money flow into your pocket? Under the dual motivation of Su Ming's mental and material encouragement, Su Xiaorou managed to pull through time and time again from the brink of collapse. Her consciousness became a bit blurry amidst the excruciating pain, but her willpower, tempered by the suffering, grew increasingly resilient. She didn't know how long it had been. When the bone-deep pain finally began to subside, replaced by an unprecedented warm feeling throughout her body, Su Xiaorou slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at her body. The surface of her skin expelled a thin layer of black impurities that had a foul smell. But beneath that layer of impurities, her skin had become delicate and shiny, almost radiating a layer of brilliance. She could feel that her body had become lighter than ever, filled with strength. Originally weak bones had become incredibly tough. The once narrow pool of spiritual energy had expanded nearly by half. She had transformed completely, while Su Xiaorou was undergoing the painful transformation. Another conversation about her was taking place in the principal's office. After accepting the seemingly crazy task of training Su Xiaorou to become a gold-level powerhouse within a year, Qinya did not leave immediately. She knew that the principal must have further arrangements for her. Teacher Qinya, the principal smiled, looking at her excited yet nervous expression. The training plan you just mentioned is very good and targeted, but it's still not enough. Not enough? Qinya was taken aback. Your plan is designed for an ordinary genius. But Su Xiaorou is not an ordinary genius. The principal lightly tapped his finger on the table. A light screen appeared in front of Qinya. The screen displayed a list of items that Su Xiaorou had taken from the treasure house. Earth Dragon Body, Refining Cream. Calm Spring, Whale Swallow Breathing Technique. Qinya looked at the list with some confusion. Principal, these are basic auxiliary resources. While they are good, aren't they a bit too low-end to break into gold level? The principal finished her sentence. Isn't it too low-end? In her opinion, to cultivate a gold-level powerhouse, they should at least use A-grade holy light crystals for body refining and S-grade stellar meditation techniques for cultivation. Right? The principal chuckled. Qinya, when looking at problems, you can't just scratch the surface. You only see that these items are not of high quality, but fail to see the chemical reactions they can produce when combined. The Earth Dragon Body Refining Cream is extremely domineering and can forcibly refine bones. But the process is painful and can easily damage meridians. The Calm Spring calms the mind and can heal mental damage. with its greatest function being to neutralize the medicinal effects. The whale swallow breathing technique, while basic, is the most compatible and effective method for spiritual energy among all breathing techniques. When taken individually, these three items seem ordinary. But when combined, a glimmer flashed in the principal's eyes. That is a set of the most top-tier foundation-building plans that even the star-level masters of our school envy. It can refine a person's body and spiritual energy foundation to perfection in the shortest time possible, clearing all obstacles for future breakthroughs to higher realms. Chinya listened to the principal's analysis, completely stunned. As a seasoned mentor, she certainly knew the properties of these materials, but she had never thought of combining them like this. What kind of sharp insight and rich knowledge reserve would be required? Principal, are you saying that this plan was thought up by Su Xiaorou herself? Chinya found it hard to believe. No. The principal shook her head. With her current experience, she couldn't come up with such a perfect plan. It was that sword of hers. Again, that sword. Her curiosity and awe for that mysterious broken sword growing stronger in her heart. A soul weapon with its own consciousness, capable of nurturing its master. And even knowing about such an ancient foundation-building plan. What kind of monster is this? Monster? Are you referring to me? Do you believe me when I say it was an accident? Chapter 76. Rapid improvements. So, Chinya, I called you here to tell you this. The principal's expression became serious again. Regarding the training of Su Xiaorou, you need to change your approach. You don't need to teach her too many combat techniques, nor do you need to teach her how to use spiritual energy. Her sword will teach her better than you can. What you need to do is something else. What is it? Chinya asked seriously. Be an observer and guide. The principal said, what you need to do is observe her growth at every stage. Record all her data changes. Then, when she needs it, provide her with the most precise assistance. For example, when her physical capacity reaches its limit, prepare the most efficient recovery potions for her. For instance, when she is mentally exhausted, light the most suitable calming incense for her. For example, when she encounters a bottleneck, find the most suitable training ground for her in the forbidden areas of the Broken Lands. What you need to be is not a teacher who teaches hand in hand, but a logistics officer who provides the best fuel and optimal trajectory for a rocket about to take off. Do you understand what I mean? Chinya's heart was greatly shaken. She finally understood the principal's intention. The principal wasn't asking her to train Su Xiaorou, but to assist in her growth. This was a completely new teaching philosophy she had never encountered before. But she had to admit that this might be the best way to cultivate a non-standard genius like Su Xiaorou. Principal, I understand. Chinya nodded heavily, her eyes filled with determination. Very good. The principal smiled with satisfaction. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the vibrant campus below. Ingya, do you know why I'm willing to invest so much in training a newly enrolled student? Chinya shook her head. Because I made a bet with someone. The principal's voice became somewhat distant. A bet? Yes. The principal nodded, his gaze seemingly penetrating time and space, looking at some distant place. I bet with those old guys from Jinghua City and Tianfu City. I bet that our magic city can win the competition for the next generation of leaders. I bet that the name Su Xiaorou will echo throughout the entire Huaxia continent and even the entire alliance in the near future. And the stakes. A sly smile appeared on the principal's face. It is the three most precious items from their respective treasure troves. Chinya gasped. She knew that for someone of the principal's caliber to call something the most precious, it must be a true strategic treasure capable of guarding a fortress city. The principal is actually using such things to bet on Su Xiaorou's future. This is a huge gamble. So, Chinya. The principal turned around and looked at her again. In this gamble, we can only win, not lose. You and I cannot afford to lose. Chinya felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on her shoulders. But at the same time, an unprecedented feeling of glory and mission burned fiercely in her chest. Being able to participate in such a high-stakes game and personally cultivate a future legend, she felt her role as a mentor was worthwhile. Principal. Chinya stood up again, her voice strong and powerful. Please rest assured. Within a year, Su Xiaorou will surely become a golden talent. If not, I will bring my head to see you. A month passed in the blink of an eye. For most new students at Magic City Spiritual Technology University, this month was the beginning of adapting to a new environment, making new friends, and enjoying the wonderful time at university. But for Su Xiaorou, this month was truly hell. Every morning at 5 o'clock, when the entire campus was still shrouded in the thin mist of dawn, she was already on the track in the core area. Wearing a weighted vest that weighed 100 kilograms, made by Lin Schwerer combining stardust and special alloys, every step felt like walking on cotton, heavy and difficult. Sweat soaked her clothes, dripping continuously onto the track from her cheeks. In the first 3 days, she couldn't even run 5 kilometers, collapsing to the ground from exhaustion several times. But she didn't give up. Gritting her teeth, she got up again and again, moving forward. When she finally managed to run a complete 20 kilometers, she felt as if her legs were no longer her own. In the morning, there was even more brutal reaction training. Su Xiaorou dragged her tired body into the training hall, where countless attack props transformed into sharp blades, launching indiscriminate attacks from all directions. What Su Xiaorou needed to do was to avoid these attacks using only her body's instincts, without any spiritual energy shields. At first, she couldn't dodge at all. Every day, her body was covered in bruises, marked by the cuts from the sword energy. But gradually, under the pressure of life and death, her nerve reaction speed and body coordination began to improve at a terrifying pace. From initially being clumsy to later barely dodging, and finally, she could even navigate through a storm of sword energy like a butterfly dancing among flowers. In the afternoon, it was the painful yet enjoyable medicinal bath time. The excruciating pain continued to torment her every day, but she had gradually gotten used to it. She could even feel her muscles, bones, and veins becoming stronger and more vibrant under the refinement of the medicine. Whenever she emerged from the medicinal bath and looked at herself in the mirror, though tired, her eyes shining brighter, and her body lines becoming more powerful, a sense of indescribable achievement surged in her heart. In the evening, it was her most relaxed moment. Sitting cross-legged, she practiced the whale swallowing breathing method, absorbing all the energy accumulated throughout the day and transforming it into her own spiritual energy. She could clearly feel her originally narrow and fragile spiritual energy pool expanding at a visible speed, becoming deeper and more solid. The total amount of spiritual energy was also growing rapidly. Bronze 1 star, Bronze 2 stars, Bronze 3 stars. In just 1 month, her spiritual energy level soared from a rookie who had just broken through the Awakener's shackles to Bronze 3 stars. Such a cultivation speed, if it were to spread, would shock the entire Magic City University. It should be noted that even a genius like Lin Schwerer took more than half a year to go from Bronze 1 star to 3 stars. Yet Su Xiaorou only took 1 month. This is the terrifying effect brought by a top-tier foundation building plan combined with unlimited resource supply. Chapter 77, Eco Park. Here we come. On this day, Su Xiaorou finished a day of training and, as usual, soaked in a comfortable bathtub, feeling the medicinal power nourishing her body. How do you feel, girl? Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind. I feel great, Su Xiaorou replied sincerely. I feel stronger than ever before. She clenched her fists, feeling the explosive power in her muscles and the surging spiritual energy within her, a confident smile appearing on her face. Is that all? Su Ming scoffed. This is just the first stage of foundation building. Your body is currently just a qualified product. You're far from being an excellent product. Huh? Is this really just a qualified product? Su Xiaorou was somewhat surprised. She felt that she could now punch a cow to death. Of course, Su Ming said matter-of-factly. A true powerhouse can traverse the void with their physical body and shatter stars with their fists. That's basic. Your current strength is just entry-level. However, Su Ming's tone shifted, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Considering your previous poor foundation, reaching your current level in just a month is barely passing. The first stage of body tempering training officially ended today. Starting tomorrow, we will enter the second stage of training. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaorou's eyes instantly lit up. The second stage? What is it? Do we not have to run or soak in medicinal baths anymore? She asked eagerly. To be honest, she was somewhat tired of that dull and painful training. Dream on. Su Ming ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. Running and medicinal baths are your lifelong compulsory courses. You can't skip a day. The content of the second stage is practical combat. Practical combat? That's right. Su Ming's tone became somewhat excited. No matter how well you learn theory, it's all just empty talk. Only in real life and death battles can you completely transform your power into combat effectiveness. Starting tomorrow, we'll go to a good place. What place? The Eco-Experimental Park. Su Ming mentioned the name that made all students at Modi University turn pale. Aren't there many living void beasts inside? Su Xiaorou felt a bit nervous. Of course, what else would an eco-experimental park be for? Su Ming chuckled. Did that old man not give you the highest privilege card? Perfect. We can go in and kill the void beasts from F grade all the way to A grade, just two. Test the results of our training over the past month. Plus, killing the void beasts will allow us to collect void cores to replenish my energy. It's a 2-for-1 deal, so why not? Su Ming's calculations were spot on. Listening to Su Ming's plan made Su Xiaorou's heart race. She felt nervous, but more than that was excitement. She also wanted to know just how strong she was now. Early the next day, after completing a 20-kilometer weighted run, Su Xiaorou did not proceed to reaction training as usual. Instead, under Su Ming's urging, she headed straight for the Eco-Experimental Park, which was located in the eastern part of the campus and was as expansive as a small city. The Eco-Experimental Park was one of the most prestigious and costly facilities at Modi University of Spiritual Energy Technology. It was said that inside the entire park, space folding technology had been used to create independent ecological zones simulating various environments of the Shattered Land. It housed a variety of living void beasts ranging from F grade to A grade. This place was not only the front line for the school's research on void creatures, but also the best venue for students to engage in practical training and adapt to the brutality of the battlefield. Of course, the entry threshold was also extremely high. Not only did it require a hefty amount of credits, but it also needed the approval of a mentor. And one's strength had to be at least at the bronze level. When Su Xiaorou arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of the Eco-Experimental Park, which resembled a military fortress, there was already a long line at the entrance. Most of the line consisted of small teams of 3 to 5 students, led by a senior or a mentor. They cast strange looks at Su Xiaorou, who had come alone. Hey, are you coming to the Eco Park by yourself? Which department are you from? Where's your mentor? Asked a senior with a student council badge pinned to his chest, stepping forward with enthusiasm. I am a freshman, Su Xiaorou replied somewhat shyly. A freshman? The senior looked even more surprised. Freshmen aren't allowed to enter the Eco Park alone. It's too dangerous. Where's your mentor? Have them take you to register. Su Xiaorou was at a loss for how to explain when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. She is with me. Su Xiaorou turned around to see mentor Qin striding towards her with a decisive demeanor. Today, Qin was not wearing her mentor's uniform, but had changed into a tight black combat suit, which accentuated her explosive and powerful physique. Qin? Su Xiaorou was somewhat surprised. She hadn't seen Qinya for a month. Mentor Qinya, the student council senior, quickly bowed respectfully upon seeing Qinya. In the school, Qinya was known for her strictness and strength, and few students were not afraid of her. Qinya nodded at the senior, and then turned her gaze to Su Xiaorou, her usually serious face revealing a complex expression mixed with satisfaction, surprise, and curiosity. Although she hadn't appeared for a month, all of Su Xiaorou's training data had been sent to her daily by the principal. When she saw Su Xiaorou's terrifying progress speed, even she was taken aback. In just 1 month, bronze level 3 stars. This record has broken all freshman records at Modi University for hundreds of years. Now, as she looked at Su Xiaorou, it was as if she were staring at a monster. Are you ready? Qinya asked, her voice still straightforward and efficient. I'm ready, Su Xiaorou nodded. Then let's go. Without further ado, Qinya led Su Xiaorou directly to the front registration desk. The person responsible for registration was a somewhat laid-back, middle-aged mentor. Upon seeing Qinya, he merely raised his eyelids. Qinya, bringing students to earn points again? Which area are you planning to go to this time? D grade or C grade? We're going to the A grade area, Qinya said calmly. The A grade area? The middle-aged mentor and all the students waiting in line around them were stunned upon hearing this. All eyes turned to Qinya and the Su Xiaorou standing behind her. Chapter 78, the first sharpening stone A-class area. That is one of the most dangerous zones in the ecological park. Inside, they raise genuine A-class void beasts. Even platinum-level powerhouses must be cautious and team up to enter. Chinya actually wants to take a seemingly frail freshman into the A-class area. Has she gone mad? Chinya, you're not joking, are you? The expression of the middle-aged mentor also turns serious. You know how dangerous the A-class area is. Taking a freshman in there is like sending them to their death. I'm not joking. Chinya's expression remained calm. And besides, it's not me taking her. She is going on her own. What? This time, the exclamations grew louder. Everyone looked at Su Xiaorou with the eyes of someone who thought she was insane. A freshman going into the A-class area alone? Is she asking for death? Nonsense. The middle-aged mentor slammed the table and stood up. India, I know you have high expectations for your students, but that is not a reason for recklessness. I can't approve this. It's irresponsible towards the student's life. Facing the mentor's anger and the strange gazes from the surrounding students, Chinya remained unfazed. She simply took out a card from her pocket and placed it on the table. A pure black card, with only a star and moon school emblem on it. The moment the middle-aged mentor saw this card, his pupils shrank to the extreme. The anger on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by endless shock and reverence. The principal, a supreme authority card? His voice trembled. The surrounding students, although unfamiliar with this card, could tell from a mentor's ghostly expression that this card absolutely represented some unimaginable, supreme power. Is it okay now? Chinya asked calmly. Well, yes, of course. The middle-aged mentor hurriedly nodded and bowed, personally walking out from behind the counter to respectfully return the card to Chinya. The A01 ecological area. I have already granted this student the highest authority. All surveillance and restrictions inside have been disabled. She can do as she pleases. His demeanor was extremely respectful. Su Xiaorou watched this dramatic scene unfold before her, feeling once again the privileges that the black card brought her. Under Chinya's lead, Su Xiaorou walked towards the exclusive passage to the A-class area amidst the shocked, puzzled, envious, and jealous gazes of everyone. Teacher Chinya, how? How did you come here? On the way, Su Xiaorou couldn't help but ask. The principal sent me. Chinya replied, from today on, I am your dedicated logistics support. I will be present for all your practical training. I won't interfere with your battles, but I will step in to save you if you encounter life-threatening situations. She paused and added, of course, I hope I won't have to intervene. While speaking, the two had already reached the end of the passage. A huge light door made of special energy appeared before them. On the other side of the light door, a tropical rainforest filled with primitive and dangerous vibes could be vaguely seen. Go in. Chinya pointed to the light door, a 01 area, blood orchid rainforest. Inside, there is the first sharpening stone you need. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath and stepped into the massive light door. The sensation of space shifting was instantaneous. The next second, a wave of humid air mixed with the smell of soil, decaying plants, and unknown beasts rushed into her nostrils. What lay before her was no longer the cold metallic passage, but an endless expanse of primitive rainforest. Towering trees obscured the sky, and sunlight could only cast mottled light through the gaps in the leaves. Thick vines coiled around the trunks like giant pythons, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, soft and sponge-like, sinking in halfway to her ankles with each step. Croaks and hisses of various strange insects and beast roars came from all directions, making her instinctively tighten her grip on Su Ming in her arms. Girl, don't be nervous. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind, filled with curiosity and excitement. This place is nice. The air is fresh, and the negative ion content is high, suitable for retirement. Su Xiaorou wasn't as relaxed as he was. She could sense that in this seemingly calm rainforest, countless pairs of malicious eyes were hidden. Every shadow seemed to harbor deadly danger. This is the A-class area. Blood orchid rainforest. Su Xiaorou whispered to herself. That's right. The first lesson in practical combat is environmental adaptation. Su Ming's tone became serious. Remember, from now on, this is not a training ground. It's a battlefield. Any negligence could cost you your life. Although Chinya is watching from outside, I don't want you to hand over your life to someone else. Su Xiaorou nodded heavily, pulling Su Ming from her arms and gripping him tightly. She cautiously took one step after another into the depths of the rainforest. She heightened all her sensory abilities trained over the past month to the extreme. Her ears caught the faint sounds of the wind rustling through the grass, and her eyes scanned every corner where enemies could be hiding. 30 meters to the left. Behind that crooked tree, there's something, Su Ming suddenly reminded her. Su Xiaorou's heart raced, her footsteps immediately stopping as her body crouched slightly, adopting a defensive stance. Following Su Ming's guidance, she looked towards the massive crooked tree, which was eerily silent, showing no signs of abnormality. Don't look anymore. Your eyes can't keep up with its speed. Su Ming said, it's observing you, looking for your weaknesses. Don't move, be patient with it. Su Xiaorou held her breath, her internal energy starting to flow slowly, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Time passed second by second. In the rainforest, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Just as Su Xiaorou's nerves were about to snap, a black shadow suddenly shot out from behind the crooked tree without warning. Too fast. That speed was several times faster than any training equipment she had dodged in the training hall. Su Xiaorou's pupils dilated, and she didn't even have time to make any evasive movements. She could only instinctively place Su Ming in front of her chest. Bang! A loud crash. A tremendous force surged from the blade, and Su Xiaorou felt as if she had been struck by a speeding truck, her body uncontrollably flying backward until she crashed into a large tree, finally coming to a stop. Cough! She tasted blood in her throat and spat it out. Her hands gripping the sword were completely shattered at the palms, blood flowing freely. Cough, cough! She struggled to stand up, looking ahead. Chapter 79. Is this called companion armor? Buy one get one free? The dark shadow finally revealed its true form. It was a cheetah over 3 meters long, completely black, with a glossy and smooth coat. But unlike ordinary cheetahs, it had sharp bone blades on its limbs and 2 dagger-like, pale fangs protruding from its mouth. A faint layer of black mist surrounded its body, and a pair of crimson eyes were fixated on Su Xiaorou, filled with brutality and a desire for slaughter. An A-class exotic beast, Shadow Fang Cheetah. How does it feel, girl? Su Ming asked. It feels like my bones are about to fall apart. Su Xiaorou replied with a bitter smile. This was just a probing attack, and she almost couldn't withstand it. Is this the power of an A-class exotic beast? It was completely on a different dimension from those D-class and C-class creatures she encountered in the assessment. Roar! The Shadow Fang Cheetah seemed furious that its attack was blocked, letting out a low growl as its body transformed into a black flash, charging towards Su Xiaorou again. This time, Su Xiaorou was prepared. She endured the pain throughout her body and maximized the results of a month of reaction training. In the instant the Shadow Fang Cheetah pounced in front of her, her body twisted at an incredibly awkward angle and sidestepped. Swish! The sharp bone blades grazed her combat suit, leaving a deep cut and even slicing her skin. Dodged! Su Xiaorou felt a rush of joy in her heart, but before she could catch her breath, a strong wind rushed from behind. The tail of the Shadow Fang Cheetah, like a steel whip, struck her back fiercely. Bang! Su Xiaorou was thrown out again, crashing heavily to the ground, feeling as if her spine were about to break. Completely. Unable to keep up, whether in strength or speed, she was thoroughly crushed. This month of hellish training seemed so ridiculous in front of a real A-class exotic beast. Girl, don't daze off. It's coming again. Su Ming's roar pulled her back from despair. Su Xiaorou raised her head and saw the Shadow Fang Cheetah leaping high again, its glistening fangs aimed at her throat. Am I going to die? No. An unprecedented desire to survive erupted from deep within her heart. Su Ming, she screamed frantically in her mind. It's here. Just as the fangs were about to pierce her throat, a cold and imposing force suddenly burst forth from Su Ming's sword. Buzz! Countless black particles appeared out of nowhere, rapidly condensing and combining around Su Xiaorou's body. A set of sinister yet magnificent black armor, filled with the aura of death and royalty, instantly covered her entire body. Armor of the Lich King. Clang! The Shadow Fang Cheetah's fangs crashed violently against the helmet's visor, producing a loud metallic clang. The expected scene of flesh being torn apart did not occur. Su Xiaorou only felt a tremendous impact, but that force was completely absorbed and neutralized the moment it touched the armor. She was unharmed. The Shadow Fang cheetah was also taken aback by this sudden change. It tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Su Xiaorou's armored left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing its neck. Roar? The crimson eyes of the Shadow Fang cheetah displayed a look of astonishment for the first time. It felt that the power it prided itself on was as insignificant as an ant in that gripping hand. Get away from me. Su Xiaorou let out an angry roar, her arm exerting force. Boom! The massive Shadow Fang cheetah was actually lifted by her single hand and slammed heavily into the ground. In the Ecological Park's central monitoring room, Qinya stood in front of a giant screen, watching everything unfold with a blank expression. When she saw Su Xiaorou being struck and flying backward by the Shadow Fang cheetah, spitting blood and falling to the ground, her finger twitched slightly. But she ultimately did not press the emergency rescue button. The principal had said that she could not interfere unless Su Xiaorou was truly in life-threatening danger. When she saw the fangs of the Shadow Fang cheetah about to pierce Su Xiaorou's throat, her hand was already on the button. But just then, the scene on the screen caused her usually calm face to show undeniable shock for the first time. What? What is that? She saw a set of black armor, filled with sinister and majestic energy, appearing out of nowhere on the girl's body. Then she witnessed a scene that would be unforgettable for her entire life. The seemingly frail freshman single-handedly grabbed the neck of the A-class exotic beast and slammed it into the ground as if throwing a ragged sack. The entire monitoring room fell into dead silence. Boom! The hard ground was smashed into a massive pit by the body of the Shadow Fang cheetah, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. The A-class void beast let out a painful wail, struggling to get up, but Su Xiaorou's hand, covered in black armor, pressed it firmly to the ground like an immovable mountain. Su Xiaorou slowly stood up. The enhancement from the armor of the Lich King filled her with explosive power. The pain from the previous attack by the Shadow Fang cheetah rapidly healed under this cold force. She looked down at her own fierce claws, gleaming with metallic sheen, and then at the Shadow Fang cheetah pinned beneath her, unable to move. Is this Su Ming's true power? Girl, don't be dazed. Su Ming's voice echoed in the helmet, carrying a slight buzzing resonance. This armor may look intimidating, but its energy consumption is frighteningly high. It won't last long. Our goal is not to determine the winner, but to hone your combat skills. Su Xiaorou instantly came to her senses. She released her grip. The freed Shadow Fang cheetah immediately sprang up like a spring, quickly retreating and creating a distance of several meters between itself and Su Xiaorou. Its crimson eyes were filled with wariness and confusion. It couldn't understand why the weak creature it had just casually bullied had suddenly become so strong. Roar! It let out an angry roar at Su Xiaorou, as if questioning her, or perhaps trying to bolster its own courage. Come on! Su Xiaorou beckoned with her finger, her voice becoming deep and hoarse under the armor's influence. The Shadow Fang cheetah's ferocity was completely ignited. It transformed into a shadow again. But this time it did not charge straight at Su Xiaorou. Instead, it began to move rapidly around her. Its speed was extreme, leaving behind black afterimages around Su Xiaorou, making it impossible to catch sight of its real form. Girl, don't look with your eyes. Su Ming reminded her again, close your eyes. Feel the flow of the wind with your heart and body. Feel its murderous intent. Su Xiaorou obeyed and slowly closed her eyes. Everything around her instantly fell into darkness. But her other senses became extraordinarily sharp at that moment. She could hear the sound of the wind being torn apart. She could smell the increasingly strong metallic scent in the air. She could feel a cold, malicious killing intent rapidly approaching from her right rear. Now, Su Xiaorou suddenly opened her eyes. Her body did not turn but arched backward at an incredible angle, while the sword in her hand transformed into a black light. Swiping upward, clang! The black blade clashed precisely with the suddenly appeared pale fangs, bursting out a dazzling shower of sparks. The figure of the Shadow Fang cheetah materialized in midair. Its eyes filled with astonishment. It couldn't comprehend how this human could predict its attack trajectory, while keeping their eyes closed. Missing its strike, the Shadow Fang cheetah immediately used the force to flip backward, attempting to conceal itself again. But this time, Su Xiaorou did not give it another chance. Want to escape? She suddenly exerted force under her feet, and her heavily armored body burst forth with a speed that was completely inconsistent with its appearance, sticking closely to the beast. A fierce chase and battle unfolded between the person and the beast in the rainforest. Su Xiaorou was no longer passively taking hits. She began to take the initiative to attack. Although most of her strikes were evaded by the Shadow Fang cheetah's ghostly speed, occasionally a few swords struck the opponent, leaving only shallow white marks, unable to inflict substantial damage. But her progress was visibly apparent. From initially being unable to keep up at all to now being able to barely match the opponent's rhythm. From only being able to defend at first to now being able to seize opportunities to counterattack. She absorbed the experiences brought by this high-intensity battle like a sponge. Chapter 80. Days treated as a punching bag outside the light gate. At the end of the passage, Su Xiaorou walked out, drenched as if she had just been pulled from the water. Her combat suit was already torn and tattered, her face and body covered in small wounds. The moment she stepped out of the light gate, the formidable Lich King armor transformed into specks of black light, dissipating into the air. A wave of immense fatigue instantly swept over her entire body, nearly causing her to collapse onto the ground. How do you feel? Qinya's figure appeared before her. Tired. I'm so exhausted I could die, Su Xiaorou gasped, but it was very satisfying. Qinya said nothing, simply handing her a vial of potion that emitted a faint blue glow. Here, replenish your spiritual energy and stamina. Thank you, teacher. Su Xiaorou took it and drank in one go. A cool energy instantly flowed through her body, greatly relieving her nearly depleted spiritual energy pool and fatigued body. That armor you had earlier. Qinya looked at her and finally asked the question that had been swirling in her mind for a long time. What was that? That is not standard equipment from a school. Su Xiaorou's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. She recalled the explanation Su Ming had taught her beforehand, displaying a hint of perfectly timed confusion on her face. I don't know either. It seems like it's the armor that comes with my sword. Comes with it. Injafronith. Yeah, Su Xiaorou nodded. It seems to be called accompanying armor. It just comes out to protect me when I face real, life-threatening danger. Accompanying armor? Qinya chewed on this unfamiliar term, feeling that her career as a mentor was facing unprecedented challenges. She had been a contract master for so many years, and later a mentor, having read more texts and materials than Su Xiaorou had eaten meals. She had heard of soul weapons having self-equipped skills, self-equipped domains, and even self-equipped pets summons. But she had never heard of a soul weapon also bringing along a set of armor. What is this? Buy one get one free? Teacher, you haven't heard of it either? Su Xiaorou blinked her innocent eyes, retorting. Qinya was momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, she slowly replied, Perhaps I am just uninformed. Your soul weapon is quite special. She decided to report this incredible situation to the principal immediately. Such matters, which exceeded the realm of common sense, were beyond what a mentor of her level could understand or handle. In the days that followed, Su Xiaorou's life became exceptionally regular, and also exceptionally cruel. Every morning, without fail, it was a 20-kilometer weighted run. In the morning, she would be ravaged by various A-level void beasts in the Blood Orchid Rainforest in Zone A01. In the afternoon, she soaked in a medicinal bath that could bring one to the brink of despair, repairing her body and tempering her bones. In the evening, she practiced the whale swallowing breathing method, completely transforming the day's gains into her own power. She was like a high-speed war machine, with every part being pushed to the limit. But the results were evident. At first, she had no room to fight back against the Shadow Fang cheetah and could only rely on the Lich King armor to withstand its attacks. A week later, she could already maneuver with the Shadow Fang cheetah for over 10 minutes without being defeated, even though she still couldn't win. At least she wouldn't be killed in one hit like at the beginning. She began to challenge other beasts in the rainforest. An A-level crystallized beetle, clad in a heavy shell with astonishing defense. None of her attacks could penetrate its armor, which was harder than alloy. Ultimately, She managed to defeat it by luring it and calculating her moves, stabbing Su Ming into its soft mouth through the gap in its shell, just as it opened to spit energy, barely killing it. That time, she almost got severely injured by the energy explosion from its dying moments. An A-level corrupted bone python lurking in the swamp, capable of spewing toxic slime. The first time she encountered it, she was caught completely off guard and got sprayed all over with poison. If it weren't for the Lich King armor, appearing just in time to keep the poison out, she would have probably turned into a puddle of pus on the spot. Even so, the armor was corroded and pitted by the overpowering poison. After experiencing 7 or 8 failures, she finally grasped the snake's attack pattern, using her small frame and agile movements to successfully close in and behead it with one strike. There was also a group of B-level razorwing birds living in the treetops, swift as lightning and attacking in swarms. Although individually weak, when hundreds attacked together, their overwhelming assault was more troublesome than A-level beasts. Su Xiaorou was chased to the ends of the earth, having to jump into the river to escape several times. Every day, she was madly testing the boundaries between life and death. Old scars had yet to heal, but new wounds kept appearing. Yet her gaze grew brighter and sharper. It was a look that could only be acquired through the baptism of true blood and fire. Her combat skills were improving at a terrifying pace under this extreme pressure. Her body no longer relied solely on instincts to evade. She learned to anticipate, to use leverage, and to utilize everything around her to create advantages. Her strikes were no longer simple hacks. They became more precise and lethal. She instinctively targeted the eyes, joints, and abdomen of the beasts, striking at their weak points. Girl, move half a step to the left. It's going to sweep you with its tail. Idiot, don't clash with it in strength. Use your speed to maneuver around it. Yes, just like that. Stab its eyes. Beautiful. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind every day, acting as the strictest and most timely battlefield coach. And Su Xiaorou, from the initial fluster to later obedience, eventually reached a point where she could make the correct judgment even before Su Ming spoke. The synergy between one person and one sword reached a new height in this bloody tempering. However, Su Ming gradually became a bit anxious. Girl, stop for a moment. One day, after Su Xiaorou barely dodged the ground-smashing attack of an A-level rampaging giant ape, Su Ming's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong, Su Ming? Su Xiaorou Pantith, cautiously distancing herself from the giant ape. I feel like we can't keep going like this. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Su Xiaorou, we're practicing just fine, aren't we? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su Ming looked at the number 19 displayed on his system panel. Since the last rift incident ended, it had only risen to 5, and if it weren't for killing a few A-level beasts this month, it might have been even lower. Moreover, energy acquisition had become difficult. Previously, an E-level beast would yield 5 points of energy, but now even an A-level beast only gave 5 points. We can't keep going like this. We're being treated as punching bags every day. You've improved, but I haven't gained anything at all. My power is only obtained through killing beasts. In these 2 months, we've barely killed any beasts. My strength hasn't even budged an inch. We can't continue like this. We're here to level up, not to be a practice target. Listening to Su Ming's complaints, Su Xiaorou felt a surge of guilt in her heart. Indeed, for the past month, she had only focused on improving her practical skills and completely overlooked Su Ming's growth needs. So, what should we do? Su Xiaorou asked. The beasts here are too strong. We basically can't kill them. So, we need to change places. Su Ming said. We need to find a place where we can kill them, not where they can kill us. But, will Teacher Qing agree? Su Xiaorou was a bit worried. She will. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of cunning. As long as we give her an irresistible reason. What reason? Just say. I'm sick and need medicine. Chapter 81. Is the soul weapon picky? Su Xiaorou. Huh. Listen to me. Su Ming has started his on-site teaching. You just go tell that Xinya that I, the glorious and battle-scarred hero sword, have sustained many hidden injuries and cracks on my blade from getting too carried away in the last battle in the rift. Merely absorbing energy on a regular basis or consuming those high-grade void cores won't be enough to repair it. It's like a person suffering from internal injuries. Just eating supplements won't help. Strong medicine is needed. and my strong medicine requires absorbing the most primitive and purest life energy that bursts forth when a strange beast is killed to mend my cracks. Su Xiaorou was taken aback. This reason sounds too far-fetched, right? Would teacher Qinya believe it? Why wouldn't she? Su Ming said confidently. Don't they all think I'm a mysterious and formidable SSS-grade soul weapon? Isn't it normal for an SSS grade to have some quirks? Just say what I told you. I guarantee she'll believe it. Su Xiaorou looked at the raging giant ape in the distance, still thumping its chest and displaying its might, and thought about Su Ming's seemingly flawed plan, feeling somewhat uncertain. She gritted her teeth and decided to test it out a bit more. She charged towards the giant ape, her sword drawing a tricky arc as she aimed for the giant ape's armpit. The giant ape roared, its massive palm striking down like lightning. Su Xiaorou quickly withdrew, narrowly avoiding the attack. Still not good enough. Right now, she could at most ensure her own safety. Attempting to kill it was nothing but a fantasy. Su Ming, I'll give it a try. Having made up her mind, Su Xiaorou stopped lingering on the battlefield and turned to run back the way she came. When Su Xiaorou, dragging her exhausted body, stepped out of the light gate, Qinya handed her a bottle of deep sea breath, as usual. Teacher. Su Xiaorou drank the potion, but didn't sit down to rest like she usually did. Qinya looked at her. Is there something wrong? I want to change my training area, Su Xiaorou said nervously. Qinya raised her eyebrows slightly. Why? The training effects in Area 01 haven't been bad, have they? Your progress has already exceeded my expectations. Why is it's very good, Su Xiaorou nodded, but my sword, it seems to have a bit of problem. Your sword? Qinya's gaze fell on the broken sword in Su Xiaorou's hand. Yeah. Su Xiaorou began her performance according to Su Ming's instructions. Last time in Sector 7, it got heavily injured while protecting me. There are many invisible cracks inside the blade. Recently, it has been reminding me that just training like this won't be enough to repair those cracks. Qinya's expression grew serious. Damage to a soul weapon is no small matter. What materials do you need? There should be some in the school treasury. I can help you apply for them. And no, it's not a materials problem. Su Xiaorou quickly shook her head. It said, it needs a very special energy. Special energy? Su Xiaorou braced herself and recounted Su Ming's theory. It said, directly absorbing the energy from void cores is like us eating tasteless dry food. It can fill the stomach, but has little effect on healing internal injuries. What it needs is the fresh, warm life energy that bursts out when it personally kills a strange beast. It said that kind of energy is like a nourishing hot soup that can heal its ailments. After Su Xiaorou finished speaking, she nervously watched Qinya, her heart racing. This reason sounds so silly. Teacher Qin, you must think I'm talking nonsense. However, after listening, Qinya fell into a long silence. Her knowledgeable face showed a contemplative expression, and she didn't immediately scold Su Xiaorou as Su Xiaorou had imagined. Soul weapons can be picky too? And then like hot food? This statement was indeed unprecedented and absurd. But when applied to Su Xiaorou's sword, it didn't seem so difficult to comprehend. After all, this sword had been breaking conventions since its appearance. It could transform, summon, and even came with a set of accompanying armor. Now, if it had one more quirk of being picky, it seemed not such a big deal. I understand. After a long while, Qinya slowly spoke. This matter is beyond my authority. I need to report it to the principal. After saying that, she directly activated the personal terminal on her wrist and connected to the principal's office. The light screen lit up, revealing the principal's face with a hint of a smile. Qinya, what's the matter? Did that girl Xiaorou surprise you again? Principal. Qinya respectfully bowed and then recounted Su Xiaorou's theory word for word. After listening to Qinya's report, even the principal's expression became somewhat peculiar. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Interesting. Really interesting. He suddenly laughed. This sword has quite the temperament. Principal, do you mean? Qinya was somewhat puzzled. Qinya, you must remember. The principal's voice came through the communicator, carrying a kind of all-seeing wisdom. Any entity, once it possesses a sufficiently high spirit, cannot be viewed with the same perspective as inanimate objects. It will have its own thoughts, preferences, and its own personality. Some of our human strong ones like to drink during battles, while others prefer to recite poetry before killing. Can you say their actions are logical? For this sword, perhaps. Killing itself is a way for it to absorb power, or rather, enjoy its meals. We don't need to understand why it behaves this way. We just need to know that making it stronger means making ourselves stronger. If it wants to eat hot food, then we'll find it hot food. The principal's words made Qinya feel as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. Yes, she had fallen into a fixed mindset. Always try to explain the unknown with known theories. For non-standard entities like Su Xiaorou and her sword, perhaps, giving up on understanding and choosing to accept was the most correct approach. I understand, Principal. Qinya nodded heavily. Go ahead. The principal smiled. Area A is indeed still too early for her. Let her go to some places where she can showcase her dominance and build her own confidence. This is equally important for the growth of a strong individual. The communication was cut off. Qinya turned around and looked at Su Xiaorou again. The principal has approved your request. The heavy stone in Su Xiaorou's heart finally landed. Starting tomorrow, your training location will change to Area D01, Rock Canyon. Qinya said, the strange beasts there are between D and C levels, just right for your sort of feast. Your task will no longer be survival. Qinya looked at Su Xiaorou, enunciating each word clearly. But hunting. Chapter 82. D-Class Zone. I'm here to farm monsters. The next day, when Su Xiaorou stepped into the light gate of the ecological park again, the scene before her had changed from the humid rainforest to a dry and desolate rocky canyon. Dark red rocks formed jagged cliffs and bottomless ravines. The howling wind in the canyon stirred up sand and stones, making a moaning sound as if something was crying out. Unlike the life-filled dangers of the A-Class Zone, this place was filled with a sense of death and desolation. Girl, how do you feel? The feng shui here is much better than that rainforest. Su Ming's voice was full of anticipation. It feels very empty. Su Xiaorou looked around, as if there was nothing around. Hee, the good stuff is all hidden in the cracks of the rocks. Su Ming laughed. Let us go check out that corner ahead. I smell something fishy and foul. Su Xiaorou nodded, lightening her footsteps as she moved toward the corner Su Ming mentioned. She cautiously peeked her head around the corner. In the open space behind the corner, there was a huge cave. Surrounding the cave were numerous white bones. 7 or 8 giant scorpions, as large as water buffalo, covered in a yellowish shell and with a pair of massive pincers, were lazily basking in the sun near the cave entrance. D-Class monster, rock giant scorpion. That's them. Su Ming's tone was like a starving ghost who had just seen a lavish feast. Girl, go. Don't be polite. Take them all down. Su Xiaorou's heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. For the past month, she had been chased and beaten by A-Class monsters, and she was bursting with pent-up frustration. Now, it was finally her turn to be the hunter. She no longer hid her figure and stepped out from the corner. The few rock giant scorpions that were napping were immediately startled. They all raised their heads, using their compound eyes on top of their heads to lock onto this uninvited guest in their territory. Hiss! They hissed threateningly, raising their tails with glimmering dark green stingers. If it had been a month ago, facing so many D-Class monsters, Su Xiaorou would have probably been scared to the point of trembling. But now, there was not a trace of fear in her heart, only excitement. She held Su Ming horizontally in front of her, unleashing the spiritual energy within her without reservation. The powerful aura of the bronze 3-star instantly engulfed the entire open space. The rock giant scorpions sensed this aura far beyond their own, restlessly scraping the ground with their pincers, but they did not retreat. The intelligence of D-Class monsters was not enough for them to understand what it meant to seek advantage and avoid harm. Kill. Su Xiaorou shouted loudly, her body like an arrow released from its bow, actively charging toward the scorpion group. Her speed was astonishing. After being ravaged by the Shadow Feng leopard in the A-Class Zone for a month, now watching the movements of these D-Class monsters felt like watching slow-motion playback. She easily dodged a giant pincer's swing from one of the rock giant scorpions, her body lowered, and with Su Ming in her hand, she drew a sharp arc from below. Puff! The cold blade precisely sliced through the relatively soft abdomen of the giant scorpion, spilling a large amount of green blood and internal organs. The giant scorpion let out a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. One-hit kill. Beautiful. Su Ming cheered loudly. With one successful strike, Su Xiaorou's confidence surged. Without any pause, her figure became like a ghost, darting among the scorpion group. Every dodge was perfectly timed. Every strike was clever and deadly. She poured all the combat techniques she had learned in the A-class zone onto these poor rock giant scorpions without reservation. Puff! Crack! The sound of the blade cutting through shells was incessant. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. On the ground lay 7 or 8 corpses of rock giant scorpions, sprawled out in all directions, green blood pooling everywhere. Su Xiaorou stood at the center of the corpses, her chest slightly heaving, but her expression was filled with exhilaration. Phew, refreshing. This is what battle is about. Su Ming also exclaimed excitedly, Quick, quick, girl. Collect the loot. Let us check our energy bar. Su Xiaorou moved forward and skillfully used the tip of Su Ming's sword to extract a fist-sized void core, radiating a yellowish glow from one of the giant scorpion's heads. The moment she held the core in her hand, a pure energy surged through her arm into Su Ming's sword body. Su Xiaorou saw that the energy progress bar, shared by Su Ming, finally moved. 19. 20. 1 D-class monster had increased the energy by 1. Effective. It's really effective. Su Xiaorou said excitedly. Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? Su Ming said proudly. Hurry up, collect the rest. We're going to get rich. Su Xiaorou, like a diligent little bee, gathered all the void cores. At that moment, Su Ming's energy bar steadily stopped at 24. Not bad, not bad. Su Ming was very satisfied. Let us keep it up. Today, we're going to clear this canyon. In the following time, Su Xiaorou completely transformed into the Reaper of the Canyon. She took down the layer of the C-class tomb bat hidden in the crevices of the cliffs. She ambushed a peak C-class stone armored giant lizard that was drinking water. She even proactively provoked a D-class earth rock demon that had settled in the deepest part of the canyon, its power having reached silver level. It was a tough battle. The earth rock demon's defense and strength far exceeded any opponent she had faced before. For the first time, she activated the Lich King's armor in the D-class zone. With the armor's enhancement, she and the rock demon clashed head-on for a full half-hour. In the end, she seized an opportunity and infused all her spiritual energy into Su Ming's sword. Frostmourne, accompanied by a low shout. Su Ming's sword body was instantly covered by a layer of icy cold air. With all her strength, she stabbed the sword fiercely into the heart of the earth rock demon. Crack! The hard rocky skin was instantly frozen and then shattered inch by inch. The earth rock demon let out a reluctant roar, its massive body crashing down. As Su Xiaorou sat on the corpse of the rock demon, gasping for breath, a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within her. The barrier leading to the bronze 4-star was completely broken at that moment. She had leveled up. Chapter 83 News of the Freshman Grand Competition Time flies quickly during the monotonous yet fulfilling hunting sessions. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. For the past 3 months, Su Xiaorou has practically made the ecological park her home. She has fought her way from the D-grade area to the C-grade area. And in the end, she could even exchange blows with powerful exotic beasts in the B-grade area. Her practical combat experience has been growing at a rocket-like speed, and her psychic energy level has also been advancing rapidly under the unlimited resource supply and high-intensity combat stimulation. Bronze 4 stars, Bronze 5 stars, Bronze 6 stars, Bronze 7 stars. In just 3 short months, she has skyrocketed from a novice who just broke through to Bronze 7 stars. Such a training speed, if it were to get out, would be enough to make the entire management of Magic City University collectively question their lives. Afen Lingshuer, who was hailed as the strongest genius since the school's establishment, took a year and a half to go from Bronze 3 stars to 7 stars. And Su Xiaorou achieved this in just 3 months. Of course, the one who benefited the most is still Su Ming. His energy progress bar has been rapidly increasing with the feeding of vast amounts of void cores. 24, 28, 31. During this period, Su Ming's system energy finally broke through once again. Ding! Energy reserves have reached 25. Phase reward unlocked. New skill acquired. Deathbind, imitation. Deathbind condenses the power of death into an energy impact, dealing damage to the target or healing allied undead units. This is a very flexible skill. You can use it for long-range finishing blows or to heal your bone giants. How about that? Isn't consider it. Su Ming looked at this newly acquired skill, nearly drooling. Long-range attack, and its instant cast. This is crucial. Previously, he could only engage in melee combat, and his short reach was a disadvantage when facing agile enemies. Now, with this deathbind, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Girl, I'm getting somewhere. Su Ming excitedly shouted in Su Xiaorou's mind. Congratulations. Su Xiaorou genuinely felt happy for him. Just as the two of them were immersed in the joy of leveling up, Qinya's figure appeared before them. Su Xiaorou. Teacher Qinya. Su Xiaorou quickly stood at attention. Your practical training has come to a temporary end. Qinya looked at the girl in front of her, who had undergone a complete transformation in just 3 months, and her tone carried a hint of emotion. You need to rest for the next 2 weeks and prepare for an event. Event? Su Xiaorou was somewhat puzzled. The annual freshman grand competition of Magic City University. Qinya said, this is a traditional event of our school and a test of all freshmen's learning achievements over the past half semester. Those who perform exceptionally will not only receive generous credits and resource rewards, but will also have the opportunity to enter the school's course sequence and be personally guided by master-level mentors. Freshman grand competition? Su Ming scoffed her mind. A bunch of kids fighting, what is so interesting about that? Not going. It's a waste of our time leveling up. Su Xiaorou also felt that she seemed to have no need to participate. She thought for a moment and asked somewhat tactfully, Teacher, with my current strength, participating in such a competition, wouldn't it be a bit bullying? She was being arrogant. She was just speaking the truth. She was now at bronze 7 stars, and she had attained that after 3 months of blood and fire baptism. Meanwhile, an ordinary freshman reaching high-tier black iron would be considered a genius. This was not even a heavyweight comparison. Qinya smiled faintly at her words, a smile that suggested she had anticipated this. It seems that the closed training over the past few months has left you somewhat disconnected from the outside world. You think you're the only monster among this year's freshmen? Huh? Su Xiaorou was stunned. You scored first in the admission assessment in Sector 7. That's right. Qinya explained slowly, but that was only the assessment for Sector 7. Our Magic City University of Psychic Energy Technology has established 4 large, independent assessment sectors to attract geniuses from the entire Eastern War Zone. In other words, Qinya looked at Su Xiaorou's gradually surprised expression and said word by word. In the other 3 assessment areas, there are also 3 monsters who, like you, have crushed the competition to take first place. This news hit Su Xiaorou and Su Ming like a thunderclap in their minds. 3 more? First place like me? They had always thought they were the only unique ones. Who are they? Su Xiaorou's breathing became somewhat rapid. An unprecedented emotion known as battle intent began to burn fiercely in her chest. Well, you need to find that out for yourself. Qinya's lips curled into a smirk. This upcoming freshman grand competition is the final stage prepared for the 4 of you who took first place. Go and tell everyone who is the true, unique, strongest of this year as freshmen. Su Xiaorou's fists unconsciously tightened. She felt her blood begin to boil. Teacher, I'll participate. The news of the upcoming freshman grand competition spread like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples throughout the campus of Magic City University. The internal forum of the school was almost flooded with this topic. Shocking. This year's freshman grand competition can be described as a battle of deities. The 4 top scorers from the assessment sectors will compete on the same stage for the first time. In-depth analysis, Sword Maniac Jian Shun, Furious Axley AO, Ghost Sideshao, Qianying. Who do you think is the strongest rookie king in your heart? By the way, what about the first place from Sector 7? The one called Su Xiaorou. Why is there no news about her? To the one above, did your village just get internet? Su Xiaorou has long been taken in as a closed-door disciple by the principal for secret training. It's said that her treatment is even better than that of a master. Is that true? Then won't this competition allow us to see the 4 kings fighting each other? Wow, just thinking about it is thrilling. Various posts emerged endlessly, and Wang Hao was undoubtedly the liveliest fish in this sea of information. He was now the most well-known information head among the freshmen. As long as you could afford the credits, there was no news he couldn't get. At this moment, in his dormitory, 7 or 8 screens were lit up simultaneously, displaying various complex data and character profiles. Wang Hao sat in the middle, fingers flying over the keyboard like a general commanding thousands of troops. Got it. He slammed the keyboard and sent out a well-organized, encrypted data package. After finishing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair with a merchant-like smile on his face. Just then, there was a knock on his dormitory door. "Who is it?" Wang Hao called out somewhat impatiently. A cool female voice came from outside. "It's me, Lin Shuer." Wang Hao jolted, nearly falling out of his chair. Lin Shuer? This young lady from the Lin family had been keeping a low profile since the start of school, rarely appearing in public. So why was she suddenly here to find him? He quickly got up and opened the door. Standing at the door was indeed Lin Shuer. She was wearing a simple white dress, her face free of makeup, yet still beautiful enough to daunt anyone from looking directly at her. Just on that face that always had frost on it, at this moment, there was a hint of complex emotions. Lin, do you need something?" Wang Hao asked somewhat stutteringly. "I need information on Su Xiaorou," Lin Shuer stated directly, her tone as straightforward as ever. "Su Xiaorou?" Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. "Lin, you're putting me in a difficult position. To be honest, I haven't seen her in 3 months either. She's currently a key protected individual at school. Not even most of the mentors know where she is or what she's doing." Lin Shuer's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing her somewhat disappointed expression, Wang Hao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the information package he had just organized, which he was about to deliver to Su Xiaorou. A bold idea formed in his mind. But Wang Hao changed his tone, revealing a sincere smile. "I'm actually going to her villa to deliver the information I've gathered on the other competitors for this big competition. If you don't mind." He intended to facilitate a meeting between these two former rivals. Lin Shuer's body stiffened imperceptibly. To see her? Ever since the last time, when her pride was shattered by the words of Su Xiaorou at her villa, she had been deliberately avoiding that name. However, she couldn't help but want to know about the other party's news. This conflicting psychology had tormented her for 3 whole months. After a long silence, she finally nodded gently. Okay. Chapter 84, 3 equally renowned firsts in the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire campus in a warm golden hue. In front of Su Xiaorou's villa, Wang Hao and Lin Shuer stood side by side, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Does she usually come back this late, after training?" Wang Hao asked, trying to make conversation. "How would I know?" Lin Shuer replied coldly. Wang Hao felt embarrassed and had to close his mouth. Just when he was getting a bit impatient and thinking about suggesting to come back another day, a figure appeared at the end of the tree-lined path in the distance. It was a girl. She walked slowly, the setting sun stretching her shadow long. Her body was covered in dark red, dried blood, and mottled mud. There was also an unmistakable hint of fatigue on her face. But what caught the most attention was the huge, grotesque ruined sword on her back, completely disproportionate to her petite frame. The sword exuded a chilling aura that made it seem like it was not of this world. Both Wang Hao and Lin Shuer were stunned. The girl before them was a stark contrast to the frail and timid Su Xiaorou they remembered. If the old Su Xiaorou was an uncarved jade, then the current her was a blood-drinking blade, freshly unsheathed. The cold and sharp killing intent was so real that Wang Hao even felt goosebumps rising on his skin. Su Xiaorou also saw them. She stopped in her tracks, a bit surprised. "Wang Hao and Lin Shuer?" Her voice broke the silence. "You guys, how come you're together?" The three exchanged glances, and it was Wang Hao who spoke first. "It's not convenient to talk here. Why don't we go inside?" "Okay, just wait for me a moment." Inside the villa's living room, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Su Xiaorou quickly rinsed off in the bathroom and changed into a clean set of home clothes before coming out. The smell of blood and killing intent on her had faded considerably. She leaned the giant Frostmourne against the wall. Lin Shuer's gaze had not moved away from the sword. It had changed quite a bit from what she had seen before, clearly showing that the sword had self-repairing capabilities. "Do you want something to drink?" Su Xiaorou asked while drying her wet hair. "No, thanks." Li Sue shook her head. Wang Hao, however, was not polite at all and grabbed a bottle of soda from the fridge, drinking it down. "Ah, refreshing." He burped and then excitedly handed a data chip to Su Xiaorou. "Xiaorou, look, this is top secret information I managed to get for you after spending several hundred credits." Su Xiaorou took the chip and plugged it into the tactical screen in the living room. Immediately, detailed information about 3 individuals appeared on the screen. The first person was named Jianshun. In the photo, he wore a sharp white student uniform, had a handsome face, a calm demeanor, and held a sci-fi styled silver longsword. Name: Jianshun. Assessment sector: Sector 3. Total score: 98870. First place. Strength evaluation: Bronze 6 stars estimated. Soul weapon: Starlight Interceptor. Rank unknown. Background: direct descendant of the Jian family. His grandfather is the commander of the Magic City Garrison, a key training target for the military. Combat style: superb swordsmanship, flawless moves. Praised as a textbook swordsman. The second person was named Lao. In the photo, he was as burly as a bear, shirtless, with bulging muscles and grotesque scars. He carried a black giant axe wider than a door. Name: Lao. Assessment sector: Sector 5. Total score: 97550. First place. Strength evaluation: Bronze 6 stars estimated. Soul weapon: Earthbreaker. Rank unknown. Background: commoner from Magic City. Both parents were frontline retired soldiers who died in a beast tide. Later taken in as an adopted son by the vice president of the academy. Combat style: extreme berserker style, believes in overwhelming strength. Fighting style is brutal and destructive. The third person was named Xiao Qianying. Her information was the least, with only a blurry profile photo. She had fiery red short hair and sharp eyes. She carried a giant blood-red scythe taller than herself. Name: Xiao Qianying. Assessment sector: Sector 2. Total score: 98240. First place. Strength evaluation: Bronze 5 stars estimated. Soul weapon: Crimson Calamity. Rank unknown. Background: unknown. Suspected to be from a wanderer's camp in the Broken Lands. Combat style: unknown, extremely skilled in stealth and assassination. All candidates who have fought her claim they didn't see how she attacked. As Su Xiaorou looked at these 3 profiles, her expression gradually became serious. Sure enough, Teacher Qianya did not deceive her. None of these 3 were easy opponents. How is it? Feeling the pressure? Wang Hao leaned over to ask. These 3 guys are very popular on the forum, especially Jianshun, who is almost being hailed as a once-in-a-century swordsmanship genius. Your information is incomplete. Just then Lin Shuer, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Su Xiaorou and Wang Hao both looked at her. Their soul weapon ranks. Lin Shuer's voice remained cold. Your intelligence network can't track these. Our Lin family's intelligence network can. She paused and revealed a piece of information that made Wang Hao gasp. Jianshun's Starlight Interceptor, Lao's Earthbreaker, and Xiao Qianying's Crimson Calamity. All of them are S-rank soul weapons. What? Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out. 3 S-rank soul weapons. Are you kidding? S-rank soul weapons aren't cabbages. How could so many appear at once? This was indeed too exaggerated. It was known that the entire Magic City University had no more than 10 students with S-rank soul weapons, including those in higher grades. And in this new batch of freshmen, 3 had appeared directly. What kind of monsters are these freshmen? The living room fell into a deathly silence. Wang Hao's face was filled with shock and worry. Meanwhile, after revealing this information, Lin Shuer fixed her gaze on Su Xiaorou's face. She wanted to see what expression Su Xiaorou would show upon learning that all her opponents possessed S-rank soul weapons. Would it be excitement? Or hesitation? However, there was no expression on Su Xiaorou's face. She simply stared quietly at the 3 individuals on the screen, as if contemplating something. After a long time, Lin Shuer could no longer hold back and asked, her voice carrying a hint of a complex mix of provocation and anticipation that she herself was not aware of. Each S-rank soul weapon possesses the secret to changing the course of battle. Even if you have 3 S-rank soul weapons, facing 3 opponents like this, if you're careless, there's a risk of failure. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Chapter 85. My sword will not lose. Lin Shuer's question was like a stone, crashing into the quiet living room. Wang Hao nervously looked at Su Xiaorou, his palms sweating profusely. 3 S-rank soul weapons opponents. The pressure was enough to crush a person alive. If it were him, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to step onto the arena. Could Xiaorou withstand it? Su Xiaorou did not answer immediately. Her gaze shifted from the three dazzling names on the light screen to the huge sword quietly leaning against the corner of the wall, filled with the aura of death and kingship. She recalled the despair of having the fangs of the Shadow Fang leopard pressed against her throat in the A-rank zone. It was Su Ming who gave her the strength to resist. She remembered her helplessness when facing the indestructible defense of the Earth Rock Demon in the canyon. It was Su Ming who provided her with the blade to break the enemy. In the past 2 months, she had gone through countless life and death tests, with enough blood and sweat spilled to fill a bathtub. Each time she was about to give up, it was that somewhat verbose, somewhat arrogant, yet always encouraging voice in her mind that supported her, helping her rise from the ground again and again. S-rank soul weapons? Are they strong? Maybe. But in Su Xiaorou's heart, her Su Ming was the most unique and the strongest soul weapon in the world. She slowly turned her head to meet Lin Shui's probing gaze. There was no trace of nervousness or fear on her face, only a calmness as solid as a rock. So what if they are S-rank? She spoke up, her voice not loud, but every word clearly fell into Lin Shui and Wang Hao's ears. Because I am SSS rank, I cannot lose. This was not a boastful declaration, but a heartfelt, pure, and firm trust in her partner. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Shui revealed a faint smile. As expected, all right, she softly uttered a word. The coldness and hostility in her voice were gone. I will watch you in the arena. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying this, she turned and left the villa without looking back. Her purpose for coming today had been achieved. Wang Hao watched Lin Shui's departing figure, then looked at Su Xiaorou, feeling excited. Xiaorou, you were so cool just now. He waved his fist excitedly. But do you really have confidence? Those are 3 S-rank soul weapons. Su Xiaorou smiled, walked over to the wall, and gently stroked the cold blade of Frostmourne. Wang Hao, my sword is the best. It must be, Su Ming arrogantly said in her mind. S-rank? What S that? When we get to the arena, just watch how I beat them and their swords into a pulp. Let them know what it means to have a divine weapon descend. Wang Hao was inspired by Su Xiaorou's confidence and nodded vigorously. All right, I believe you. I'm going to the forum to place a bet, putting all my credits from the past 2 months on your win. Xiaorou, we are counting on you to make us rich this time. After saying this, he hurriedly ran out. Soon, the living room was left with only Su Xiaorou. The fatigue from days of training and the tension from earlier relaxed, making her feel a bit tired. She sat down in front of the sofa, looking at the data chip in her hand and then at her hands, which were covered in thick calluses from holding a sword for a long time. These past 2 months really felt like a dream. Su Ming, she softly called out. What is it, girl? Were you dazzled by my kingly aura just now? Can we really win? Su Xiaorou asked quietly. Su Ming was silent for a moment, then answered with an unprecedentedly gentle yet firm voice. Girl, it has never been a question of whether we can win. It's about how we will win. Su Xiaorou's heart was instantly filled with warmth. The fatigue on her face vanished, replaced by a burning fighting spirit. She picked up the data chip, reopened the light screen, and began to study the 3 opponents who would compete with her for the title of the strongest. The hunt was about to begin, but this time the prey was hunters like her. There are only 2 weeks left until the new student competition. To help Su Xiaorou quickly adapt to the competition environment, Qin especially applied for her a private virtual battle room with the highest authority. Lie down. Qin pointed to the sci-fi silver sleep pod in the center of the room and said to Su Xiaorou. Curious, Su Xiaorou lay down inside. The pod door slowly closed and a soft blue light lit up. Identity verification passed. Student Su Xiaorou, welcome to use the private virtual battle system. Establishing neural connection. Mental synchronization rate. 30, 60, 99. Account logging in again. Su Xiaorou felt her consciousness being pulled out of her body, passing through a brilliant passage made up of countless data streams. The next second, her vision cleared up. She found herself standing in a vast, pure white space. The virtual battlefield. She was back. Welcome back to the virtual battlefield, Qinya said. Then, seeing the little tree, nickname above Su Xiaorou's head, she knew she had previous experience. I see you have been in the virtual battlefield before, so I want to repeat the rules. However, it's a bit different here. There is one very important rule. To ensure absolute fairness in the competition, all participants' physical base data will be forcibly standardized by the system. This means that no matter how strong or agile you are in reality, everyone has strength, speed, and endurance here will be at the same peak level of bronze 9 stars. Huh? Su Xiaorou was taken aback. So, didn't we practice for nothing these past 2 months? No. Qinya shook her head. The standardization only applies to your physical body. But your combat skills, reaction speed, willpower, and most importantly, the abilities of your soul weapons will not be standardized. This competition does not test who has a higher level or stronger body. It tests who can better utilize their skills and the power of their soul weapons. This is the core combat power of a contract master. Su Xiaorou nodded, somewhat understanding. All right, that's it for the theory class. Qinya said, your first training task is to adapt to the battle rhythm here. She raised her hand and pointed in the air. The surrounding pure white space instantly transformed into the rocky canyon of D01 district that Su Xiaorou was very familiar with. A C-rank stone-armored giant lizard, identical to the one in reality, appeared out of thin air in the clearing not far away and let out a roar towards her. Go ahead, kill it, Qinya said. Okay. Su Xiaorou was full of confidence. It was just a stone-armored giant lizard. In reality, she could easily deal with it without activating her armor. She gripped Su Ming tightly and charged towards the giant lizard. However, just after running a few steps, she felt something was off. Her body felt a bit heavy. Her movements felt a bit stiff. The feeling of being able to move freely as she wished, like an extension of her own limbs, had vanished. Every movement she made felt as if it was separated by a layer of something, creating a slight but undeniable sense of delay. In that moment of distraction, the stone-armored giant lizard had already charged towards her with its sturdy limbs. Su Xiaorou instinctively tried to dodge to the side, as usual. But in reality, a simple sidestep here was half a beat too slow. Bang! She was solidly hit in the chest by the giant lizard's head. Her whole body flew back like a kite with a broken string. Although she couldn't feel pain in the virtual world, the intense impact and the feeling of defeat were incredibly real. What happened? Su Xiaorou jumped up from the ground, her face full of confusion. It's a data synchronization issue. Su Ming's voice echoed her mind, tinged with seriousness. Girl, you have a big problem. Over the past 2 months, you have relied too much on the instincts I forcibly enhanced in you. Your fighting relies on muscle memory, not your brain. In the real world, your body can keep up with your instinctive reactions. But here, your body is just a virtual representation that you need to control with your mind. Your brain hasn't yet adapted to actively and precisely control every movement of this body. That's why there's a delay. After hearing Su Ming's analysis, Su Xiaorou felt her heart sink. She had always thought she was progressing rapidly, but she didn't realize she had such a significant problem at the most fundamental level. Now, do you understand? Qinya's voice came from the side. The virtual battlefield strips you of your greatest physical advantage and exposes your weakest links. Here, you are not the warrior who can contend with level beasts. You are just a novice with powerful weapons, but no idea how to use them. Qinya's words felt like a cold splash of water on Su Xiaorou's head. She looked at the giant lizard charging at her again in the distance and tightened her grip on Su Ming. It seemed that everything had to start over. You have 2 weeks. Qinya's voice echoed in the canyon. In these 2 weeks, relearn how to fight. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a crushing defeat. Chapter 86. The oddity in the virtual battlefield. In the next 3 days, Su Xiaorou experienced torment more painful than when she was ravaged in the A-class area. Time and again, she was knocked away and trampled by the C-class stone-armored lizard. Her brain was able to clearly judge the lizard's attack trajectory, and her combat instincts were frantically reminding her of how to dodge and counterattack. However, her body simply could not keep up. The feeling of disconnection between her brain and body left her feeling incredibly frustrated and angry. No, this isn't right. Faster. My hands. Why are they so slow? Damn it. It's just a little off. In a virtual battlefield, Su Xiaorou roared repeatedly, getting up from the ground time after time, only to be knocked down again. Girl, don't rush. Calm down. Su Ming's voice constantly reminded her in her mind. Forget about your body in reality. Treat this virtual body as your novice account. Think through every move. Control it. Start with the simplest actions. Walk, swing your sword. Find the feeling of controlling it. Su Xiaorou forced herself to calm down. She stopped attacking the lizard and practiced the most basic movements in the canyon over and over again. Walking, running, jumping, swinging her sword, blocking. She was like a baby just learning to walk, clumsy yet incredibly serious, familiarizing herself with her new body. This process was tedious and long. But Su Xiaorou persisted. A week later, when the stone-armored lizard charged at her again, Su Xiaorou's body finally reacted correctly at the first moment. She sidestepped, her body slightly sinking, and the sword in her hand, Su Ming, struck like a bolt of black lightning, accurately piercing the lizard's unguarded neck. With a thud, the lizard's movements came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. I did it, Su Xiaorou exclaimed excitedly. Well done, girl. Su Ming sighed in relief. You finally made it past the first hurdle. Just then, a cold female voice suddenly came from not far away. Your swordsmanship is very chaotic. Su Xiaorou turned around sharply, only to see a figure in a black tight combat suit, carrying a large blood-red scythe, had appeared at the other end of the canyon without her noticing. She wore a silver mask that covered the upper half of her face, revealing only her elegantly contoured chin and a head of fiery red short hair. Her nickname was Blood Calamity. Who are you? Su Xiaorou asked cautiously. Just a passerby, the girl replied, her voice devoid of any emotion. I couldn't bear to watch you get abused by a C-class monster for a week. Su Xiaorou's face instantly turned red. She had been watched for a week without realizing it. Your basics are poor, but your combat instincts are sharp, the girl continued to critique. You seem to rely heavily on the power of your weapon rather than your own technique. Her words struck home. How about a match? The girl invited. You and me? The girl nodded. Let me see how strong your interesting sword really is. Su Xiaorou glanced at Su Ming in her hand. All right, she agreed. She also wanted to know how her training over the past week had turned out. Let's begin. As soon as Blood Calamity finished speaking, her figure vanished from the spot. So fast, Su Xiaorou's pupils contracted. She hadn't even seen how her opponent moved. Girl, right? Su Ming's warning sounded just in time. Without thinking, Su Xiaorou immediately swung her sword to block. Clang! A piercing metallic clash resounded. The blood-red scythe had appeared at her right side. Its sharp edge pressed firmly against Su Ming's blade. A tremendous force surged, causing Su Xiaorou to stagger back 2 steps. What immense power! This is not the strength a bronze 9-star should have. Good reaction. The figure of Blood Calamity appeared behind the scythe, but just reacting won't win against me. With a flick of her wrist, the scythe moved like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, tracing a strange arc around Su Ming's blade, aiming directly for Su Xiaorou's neck. Su Xiaorou was startled and quickly leaned back to evade, but the scythe pursued her relentlessly, as if it had eyes. Is this what a true master is like? Su Xiaorou's heart sank. Compared to her, her training over the past week felt like child's play. Girl, don't panic. Use what I just taught you. Anticipate her movements. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She closed her eyes, concentrating all her attention on the cold, deadly aura coming from her opponent. The sound of wind, the whoosh of the scythe slicing through the air, and even the slight sound of her opponent's breathing. All the information converged in her mind into a clear picture. Now, Su Xiaorou suddenly opened her eyes. Instead of retreating, she advanced, and with an unexpected angle, she thrust Su Ming upward. Clang! Another fierce collision echoed. The tip of Su Ming's sword precisely struck the ridge of the blood-red scythe's blade, a spot that was the hardest to exert force. Blood Calamity's onslaught faltered for a moment. A soft gasp seemed to come from beneath her mask. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaorou wasted no time, channeling her spiritual energy wildly into Su Ming's blade. Deathbind, a black energy infused with the aura of death, erupted from Su Ming's sword, aiming straight for Blood Calamity's face. This was the first time she had used this skill in the virtual battlefield. Blood Calamity seemed taken aback by her long-range attack method. Her figure swayed, and with an extremely agile posture, she darted sideways. Although she avoided the fatal blow, the edge of the death bind grazed her shoulder, leaving a corroded mark on her black combat suit. Interesting. Blood Calamity glanced at her shoulder, her voice now carrying a hint of emotional fluctuation. She no longer held back, transforming into a blood-red whirlwind, her massive scythe weaving a dense net of blades, enveloping Su Xiaorou. The pressure on Su Xiaorou instantly multiplied. She felt like a small boat in a storm, at any moment ready to be torn to pieces. Girl, don't force it. Fight her with agility. Your strength and speed are inferior to hers, but your endurance is stronger. Drag it out, Su Ming shouted in her mind. Su Xiaorou immediately changed her tactics. She no longer sought to counterattack, but focused all her energy on defense and evasion. Her steps became increasingly nimble. Her swordsmanship grew more steady. She was like a sponge, wildly absorbing the experience brought by this high-intensity battle. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Su Xiaorou's wounds multiplied, but her eyes grew brighter. She could feel her control over this virtual body becoming increasingly refined and proficient at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Blood Calamity's assault gradually slowed. Her breathing began to become somewhat rapid. Clearly, this intense and sustained attack had taken a huge toll on her. Now, girl, she was exhausted. Su Ming seized this fleeting opportunity. The helm of the Lich King. Su Xiaorou didn't hesitate and directly activated her strongest trump card. A set of fierce and magnificent black armor instantly covered her entire body. A cold and imposing power surged into her limbs and bones. What? Crimson Plague was filled with shock at this sudden change. She wanted to withdraw, but it was already too late. Su Xiaorou's left hand, wrapped in armor, shot out like lightning and grasped the handle of the scythe. Then, with immense force, Su Ming brought down his right hand fiercely. Chapter 87. The Devil's Graduation Exam, 2 weeks later. Ding. The blood-red scythe was directly severed in half. The body of Blood Calamity transformed into tiny specks of light and dissipated in place. Su Xiaorou narrowly won. She stood in place, gasping for breath, while the armor on her body also faded away. The battle just now had nearly exhausted all her mental and spiritual energy. You are strong. The voice of Blood Calamity echoed in the space, and then her figure completely disappeared. Su Xiaorou stared at the spot where she had vanished, remaining silent for a long time. On the other side, in a girl's dormitory, a girl with fiery short hair suddenly sat up from a sleep pod. She removed the connector from her head, revealing a delicate and sharp face hidden beneath a mask. It was Xiaorou. She recalled the battle just now, especially the black armor that had appeared out of nowhere, filled with a deathly aura. Companion armor, summoning the undead, and that strange broken sword. She murmured to herself. Then, she opened her personal terminal and called up the data of the top candidate in Sector 7's assessment. When she saw Su Xiaorou's pretty face and the iconic broken sword in her hand, her pupils suddenly constricted. So it's you. A smirk filled with fighting spirit appeared at the corner of Xiaorou's mouth. She walked to the window, gazing at the brilliant starry sky outside, and softly said, Su Xiaorou, when we meet next time, I won't lose again. In the next 2 weeks, Su Xiaorou fully entered a frenzied training mode. She no longer tortured those C-level and D-level beasts. Instead, with Qinya's help, she accessed all the battle recordings of Jianshun and Lei Ao from the assessments. Then, she had the system simulate these 2 top contenders who were on par with her. On the first day, she challenged the frenzied Lei Ao. As a result, she was split into dozens of pieces by the virtual Lei Ao wielding a giant axe that resembled a door. Lei Ao's fighting style was simple, brutal, and devoid of any rationale. It was pure power crushing. Under standardized physical data, Su Xiaorou's strength was no match for him. Girl, don't clash with him head-on. He's a madman. Use your skills. Use your speed. Fight around him. Su Ming shouted urgently in her mind. Su Xiaorou learned from her lesson. She began to utilize her agility to maneuver around Lei Ao. Time and again, she was swept away by his frenzied axe winds, turning into light spots. Again and again, she reappeared on the battlefield. She was killed for 3 whole days. It wasn't until the 4th day, after being killed over 100 times, that she finally found a tiny flaw in Lei Ao's wide-open moves. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a fatal strike. When Lei Ao's burly body turned into light and dissipated, Su Xiaorou collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Although she had won, it was an incredibly hard-fought victory. After resting for a day, she began to challenge the sword fanatic Jian Shun. If Lei Ao was a raging flood, then Jian Shun was a precise scalpel. His swordsmanship had no unnecessary movements. Each strike was perfect, both offensive and defensive. There were no flaws. Su Xiaorou felt as if she was facing a battle machine devoid of emotions. Any attack she made was countered by him in the simplest and most effective way. Every counterattack from him targeted her vital points. She was once again mercilessly defeated. This time, she was killed for 5 entire days. At one point, she even doubted whether she could ever win against this virtual Jian Shun. Girl, don't give up. He's not perfect. His swordsmanship is too orthodox. Because it's too orthodox, it lacks variation. Use your unconventional methods to disrupt his rhythm. Su Ming continuously encouraged her. Su Xiaorou had a breakthrough. She no longer adhered to orthodox sword techniques, but instead integrated the most primitive and lethal fighting skills she had learned while battling those beasts in the ecological garden into her swordplay. Her attacks became increasingly bizarre and tricky. Finally, on the afternoon of the 6th day, she successfully executed a mutually destructive move, piercing Jian Chen's sword through her heart while simultaneously sending Su Ming into his throat. When she got up from the ground again, a tired yet satisfied smile appeared on her face. She could feel that her combat skills and body control had perfectly merged with that fierce fighting instinct. She had graduated. Su Xiaorou. Qinya's figure appeared before her. The 2 weeks are up. Are you ready to face your graduation exam? Yes, I'm ready. At the Central Sports Arena of the Magic City Energy Technology University, a magnificent building that could accommodate 100,000 people loomed like a giant beast in the center of the campus. Today, it was packed to capacity. In the massive circular stands, the sound of voices surged, and countless excited young gazes focused on the vast competition area shielded by energy barriers in the center of the venue. The air was filled with a mix of tension, anticipation, and fervor. The annual freshman competition was about to kick off here. Wow, there are so many people today. I arrived at 7 in the morning to grab a seat, but I still ended up in the back row. Of course. Have you seen what kind of monsters this year's freshmen are? The top candidates from the 4 assessment zones are competing together for the first time. This is the first time in the school's history. Who wouldn't want to see divine beings fight? Look, that must be Jianshen, right? The first of Sector 3. My gosh, he's so handsome. He looks even better in person than in photos. In the stands, a girl excitedly pointed at the entrance of the competitors. The crowd followed her gaze and saw a young man in a white student uniform, handsome and calm, walking slowly into the preparation area. Behind him was a group of students also dressed in white uniforms, each gazing at him with awe and admiration. He was Jian Shun, a genius cultivated by the military, hailed as a once-in-a-century swordsmanship talent. That guy carrying the axe must be Lei Ao, right? The first of Sector 5. My goodness, with that build. I would believe he is a second-year senior. From another direction, a burly young man exuding a violent aura laughed heartily, clapping his companion on the shoulder as he strode in. He was Lei Ao, the adopted son of the vice president of the academy, a berserker who believed in overpowering all with brute force. And that one, the girl with red hair, it's Xiao Qianying, the first of Sector 2, a girl dressed in a black tight combat suit, carrying a massive blood-red scythe, appeared silently in a corner of the preparation area like a ghost. She leaned against the wall, eyes closed, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with her. The 3 top candidates had all appeared. Chapter 88, The New Students' Competition. Immortals battling the atmosphere in the entire gymnasium instantly reached a climax. Speaking of which, where's our number 1 from Sector 7? The one named Su Xiaorou? Why hasn't she arrived yet? I don't know. Ever since the entrance assessment, I haven't seen her. I heard she was taken in as a closed-door disciple by the principal for secret training. Is that true? How strong must she be now? She wouldn't have already reached silver level, would she? You must be joking. 3 months to reach silver level? Do you think cultivation is like eating and drinking? Amidst the crowd's discussions, a frail girl in plain combat attire, holding a broken sword that was completely disproportionate to her figure, nervously walked into the contestant preparation area. It was Su Xiaorou. Her appearance didn't attract much attention. After all, compared to the three radiant top students, she was indeed too ordinary and unremarkable. Only in another corner of the preparation area, a group of students in Sector 7 uniforms stood up excitedly upon seeing her. Look, it's the great Su Xiaorou. The Great One has finally emerged. Li Haoran, holding a personal terminal, excitedly explained to those around him, "Don't be fooled by how ordinary Su is, I tell you. She is the fiercest among this batch of new students." Back in Sector 7, she single-handedly held off an entire beast hide with just one sword. That scene, you didn't see. It was simply before he finished, he was disdainfully interrupted by a burly man from Sector 5. "What nonsense are you spouting? Holding off a beast hide alone? Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Our boss Lei A.O. personally smashed a peak C-class beast during the assessment. Now that is a real tough guy." "Exactly. Our senior Jian Shun took down over 100 D-class beasts with one sword. That swordsmanship is true art. Our Xiao Qining, although low-key, has defeated more candidates than you've seen beasts." Students from various sectors immediately began to argue for their own leaders. At this moment, a dignified voice echoed throughout the gymnasium via the broadcast. Silence. All the commotion came to an abrupt stop on the podium of the gymnasium. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng stood at the speaker's stand. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Dear students and mentors, welcome to the site of the 37th New Students Competition at Magic City Spiritual Energy Technology University. This competition will adopt a brand new set of rules. The first phase will be a point elimination match. All participating contestants will simultaneously enter a large virtual battlefield. Various levels of virtual beasts will randomly spawn in the battlefield. Killing beasts will earn points. Additionally, defeating other contestants will allow you to seize half of their points. The competition will last for 6 hours. After 6 hours, the top 64 contestants based on points will enter the second phase of elimination." Furthermore, Vice Principal Zhou Zheng paused, his gaze sweeping over the 4 highly anticipated figures in the preparation area. To ensure the competition's excitement, this year's competition will feature 4 seed contestants. They are the number 1 from Sector 2, Xiao Qining, the number 1 from Sector 3, Jian Shun, the number 1 from Sector 5, Lei A.O., and the number 1 from Sector 7, Su Xiaorou. The 4 seed contestants will directly advance to the top 64 without participating in the first phase of elimination. However, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Zheng's mouth. During the elimination phase, any contestant can challenge the 4 seed contestants. If the challenge is successful, the challenger will directly take the place of the seed contestant and gain the qualification to advance. The defeated seed contestant will then have to re-enter the points competition. As soon as this rule was announced, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to the 4 seed contestants, especially the seemingly most unremarkable. Su Xiaorou. Many eyes glinted with eagerness. "All right, the rules have been announced." Vice Principal Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Now, I declare the new students' competition officially begins. All contestants, please enter the sleep pods immediately and log into the virtual battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground of the preparation area slowly cracked open, revealing rows of sci-fi silver sleep pods. Su Xiaorou took a deep breath, holding on to Su Ming, and found her sleep pod lying down inside. The moment the pod door closed, she heard Su Ming's excited voice in her mind. "Girl, are you ready? The hunt is about to begin. Let's make it a big one." Establishing neural connection. Mental synchronization rate, 99. Welcome to the new students competition. Competition exclusive virtual battlefield, City of Oblivion. When Su Xiaorou opened her eyes again, she found herself in a vast city ruin filled with broken walls and remnants. Towering buildings had collapsed halfway, exposing the steel and concrete. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and various debris. The sky was eternally gray and overcast. This was the battlefield for this competition. Beep. Identity verification successful. Seed contestant from Sector 7, Su Xiaorou. Please note, you are currently in a safety protection state, lasting 5 minutes. The protection state will be lifted after 5 minutes, and the competition will officially begin. The system's prompt sounded in her ears. Su Xiaorou looked around and found herself standing on the rooftop of a collapsed building. Beside her, 3 other figures gradually appeared. They were Jian Shun, Lei Ao, and Xiao Qining. The 4 seed contestants were teleported to the same starting location. Oh, everyone is here. Lei Ao, shouldering his gigantic axe, grinned widely, showing his white teeth. His gaze swept over Jian Shun and Xiao Qining before finally landing on Su Xiaorou. "You're the one from Sector 7, Su Xiaorou? You don't look like much." His tone was filled with unabashed disdain. Su Xiaorou remained silent, merely looking at him calmly. Jian Shun adjusted the non-existent glasses on his nose, scrutinizing Su Xiaorou and the broken sword in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Only Xiao Qining, upon seeing Su Xiaorou, slightly stiffened for a moment. But soon, she returned to her cold demeanor, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. Chapter 89. Soft Tofu? You got the wrong person. Hey, I said, girl, why aren't you speaking? Lost your voice. Lei Ao said with a hint of annoyance when he noticed Su Xiaorou ignoring him. Girl, don't mind him, he's just a simple-minded, muscle-bound fool. Su Ming mocked in her mind. Just wait until the elimination rounds. Watch me twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick. Su Xiaorou remained silent. She simply waited quietly for the protection time to end. 5 minutes passed quickly. Protection time has ended. The match officially begins. Wishing all contestants a prosperous martial arts career. The moment the system's prompt sounded, Lei Ao let out a loud laugh and jumped off the tall building, racing toward the distant street. Ha ha ha, I'm off to rack up points. You guys, don't let those weaklings eliminate you. His figure quickly disappeared into the ruins. Jianshan glanced at Su Xiaorou and Xiao Qining, then leisurely walked in another direction. His movements were graceful and calm, as if he were not there to compete, but to sightsee. Xiao Qining also opened her eyes, her figure instantly becoming blurry, then completely vanishing into the air. In the blink of an eye, only Su Xiaorou was left on the rooftop. Let us go too, girl, Su Ming said. Find a higher spot to observe the situation. Su Xiaorou nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, her personal terminal rang out with a series of urgent notifications. Beep. Received a challenge request from contestant Zhang Wei. Beep. Received a challenge request from contestant Li Long. Beep. Received a challenge request from contestant Zhao Hu. In an instant, her terminal was flooded with challenge requests. Oh, looks like we've been seen as soft tofu, Su Ming sneered. Su Xiaorou looked at the long list of challengers, her brow slightly furrowing. She knew that because she had not shown herself until now, she appeared the most mysterious and least intimidating to students from other sectors. They didn't dare challenge Jian Shun and Lei Ao, so they set their sights on her, thinking of using her as a stepping stone to rise. Which one will you accept, girl? Su Ming asked. I'll accept them all, Su Xiaorou replied simply and directly. Oh, so confident? It's not confidence, Su Xiaorou said, looking at the lights rapidly moving toward her direction, her voice carrying a hint of cold, killing intent. It's anger. She didn't like the feeling of being treated as prey. Challenge request has been accepted. Matching challengers for you. Matching successful. Your opponents, Zhang Wei, Li Long, Zhao Hu, Sun Yu, Zhou Qiang. A total of 15 people. Battlefield is being generated. Please wait. The scene around Su Xiaorou instantly transformed. She found herself in a massive, circular coliseum. Across from her, 15 contestants in various battle outfits were excitedly staring at her. Ha ha, brothers. We hit the jackpot. We've drawn this soft tofu from Sector 7. The leader, a burly man named Zhang Wei, laughed proudly. Great. As long as we take her down, we can advance directly. Brothers, don't be careless. She is still a seed contestant. Let us all go together and finish her quickly. All right. 15 people simultaneously drew their soul weapons, aggressively surrounding Su Xiaorou. Meanwhile, at the central stadium outside, the huge main screen was broadcasting live footage of Su Xiaorou being challenged by 15 people. The entire stadium erupted in chaos. What the heck? No way. This Su Xiaorou has such bad luck. She's being team challenged right at the start? What bad luck. I think her strength is lacking, and she's being seen as a breakthrough point. Now we're in for a good show. 15 against 1. She's done for. In the stands, Most students were watching with a mindset of enjoying the spectacle. Only the students from Sector 7 were nervously sweating. It's over. The big shot is being besieged. What do we do? 15 people. This is too much bullying. Li Haoran stared intently at the screen, repeatedly murmuring, "Big shot. Hang in there. You can do it." On the podium, Vice Principal Zhou Zhang furrowed his brow. "Principal, isn't this a bit unfair?" He looked at the principal beside him. The principal only smiled and stroked his beard. "Unfair? There's no fairness on the battlefield. Just right. Let me see what this girl has become after being trained by Qinya over these 2 months." In the Colosseum, Su Xiaorou looked at the 15 opponents closing in on her, her face betraying no emotion. She slowly raised her weapon. "Su Ming. Girl, no need to activate the armor." Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind. "It's a waste of energy to deal with these weaklings. Use what you've learned over the past 2 weeks. Show them what despair means." Su Xiaorou nodded. She focused on the burly man Zhang Wei, who was charging at her. In an instant, her brain calculated his attack trajectory, speed, and all possible follow-up moves. In her eyes, Zhang Wei's seemingly fierce charge was full of flaws. Now, at the moment Zhang Wei's axe was about to strike her head, Su Xiaorou moved. She didn't T-retreat. Instead, she took a small step forward. It was this small step that allowed her to dodge the deadly axe blade at an incredibly subtle angle. Simultaneously, the Su Ming in her hand transformed into a streak of black light. Swish! The cold blade silently sliced through Zhang Wei's throat. Zhang Wei's south body froze in place. The excitement and ferocity on his face were still frozen. Then, his body turned into a flurry of light spots, dissipating into the air. One sword, a kill. The entire Colosseum instantly fell into a dead silence. Dead silence. Whether inside the Colosseum or outside in the Central Stadium, everyone seemed to have hit the pause button, staring blankly at the screen where the burly man had turned into light spots and vanished. One a kill? He was taken down in one encounter? That guy named Zhang Wei was at least among the top 100 elites in their respective sectors, and just like that, he was gone? Chapter 90, the style of that sword. What happened? I didn't see clearly. How did she make her move? It seems she just took a step forward and then swung her sword. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the arena, the remaining 14 challengers also stopped in their tracks, looking at Su Xiaorou with shock on their faces. They had imagined many possibilities, thought about what new tricks she might use, but they never imagined that she would solve the problem in such a simple, pure way, with one sword taking down their companion. Don't panic. He must have underestimated her. That's right. She must have used some trick we don't know about. Everyone attack together. Don't give her a chance. The remaining 14 people steeled their nerves and charged towards Su Xiaorou again. But this time, there was no longer any contempt in their eyes. Instead, there was a deep sense of caution. Su Xiaorou looked at the 14 people rushing towards her, her face still void of any expression. She simply raised her sword. Su Ming, once more. Girl, take out the 3 on the left, 2 on the right, and the 1 in the middle with the shield as their core. Su Ming calmly analyzed the battlefield in her mind, suggesting to first deal with the flanks before tackling the center. Okay. Su Xiaorou responded softly, her feet moving again. Her figure danced like a sprite on the tip of a blade, weaving through the gaps in the attacks of the 14 people with a bizarre yet fluid rhythm that no one could comprehend. Each of her dodges was perfectly timed, narrowly avoiding deadly attacks. Each of her strikes was crafty and lethal, targeting the vital points of her opponents. A dagger-wielding assassin, attempting a sneak attack from behind, was met with Su Xiaorou's swift response as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She did not even turn around, slashing backward with her sword, directly piercing through his heart. Bang! A tall shield warrior, holding a massive tower shield, tried to charge and knock her down. Yet, Su Xiaorou did not evade. At the moment he was about to collide with her, she suddenly crouched down, and her sword, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, pierced through the shield warrior's calf from beneath the shield. The shield warrior screamed in agony, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Su Xiaorou did not give him any chance. With a flick of her wrist, the sword blade turned upward and sliced open his throat. From the very beginning, the battle was a one-sided massacre. Those 14 challengers, considered elite among ordinary students, like a group of children wielding wooden sticks in front of Su Xiaorou. Their attacks could not touch her at all. Meanwhile, each of her counterattacks inevitably took a life. A monster. She is a monster. This is simply not on the same level. Run. Quick run. The remaining few finally broke down. They dropped their weapons and turned to flee. But it was too late. Su Xiaorou's figure, like a specter, caught up with the last escaping person. The cold blade pierced through his back. When the last person also dissipated into light, the entire arena fell silent once again. Only Su Xiaorou remained, quietly standing in the center of the field. She was unblemished, her breathing steady as ever. It seemed as if the battle, lasting less than 3 minutes, was just a trivial warm-up for her. Challenge complete. Seed player Su Xiaorou wins. The system's prompt broke the silence. Central Gymnasium. The huge main screen clearly replayed every detail of the battle just now. The audience of 100,000 fell silent. Everyone stared with their mouths agape, looking at the girl on the screen, holding a broken sword with a calm expression, as if they were watching a prehistoric giant beast. Those students who had just been cheering for their leader now closed their mouths. The geniuses from their respective sectors, whom they were proud of, seemed like a joke compared to this girl on the screen. I can't be seeing this wrong. Did she just unleash a copper 7 stars energy fluctuation? It seems it is. My goodness, a freshman, copper 7 star? Is this even fair? What is this? Did you not see her combat skills? That movement, that sword play. It's simply art. I dare say that even a silver level senior might not be stronger than her in skills. So did I think? The audience gasped collectively. The students from Sector 7, initially tense, transformed into extreme joy and pride. I told you Su was the strongest. You didn't believe me. Li Haoran excitedly patted the shoulder of a burly man from Sector 5. The burly man, at this moment, looked as pale as a ghost, unable to say a word. On the podium, Zhou Zheng's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg. He turned his head and looked at the principal beside him with a ghostly expression. Principal, is this really the result of your secret training? The principal chuckled, stroking his beard, his face full of pride. What do you think, Zhou Zheng? Isn't this piece of rough jade not bad? Not just not bad, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. This is simply a piece of divine jade. This combat technique, this on-the-spot response. How did that crazy Chinya manage to train her to this level in just 3 months? Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Lei Ao, who usually wore a proud smile, finally showed a serious expression for the first time. Hey, Jian Chun, he said solemnly. Did you see her movements just now? Jian Chun habitually adjusted his air glasses, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. I saw it clearly. He said slowly, every one of her movements contains a kind of pure, killing technique that can only be honed through countless life and death battles. Her swordplay is chaotic, yet every move is deadly. Very strong. This was the first time Jian Chun used the term very strong to evaluate a peer. Xiao Xianying, who had been paying attention to Su Xiaorou, felt a flame of battle intent igniting in her eyes upon witnessing Su Xiaorou's 1 against 15. It seems you have progressed faster than I imagined, she murmured softly to herself. Su Xiaorou, I'm starting to look forward to our next battle. Chapter 91, the challenge from an old friend. Su Xiaorou's first battle shocked everyone in an unexpected way. From that moment on, no one dared to challenge her. Thinking she was an easy target, she was pleased with the piece and found a rooftop in the ruins with a wide view, sitting down to observe the battles of others. The elimination matches in the virtual battlefield were brutal. In 6 hours, thousands of new students engaged in a frenzied fight for only 64 spots. Some, like Lei Ao, chose to charge in recklessly, attacking anyone in sight, crushing everything with absolute strength. Others, like Jian Chun, opted for a steady approach, prioritizing the hunting of beasts to accumulate points and avoid unnecessary conflict. Many more, like Xiao Qianying, hid in the shadows, patiently waiting for their prey to show weakness before delivering a fatal blow. The entire forgotten city turned into a massive arena filled with blood and fire. Watching all this, Su Xiaorou felt an unusual calmness inside. Girl, look at that one in the lower left corner with dual guns. Their shooting is decent, but their movement is too poor. If someone gets close, they're done for. And that one in the upper right playing with fire has flashy abilities, but their power is too weak. Are they just giving someone a light scratch? Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind like a strategist pointing out the battlefield's intricacies. Su Xiaorou listened while silently noting the fighting styles of the standout competitors. 6 hours quickly passed. When the sound indicating the end of the matches rang out, fewer than 1,000 competitors remained in the virtual battlefield. The elimination matches have ended. Calculating points and rankings. Congratulations to the following 64 competitors for advancing to the elimination rounds. A massive screen appeared before everyone, rolling out the names of those who advanced. Su Xiaorou's name was prominently displayed, along with Jian Chun, Lei Ao, Xiao Xianying, and a name that was both familiar and strange to her, Lin Shuer. Wow, this little girl also advanced. Su Ming was somewhat surprised, indicating that she hadn't been idle over the past few months. Su Xiaorou looked at the name with mixed feelings. When all the competitors stepped out of their sleep pods and returned to the central gymnasium, they were greeted by thunderous cheer. Vice Principal Zhou Zheng stepped back onto the podium. Congratulations to all the advancing competitors. You are the 64 most outstanding students of this year's freshmen. Next, we will proceed to the second stage, one-on-one elimination matches. The matchups will be randomly drawn by the system. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen in the center began to rapidly scroll through the avatars of the 64 competitors. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching the screen. Finally, it froze. The first matchup was announced. Match 1, Jian Chun versus Wang Ming. The audience erupted in surprise. The competitor named Wang Ming turned pale. To face Jian Chun, the formidable contender, right from the start, was incredibly unlucky. As expected, it was a no-brainer. Jian Chun easily dispatched his opponent with a single sword strike. His clean and decisive swordsmanship ignited the crowd once again, attracting a throng of admirers. The following matches were uneventful, and soon it was Su Xiaorou's turn. When her avatar appeared on the screen, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was curious about who would be her first true opponent. Another avatar began to scroll rapidly across the screen. It eventually landed on a cold yet exquisite face. Match 16, Su Xiaorou versus Lin Shuer. Boom. The entire gymnasium exploded with excitement. What? Su Xiaorou against Lin Shuet? My goodness, this is definitely the most explosive showdown of the day. One was a former genius who discarded her divine weapon like trash, and the other was a new powerhouse who had risen from the ashes. This script was too thrilling. How do you think Lin Shuer feels right now? I bet she regrets it deeply. The audience buzzed with excitement. Even Vice Principal Zhou Zheng on the podium couldn't help but glance at the principal beside him. Principal, this wasn't your arrangement, was it? The principal shook his head with a smile. I'm not that bored. Let us just say it's fate. In the competitor's preparation area, Lin Shuer looked at the matchup list on the screen, her body trembling slightly. She took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the competition area. As she passed by Su Xiaorou, she stopped for a moment. I'll be waiting for you. She spoke just 3 words before walking onto the battlefield without looking back. Su Xiaorou watched her proud figure and sighed inwardly. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. It was not just a match. It was a ritual for Lin Shuer to sever her inner demons. Girl, go for it. Su Ming's voice resonated in her mind. Don't hold back. Give her a dignified ending. Okay. Su Xiaorou nodded and stood up to step onto the battlefield. As the two stood facing each other in the center of the vast arena, the entire gymnasium fell silent. All eyes were focused on these two girls whose fates were intertwined. Finally, we're here. Lin Shuer looked at Su Xiaorou, a hint of self-mockery in her voice. I once thought I would stand here as the victor, receiving everyone's cheers while you would only look up at me from below. Now that I think about it, how ridiculous I was back then. Su Xiaorou remained silent, listening quietly. I challenge you today not to win. Lin Shuer raised her B-grade soul weapon, Yuesh, a long sword that glimmered coldly like moonlight. I just want to know what kind of treasure I threw away back then. I want to give myself an explanation. She looked at Su Xiaorou, and for the first time, pure and untainted fighting spirit ignited in her cold eyes. Come on, let me see how great the gap between us really is. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure moved. She unleashed her most proud sword technique, Moonlight Dance. Her form resembled a fairy dancing under the moon, elegant yet deadly. The Yueshi in her hand transformed into a shower of cold sword light, enveloping Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou looked at the torrent of sword light, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on her face. She could feel that Lin Shui's sword had improved tremendously since the assessment 3 months ago. Each beam of sword light contained all of Lin Shui's unwillingness, regrets, and all her efforts over the past 3 months. I respect your determination, Su Xiaorou said softly. Then she raised her weapon, Su Ming. Without activating the Lich King's armor, she simply unleashed the true form of Frostmourne and thrust it forward to meet the attack. Clang! A crisp clash echoed. The torrent of sword light instantly dissipated. Lin Shui's body shook violently, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before finally stabilizing herself. She held Yueshi's hand, her palm completely split open, blood flowing freely. She looked in horror at the girl across from her, who stood completely still. It was just once, the simplest clash of strength, and she lost utterly. Chapter 92. The Mad Axe versus the Queen is this. The gap? Lin Shui looked at her trembling hand and the wailing, moonlit tide, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She had put everything into her attack, yet her opponent hadn't even moved an inch. This crushing disparity in power left her utterly despairing. Should we continue? Su Xiaorou asked her softly. Lin Shui fell silent. She raised her head and met Su Xiaorou's calm, non-mocking gaze. Suddenly she smiled. In that smile, there was bitterness, relief, and a hint of liberation. No need. She sheathed her sword and gave a slight bow to Su Xiaorou. I lost. After saying that, she turned and walked step by step off the stage. Though her back remained lonely, it was no longer filled with resentment and bitterness. It was as if the heavy mountain pressing on her heart had finally collapsed at that moment. As she stepped off the stage and returned to the contestant preparation area, she approached Su Xiaorou's resting area. Thank you, she said earnestly, looking at Su Xiaorou. Su Xiaorou was taken aback for a moment. Thank me for what? Thank you for not humiliating me, Lin Shui replied. And thank you for helping me see myself clearly. After a pause, she added, good luck in the upcoming matches. You will win. With that, she turned and left. Watching her departing figure, Su Xiaorou felt a sense of emotion. Perhaps, starting from today, this proud young lady of the Lin family would truly find her own path. The subsequent elimination rounds were uneventful. Su Xiaorou's opponents, upon seeing her, mostly chose to concede immediately. After all, Lin Shui had been defeated in one blow. Who would want to seek out punishment? Su Xiaorou advanced effortlessly. Jiang Sheng, Li Yao, and Xiao Qianying also defeated their respective opponents with overwhelming force. Soon, the list of the top 4 was announced. Su Xiaorou, Jian Shun, Lei Ao, and Xiao Qianying. Just as everyone had predicted, the 4 top seeds successfully met in the semifinals. The matchups for the semifinals were quickly drawn as well. O semifinal match 1, Su Xiaorou vs. Lei Ao, semifinal match 2, Jian Shun versus Xiao Qianying. As soon as the match results were announced, the entire stadium erupted again. Wow, here it comes. The main event. Su Xiaorou versus Lei Ao. One is a newly emerged demon king, known for skill and mystery, while the other is a furious war god, who crushes everything with sheer strength. This is a battle of spear versus shield. Who do you think will win? I bet you on Lei Ao. In the face of absolute power, any technique is just fancy fluff. I bet on Su Xiaorou. Didn't you see her take out those challengers before? Her movement, her swordsmanship, are on a completely different level. In the stands, the students were divided into 2 factions, arguing heatedly. In the contestant preparation area, Lei Ao, carrying his massive axe, approached Su Xiaorou with a grin. You're Su Xiaorou, right? He extended his large hand and pointed to himself. I'm Lei Ao. I know, Su Xiaorou nodded. Good. Lei Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I watched your previous matches. You did well, but relying solely on those little tricks won't win against me. In front of my mountain splitter, your little toothpick won't stand a chance. He patted the S-class giant axe on his shoulder, his tone full of confidence. That guy underestimates you, Su Ming said, her mind, feeling displeased. When you go up, chop him and his axe in half. Su Xiaorou ignored Lei Ao's provocation and calmly replied, "Let's see the truth in the arena." With that, she embraced Su Ming and stepped onto the stage. "Ha ha ha, she's got character. I like her." Lei Ao laughed heartily as he followed her onto the stage. When the two stood in the center of the arena, an invisible, oppressive aura erupted from Lei Ao. His body seemed to grow taller, his muscles bulging like steel. "Come on," he roared, swinging his giant axe down towards Su Xiaorou with a whoosh that tore through the air. This strike was powerful enough to split a mountain in two. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Su Xiaorou remained calm. She did not dodge. She knew that against a power-type opponent like Lei Ao, choosing to evade would only lead to losing the initiative and being caught in a storm of attacks. The only way was to clash head-on. "So mean, here we go." Armor of the Lich King. A set of fierce and magnificent black armor instantly enveloped her body. She gripped Su Ming tightly, pouring all her energy into it, then fiercely met the attack head-on. Boom! The sword and axe collided in the most primal and savage way. A visible shockwave erupted from the two, spreading wildly in all directions. The ground of the arena shook violently. The energy shield at the edge of the arena rippled with circles. Everyone in the stands stood up in shock at the terrifying collision. My God, she actually took it? How is that possible? How can her strength compete with Lei Ao's? That armor, it's that black armor. It provides Su Xiaorou with unimaginable power. On the stage, Su Xiaorou and Lei Ao remained locked in their clash. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Lei Ao's face. He felt as if he was not chopping a sword, but trying to split an immovable mountain. The recoil from the sword was numbing his arms. "What kind of monster are you?" he gritted out through clenched teeth. "Now it's my turn." Su Xiaorou's voice, enhanced by the armor, became deep and hoarse. She suddenly exerted force in her arms, pushing Lei Ao's giant axe aside. Then, she charged forward, her Su Ming transforming into black lightning, wildly raining down on Lei Ao. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The arena was filled with the deafening sounds of clashing sword and axe, and sparks flying everywhere. Lei Ao fell completely into a passive position. The strength he prided himself on was rendered ineffective against Su Xiaorou in armor. Meanwhile, her relentless, crafty, and lethal sword techniques left him flustered and overwhelmed. Deep, bone-exposing wounds began to appear on his body. "Damn it!" Lei Ao roared, his energy surging again. He abandoned all defense, concentrating all his power into the giant axe in his hand. Ultimate move, Mountain Splitter. The S-Class soul weapon, Mountain Splitter, in his hand emitted a dazzling light. A force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth gathered at the axe blade. He intended to decide the outcome with his strongest strike. Facing this world-destroying blow, a hint of seriousness flashed in Su Xiaorou's eyes. However, she showed no fear. She raised Su Ming in her hand. This time, however, she did not choose to take the hit head-on. At the moment the giant axe was about to fall, she unleashed the skill she had just mastered. Frostmourne, a chilling cold to the utmost degree, erupted from Su Ming's sword. The temperature in the entire arena seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. The giant axe, engulfed in raging flames, froze the instant it came into contact with this cold air. The violent power of the axe was instantly weakened by 70% due to this cold. Clang! Su Xiaorou easily blocked the axe. Then, with the endless cold from Su Ming in her hand, she fiercely thrust it into Lei Ao's completely unguarded chest. The battle was over. Chapter 93. The fateful duel of sword and scythe at the moment when Su Ming's frost-covered sword pierced through Lei Ao's chest. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Lei Ao lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the broken sword emitting a deathly aura from his chest. He could feel his life force being frantically devoured by the cold energy. "I lost," he murmured to himself. Then, his burly body transformed into specks of light, dissipating on the arena. In the first semi-final, Su Xiaorou wins. The system's prompt pulled everyone back to reality from their shock. 1-1? Su Xiaorou won. She actually defeated Lei Ao head-on. Deching visible Liao. My heavens! That sword. What was that ability that erupted from the sword at the end? It could freeze even Lei Ao's essence. So strong. This Su Xiaorou is simply unbelievably powerful. The stands erupted into a cheer, more fervent than any before. They had witnessed the birth of a new champion. Su Xiaorou retracted Su Ming, and her armor also dissipated. She glanced at the spot where Lei Ao had disappeared, feeling a bit emotional. Lei Ao was strong. If it weren't for the form of Frostmourne that just happened to counter his violent power style, the outcome of this battle would really have been hard to predict. She walked off the arena and returned to her resting area. Meanwhile, the second semifinal was about to begin. Jian Shun versus Xiao Qianying. One was a sword fanatic with precise swordplay and no flaws. The other was a ghostly scythe master skilled in assassination. The attention on this duel was no less than that of the previous one. Su Xiaorou also perked up, watching the arena seriously. She wanted to see just how strong that blood calamity was, the one that had fought her to a standstill in a virtual battlefield. The match began. Jianshin remained calm as ever, his S-rank soul weapon, Starlight Interceptor, emitting a faint silver glow, protecting him completely. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianying disappeared the moment the match started. Invisibility? No, not invisibility. Su Xiaorou could sense her presence still on the field, but she just couldn't visually capture her position. Girl, this Xiao Qianying is not simple. Su Ming's voice echoed in her mind. Her soul weapon, Crimson Calamity, has a very special ability that can distort light and human visual perception. To others, it seems like she is invisible, but in reality, she might be standing right in front of you. Su Xiaorou's heart sank. This ability is too tricky. On the arena, Jianshin also clearly noticed something was off. He did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on his hearing and perception. He stood still like a statue. Time passed by second. The atmosphere on the field became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that deadly strike to come. Suddenly, a blood-red shadow appeared behind Jianshin without warning. The enormous blood-red scythe, wielding the might to tear everything apart, swung down fiercely towards Jianshin's back. Now's the time. Jianshin suddenly opened his eyes, moving forward instead of retreating, thrusting the Starlight Interceptor backward at an incredible angle. He actually anticipated Xiao Qianying's attack. Clang! The sword and scythe clashed again. But this time, the result of the collision surprised everyone.